I am Su Yang, a journalist who rushes to the center of the news storm every day just to capture the most explosive headlines. That day, I was invited to interview a multinational group, which claimed to have developed a groundbreaking anti-cancer injection, Agent X. It was hailed as a miracle in the history of human medicine and could completely conquer cancer. However, the truth is far more terrifying than imagined. X Pharmacy is nothing but a carefully planned scam. All patients who have been injected with X Pharmacy have undergone amazing changes in a short period of time. They are no longer human, but bloodthirsty monsters, biting everything around them crazily. 30 million injected people turned into a zombie tide that swept across the globe, and the world became hell overnight. Fortunately, with my keen intuition as a reporter, I was able to detect something unusual and quietly make arrangements and stockpile a large amount of munitions before the chaos broke out. Relying on the help of our friends, we struggled to survive in the cracks of blood and fire, and finally found a glimmer of hope serum. But at this time, in Tahai city, outside the Imperial Hotel, there were huge crowds of people and the heat was rolling. The hotel's security guards formed a human wall 30 meters outside the main entrance, ready to block the surging crowd. The onlookers held up their mobile phones, looked out, and kept shouting, trying to break through the blockade, even if it was just to get a little closer. I hunched over, protecting the camera on my chest, and squeezed to the front with difficulty. I took out my ID and shouted to the security captain. "I am Su Yang, a reporter from Tahai Daily. Here are my press card and interview permit." The security captain carefully glanced at the documents, confirmed that they were correct, and waved his hand to let them pass. I took the opportunity to squeeze into the crowd, and just as I stepped into the hotel, I heard even louder noise behind me. The lobby of the Imperial Hotel was brightly lit and bustling with people. A tall, bright-eyed, white-toothed young woman came up to me quickly, her face full of anxiety and dissatisfaction. It was my assistant, Gu Shi. She arrived at the scene earlier than me, and was obviously getting a little impatient waiting. "Su Yang," Gu Shi said in a resentful tone. "Today is Wuhan Group's global press conference to celebrate their anti-cancer drug X agent exceeding 30 million injections. Why are you here just now?" I waved my hands repeatedly, saying helplessly, "There are too many people. The road here is almost completely blocked. It took a long time to squeeze in." Gu Shi sighed, grabbed my arm, and ran quickly to the main venue on the third floor. To my surprise, she ran faster than me in high heels. We walked through walls of people and finally arrived at the huge exhibition hall on the third floor and found our seats for reporters. "Have the spots for asking questions been distributed?" I asked as I sorted out my equipment. "Well, as usual, the questions are all prepared in advance by Wuhan Group." Gu Shi raised the note in his hand, his lips slightly raised. "However, our Tahai Daily is the media with the largest circulation in this city after all, and we have obtained a very important right to ask questions." I became interested. "What's the problem?" Gu Shi looked down at the note and whispered, "In view of the epic-making progress made by Wuhan Group in the field of anti-cancer drugs and the growing number of cancer patients around the world, will the price of drug X be increased in the future?" After hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. How could Wuhan Group announce a price increase in this situation? They were just using our influence to spread the word that there will be no price increase in advance so that they could win a better reputation. Suddenly, the crowd in front became agitated. Countless flashes converged into a dazzling sea of light. Zhang Qingshan, chairman of Wuhan Group, walked slowly surrounded by several bodyguards. He smiled and waved, accepting the crowds of media and audience. I quickly adjusted the camera and captured a quick shot of him waving. Zhang Qingshan, a 50-year-old middle-aged man, is the main developer of X drug and the soul of Wuhan Group. He successfully developed drug X a few years ago and became a world-renowned entrepreneur. This drug has also been proven to have extremely significant therapeutic effects on patients with mid to late-stage cancer, and can even be described as bringing the dead back to life. It's no wonder that every time he appears, he always attracts countless attention. The press conference had not yet begun, but reporters at the scene could no longer hold back and rushed forward, trying to pry even a few words out of Zhang Qingshan in the hope of grabbing the headlines. Unfortunately, Zhang Qingshan was very frugal with words and only responded calmly, "We will announce a big news at the press conference in a while." At this moment, Gu Shi successfully attracted Zhang Qingshan's attention with her outstanding appearance, and keen intuition. He simply responded to her with 2 sentences, and she was overjoyed. She excitedly raised the recorder and smiled proudly. The reporters around cast envious and jealous glances at him. She raised the recorder in her hand towards me, with a triumphant smile on her face. Su-yang, this time, our trip will definitely not be in vain. Zhang Qingshan walked to the center of the exhibition hall, facing the countless cameras in the audience, and said with a smile, "Thank you all for coming to join Huahan Group in this great event. Just today, the number of people injected with the X drug independently developed by our group officially exceeded 30 million worldwide. Last year alone, millions of cancer patients were reborn and freed from the pain of the disease because of X drug. The conditions of the remaining patients are also continuously improving." He paused and scanned the scene with sharp eyes and said firmly, "So, please allow me to say this boldly: cancer is not incurable." Zhang Qingshan's words drew thunderous applause from the audience, and I applauded him wholeheartedly. Drug X has indeed cured countless patients, and judging from its current efficacy, it is the world's most advanced and most promising drug for conquering cancer. Before the applause died down, a middle-aged man in a wheelchair was pushed onto the stage. I immediately raised my camera and pressed the shutter button continuously. This was the 30 millionth patient in the world who had been injected with drug X, and he was destined to become the headline figure today. His eyes were filled with tears and his hands were shaking with excitement. Amid cheers and blessings, he was slowly pushed to the center of the stage. "Thank you, Dr. Zhang, for giving me the chance to start a new life," the middle-aged man said with tears streaming down his face and a trembling voice. Zhang Qingshan, chairman of Huahan Group, was also moved. He took the initiative to give the lucky patient a warm hug, then asked him to rest for a while and wait for the press conference to end before personally injecting him with drug X. The press conference was held as scheduled. All major media had been properly arranged and the questions were carefully selected to ensure that they were beneficial to Huahan Group. Zhang Qingshan's calm response won rounds of applause from the audience. Soon, it was our turn to ask questions from Tahai Daily. I was about to ask questions according to the company's pre-planned questions, while she was busy sorting out Zhang Qingshan's answers. However, the moment I raised my hand, a strange emotion passed through my heart. Over the years, I have studied drug X in depth and collected a lot of negative information that was deliberately concealed: adverse reactions, worsening conditions, and even deaths. However, under the powerful public relations offensive of Huahan Group, these voices were almost drowned out. X pharmacy is regarded as a panacea by the world, but is it really so perfect? My silence attracted strange looks. Zhang Qingshan frowned slightly, revealing a hint of impatience, and the slight whispers in the exhibition hall gradually disappeared. She noticed my hesitation and quietly tugged at the corner of my clothes. I coughed lightly and put on a polite smile. However, the question I finally asked was not the one arranged by Huahan Group in advance. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Su Yang, a reporter from Tahai Daily. Drug X has been highly sought after since its launch, and the gene replacement therapy you pioneered has also attracted widespread attention. However, as far as I know, the therapy has not yet been officially certified by the International Medical Association and was forcibly pushed into the market based solely on clinical performance. So I would like to ask, are all patients suitable for gene replacement therapy? Among these 30 million injection recipients, are there any cases of worsening of the disease or even death?" Before he finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. Zhang Qingshan's face suddenly turned gloomy, and the bodyguards around him immediately approached me, obviously intending to take me away by force. She was so anxious that she whispered to dissuade him. However, after a brief hesitation, she stood up and said with a firm look, "Please answer my colleague's question directly, Mr. Zhang. According to our investigation, drug X has caused varying degrees of discomfort around the world. Are these problems caused by individual differences, or are they risks brought about by gene replacement therapy itself? Could it lead to more serious consequences?" I was stunned for a moment, and looked at Shi in surprise, and she whispered without hesitation, "I'm a reporter." Zhang Qingshan's expression changed from anger to calm. He then sneered, raised his hand to stop the bodyguard's action, and looked at me with a hint of mockery. "The fact that X drug can sell 30 million copies today and help countless patients regain their lives is the best proof. Reporters like you are just gunmen for some people with ulterior motives. But it doesn't matter. I want you to witness with your own eyes how X drug can give people a new life. As soon as he finished speaking, the assistant brought a sealed box. After opening it, a prepared injection of X medicine lay quietly inside. Zhang Qingshan walked steadily towards the middle-aged patient in the wheelchair and injected him with medicine with a smile on his face. The audience burst into applause and cheers. Gu Shi and I looked at each other helplessly, knowing that the situation was hopeless. What awaited us was probably severe punishment from the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, or even forced to apologize in the newspaper. We sighed and prepared to pack up and leave. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A shrill scream suddenly sounded in the center of the exhibition hall. Everyone turned around in shock. The middle-aged patient who was originally sitting in a wheelchair suddenly convulsed violently, foaming at the mouth, and then rolled off the wheelchair and shook violently on the ground. In just a few seconds, his body was completely stiff and lifeless. The entire exhibition hall was deathly silent. Several doctors rushed forward, but after the examination, the expressions on their faces froze instantly. Although they didn't say anything, I could tell from their panic eyes that the 30 millionth person in the world who had been injected with X drug had died. Zhang Qingshan stood there stiffly, his face as pale as paper. After a short silence, the reporters went crazy, rushing forward, with all kinds of cameras frantically aimed at the body on the ground. Such an emergency was enough to become the most sensational news in the world. Whoever could send the news first would get the most attention. Gu Shi was also taking pictures desperately, but I hadn't come to my senses yet. I stood there in a daze, as if I couldn't believe that all this was happening. The bodyguards began to drive away the reporters. Zhang Qingshan's face was extremely gloomy. He squatted beside the patient's body, seeming to be thinking about something. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of countermeasures were brewing in his mind at this moment. Just as we were about to be forced out of the exhibition hall, a sudden change occurred again. The patient who fell to the ground, the man who was declared dead by the doctor, suddenly sat up from the ground. Amidst everyone's horrified gaze, he pounced on Zhang Qingshan, opened his mouth, and bit his neck hard. A large amount of blood suddenly spurted out of Zhang Qingshan's neck. Before everyone could react, he fell down limply as if his soul had been sucked out. The sudden resurrectee slowly stood up after tearing his throat. His appearance had not changed, but his eyes were bloodshot and dull, and his body was stiff. Every step he took forward seemed to be stepping on my heart, making it hard to breathe. I stepped back subconsciously, and Gu Shi was so frightened that he trembled all over. He grabbed my sleeve tightly and said in a trembling voice, "What is this thing?" Zhang Qingshan's bodyguards finally came to their senses, rushed forward frantically, and beat the frantic patient with batons and weapons. However, he seemed to feel no pain at all. After falling down, he got up again and crawled straight towards the crowd. Even though his legs were broken, he still squirmed like some horrible creature, moving towards some unknown goal, as if he was looking for something, some existence that he could not resist. After a brief silence, the entire venue was in complete chaos. I shook Gu Shi, who was already dazed, and said in a low voice, "News! Breaking news! Send it to the newspaper immediately! Move quickly, or someone will get there first!" Gu Shi came to her senses and hurriedly dialed the phone. I saw that her hands were shaking violently. I ignored her and returned my gaze to the meeting place. The security guards of the Tahai Hotel have rushed up and are trying their best to suppress the resurrected monster with firefighting equipment. Under the layers of restraints, his body was finally trapped. However, his blood was no longer bright red, but a strange dark brown, so thick that it made people shudder. Several doctors from Zhang Qingshan's RD team looked pale, their eyes filled with fear and anxiety. I became alert and took advantage of the chaos to quietly walk behind them, grabbed one of them, and asked in a low voice, "Has this happened in your laboratory? Why can the dead be resurrected and attack people?" The researcher was obviously still in shock, and blurted out, "This has happened before, in rabbits and monkeys. At that time, we concluded that gene replacement therapy would temporarily control the host's body after brain death, but it has never happened in humans." Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. He glared at me angrily, shook off my hand, and quickly walked away. I quickly closed the recorder in my hand and turned to look for Gu Shi. She just hung up the phone and said hurriedly, The official Weibo and WeChat platforms are ready to push, and the editor-in-chief asked us to continue to follow up. Wait. I waved my hand to interrupt her, pulled her aside, and played the words I had just recorded for her. After hearing this, Gushi widened his eyes and asked tentatively, "What do you mean?" I took a deep breath and lowered my voice. "This is not an isolated case. It is very likely the biggest medical accident in history. If the mutation of drug X has an incubation period, if all 30 million people who have been injected with it around the world have turned into monsters like that. At the end of the day, I can't say any more, it will be a real end of the world." After trying to calm myself down, I said calmly, "Don't worry. Hwahan Group was able to accurately find the 30 millionth person who received X drug injection, which means they have complete patient information. As long as they can monitor the patient in time." Before he could finish his words, the venue erupted in commotion again. The hotel and Hwahan Group forcefully cleared the venue, completely ignoring the protests of the reporters. Soon, we were kicked out of the exhibition hall. I handed the recorder to Gushi and told him, "Give this to the editor-in-chief, and remember to keep a backup copy. I'm going to the CDC and will come back to the newspaper to find you later." My phone was vibrating like crazy, and messages from the reporter group were exploding. However, I didn't have time to respond. I didn't even answer the call from the editor-in-chief. I rushed to the CDC immediately. "Soo-young? Why are you here?" When Director Chen saw me, he put down his work and gave his usual professional smile. I didn't have time for pleasantries and simply recounted the events at the Tahai Hotel. Director Chen's face suddenly turned pale, his body swayed, and he almost fell off the chair. He looked at me in disbelief and repeated in a low voice, "You mean the dead are resurrected? Can they attack the living? Are they not afraid of pain or death?" I nodded heavily. After a long silence, Director Chen said as calmly as possible, "This is not in line with common sense. Regardless of whether it is true or not, hastily isolating all patients injected with X drug will only cause social panic. Soo-young, I know you are an excellent reporter, but this is impossible. However, I will follow up immediately." I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. He didn't see it with his own eyes. Maybe the video footage will be sent to me later, but right now, I have done my duty. I hurried back to the newspaper office, but the moment I opened the door, my heart suddenly sank. Such a large editorial office was surprisingly deserted. The scene that should have been bustling with people coming and going was nowhere to be seen. Most of the colleagues who usually work there were not there, and the few who were left had stiff expressions and were in a hurry. I stopped an acquaintance and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? Where are all the people?" The other party looked embarrassed and stammered, It's vacation." "Holiday?" I suddenly raised my voice. "The media in Tahai City are all scrambling to get this news. As the largest local newspaper, we are actually on holiday? Where's Gushi?" "I don't know." The other party hurriedly avoided my gaze and left quickly. Just then, at the entrance of the second-floor stairs, a familiar figure was looking at me quietly, Editor-in-Chief Wang. "Soo-young, come up," he said calmly, turned and walked into the office. I pushed the door open and entered the office. Editor-in-Chief Wang was sitting quietly, and Gushi was standing aside with a grim expression and wandering eyes. He didn't even communicate with me at all. "Editor-in-Chief Wang, why is the newspaper suddenly on holiday? Other media are scrambling to report on Hwahan Group. If we stop now, we will be giving up the opportunity," I asked in confusion. Editor-in-Chief Wang sighed and said in a low voice, "The higher-ups don't allow reporting. This matter has been classified as an emergency and cannot be made public. It cannot be shown on TV, published in newspapers, or spread on social media. All relevant journalists, if they leak any information, their press credentials will be revoked and they will be banned from the industry for life." I felt like I was struck by lightning and stood there frozen. Gushi's eyes finally met mine, full of anxiety and hesitation. I suppressed my shock and whispered, "So someone died, was injected with X drug, and then resurrected, and we just pretend nothing happened? We are not the police. The cause of death has not yet been confirmed. Reporting rashly will only cause panic," Editor-in-Chief Wang said firmly. "You are a reporter. You must base your decision on facts. The relevant departments will handle the specific situation. I slowly clenched my fists, and a deep feeling of powerlessness came over me. At this moment, he suddenly said, "By the way, Tahai City has not had any major events recently. You and She will go on a business trip to Lishui Town to report on the development of agriculture through science and technology." Lishui Town? My heart was suddenly shocked. There, because of illegal discharge of pollutants by a chemical factory, the whole village suffered from cancer, and later became the key support target of Hwahan Group. Almost everyone was injected with X drug. Editor-in-Chief Wang is not being silenced, but is hinting at us to look for more clues. My mood suddenly brightened up, a sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth, and my eyes were determined. "Let's go! To the cancer village!" Lishui Town was once a major chemical industry center in Tahai City. However, some profit-seeking entrepreneurs wantonly discharged industrial wastewater, polluting the rivers, destroying the ecology, and ultimately leading to tragedy. Almost no one in the entire village was spared from cancer, and even newborns were diagnosed with cancer at birth. Back then, it was the investigative journalists of Editor-in-Chief Wang's generation who risked their lives to uncover the truth, bringing this disaster to light. Later, Hwahan Group launched X Pharmacy and set up key medical support points here in an attempt to make up for past traumas. As I drove, I introduced the background information to Gu Shi, while she looked down at her phone, searching for the information she needed for the trip. The chemical plant was relocated a few years ago. The government invested a lot of resources in land restoration and provided advanced agricultural planting technology. With the help of X Pharmaceutical, the former cancer village has now basically returned to normal. Gu Shi said softly. From this point of view, Hwahan Group has indeed done some good things. I looked at her and said seriously, "Any capital group can do good as well as evil. As journalists, our duty is to record the truth, promote beauty, and expose ugliness. But beauty and ugliness cannot coexist, and you must remember this." Gu Shi was slightly startled, then nodded solemnly. Lishui Town is about 100 kilometers away from Tahai City. We stayed in a hotel in the town that night and prepared to go to the former Cancer Village, and now the Happy Village, for an interview early the next morning. As night fell, the group of reporters on the mobile phones gradually became active. Everyone seemed to have tacitly avoided talking about what happened at Hwahan Group that day, only vaguely mentioning that some reporters were invited for tea, and various insider information. Code words and temptations filled the entire group chat. No one dared to directly tell the truth, for fear that the slightest mistake would ruin their future. I sighed and turned off my phone. Even a seasoned journalist like Editor-in-Chief Wang could only collect evidence in this way, let alone those young people who have not yet established themselves in the industry? I barely slept well that night. When I looked in the mirror in the morning, I saw the shadows under my eyes and my expression was gloomy. Gu Shi's condition was not very good either. It was obvious that this incident had a significant impact on her. We had a simple breakfast, sorted out the interview materials, and drove to Xingfu village. Along the way, Gu Shi's eyes were always fixed on the window, watching the development of agricultural technology along the way. Intelligent agricultural machinery, vast green fields. If this interview fails to obtain valuable information, reporting on the rural changes here may be a good option. Following the navigation instructions, we drove into Xingfu village. From a distance, we could see that some abandoned factories had not been completely demolished, but the land once polluted by chemical plants had been replanted, and the crops were growing well. Several modern agricultural machinery are parked by the field, ready to work at any time. Passing the old factory area, a large village came into view. A small river flowed around the village, outlining a tranquil rural picture. As we drove into the village, we immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The village is mostly populated by elderly people, while most of the young and middle-aged people are either working in the fields or working outside. The village seems quiet and peaceful, and there is no trace of the cancer village of the past. Li Qinshan, the director of the village committee, is a man in his early 50s. He is dressed cleanly and simply, and his face is filled with a simple smile. He shook my hand warmly and said, "Editor-in-Chief Wang called ahead and said you guys are coming. Come on, come in and sit down." Gu Shi and I looked at each other, and then followed Li Qinshan into the village committee. After we sat down, Director Lee made a pot of tea and smiled a little awkwardly. It's a small place, there's nothing good to entertain you, have some tea. You're welcome. I took the teacup with a smile and got straight to the point. This time I'm here mainly to do a simple interview, which may take a few days. How is the situation in the village recently? Li Qingshan made no secret and smiled heartily. Since the media exposure that year, the government has made great efforts to rectify the situation. Now the pollution of land and water sources has been greatly reduced. After the promotion of Huahan Group's anti-cancer drugs, the conditions of cancer patients in the village have been basically controlled. I frowned slightly and asked, So no one has died of cancer? Li Qingshan pondered for a moment, nodded and said, Of course there are still people, but the number is too small. By the way, Mr. Wang from the east end of the village just passed away this morning. The funeral will be held in the evening. Do you want to go together? Weddings and funerals in rural areas are always grand, and funerals are usually attended by the whole village. Gu Shi and I nodded in agreement, and Director Li immediately arranged accommodation for us and went to arrange the funeral arrangements. After lunch, the sound of suona and firecrackers rang out from the east end of the village, marking the official start of Uncle Wang's happy funeral. According to local customs, a happy funeral means that the elderly have a good death, so the funeral is of high standard, with many guests, and the whole village will come to see him off. Gu Shi and I went to the village store and bought some paper money and gold ingots to take with us in the evening. In the evening, Director Li came back to invite us to go with him. I carried my things and walked towards the east of the village with Gu Shi. The villagers were extremely enthusiastic, and this scene made me sigh with emotion. If it weren't for the journalists' desperate reporting back then, this village might have been devoured by cancer long ago. Uncle Wang's family was considered a wealthy family in the village, with many children, so the funeral was held in a grand manner. Pigs and sheep were slaughtered, and a banquet was prepared, making it a very lively occasion. The villagers were busy moving around, with no sadness on their faces, but rather a calmness that went with the flow. Gu Shi and I wanted to lend a hand but were politely turned down, so we had to chat with the village aunties on the side. According to local customs, the deceased elderly will not be buried immediately, but a mourning hall will be set up for people to pay tribute to them. The children will wear mourning clothes and bow to thank every guest. After a night of vigil, the body will be officially buried the next morning. When the banquet was served, the village representatives stood up one after another. Gu Shi and I followed the team and came to the body of Uncle Wang, and cried symbolically. Although we didn't shed a single tear, our crying was particularly loud. I howled loudly a few times, and unexpectedly received grateful glances from the Wang family's children. After the mourning, there was a banquet. As outsiders, Gu Shi and I were offered a lot of wine. Fortunately, we remembered the mission of this trip and did not drink too much, but were a little tipsy. The banquet lasted until dark, and many people fell asleep directly on the table. I had originally planned to take this opportunity to ask those who had been injected with Agent X whether they had any abnormal reactions, but now it seems that this investigation will have to wait until tomorrow. I took out my phone and checked the time. It was already past 9 o'clock. According to custom, the children of the Wang family had already entered the mourning hall to begin the vigil. Gu Shi and I staggered along to help clean up the mess and were busy until after 10 o'clock. Gu Shi had already been yawning and feeling sleepy. Where's Director Li? I looked around and asked. Let him take us to say hello to the Wang family and then go back. We'll start the visit tomorrow. After searching for a long time, we finally found Director Li, who was unconscious, among the drunk people and reluctantly pushed him awake. He blinked drunkenly and led us to the mourning hall vaguely. According to the rules, only he could lead us in, and outsiders like us were absolutely not allowed to enter the mourning hall without permission. The room was silent, eerily quiet. Just as I frowned, I suddenly stepped on a sticky substance. I looked down and saw a pool of slowly flowing blood. A chill instantly ran up my spine, and the hairs on my body stood up. I suddenly reached out to pull Director Li, who was walking in front of me. However, he staggered, just avoided my hand, and walked directly into the mourning hall. At this moment, a skinny hand suddenly stretched out from behind the screen and grabbed Director Li's neck. He was dragged in before he could even scream. A heavy gasp was heard from behind the screen, which was particularly eerie in the silent night. Then, the sound of teeth tearing flesh and chewing without emotion echoed clearly in the air. My drunkenness was instantly wiped out by the shock. Boom! The thin screen was smashed to pieces. In the dim morning hall, the children of the Wang family were supposed to be keeping vigil, but at this moment they all had dull eyes and were covered in blood. Behind them stood Mr. Wang, who had been dead for a whole day. His eyes were bloodshot as he was gnawing on Director Li's body. Run! I roared, grabbed the frightened Gu Shi, and ran away. In the morning hall, the children of the Wang family who had turned into zombies rushed out roaring. Fortunately, they moved a little slower, otherwise we would have been surrounded. I felt a chill on my back, and a piece of my sleeve was torn off, almost cutting my arm. The zombies have turned into zombies! Everyone run! I ran as fast as I could and shouted loudly. In the yard, the women who had not yet left were still standing there in a daze, until they saw the Wang family's children and the old man rushing towards the sleeping people frantically, biting and gnawing them. Then they suddenly woke up and let out sharp cries. Some people screamed, dropped their dishes and ran around, while others tried to wake up the drunk and sleeping men, but were knocked down and bitten by the zombies. The entire Wang family compound instantly fell into horrific chaos. Screams, cries, howls, and bone-breaking sounds intertwined together, making people shudder. Quick! Record it! I pushed Gu Shi next to me hard. Ah? Okay, then, what about you? Gu Shi asked in a crying voice. I'll go help. I gritted my teeth, lowered my head and looked around for weapons. I soon found a shovel in the corner, picked it up and rushed over. I used the shovel to knock down a zombie that was about to bite the little girl, and quickly pulled the child out. However, there were already several scratches on her body, and blood was flowing. She cried heartbreakingly, and I could only grit my teeth and push her towards Gu Shi. Bang! The zombie I knocked down just now got up again and stumbled towards me. I turned around and swung a shovel, hitting it hard on the head and knocking it down again. However, more and more people were torn apart by zombies, especially those drunken young men, who had almost no power to resist. Most of the survivors were the elderly, the weak, women and children, who could not resist the crazy attacks of these monsters. I knocked down 3 zombies in a row, but my strength was gradually exhausted. Even though these monsters had broken arms and twisted necks, they would still struggle and pounce on me, as if something was attracting them and making them fight to the death. Have you called the police? I ran back to Gu Shi and asked breathlessly. Yes. They said they would come right away. But they thought I was playing a prank and said they would hold me responsible. Gu Shi stomped his feet in anger. As they were speaking, a shrill scream of "Ah!" suddenly broke out. The little girl I rescued suddenly rushed towards Gu Shi with a crazy bloodshot look in her eyes. Caught off guard, Gu Shi was knocked to the ground and his cell phone flew out. I was quick to grab the little girl's collar and threw her out, while quickly helping up Gu Shi, who was trembling with fear. Check quickly to see if she's injured, I shouted anxiously. The little girl just got mutated after just a little scratch. What if Gu Shi also? I dare not imagine the consequences. Gu Shi hurriedly checked his body. Fortunately, there were no wounds. However, the yard suddenly became silent, no screaming or crying. Gu Shi and I looked up at the same time, and the scene in front of us was horrifying. Densely packed zombies were standing quietly, and those that had fallen to the ground were getting up little by little. Their eyes were fixed on us. I swallowed hard and whispered in a trembling voice, "Run, don't look back." The zombies moved, dragging their broken bodies slowly towards them. Some of the zombies had half of their bodies eaten away by flesh and blood, and even their hearts were gone, but they still staggered towards us. I held on to Gu Shi tightly, and ran as fast as I could, pulling shut the iron gate of the compound, hoping to delay them for a while. At this time, the unusual movement in the Wang family compound finally awakened the sleeping villagers in Xingfu village. The lights in every household lit up one after another, the doors were pushed open, and confused people looked out. The corpses have turned into zombies. Everyone is dead. They have turned into zombies and will bite anyone they see. Run away! Notify others to gather at the village entrance, I roared. The villagers who had not yet fully awakened looked confused, until they saw with their own eyes the group of hideous-looking, stiff-footed zombies approaching, and someone finally screamed. Among the zombies, some people recognized their relatives. Some cried and tried to rush over, but were grabbed by others and dragged to the village entrance. The group of zombies led by the old man of the Wang family rushed towards several villagers who had not yet reacted. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were eaten up. Blood splattered the ground, and I knew that within a few minutes, they would become zombies and join the army of death. We ran desperately and finally arrived at the entrance of the village. I originally planned to go get the car, but time was running out, so I had to retreat first. At this moment, the sound of sirens came from afar. The extremely frightened villagers seemed to see a glimmer of hope. However, when the police car slowly approached, our hearts sank again. It was just a lonely police car. The police car stopped, and two policemen got out. They walked towards us in a casual manner with cigarettes dangling from their mouths. We could even hear their complaints. "Why are you calling the police in the middle of the night? What zombies? What murders? Calling the police falsely means..." Before he could finish his words, the police was stunned. With the help of the lights at the entrance of the village and the bright moonlight, they finally saw the staggering, blood-stained zombies. The dead gray eye sockets, the still bleeding wounds, the constantly wriggling limbs. This scene was extremely weird. What kind of prank is this?" The other policeman's voice changed. "I also hope this is just a prank," I gasped, forcing myself to calm down. "Mr. Policeman, the villagers have turned into zombies. If we don't control them and let them rush out of the village, the consequences will be disastrous. You must seal off this place immediately and mobilize reinforcements." The two policemen looked at each other and finally picked up the intercom to call the headquarters. But they were just ordinary policemen from the town police station. Even if the police force arrived, they would be powerless to stop this catastrophe. Unless the armed police force was dispatched, by the time the reinforcements arrived, we would probably have been wiped out. I grabbed a trembling villager and asked anxiously, "Is there a big cart in the village? The kind that can carry many people?" The villager stammered and replied, The village committee has tractors and half-trucks that can transport people." I quickly turned to the police. "The only way now is to drive a car over so that everyone can escape. We need at least 3 cars. Are you willing to help?" The two policemen looked at each other and said hesitantly, "We have already called for backup. How about we retreat while waiting?" "Impossible!" I yelled angrily. "These zombies don't get tired, and they don't feel any pain. We can't get far. If you don't help, and they run into town, the whole town will be destroyed." The police looked at each other, and finally nodded with difficulty. I know they are afraid too, but they have no choice at the moment. The surrounding villagers were in a panic, and the crying of women and children made everyone even more anxious. And the zombie horde is approaching step by step. "Gu Shi!" I grabbed her shoulders and said in a serious tone. "You lead the villagers to retreat, and keep your distance. Not too far, and not too close. If we run too far, the zombies may turn around and chase us. If we get too close, you will be in danger, understand?" Gu Shi's face turned pale, she bit her lip and nodded. She immediately led the survivors to slowly retreat, deliberately making noise to attract the zombies. The police and I took the opportunity to go around to the village committee. We arrived at the village committee smoothly and found 2 tractors and a half-truck in the yard. However, the car keys were missing. Director Lee, the only person who knew where the keys were, had already been bitten to death by zombies. "Look for it quickly!" I gritted my teeth and rummaged through the drawers. At this moment, screams and commotion suddenly came from the entrance of the village. My heart sank, and I rushed out of the house to check. By the moonlight, I saw several villagers running towards us, and behind them, the zombies were following closely. Gu Shi, who was supposed to lead the villagers to evacuate, was forced to retreat by the villagers' riot. My heart sank suddenly, knowing that we were in a desperate situation. "Find the key quickly!" I rushed back into the house and yelled. A policeman's hand trembled, and the box fell to the ground with a loud noise. Outside the door, footsteps were getting closer and closer. I found a hammer in the corner, and without caring whether it would attract more zombies, I desperately smashed open the locked cabinet and finally found the key. Just as I was about to rush out, the door was suddenly pushed open, and several villagers with ferocious faces blocked the door. "Hand over the keys! Why should we let a few outsiders take the car away?" Here's the tractor for you. I threw 2 keys over without hesitation. But if you don't leave now, we'll all die. Without waiting for their reaction, I pushed open the door and a zombie rushed towards me. It was directly. Half of his body had been eaten away, but he still rushed towards me. I became ruthless and swung the hammer down hard. Blood splattered everywhere, and directly fell to the ground with a bang. This time, he was completely quiet. At this moment, the tractor started and the villagers climbed onto the vehicle in panic, but this attracted more zombies instead. Several people were pulled down and were instantly submerged in the horde of zombies. And I drove a small truck and broke through the encirclement of zombies. Not far from the village, Gushi ran towards me and I slammed on the brakes. Why are you alone? I asked angrily. The villagers are in chaos, she whispered. But I can't abandon you. I was silent for a moment, patted her shoulder, and stepped on the accelerator. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front, and more than a dozen cars were blocked on the road. Back up? The policeman muttered. Gushi's eyes trembled, and he said in a lost voice, It's Hwahan Group's car. Why did the Hwahan Group's car appear outside Xingfu village? Judging from the posture, it is clear that they have been waiting for a long time. I subconsciously clenched the hammer in my hand. The smell of rust and blood mixed together, making my palms sweat. Hwahan Group! What's going on? The police in the car obviously didn't know what happened at the press conference of the Imperial Hotel, and had no idea why Hwahan Group appeared here at this moment. They are not here to silence us, are they? Gushi's voice trembled slightly as he expressed the guess that I was most reluctant to face. Since the day the hotel incident happened, Hwahan Group has demonstrated its terrible public relations ability. They used their capital power to block the entire Tahai city media and cover up the truth. I should have thought of this earlier. This was once a cancer village, and Hwahan Group would never sit idly by and watch the secrets of this land. I'm afraid they have had spies in the village for a long time, and even the news here has been reported in detail, so Hwahan Group sent people to block the exit as quickly as possible. Whether my guess is correct or not is impossible to verify, but one thing is certain, Hwahan Group blocked this road with absolutely no good intentions. In front of me was the Hwahan Group of unknown origin, and behind me were zombies that could pounce at any time. I gritted my teeth, opened the car door and walked out. The villagers who had just been scrambling to climb onto the carriages saw the Hwahan Group's convoy and rushed over like crazy as if they had seen their saviors. I reached out to stop him, but was knocked back. Gushi got out of the car shortly after and stood beside me with a nervous look on his face. Stand back a little, I whispered, staring at the convoy ahead. The Hwahan Group has bad intentions. If anything goes wrong, run to that path immediately. Don't get caught by them. But what if we reveal our identities? Gushi probed in a low voice. That's even worse. I sneered and pointed to the convoy ahead. They will never let us leave alive. Before he finished speaking, the door of the Hwahan Group opened and a group of fully armed personnel walked out. They were wearing thick protective clothing and holding weapons, as if they were ready to deal with emergencies at any time. They began to organize the villagers to get on the bus in an orderly manner, but once the villagers got on, the doors were locked tightly. In just a few minutes, most of the villagers had been loaded into the bus. Hurry up, I ordered in a low voice, pulling Gushi to evacuate quickly towards the path. With the cover of night and the villagers, we successfully slipped into a bush and quietly observed the movements at the entrance of the village. The 2 policemen showed their police IDs and tried to negotiate with the people from Hwahan Group. But before they could finish their words, they were rushed over and pinned down by the security personnel of Hwahan Group. After struggling in vain, they were forced into the car. Then people from Hwahan Group began to disperse in 2s and 3s, searching everywhere. They are looking for us, let's go! I lowered my voice and quietly retreated with Gushi, not daring to make any noise. Fortunately, they were not sure of the direction we were running, otherwise, we would have been locked up in the car like the 2 policemen. Suddenly, the convoy's high beams illuminated the entire village entrance, and just outside the light beam, a large shadow was approaching silently. Zombies! Their numbers were staggering, and they were like a black mass, rushing towards the convoy like a tide. At this moment, the people of Hwahan Group had been dispersed, and they had not yet noticed the crisis behind them. Finally, They noticed something was wrong and gathered around the convoy in a panic. But it was too late. Those zombies, which were originally moving slowly, seemed to have suddenly received some kind of signal and suddenly sped up. Before the people of Hwahan group could successfully group together, they rushed over in overwhelming numbers. The screams instantly resounded through the night sky. But these guys in protective suits were not bitten to death immediately. They drew their weapons and fought hard, trying to fight their way out. I took advantage of the chaos and quietly approached. We didn't have a car, so we couldn't get far. We had to grab a car during the chaos to have a chance to leave. A brutal fight broke out in the center of the convoy. The people from Hwahan group cursed, waved their weapons, and kept hitting the zombies. However, one of the thugs was accidentally tripped by a zombie, and the next second, 4 or 5 zombies swarmed over him, instantly tore off his protective suit, and ate him alive. This scene began to repeat itself over and over again. The zombies broke through the defense line and rushed towards the car where the villagers were. The survivors in the car cried out in despair, but no one could save them. "What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?" Goo, she muttered to herself, her voice trembling, on the verge of collapse. She had just graduated from college and came to Tahai daily for an internship with great enthusiasm. She thought it was a chance to show her talents, but she was dragged into this desperate nightmare. I can't save everyone, but at least I want to take Goo-shi out. I looked down at the zombie corpse on the ground, and a crazy idea flashed through my mind. "Wait for me over there, I'll try my luck." I lowered my voice and told her, "If I die, go back to the village and find a place to hide. Find a way to contact Editor Wang and publish the situation here." "Su-yang! What are you doing?" Goo-shi grabbed my arm in horror. "Be obedient." I didn't have time to explain. I looked down at the zombie corpses at my feet, gritted my teeth, and swung the hammer fiercely. Bang! 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 I didn't stop until the corpse was smashed into a bloody mess. I smeared the smelly blood on myself. The strong stench was nauseating, but I suppressed my nausea and tried my best to let myself be covered by the breath of zombies. This is the only way to disguise yourself as a zombie: blend in, steal a car and escape. I took a deep breath, hunched my body, imitated the movements of the zombies, and approached the convoy step by step. Every step was like walking on a tightrope. I held my breath, trying not to reveal any flaws, and was about to reach my goal. Then I relaxed a bit. Poof! A loud noise exploded in the dead silence of the night. I farted. All the zombies wandering around suddenly stopped moving. The next second, they pounced on me like crazy. The zombies around me swarmed over because of my loud fart. I was so annoyed that I wanted to knock myself out with a hammer. But before I could think about it, I swung the hammer in my hand and smashed it hard on the head of a zombie that rushed over. The sound of the bones breaking made my scalp numb. I ran as fast as I could, aiming for the Hwahan group van that was 10 meters away. I accelerated and almost rushed to the door. There were more and more zombies. I pulled the car door with my left hand and swung the hammer with my right hand, but the door wouldn't open. I pulled it twice, but it still didn't move, and the zombie's rotten arm had already grabbed my sleeve. Damn it! I roared, and decisively swung the hammer in my hand, hitting a zombie on the head. With the help of the force, I jumped up, flipped onto the roof, rolled twice, and climbed down from the other side. Fortunately, the passenger door could still be opened. I quickly got into the car, and just as I was about to close the door, it was stuck. A zombie's hands were clinging to the door frame tightly, with bones exposed, but it still didn't let go. Get out of here! I slammed the car door open and hit the zombie directly in the face. When it leaned back, I closed the door and locked it. Fortunately, the key was still in the car. I stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the front of the car directly knocked several zombies away. The villagers' terrified shouts suddenly rang out in the car, making my head explode. Get out if you shout again! I turned around and yelled, and the carriage suddenly became eerily quiet. I adjusted my breathing, concentrated on controlling the steering wheel, and kept moving the car forward and backward, trying to knock the zombies away and find a way to break out. However, there were too many zombies surrounding them, including half of the villagers and the Hwahan group's security guard who had just died. Many zombies wearing protective clothing were even more difficult to deal with, and it was difficult to even knock them away. I gritted my teeth and persevered, and finally, a passage was opened up ahead. I stepped hard on the accelerator, the wheels rolled over the zombies, the car shook violently, and a low complaint came from behind me. I turned around and glared at them coldly, and everyone shut up immediately. I didn't dare stop and quickly changed the lights to alert Gu Shi, who was hiding in the distance. She immediately rushed out from the bushes and waved at me. I stepped on the brakes, opened the door, and she jumped in. The car did not slow down and turned directly towards the village entrance. "Fasten your seatbelts." I took off my coat and threw it out of the window while driving, but the stench of zombies still lingered. Behind me, a group of zombies were chasing me madly. I gripped the steering wheel tightly and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The car accelerated violently, directly knocking away a large number of zombies and breaking out of the encirclement of Hwahan group. After a while, I finally dared to look back. The remaining cars would probably not last long before being attacked by zombies, but I was powerless because the number of zombies was too terrifying. The car drove onto the highway, and there was a dead silence in the car. No one spoke, only the sound of heavy breathing. When we reached a fork in the road, I stopped the car and turned back to say to the villagers, "If you have relatives in nearby towns or villages, you can get off here. This place is quite far from Xingfu village, and the zombies won't be able to catch up with us for a while." "Why, is there such a thing?" a villager murmured, his voice trembling. Gu Shi and I looked at each other and sighed. "According to our investigation, most people in your village have been injected with Agent X developed by Hwahan Group. This agent is ostensibly for treating cancer, but in fact its composition is more like a parasitic virus. After the host dies, the virus will quickly take over the host's body and drive the corpse to find a new host to spread. Moreover, it can be transmitted through the blood. Even if you have not been bitten by a zombie, as long as you have been injected with Agent X, you will become a zombie after death." The people in the car suddenly changed their expressions. "So," a villager said in a trembling voice, "after we die, we will all become monsters?" "So far, yes," I whispered. "In the past, some people died after being injected with Agent X, but it may be that the virus was still evolving, so there was no zombie transformation at that time. Remember, if someone dies, get away from them immediately or burn them. If you encounter a zombie, smash its head directly, and it will stop moving. Good luck to you." I opened the door of the carriage. Some people chose to go to the next town to inform their relatives, while the rest decided to follow us back to Tahai City. In fact, they had no one to rely on in Tahai City, but they just wanted to follow us closely out of instinct. To be honest, I understand their feelings. I also eagerly want to go back. There are troops in order there, and perhaps I can wait until the antidote appears. Along the way, I never saw the police reinforcements that were supposed to come. This shows that the influence of Hwahan Group has penetrated deep enough. The next morning, we finally returned to Tahai City. The villagers went to look for their relatives and said goodbye to us after thanking us. Perhaps this farewell would be forever. Before leaving, they left me their contact information, but my phone had already been lost in Xingfu village, and all the precious video footage disappeared with it. Gu Shi and I were exhausted. We gave the car to a few villagers who needed it. My first priority was to go home and take a shower. The stench of the zombies was so disgusting that Gu Shi vomited several times along the way. When I got home, I rushed into the bathroom and spent a full hour washing before I felt I was finally clean. I stood in front of the mirror and checked myself carefully, not out of narcissism, but to make sure I had no wounds. After everything was done, I slumped down on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and went over the past few days' experiences in my mind. It was too unreal. Zombies actually existed, and were so close. I can't remember how many zombies' heads I smashed with my own hands. 3-5 I've hit countless zombies with cars. Does this count as murder? My mind was in a mess. I was able to stay calm in the crisis, but now when I think about it, I am really scared. If I was walking in front of the Wang family ancestral hall at that time, I would probably be the one torn to pieces. I shook my head violently, trying to get rid of these chaotic thoughts, picked up the landline at home, and called Editor-in-Chief Wang. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. Editor-in-Chief Wang's voice was dazed as if he had just woken up. "Who is this?" Editor-in-Chief, it's me, Su Yang, I said in a low voice. Su Yang? There was a sudden noise on the other end of the line, as if he had gotten up and walked outside, and then the voice lowered a lot. Where are you? Why can't you get through to Gu Shi on the phone? Did you gain anything from this trip? I took a deep breath and told him the horrific details of the experience. Finally, I couldn't help but say, the Huahan group's car used strong lights to attract zombies, but it won't last long. If we take action now, we may be able to control the situation. I see. Editor-in-Chief Wang interrupted me, his tone strangely calm. You should take a rest first. I will handle this matter. The phone call was disconnected. My heart sank. Editor Wang's attitude was so wrong. These were zombies. Half of the village had been destroyed, but he just brushed it off lightly, and he wasn't even surprised at all after hearing it. I sat back on the sofa, and a terrible thought flashed through my mind. What if Editor-in-Chief Wang was a member of the Huahan group from the beginning? Just as I was thinking, there was a sudden knock on the door. The sudden knock on the door abruptly woke me up from my deep thoughts. I hadn't figured out the previous inference yet, but a sense of uneasiness rose in my heart. I held my breath, slowly took off my slippers, tiptoed to the door, and quietly peeked outside through the peephole. There were 3 or 5 people standing outside the door, spreading out to the sides, leaving only one person standing in front. He was holding a box in his hand, pretending to be a delivery man, but their identities were already self-evident. My heart tightened. I bent down to pick up my shoes, tiptoed back to the bedroom, quickly took out my spare phone, stuffed all the cash and cards I could carry into my backpack, and then went to the storage room behind the kitchen. Fortunately, each unit in this building is equipped with a fire door that leads directly to the stairwell. I held my breath and turned the door handle, carefully pushing it open a gap, and the stairwell was silent. They didn't know the existence of this exit. I took the opportunity to step out and walk down the stairs as lightly as possible. The distance between the door and the staircase was not far, and if I made any noise, it would probably be noticed. I suppressed my nervousness and quietly went down 2 floors before quickening my pace and rushing down the stairs, heading out of the community. I don't know what's going on upstairs now. Maybe they've managed to break in. There's a white van parked at the entrance of the community with Huahan Group printed on it. My photo must have been spread throughout their internal system. As soon as the driver saw me, he immediately pushed the door open and rushed over. I pretended not to notice, and the moment he approached, I suddenly steadied my body and gave him a fierce right kick straight to his jaw. The man groaned and fell straight to the ground. Without giving it any thought, I quickly bent over to pick up his dropped phone, got into the van, started the engine, and drove away. The first thing I did was to call Gu Shi. Gu Shi, hurry up! I lowered my voice. Editor-in-Chief Wang is in cahoots with Huahan Group. They sent people to arrest me, and I guess they won't let you go. Go downstairs immediately and wait for me at the supermarket opposite your community. I'll be there in 5 minutes. After the call ended, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huahan Group was eager to arrest me, not only to silence me, but also to get information from me about the whereabouts of those villagers. Earlier, I hinted to Editor Wang on the phone that I knew where the survivors of Happiness Village were. Now Huahan Group must have sent people to wipe out the zombies in Cancer Village. As for the villagers who knew about it, how can their lives compare to the interests of a huge business empire? Thinking of this, I gripped the steering wheel tightly and increased the speed. On the way to pick up Gu Shi, I took a detour to withdraw enough cash just in case. 5 minutes later, the car drove into the entrance of the supermarket opposite her community. Gu Shi walked out quickly, carrying a backpack and a few bags of drinks and bread in his hands. I rolled down the window and whistled at her, and she immediately got in the car and fastened her seatbelt. I was about to speak when I suddenly caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye 2 vehicles exactly the same as the van I was driving speeding into the entrance of her community. They're coming! I stepped on the accelerator and the car roared into the traffic. Our current goal is to leave Tahai City first, I said in a deep voice. My eyes were sharp. As long as we are still within the control of Huahan Group, we may be caught at any time. After driving onto the highway, we finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Shi's face was a little pale, and she was obviously shocked by this sudden change. What should we do next? She asked in a low voice. I pondered for a moment and said, Let's go to the area around Xingfu village to find a place to stay. That's where the zombie outbreak first occurred. If Wuhan Group wants to cover it up, it will probably take a lot of effort. After a pause, I continued my analysis. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. When we get to the next town, we will change cars and lower our target. Gu Shi sighed, his eyes dimmed. I want to go home. She is not from Tahai City. Like millions of other young people with dreams, she entered her dream industry after graduating from university. I entered the industry 2 years earlier than she did, and like her, I hope to change the world with my professional ability and sense of justice. Editor-in-Chief Wang, who has always been a journalist I admire, has now become a pawn of capital. I gripped the steering wheel tightly and said calmly, "The death of Zhang Qingshan, chairman of Wuhan Group, does not mean that the company will collapse. It is an economic entity involving huge interests and will continue to operate. We are the obstacle in their attempt to cover up the truth. They are doing their best to erase the impact, and we must work hard to create an impact." Gu Shi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Disgusting. The car passed through several towns, but we didn't dare to stop for too long. We only stopped briefly at gas stations and rest areas along the way, and even ate in the car. Gu Shi used his old phone to buy 2 new phone cards. Our original phone was lost, so contacting friends became a problem. We decided to seek help from relatives and friends. Gu Shi called home and told his family everything, asking them to print leaflets as much as possible in the local area to spread the truth. I used my professional skills to write news reports and send them to some trusted friends via text messages, trying to tear open the cover-up of the Wuhan Group. However, when I tried to log into my social accounts, I found that all of them were blocked. Wuhan Group and Editor-in-Chief Wang have already set up the plan. I sneered. We turned off our phones to avoid being tracked. In the evening, we finally arrived at Lishui town, where Xingfu village is located, and changed to an ordinary car at the car rental company in the town to avoid attracting attention, and then checked into a small hotel. After washing up, I was exhausted. After reminding Gu Shi to turn off the phone, I fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Gu Shi knocked on the door with breakfast. I woke up early and went to the morning market. The town was relatively quiet. People didn't seem to know about the zombie incident in Xingfu village, but... She paused. Police cars patrolled frequently. I frowned. 2 policemen died in Xingfu village. They called for backup. The police must have some information. However, we must go one step further and get solid evidence. As long as we can take pictures of Wuhan Group capturing zombies, this matter can no longer be covered up. We drove to Qianjin Township. However, as soon as we entered the town, my heart sank. The streets were deserted, and although the shops were open, they were empty. Garbage was piled up everywhere, as if no one had cleaned it up for a long time. When we came here a few days ago, it was still functioning normally. How come it turned into a dead town in just a few days? I gripped the steering wheel tightly and muttered, "Something's wrong." Chapter 8: Encirclement. I slowed down and tried to observe the surrounding situation. Suddenly, I saw a few cars from the Wuhan Group in front of me. They were parked in front of the only decent hotel in Qianjin Township. However, there was no one around. I carefully parked the car on the side of the road without turning off the engine. I planned to go over to check. It was so quiet here, so quiet that it was scary. "Don't get out of the car. Hold this." I reached for a hatchet that I had bought in the town ahead from the back seat of the car and handed it to Gu Shi. She hesitated for a moment but took it and held it tightly in her arms. I picked up an iron rod. When I was in Xingfu village, I found that the zombies would die if their heads were pierced. The length, weight, and sharpness of this iron rod are very good. If it doesn't work, I can swing it and use it as a stick. I slowly got out of the car and looked around. I still didn't see anyone, and there was no movement in the cars of Wuhan Group. I slowly approached along the street and took a quick look into the car. There was nothing. I opened the trunk and found some remaining equipment, protective clothing and forks. They should be specially used to deal with zombies. This kind of fork has a retractable steel ring in the front, which is generally used to subdue vicious dogs or large carnivores. It is also suitable for dealing with zombies. I weighed it in my hand and threw it aside. There were cans of unknown liquid in the car, perhaps some kind of chemical reagent. I didn't dare to open them casually. There were not many valuable things in the car, but I found an arm-long electric baton under the seat. When I pressed the button, the front end emitted blue electric sparks, and it was full of electricity. I picked up the baton and held it in my hands, and quietly moved towards the hotel with the iron rod in one hand and the electric baton in the other. I looked through the glass outside and saw that the inside was still deserted and empty. I didn't dare to go through the revolving door, so I pushed open the side door next to it and went in. I held the iron rod upside down in my left hand and the electric baton in my right hand and looked around. The computer at the front desk was turned off, but the air conditioner in the room was on. There was blood under the chair at the front desk, and a series of bloody footprints extended inside. Something terrible must have happened here. Murder? Or zombies? I don't know where I got the courage from, but I tiptoed forward along the footprints. The corridor was quiet, but more and more bloodstains and footprints continued to spread deeper. The bloody footprints had completely dried up. I continued to follow the bloody footprints and found that they had spread to the stairwell, where there were relatively less bloodstains. I looked up along the gap in the stairs, but there was no one there. I hesitated whether to continue going up. After hesitating for a while, curiosity overcame fear. After all, I had even seen zombies, so there was nothing to be afraid of. This hotel has 3 floors in total. The second floor was also empty, and many doors were open. I moved along the wall to the door and took a quick look inside. There was no one there. There were clothes and purses scattered on the bed, and a laptop on the table. It didn't look like they had any plans to leave. Something must have happened suddenly that caused them to not even take their personal belongings with them. When I reached the stairs on the 3rd floor, I vaguely heard some sound from upstairs. I hurriedly held my breath and pressed tightly against the wall beside the stairs. The sound from upstairs was a bit dull, like footsteps, or like heavy collisions, but there was no shouting or crying, as if there were no living people upstairs. My heart beat faster, and I could hear it pounding with every step I took. It felt like I had walked forever to walk those dozen or so stairs. There was more blood on the stairs from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. Unlike the 1st and 2nd floors, the blood here had not yet completely coagulated. The tragedy must have happened not long ago. Finally, I reached the 3rd floor. I gritted my teeth and slowly leaned my head towards the wall. A pale, bloodless face with bulging eyeballs and torn ears was only 10 centimeters away from me. Ah! I screamed in fright and jumped to the side. Then I could see the corridor on the 3rd floor clearly. There were hundreds of zombies densely packed there, attacking the innermost rooms. After hearing my screams, they all turned around and stared at me. Among them are former hotel front desk cashiers, hotel cleaners, and more guests from different places. They have one thing in common, that is, they have all turned into zombies, and many of them are wearing Hwahan group work clothes. After a brief moment of daze, I rushed down the stairs without looking back. The zombies behind me roared and all turned around to follow me down. There were too many zombies and the door of the stairwell was a bit narrow, so the zombies were stuck together, giving me precious time to escape. However, the zombies behind me were too strong, and the zombies in front were pushed out one by one, rolling down the stairs, and got up again after a while to chase me. I didn't dare to be careless and ran down the stairs without looking back. Suddenly, 2 zombies appeared in front of me. They looked like villagers from Tianjin Township. When I arrived, the entire street and the hotel were empty. How did they get out? Oh no, Gu Shi! I yelled and activated the electric baton in my hand and pressed it directly against the head of a zombie. The huge electric current instantly repelled it, and it fell to the ground, shaking for a long time without being able to fight. There were only 2 zombies that I could deal with. I poked the iron rod in my left hand into the eyes of another zombie without hesitation, splashing a pool of disgusting juice. The 2 zombies delayed me for a bit, and I heard the footsteps of more zombies behind me. I didn't dare to stop, so I pulled out the iron rod and continued to run down. When I reached the hall, I stopped suddenly and controlled my body to rush forward. Now there were 7 or 8 zombies wandering aimlessly in the empty hall. I didn't know where they came from, and when they saw me, they slowly surrounded me. From this angle, I couldn't see outside, and I didn't know what happened to Gu Shi who stayed in the car. If I didn't leave immediately, I would have no chance. I gritted my teeth and rushed towards the zombie closest to me. The effect of the electric baton was already very obvious. I directly stunned the zombie in front of me, and then used the same method to knock down the 2 zombies that pounced on me from behind. Just when I thought I could easily break out of this encirclement, the electric baton suddenly failed. My baton was against the zombie's chest. I pressed the switch hard, but there was no response. I swear I definitely saw a mocking expression on the zombie's face. In a critical moment, I jumped up and swung the electric baton to smash its head. "Damn it, I'll kill you even without electricity!" I cursed. Behind me, I heard the sound of a large number of zombies coming down the stairs. Due to the crowd of zombies at the back, the pace of the zombies in front quickened a lot. My physical strength was almost exhausted after rushing all the way here, and it was impossible for me to kill all the remaining 4-limbed zombies in front of me. I quickly glanced at the hall, decisively flipped over the front desk, lifted the chair behind the front desk and smashed it out. The 2 chairs successfully blocked the route of the 4 zombies. I took the opportunity to rush out of the side door as fast as possible, then turned over and closed the door. I looked back at where we parked our car previously, and couldn't help but gasp. There were at least 20 zombies surrounding our car, and I couldn't see what was happening to Gu-Shi inside. The car we rented was a very ordinary configuration and could not withstand the crazy beating of 20 zombies. Gu-Shi only had a hand axe in his hand, and it was unlikely that he could open the car door and fight the zombies. I looked around anxiously, and a plan came to my mind. I swung the iron bar in my hand and started hitting the van of Hwahan group parked in front of the hotel. The clanging sound of metal immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. This was an extremely risky approach. Judging from what happened in the hotel just now, all the residents of Qianjin Township might have been turned into zombies. It took only 2 days from Xingfu Village to Qianjin Township for everyone to be turned into zombies. Either the large group of zombies near Xingfu Village suddenly quickened their pace, or there were people in Qianjin Township who were injected with Agent X and turned into zombies, causing the entire township to be turned into zombies in a short period of time. Whatever the reason, Qianjin Township's connection with the outside world had been completely cut off. As I knocked hard on the van, the 20 or so zombies finally focused their attention on me and slowly surrounded me. I discovered a characteristic of the zombies. Their eyes should not be of much use anymore, and they mainly rely on sound and smell to identify prey. Their movements will be very slow when the distance is far, but once they enter the range of their sense of smell, the movement and attack speed of these zombies will increase greatly. I carefully led them towards the van, while stealing a glance at the car they had surrounded earlier. The windshield of the car was cracked, but the door was intact, so Gu-Shi should not be injured. I knocked and retreated, and after the zombies were some distance away from the car, I picked up those unknown chemicals from the van and threw them all out. Bottles and jars hit the zombies and broke on the ground. Many zombies were emitting white smoke from corrosion and a pungent smell. I was prepared. I wet my sleeves with the mineral water in the van and covered my nose with it. I rushed back to the car from the other side. The zombies in the hotel had also come out one after another and started to gather together and chase in my direction. I rushed into the car and found Gu-Shi curled up and shivering under the back seat. She was holding the axe tightly, her whole body was as dry as a sieve, and her face was covered with tears. Okay, don't cry. It will be too late if you don't leave now. I hurried to comfort Gu-Shi. I can understand her feelings. If I were surrounded by dozens of zombies in the car, I would have had a mental breakdown long ago. Gu-Shi is just a girl who just graduated from college. It is amazing that she can maintain her sanity after experiencing so much horror. I thought you were dead, Gu-Shi said sobbingly. I patted her head and said, "You almost made it out alive. Okay, sit tight." I quickly reversed the car to shake off the zombie that had already pounced in front of the car, and then hit another one that came from nowhere from behind. I stepped on the accelerator and backed out directly. All the people in the village turned into zombies. Even if the Hwahan group has all the power and eyes, it can't hide it. What's more, the phone in Gu-Shi's hand has been recording the whole time, and it should have collected a lot of evidence. Just as I was about to drive away, I suddenly heard a faint cry for help from above my head. I rolled down the window and looked back. It turned out that the voice came from the rooftop of the 3rd floor of the hotel. There were actually survivors. Chapter 9 Lost Contact. The zombies behind us were still chasing us. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't turn back to save them. It seemed that they were chased by the zombies all the way to the 3rd floor and then climbed to the top terrace. Just now, when I entered the hotel to explore, I alarmed the zombies and led them all down, giving them a chance of survival. I wanted to open the car window so that I could hear more clearly. The third floor is not very high, and I could hear their shouting more clearly while they were lying on the edge of the terrace. I could see that they were in pretty good condition. "We are staff of Huahan Group. Come and save us. We will give you a lot of money." "From Huahan Group," the people on the terrace shouted at the top of their lungs. I was still thinking about how to lure the zombies away so that they could have a chance to escape, but after hearing their words, I stepped on the accelerator without hesitation and sped away. "Just ignore them?" She asked with some reluctance. "All the zombies we saw were caused by them. If it weren't for them, so many people wouldn't have died. I have already lured all the zombies out of the hotel. Whether they can escape depends on their own abilities. I don't want to take risks because of such people," I said calmly. She nodded in agreement. My car had not been driving out for long when it came to an emergency brake. The previous hotel was located at the northernmost end of Tianjin Township. When I came here, the streets were empty without a single person. Now the way back has been blocked by a large number of zombies. The only road is full of zombies. If I was driving a tank, I might have a chance to rush through, but this rented second-hand car has no chance. "What should I do? I can't go back," she said nervously. "We have no choice but to take a detour and head towards Xingfu village. The zombies there should have dispersed. Let's find a way to send out what happened here first. Fasten your seatbelts." I turned around on the spot, and while there weren't too many zombies chasing us from behind, I rushed left and right to break out of the encirclement, and rushed out of Tianjin Township at full speed. I breathed a sigh of relief after getting on the national highway. I could vaguely see sporadic zombies wandering aimlessly in the woods and fields along the roadside. I couldn't help but feel a little chilly. "So many people have all turned into zombies in such a short time," I said in shock. "I think most of the people sent by Huahan Group are dead. Things are out of control. Huahan Group can no longer cover it up. Let's go to Xingfu village to pick up our phones and quickly report what happened here." We drove along the national highway all the way to Xingfu village. Just as I guessed, the earliest batch of zombies in Xingfu village had completely dispersed. The road was empty. The Huahan Group's convoy was still parked at the original intersection. There were several zombie corpses on the road. They should have been knocked down by me and the Huahan Group that day and never had a chance to stand up again. There is no doubt that the villagers who were locked in the van had their doors opened by the zombies in the end. Looking at the empty van, I knew that they had all turned into a zombie army, and I didn't know where they were wandering. Tianjin Township had completely fallen. I didn't know whether the villagers who went to the surrounding villages and towns to call the police at the fork in the road that day were safe, and whether they and their relatives and friends had successfully escaped from this area. I drove slowly into Xingfu village. Although there was no sign of any zombies in sight, I was still very careful and did not stop the car. I saw the police car and the half-broken pickup truck I had driven out earlier. We drove all the way to the gate of the Wang family compound, observed left and right for a while, and then got out of the car after making sure there were no zombies. The blood in the yard had already solidified, the guard dog had been bitten to death by the zombies, and the chickens and pigs were not spared either. The strange thing was that these animals did not become zombies. I saw Shi and my cell phones on the ground. They were out of power. We went back to the village committee and found the bag we brought with us, took out the charger and started charging. As soon as I turned on my phone, I received countless messages, including text messages and missed call reminders, some from familiar people and some from unfamiliar people. It seemed that Editor-in-Chief Wang and Huahan Group really wanted to find me. I opened the address book and called my college classmate. Although we were in the same major, he did not work in this industry, but became an internet celebrity with more than 1 million fans on social platforms. I had thought it through before coming here. This was the only way to expose the matter. I would then let him use his influence to help me spread the news and say it was an anonymous fan submission. In the end, I wouldn't have much responsibility. The man on the phone thought I was joking, so I sent him the video directly via my phone. Not long after, he called me back and almost yelled at me to find a place to hide. I felt very warm in my heart because I knew he was worried about me and would definitely not betray me. Shi and I contacted several other reliable friends, and within a few hours we were able to spread the news about what happened in Wangjiayuan and Qianjin Township. Before long, she saw a massive amount of reposts on the social networking platform. This kind of bizarre and terrifying news always attracts people's attention, and posts are deleted quickly, but not as fast as the spread. Netizens have begun to angrily circle government accounts in various places to find out what happened. Our video was purely recorded with a mobile phone, without any special effects. In particular, Guxi's video also contained her screams and helpless cries, as well as her tearful face as she spoke to the video. I felt pity for her. Even if I were not the person involved, I would choose to believe her. Currently, her video is the most circulated on social platforms. This is the most explosive information dissemination I have ever seen. In the shortest time, all major government accounts expressed their intention to investigate immediately. Done, our mission is accomplished. I lay on the Kong in the village committee and breathed a long sigh of relief. Guxi also lay down and said in confusion, "What should we do next?" "Wait," I said helplessly. "Wait for the relevant departments and Huahan Group to finish their game. Wait for more truth to come out. Wait until all the zombies are cleared and those people with hidden dangers are monitored and isolated. There are 30 million people in the world who have received regular injections, and we don't know how many are not registered. There are also counterfeit drugs. The number of people involved is definitely more than we imagined. Is it too late for us?" Guxi's voice was a little hollow. "I don't know either. I don't know how to answer this question. So don't wait until it's too late to do some things," Guxi suddenly said, then slowly turned sideways and sat up, slowly lying on my chest. She stared at me nervously, as if testing my feelings. Her beautiful face had a shy smile, her bright eyes seemed to contain the entire starry sky, and her slightly open mouth exhaled a sweet breath. I kissed her gently without any hesitation. This was what she wanted, and what I wanted even more. It was something I had fantasized about for a long time but had never said out loud. I also didn't expect that she and I would have the deepest connection on the earthen Kong in the countryside. I hugged her hot body and rolled around on the spacious earthen Kong. Her sweet voice stimulated me to give my all again and again, as if there were only the two of us left in this world, forgetting about Huahan Group, forgetting about the zombies, and forgetting about everything. After a long time, the only sound in the room was satisfied panting. She leaned in my arms like a little bird. It was getting dark, but neither she nor I wanted to get up. Our phones had vibrated hundreds of times, but we were too lazy to even take a look. We wished it could go on like this forever. Gurgle. Guxi's stomach suddenly rumbled, and then she turned around with a blushing face. "Haha, you must be hungry. I'll cook for you." I patted her but with a smile, got up and found a lot of ingredients in the village committee's kitchen. I fried 2 simple dishes and steamed a pot of rice. This is the most delicious meal we have had recently. We don't have to run away at any time, nor do we have to worry about a zombie suddenly rushing over and biting us to death while we are eating. "Do you know what we should do?" I asked while clearing the dishes. Guxi's face turned slightly red, and she looked at me with a probing look. I instantly understood what she meant, and said with a smile, "Let's continue that later, you little bitch. You are the lustful one, then tell me what you want to do." Guxi quickly changed the subject. "We should stockpile some food. I mean, if the world really ends, the biggest problem isn't the zombies all over the streets, but the lack of enough food and water. When the world stops producing, we'll starve to death even if we're not bitten to death by zombies," I said with a smile. "I hope that day won't come," Guxi murmured. No one knew that Guxi and I were hiding in Xingfu village except the people we trusted the most. We would pull out our SIM cards every day and only log in for a short period of time to contact our families to make sure they were safe. We would also pay attention to the public opinion on the internet. As expected, public opinion had been suppressed, major government accounts were hesitant about the follow-up, and many people's accounts had been banned. But this matter is simply impossible to suppress. Every day, countless people are still questioning the progress of the zombie incident, and more people are questioning the Huahan Group. Unfortunately, we dare not turn on our phones for too long for fear of being located and getting into trouble. Ironically, the group of zombies that walked out of Xingfu village and the large number of zombies in Qianjin Township have become our protectors. Even if someone wants to come in, they have to face the obstruction of the zombies outside first. What we lack most now is time. Gu Shi and I enjoyed a rare quiet period in Xingfu village. There were only 2 of us in the whole village. We had electricity, water, and television. Each household had a lot of food stored, as well as all kinds of fresh fruits and vegetables. It was simply a life like God's. We have been living in Xingfu village for a month. It's not that we are addicted to this kind of life. The large number of zombies outside Qianjin Township are our barriers, but they are also our roadblocks. Although there are other paths to leave, it is easy to encounter greater risks if we walk around rashly without knowing the situation. However, we had to leave because our cell phones had not received any signals since 5 days ago. Our contact with the outside world was suddenly cut off. At first we thought it was just an ordinary failure, and we waited patiently. However, there was no sign of improvement for 5 consecutive days. I realized that something very bad had happened. Chapter 10: Empty City. Gu Shi and I began to feel uneasy. I climbed to the roof with my phone, but there was still no signal. It was sometimes intermittent before, but now it was completely disconnected. I climbed down from the roof dejectedly, looked at Gu Shi and said helplessly, "It's time for our reclusive life to end. There's no signal on the phone and the TV is also disconnected. We are now deaf and blind. I always have a bad feeling." Gu Shi looked at the village committee with some reluctance. Our life had been really comfortable recently, guessing every day how many people from the Huahan group had been killed and how many zombies the government had dealt with. But suddenly we were completely isolated from the world. Gu Shi and I started packing up, taking everything we might need on the road. I even went out of the village to get 2 sets of simple protective clothing from the Huahan group's van. This type of protective clothing is very light, unlike the heavy ones worn by the Huahan group's thugs before. It can effectively prevent being scratched by the zombies' claws without delaying the action. We steamed some buns and took them with us, as well as plenty of clean water. I didn't know how long I would be wandering outside before I could return to Tahai City, so it was always better to be prepared. I found a whetstone and sharpened the front end of my iron chisel, and also sharpened Gu Shi's hand axe. Although she didn't need to rush into the zombies with me, she still needed to have a certain self-protection ability so that she would not be helpless in unexpected situations. After making these basic preparations, we chose a car again. The best choice was of course the van of Huahan Group, but it had been idle for a while and could not be started. Gu Shi and I could only rummage around in the village to find a hose to get gasoline to fill up the police car. We also stored a tank of gasoline as a backup. Before leaving, we tried to think of what we could bring with us. It was not that we were cost-conscious, but we both had a bad feeling and were reluctant to leave here. Gu Shi looked at me hesitantly, and I knew what she was thinking. I pulled her into my arms and held her tightly. It took us a long time to separate from each other. There was a determination in her eyes that I saw for the first time. "Let's go," I whispered. Not long after leaving Xingfu village, we returned to the national highway. This time, there were many more zombies wandering in the countryside than more than a month ago. According to my assumption, shouldn't the zombies in Qianjin Township and the surrounding areas have been cleared out by now? Why are there more zombies? After driving for 2 hours, we arrived near Qianjin Township. I slowed down involuntarily and asked in surprise, "Did I remember the wrong way? Shouldn't Qianjin Township be here?" Gu Shi also looked around in confusion, took out his phone to check the time, and said uncertainly, "Based on the driving time and speed, we should have been able to see the outline of Qianjin Township. Why is the road ahead flat?" A strong sense of uneasiness welled up in my heart, and I couldn't help but speed up. This time when we got closer, we finally saw the Qianjin Township. To be precise, it should be the former Qianjin Township. Although the economy here is not good, the scale is not large, and the population is not large, it is still a township with many houses and thousands of buildings. Now they are all gone. Only some lonely willow trees were left, some had been cut down and lay by the roadside, waiting to die, and some were shaking their heads listlessly in the breeze. What happened here?" I stopped the car and said in disbelief. Gu Shi also got out of the car, holding the axe tightly in his hand. Just like me, he couldn't believe what he saw. Qianjin Township was razed to the ground? Who has such great ability? It certainly couldn't have been the Huahan group, so it must have been the government. Why did they have to raze this place to the ground? What happened after we left? Unfortunately, no one could answer us. Those former houses seemed to have been knocked down by heavy machinery, leaving only ruins. Could it be that the zombies here in Tianjin Township are no longer something that ordinary manpower can deal with, so the government dispatched heavy machinery to directly flatten it, taking the zombies with it? I speculated as I looked at the devastated ruins of Tianjin Township. This was the only possibility I could think of. But it still doesn't make sense. Since Tianjin Township was razed to the ground, why didn't we see any outsiders in Xingfu Village? You know, the earliest video we released clearly marked the location. Another purpose of our hiding in Xingfu Village was to wait for the government's cleanup team to come, and then return to Tahai City under their protection, but we never waited. This place is a bit weird, let's go. I looked at the phone in my hand, and there was still no signal. That ominous feeling came over me again. Gu Shi and I quickly got back into the car, started the car and continued driving along the national highway. However, we were forced to stop again after not long. The originally flat and unobstructed aisle now had a barbed wire fence. Not only the national highway, but also the surrounding farmland had long barbed wire fences, as if it was a cage that trapped us inside. Although the barbed wire looked new, it already had quite a few cracks. I got out of the car and walked up to take a closer look. The stakes near the cracks were seriously tilted, probably destroyed by a huge force. There was also a lot of cloth and dark brown bloodstains in the middle of the broken barbed wire. "What do you think?" I asked Gu Shi, who was observing carefully from the side. "I think the government sent people to destroy everything but failed to cause a devastating blow to the zombies. They could only set up a barbed wire fence to temporarily block the zombies' movement speed. However, time was short and the barbed wire fence was not strong enough. The zombies still rushed through it. In front." Gu Shi suddenly couldn't continue. "In front of us is a town that is many times larger than Tianjin Township. The cities ahead are getting bigger and bigger, and finally it is Tahai City. I don't know how long it has been since the zombies rushed over here, and where they have reached now." I felt annoyed and kicked the barbed wire hard. After venting my anger, I went back to the car, got out the tools, and completely cut the cracked wire mesh. Then I used the iron bar as a lever to pry open the wire mesh to create a gap big enough for our car to pass through. "We have to return to Tahai City as soon as possible. This area is too dangerous. Now everything is just our guess. We must find a place with a signal to contact the outside world and see what is happening," I said anxiously. Gu Shi nodded, and we drove faster along the national highway. When we passed the next town, we found that it was the same as when we first came to Tianjin Township. The whole town was empty, the sky was a little cloudy, and the strong wind before the rainstorm blew up the scattered garbage on the streets. It was unusually empty and desolate. The situation in this town is a little different from the last time we visited Tianjin Township. There are hardly any cars parked in this town, making the streets of the entire town seem even wider and lonelier. It looked like all the people who could walk had voluntarily left the town, leaving nothing behind. The supermarkets and restaurants on the streets were all closed. It seemed that they left in a planned manner, unlike Tianjin Township, which was completely conquered by zombies in a very short period of time. The lack of information and the sudden crisis meant that the people of Tianjin Township had no time to resist before they became the walking dead. A rainstorm is coming, and there is no way to travel in this weather, but I dare not stop the car and find a place to rest. Who knows if there are a large number of zombies staying in the dark places of the city? Although there are no cars on the street, which means that the people here have voluntarily moved away, who knows how many zombies passing by choose to stay here? The weather was getting worse and worse, and I was faced with a difficult decision. I looked at Gu Shi, and although her expression was calm, her eyes were full of worry. "Let's stay here first. You follow me and we'll be careful," I whispered. Gu Shi nodded, and I slowly parked the car next to a supermarket with a rolling door. After getting out of the car, Gu Shi held the hand axe in one hand and tightly grasped the corner of my clothes with the other hand. We tiptoed towards the supermarket, and I gently knocked on the rolling door rhythmically, repeating it every few seconds. If there were still people inside who had not left, they would definitely notice that there were humans outside. Unfortunately, no one responded. The lock under the rolling door was a very ordinary door lock. I pried it open with an iron rod without making much noise. I gently lifted the rolling door up 1 meter. I bent down and peeked inside. It was such luck. I didn't know if the owner of this supermarket left in a hurry, The glass door inside was not locked, and he just lowered the rolling door outside. I hurriedly pulled Gu Shi in, lowered the rolling door, and locked the glass door from the inside. After closing the rolling door, the light in the room was very dim. We felt for the light switch by the door and breathed a sigh of relief after turning it on. It was very safe here. The windows on both sides were blocked by iron bars, and there were rolling shutters inside the house, which could effectively block the light from leaking out. The only place where light could come in and out was a small window on the back wall. I hurried over to block it with a cardboard box in the corner. The shelves in the supermarket were still neatly arranged, but there were not many goods left. It seemed that the owner of this supermarket took as many supplies as possible when he left. "Ha!" Gu Shi suddenly exclaimed in delight and found an electric kettle in the corner. We had been running all the way and didn't even have a sip of hot water. There were still a lot of instant noodles, sausages and other things in the supermarket that we hadn't had time to take away, enough for us to have a hot meal to replenish our energy. Gu Shi happily went to boil water for instant noodles, and I started to inspect the supermarket carefully with the iron rod. The supermarket had a large space, and there was a storage room at the back with the door open. At a glance, I could see that most of the things inside had been moved out. There were not many valuable things left in the room except for some scattered snacks. Even the cash register at the door was wide open, without a single coin left. I didn't check carefully because I was too tired. The electric kettle began to make a crackling sound, and I leaned casually against the wall. The most uncomfortable thing now was not the physical fatigue, but the mental one. Without a mobile phone signal, we could not receive messages from relatives and friends, let alone know whether they were safe. The only thing we can do now is to return to Tahai City as soon as possible to see what happened, how different it is from what we guessed, and whether more patients who were injected with X drug have become unwell or even turned into zombies, and whether the government has immediately contacted the international community to isolate those patients who were also injected with X drug. With these puzzled questions in mind, I leaned against the wall and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I slept when I suddenly woke up. It seemed that I had missed an important question. I opened my eyes and found that Gu Shi's water had boiled and he was making instant noodles there. The aroma was so fragrant, but I turned my head directly to the storage room. The door of this supermarket is very narrow, but the shelves inside are very wide. How did so many huge boxes get in? When I glanced at the storage room just now, I didn't look carefully. I hurriedly rushed over with a pickaxe, and sure enough, there was a door at the innermost part of the storage room, which led directly to the open space behind the supermarket. Just as I rushed to the door, a gust of wind suddenly blew open the door that was not closed tightly. Then a flash of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the earth as bright as day. A dozen zombies who had been wandering at the back door for who knows how long turned their heads and stared at me at the same time, then rushed into the house at the same time. Chapter 11: The Fallen City. Accompanied by strong winds and lightning, more than a dozen zombies rushed in from the back door of the storage room at the same time. I ran back without thinking, and did not forget to shout to Gu Shi, "Quick, find something to hold the door open!" I quickly blocked the door of the storage room, and when I looked down, I was furious. The key door bolt was broken, so I could only use my body to block it. I could drag the shelves and the like over, but it was too late. Gu Shi used her slender body to drag a sofa over. The zombies outside the door had already started pushing the door. Fortunately, they didn't use their momentum, but just instinctively wanted to push the door open, otherwise I would have been knocked out. Gu Shi pushed the sofa over to block the attack, and my pressure was reduced a little, but the crisis was still there. I could hear the strong wind outside getting stronger through the doors and windows, and the rain was pouring down. It should be completely dark outside. From this point of view, we don't know how many zombies are hiding in the dark in this town, and we can't even see if there are any zombies at the front door. If we rashly give up resisting here and rush to the front door, we will probably be attacked from both sides. Defending this door is our only way out at the moment. "Come, help me hold it up," I called to Gu Shi, who was still looking for something everywhere. She rushed over to replace me without hesitation. I rushed over as fast as I could and dragged the cigarette container at the door. I yelled and lifted a corner and pressed it directly on the sofa. The weight of the sofa and the container temporarily held up the door. The ordinary wooden door made a series of bang 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 sounds, and I didn't know when it would break. Su-yang, shall we go out through the front door? Gushi asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. No, a storm is coming and it's pitch black outside. Driving out at this time will attract zombies, and it's even more dangerous. Let's find a way to deal with the zombies here first, and then think of a way after the thunderstorm is over. I also said breathlessly. I dragged over a few shelves to block the door tightly. The zombies kept knocking on the door as if they knew no fatigue. I found a piece of wire and a few meters of nylon rope on the ground and tied the door latch tightly. This way the safety factor was much higher. Fortunately, the wall of the storage room was still very strong, and the zombies could not break in. I was so tired that I was sweating all over. I found a corner to sit down. I definitely didn't dare to rest against the door of the storage room. She looked at the tightly sealed door of the storage room cautiously, took a long breath, and brought the softened instant noodles over. We smiled at each other and started eating in big mouthfuls. After the meal, I walked to the door to check it again. There wouldn't be any problems in the short term. You sleep for a while first, I'll take over the night shift, and you can take my place in the second half of the night, I said to Gushi. You've been driving all day and have consumed so much energy. You should go to sleep first, Gushi insisted. I tried to refuse her but couldn't get her to agree, so I had to find a place to lie down and sleep for a while. I never let go of the iron rod in my hand, and didn't let Gushi get too far away from me. Just like she said, I was under too much mental and physical pressure. I fell asleep in less than 30 seconds, and when I woke up, it was pitch black around me. The zombies outside the door seemed to be making less noise. My mind went blank. I sat up and whispered, Cece? I'm here. Gushi lowered his voice and said, I found that they made much less noise after turning off the lights. You should get some more sleep. I'm not sleeping anymore. It's your turn. Come. I lowered my voice, touched Gushi's hand in the dark, and pulled her into my arms so that she could lean more comfortably. Gushi was probably exhausted. She fell into a deep sleep not long after lying on my legs. After her breathing became stable, I gently took off my clothes and put them under her head. I gently stood up and moved around in place for a while, trying not to make any noise. The zombies outside the door were still roaring as if they were craving for flesh and blood, but perhaps because the house was too quiet and there was not a trace of light coming through, they became much more peaceful and stopped pushing the door frantically. I didn't dare get too close for fear of disturbing them, and so I silently guarded Gushi in the howling storm outside the window, until a ray of light began to seep from under the front door. The sky was finally bright and I let out a long sigh. Gushi beside me turned over lazily and mumbled something in a daze about waking up. I sat beside her with amusement and patted her cheek gently, asking her to wake up as gently as possible. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at me. Just as she was about to speak, I gently covered her mouth. Gushi stood up quietly and sorted out the things we were going to take with us. The zombies behind the door seemed to hear the noise in the house and started banging on the door frantically. When it was daybreak, I felt more confident. I picked up the iron bar and knocked on the door and shouted, Stop making noise! I'm leaving now. Gushi glared at me in reproach, picked up the bag and followed me to the front door. We had to hurry and leave here. We had been out of contact with the outside world for a week, and we didn't know what was happening out there. The longer it took, the less safe it would be. I opened the rolling door and saw two zombies wandering at the door. I directly poked a zombie's head with a rod, but my rod got stuck and couldn't be pulled out. The other zombie pounced on me with its fangs bared. Gushi chopped down with her hand axe, but unfortunately it was a little off and hit the zombie's arm. The girl didn't have much strength, so it didn't cause any harm to the zombie. I hurriedly gave up the iron rod in my hand, rushed over and kicked the zombie's chin with a whip kick, making him stagger, then took Gushi's hand axe and chopped down hard. Next time you strike, you must be steady, accurate, and ruthless. Don't have any reservations. They are no longer human. I instructed her and returned the axe to her. She took the hatchet and nodded silently. I kicked another zombie and pulled out the iron rod, rubbed the blood on its body, and walked quickly towards the car with Gushi. The sun had already come out, and groups of zombies began to walk slowly into the street from the alleys, walking aimlessly, as if looking for prey. Time waits for no one. We started the car as soon as we got in. The roar of the car startled the zombies. Before they surrounded me, I rushed out of the encirclement at full speed. I saw at least hundreds of zombies along the way. These should be what was left behind after the zombie army passed by. There must be more zombies ahead. Let's take another route back to Tahai City, I said with some concern. I wonder what's happening in Tahai City now. We did not take the highway, but instead took another national highway and drove dozens of kilometers before returning to Tahai City. When we approached the entrance of Tahai City, my speed dropped immediately. Tahai City has also fallen, I said in a trembling voice. There are a large number of zombies moving slowly at the entrance. It seems that they have been here for a while. I don't know what the situation in the city is. The good news is that we finally have a signal. Messages popped up like a tide, freezing my phone instantly. It took me more than 10 minutes to react. There were tens of thousands of missed calls, text messages, WeChat messages, and notifications. The most numerous were messages from reporters' WeChat group, with more than 20,000 of them. It was impossible for me to read them one by one, so I called home immediately. Fortunately, I heard my mother scolding with a hint of tears on the phone, and I finally felt relieved. She and my father have moved to my hometown, which is located in a remote countryside with few people. It is safe for the time being. But my mother also told me a piece of news. Now zombie incidents are not only happening around Tahai City, but all over the world. Even several countries in Africa have been paralyzed. It has only been a month, and the spread of zombies has exceeded my expectations. Mom, you and Dad must pay attention to safety. If someone dies in the village, be sure to burn the body immediately, and do not bury it. Always keep sharp weapons with you. Zombies will stop attacking people if their bodies are pierced or broken. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself, I said reluctantly. After hanging up the phone, Gushi also finished talking to his family, but he looked a little dazed. I hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Gushi shook his head and said, "I have a cousin who was bitten by a zombie. My family followed the evacuation team organized by the government. There is no danger for the time being. It's just that zombie incidents at home keep popping up one after another, and people are already panicking. It's like this all over the world, not just in China. Let's check the messages on our phones first, and then sort out the current situation," I said anxiously. Our car was parked not far from the entrance to the city. In other words, it was not far from the zombies. We might be discovered at any time. Gushi and I stopped talking and started concentrating on checking the information on our phones and social platforms. Fortunately, China's social platforms are still operating normally. The information here has exploded, and I started to look at it along the timeline. Gushi also sorted it out with me. After looking at it for a long time, we began to exchange the information we got to each other, and only then did we have a general idea of what had happened recently. After we exposed the zombie incidents in Qianjin Township and Xingfu Village, we immediately put up barbed wire fences and demolished buildings near Qianjin Township, and then began to evacuate the residents of Lishui Town. However, we did not expect that the zombies from all the surrounding villages and towns gathered near Qianjin Township and broke through the restrictions of the barbed wire fences overnight. They killed Lishui Town before half of the people in Lishui Town had time to retreat. Then the zombies spread and swept through other villages and towns under the jurisdiction of Tahai City. In addition, zombie crises began to break out in various places, and it didn't take long for a large number of zombies to attack Tahai City. Patients in various regions of China who had been injected with Agent X also began to show symptoms one after another. There were even a few cases where people suddenly went mad without dying or getting injured. There was also an unexpected way of spreading. Some people survived with the help of the Chinese government, but concealed their injuries. When they broke out and turned into zombies, they hurt more people. The zombies spread uncontrollably in various places. However, there is no doubt that Tahai City is a high-risk area. Troops have been dispatched. The main person in charge of Huahan Group has fled abroad. There is no report on the progress of vaccine development yet. Just when I was having a headache from all the information, the zombies near the city entrance finally spotted us and began to slowly but firmly walk towards us. Chapter 12: Breaking Out of the Siege. According to various news reports, Tahai City has not fallen completely, but zombies have occupied 1/3 of the city and are currently advancing slowly. Tahai City is very large, and 1/3 of the city area is already terrifying. In addition, Tahai City has a special terrain. The transportation in the city is very developed, but the city is located in a terrain surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. To be precise, there is only one direction to enter and exit. Now this direction is surrounded by layers of zombies. Except for those who have the foresight to leave early, most of them are trapped in the city. In addition to sharing self-rescue methods and self-defense techniques on social platforms, the most discussed issue is how long Tahai City, which is surrounded by zombies, can hold out. There are zombie riots everywhere, and there are too many zombies in Tahai City. Even if the army is sent to clear them out, it will not be completed in a short time. If there is no guarantee that every shot will hit the head, weapons of mass destruction are the best choice. However, there are still many innocent citizens in Tahai City. Looking at the zombies rushing towards us, I quickly analyzed the current situation in my mind. It was difficult to advance, and where could we retreat to? Should we retreat back to Xingfu village and hide there for the rest of our lives? I started the car slowly and backed up slowly. She looked ahead silently without making a sound to disturb my meditation. At this moment, a loud whistle suddenly sounded from behind me, and then a military armored truck drove up and stopped next to us. A soldier, about 27 or 28 years old, with a flat head, thick eyebrows and big eyes, looked honest and kind, but with an extremely determined look in his eyes, stuck his head out of the window of the armored vehicle. "Hey, are you going to Tahai City? Do you want me to give you a ride? I'm delivering supplies." He spoke Mandarin with a heavy nasal accent. I haven't thought about it yet." I smiled bitterly. "What are you thinking about? Get in the car. Your small car definitely can't get in, but mine can. There are these ghost things everywhere. Even though Tahai City is surrounded, it is still safe for the time being. They will come to pick you up and leave soon. If you have any unfinished business, get in the car," he said with a simple smile. She and I looked at each other and decided that it was not a good idea to stay away from the crowd at this time. I gritted my teeth, got out of the car quickly, knocked down 2 zombies with 2 consecutive hits, and protected Shi onto the armored truck. "Thanks, brother. What's your name?" I said gratefully. "My name is Wang De. I'm the transport platoon leader of the Lin County Garrison. Today I happened to receive a mission to transport supplies. The back carriage is full of ammunition and weapons to support our brothers in Tahai City." He smiled and patted the back seat. My heart immediately calmed down, and I said while fastening my seat belt, "My name is Su Yang, this is Shi, we are reporters from Tahai Daily. If I had known you earlier, we wouldn't have to dodge in that broken car, we could have just run it over." Wang De smiled naively and said, "It's a pity that support is needed everywhere now. This time I came here to deliver the supplies to Tahai City and then I have to go to the next place. After these zombies are cleared, we can have a drink." This Wang De gave me a very good impression. He is a very down-to-earth person without any ulterior motives. Although he spoke nonchalantly, I know that the busiest and most tired people right now are these soldiers. The regular garrison dare not move at this time, and only they can take on these tasks. The zombies outside have surrounded the armored vehicle and are beating the body of the vehicle. This time I knew I would not be hurt, so I looked at these zombies very carefully. They were all new zombies, who had just been transformed into zombies not long ago. The surface of their bodies had not yet rotted, but their eyes were bloodshot, their teeth were sharp, and their fingernails had grown to a certain extent, which could easily scratch unprotected skin and spread the virus in their bodies. They move very slowly, but their speed will increase to a certain extent when they get close to humans, which may cause harm to people who are caught off guard. I took out my mobile phone and took a few close-up photos carefully against the bulletproof glass of the armored vehicle. Maybe I will have to do my old job again when I return to Tahai City, and then I can cooperate with relevant departments to study the characteristics of these zombies. Wang De started the car. His expression suddenly became serious, completely different from the simple and honest guy just now, and his voice was also a little cold. "Hold on tight, you can't stop from now on." After saying that, the armored transport vehicle directly knocked away the zombies in front of it and crushed them mercilessly. The car's acceleration was not fast, but it won in impact force and weight. Those zombies that had not yet completely formed a circle were immediately pushed away. The transport vehicle carried us all the way to the entrance to the city. The number of zombies here was dozens of times that of the place just now. Because they had been wandering here for a long time, the road was blocked. I carefully observed the way Wang De drove. He did not accelerate in a straight line just because he was driving an armored transport vehicle. Instead, he quickly changed gears and turned the steering wheel to make the front of the car swing slightly. These swings were just right to avoid the places where the zombies were most densely surrounded, and he accelerated directly from the relatively weak point to knock them away, squeezing out a path where there was no road originally. As long as the armored transport vehicle had a short open route, Wanda could increase the speed to the maximum and prevent the scattered zombies from getting close. Good driving skills. It seems you are very familiar with it. You must have been here many times, I asked in admiration after the car successfully entered Tahai City, and Wang De no longer needed to concentrate on it. Wang De sighed and said, I've been here several times, and each time it gets harder and harder. One time, one of my comrades came here to deliver supplies, but he was surrounded by zombies and died because he wasn't paying attention. Wang Da's tone was heavy. I could understand the friendship between their comrades. I patted his shoulder gently without saying anything. The car moved forward dully and gradually entered an area with a high concentration of zombies. At first glance, I almost jumped out of the car and ran away. Thousands of zombies blocked the road. Various squares and communities were filled with zombies. You couldn't see the road at all. This was only within our sight. If we went further into the city center, we didn't know how many times more zombies would be waiting. I, who originally didn't have trypophobia, started to shiver after seeing this. She even let out a low cry subconsciously, and reached out his hand from the gap between the seats to hold my hand tightly, his palms full of sweat. Wang Da's expression became more serious, and he whispered, There are more than the last time I came. You guys sit tight, it's not easy here. Without his instructions, I would never disturb him driving at this time. The armored transport vehicle rushed out directly under the operation of Wang Da, and broke through the blockade of zombies in one go. The curbs and greenery on the road tripped the zombies and forced us to make way. However, this time the armored transport vehicle could not speed up and could only move forward at a relatively stable speed. According to the information previously learned on social media and various groups, the remaining residents of Tahai City are now in the western part of the city, where a high wall has been built, combined with barbed wire, fences, etc. to isolate the zombies. Tahai City's local armed police force and the deployed garrison are constantly eliminating zombies across the wall. Unfortunately, due to lack of ammunition, the progress is very slow. Instead, more and more zombies from the surrounding areas are gathering in Tahai City, and the number of zombies eliminated is far less than the number of zombies increasing. We are still very far away from Tahai City. At this speed, it will take at least several hours to drive there. No one knows what will happen during this period. Wang Da was concentrating on driving. He pointed to the pager on the front of the car and said, Tune to 736, call for help. I quickly picked up the pager and tuned to the corresponding channel. Wang Da looked outside and said, We are currently on Minzu Street from east to west. There are too many zombies. We need help. We will try to take the western expressway to avoid this area, but we don't know the situation ahead, so there may be a time difference. The person who answered immediately said, Please keep in touch. If it's too difficult, you can temporarily make a detour. We will find a way to find you. The number of zombies here is almost double that of the last time you came. We are also exhausted. There was a burst of noise and clamor from the pager, and it seemed that the signal was interfered with or destroyed in some way. After turning off the communicator, Wang Dao's face suddenly became ugly, and he muttered, It's almost doubled. This speed is too scary. Judging from the number of zombies that entered the city just now, Tahai City can be said to be surrounded. However, the number of zombies is still increasing, which means that the surrounding towns have completely fallen, and for some unknown reason, they are all concentrated in Tahai City. Is there some connection between the zombies? Wang De drove recklessly and finally arrived at the expressway. The number of zombies here was actually not as many as in the city ahead, but the road surface here determined that there was only one passage, and this passage was already crowded with zombies. There were also a large number of zombies on the expressway, but it was estimated that they were sparser than those in ordinary streets. The expressway was indeed our chance. Can you use a gun? Wang De suddenly asked. My heart sank, and I continued. I shot targets during military training in college, and I've done it a few times at a shooting club when I was on a business trip abroad. I'm not very skilled, and my accuracy is poor. I don't care about that. As long as he's not a complete novice, it's fine. There's a gun under the seat, take it yourself. Wang De kicked the box under the seat. What he was transporting this time was weapons and ammunition, so of course he had to load as many weapons as possible. I pulled out the heavy box, and was shocked when I opened it. It was a whole box of light weapons, including Type 95 assault rifles, Type 88 sniper rifles, and Type 92 pistols. It was obvious that they were borrowed from armed police forces in other places. I decisively chose a Type 92 semi-automatic pistol, which can fire 20 rounds of bullets, and is more suitable for someone like me who has poor accuracy. I quickly loaded the magazine and forced myself to recall what I had learned in a shooting club abroad. Most of it was only a vague understanding, but at least my hands were not shaking so badly. Wang De turned his head to look at me and smiled. Good choice. As he spoke, he accelerated and rushed into the zombie swarm, forcing his way through the obstruction of many zombies. During the impact, I felt as if something was stuck in the car, but I didn't care. The car successfully rushed through the expressway entrance and sped away along the expressway. As long as we get off the expressway, we will be not far from the current shelter, and there will be a chance to receive reinforcements. The problem is that after we drove for nearly an hour, the car suddenly started to shake violently, and then slowly stopped in the middle of the expressway full of zombies. Chapter 13, Thriller on the Expressway. The car trembled to a stop, and no matter how Wang De tried to restart it, it wouldn't start. For the first time, tension appeared on his honest and calm face. What happened? Why did the car stop? Gu, she asked nervously. There must have been a problem during the collision just now. I think something got stuck in the chassis. I need time to check and repair it. Wang Da's voice sounded a little depressed. We all know that what we lack most now is time. The so-called not many zombies on the expressway is relative to the streets. The number of zombies here is still not something we can deal with. Once we stop for more than a period of time, we may be surrounded by hundreds of zombies. How long will it take to fix the car? I asked. It's hard to say. It should be a minor problem, stuck somewhere. As long as it doesn't involve replacing parts, it won't take long. The problem is that once I get off the car now, I may not be able to get back in. If the car is not repaired, there will be no chance to leave. Wang De began to look around and sighed. Indeed, our parking spot is pretty good. The large group of zombies behind us have been left behind, and the surrounding zombies have not yet surrounded us. If we want to check the car, this is the best opportunity. I hesitated for only half a second before I made a resolute decision. Get out of the car with your tools, and I'll protect you. No. Wang De and Gu, she said at the same time. Gu, she must be worried about me. I couldn't understand why Wang De was so strongly opposed. Wang De waved his hands and explained. These zombies are hard to deal with, and shooting will only attract more zombies. There is simply not enough time. I smiled and took out the iron rod that had been with me for a long time, and said, I don't need a gun, I use this. Hurry up and get the tools while there are not many zombies now. Having said that, I still carried the 20-round Type 92 pistol on my waist just in case, and even carried an extra magazine. Wang De had already got the tools. I told Gu she not to get out of the car. After Wang De and I looked at the situation on both sides, we opened the door and rushed down at the same time. The zombie closest to Wang De had his head smashed by him with a wrench. Then he crawled under the car. I swung the iron bar and poked the heads of 2 zombies in succession. As they attacked, more and more zombies began to surround us. I tried my best to conserve my strength and took out each zombie with 1 iron rod. I didn't dare to engage in close combat with them. These zombies would suddenly go crazy and speed up when they got close to people, and they were very easy to be attacked. I stabbed 7 zombies to death in a row and started to breathe out. Although my iron rod was still sharp, it was a physically demanding job to poke it in and then pull it out. I also had to keep an eye on whether there were any zombies approaching Wang De behind me. I would get tired more easily if I got distracted. Damn, something is really stuck. I need a few more minutes. Wang Da's voice came from under the car. It's not easy to deal with. I swung the iron rod and smashed a zombie's head directly. Disgusting juice splattered everywhere. The scene in front of me was already horrible. If I hadn't seen too much, I would have collapsed by now. Hurry up, there are more and more of them. I shouted as I rushed out quickly. A zombie coming from behind almost entered my blind spot and attacked Wangda, but fortunately I discovered it in time and broke out in a cold sweat. After the 12th zombie fell, my strength was finally exhausted and I had to lean against the car with the help of an iron rod to take a temporary rest. My clothes were soaked with sweat, and the sweat on my forehead flowed down my cheeks, blurring my vision. "How long will it take?" I asked weakly. Wang Dao's voice was anxious, and he said, "There's a bone fragment stuck inside. My tools can't reach it. I can only try to pick it out little by little. Can you hold on a little longer?" I looked at the zombies that were swarming around me again, and I couldn't help feeling powerless. After all, a person's strength is limited, especially when facing these zombies that are not afraid of pain and are not easy to kill. But if we don't persist, we will have no chance to leave. I gritted my teeth and rushed towards the zombies, still choosing to use the iron rod to directly poke its head, but a drop of sweat happened to flow into my eyes, and I blinked subconsciously, and the iron rod was actually poked crooked, rubbing the zombie's face and poking directly into the air, and the zombie and I collided head-on. I threw away the iron rod immediately, and held the zombie's arms with both hands. It opened its mouth like crazy and wanted to bite me. I leaned back desperately, but the front of the car was behind me and I had nowhere to retreat. My physical strength had dropped to the limit. The zombie's teeth were getting closer and closer to me, and I might not be able to hold up its arms at any time. Just when I was a little fuzzy, a hand axe suddenly flashed before my eyes and hit the zombie's head with precision and force. The splattered blood sprayed all over my face. The zombie slowly fell to the ground and lost its last chance of life. I hurriedly wiped the blood off my face and turned my head in shock to see Gu Shi, who was holding the hand axe and trembling all over like a sieve. I don't know when she got out of the car and saved me. I remember that this was the first time she killed a zombie so directly. She was completely immersed in shock until I pulled her and she came to her senses. "It's done! Get in!" Wang De crawled out from under the car covered in dust. Gu Shi hurriedly helped me get in the car. The car started successfully after 3 attempts, and directly pushed away several zombies that surrounded the front of the car. The car was still a little bumpy and shaking, far from the impact force and speed before the problem, but it was enough to protect us from rushing through the expressway. "The car has serious problems and needs a thorough overhaul. We should try our best to move forward and wait for support. If that doesn't work, we'll have to fight hard." Wang Dao's tone was a little heavy. It seemed that the damage to the car just now was beyond his estimation. I couldn't help but touch the gun on my waist, so I drank half a bottle of water that Gu Shi handed to me, leaned back in the chair, closed my eyes and rested to recover my strength. With Wang Dao's skillful driving skills, the car passed through the expressway smoothly, and was getting closer and closer to the current refuge and isolation area, but more and more zombies were pouring in. "We can't go any further," Wang De said with a grim expression. "If we continue like this, we will be trapped in the zombie swarm. We have to think of a way." I was identifying the road and pointed ahead and said, "From the map, the rescue vehicles can only come from Xining Road over there. If we stop in that direction, it will inevitably cause a zombie jam and the rescue vehicles will have no room to move. There is a 4-lane road to the south from here. It's very open and we can attract the zombies there and then have the rescue vehicles come over." "Okay." Wang De didn't hesitate at all. He turned left and rushed down the expressway, and followed my suggestion to rush to the open area as much as possible. After shaking off a large wave of zombies, we parked the car in a place where zombies were relatively scarce. I got out of the car immediately and dealt with the nearest few zombies. Wanda has called for support, and they will arrive in about half an hour. This half hour will determine our fate. Wanda directly took out an assault rifle. I left Gu Shi in the car to be in charge of contacting the rescuers and also to supply us with ammunition. Once close combat cannot solve the problem, we can only use guns. Guns can solve the problem faster, but the gunshots will also attract zombies and cause greater problems. Wang Da's melee weapon was an extended military bayonet. He deftly pierced the zombie's head and kicked it away hard to prevent it from falling around the car and delaying its route. This small detail also inspired me, and I began to control the position where the zombies fell. The two of us were guarding the area around the car, one on the left and one on the right. The movement here attracted more zombies, and we were gradually becoming exhausted. Wang Da was a military man, and his strength was much higher than mine. He took on more zombies on his own initiative. My iron rod had a wider attack range, and the danger was relatively less. The two of us slowly killed our way into a rhythm. More and more zombies fell around us. More than 10 minutes had passed, and we were still holding on without using our guns. I kicked a zombie away and used a rod to kill one first, but the rod got stuck in the zombie's skull again. I pulled hard but couldn't get it out, and the zombie behind me had already pounced on us, and at a very fast speed. I subconsciously pulled out the gun from my waist and fired 2 shots at its head. Both shots hit the head. It was surprisingly accurate. I didn't even have time to react after the zombie fell down. Good marksmanship, Wangda said with a smile, put down his bayonet, picked up his assault rifle and shot a zombie from a long distance. As the gunshots rang out, the number of zombies approaching here suddenly increased. With the confidence given by the previous 2 shots, I fired all the remaining 18 bullets in the magazine in one breath, but none of them hit the target. Brother, don't shoot like that. It's such a long distance. It would take an experienced shooter for many years to hit the target. Wait until they get closer before shooting, Wangda couldn't help but said with a bit of heartache. I grinned embarrassedly and quickly changed the magazine. This time I held the gun steadily with both hands and waited for the zombies to enter a certain distance before I fired steadily. This time I finally hit the target, but it took too long. Once multiple zombies pounced on me at the same time, it would be easy for something to go wrong. Fortunately, I have some basic skills and can use it proficiently with time. Wangda dealt with most of the zombies, and I was only responsible for those that were close by. However, this still could not stop the zombies from surrounding us with more and more people. This half of the city was completely empty, and there were no living people. The sound of gunfire could be heard from far away. At this rate, we will be completely surrounded and killed within half an hour, and it will be useless even if reinforcements arrive. My arms were numb from the recoil of the gun, and I had to stop to rest for a while. Just when I was considering whether I should follow Wang Da's example and take out the more powerful assault rifle to fight, I finally saw 2 transport vehicles coming over in the distance. They rushed forward and knocked the zombies away, and rushed in front of us with the force of thunder. Then, more than 20 soldiers jumped out of the vehicles one after another. The guns in their hands sprayed fire snakes to clear out the zombies around. I was about to speak when dozens of guns were pointed at me at the same time. Chapter 14 Frame Up. The leading soldier was very young, about 25 or 26 years old. To be honest, he was quite handsome and looked somewhat like Wallace Hua, but his expression was very serious and his eyes were sharper. After he got off the car, he glanced at me first, then walked straight to Wangda, saluted and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Wangda smiled innocently, pointed at me and Gu Shi and said, "These two, Su Yang and Gu Shi, I met them on the road and gave them a ride. Thanks to them for their help." The young soldier walked up to me. This time his expression was much more relaxed. He saluted me and said, "My name is Qingqing. I am the 3rd Company Commander of the 67,656th Unit. I am now responsible for the defense and evacuation of Tahai City." "Thank you." I raised my eyebrows slightly. The person in charge actually brought people to pick us up directly. This shows that this person is very brave and responsible. It also shows that the batch of supplies transported by Wangda is very important, which indirectly shows that the current situation in Tahai City is not good. I didn't get too polite with him. Now was not the right time. I thought for a moment and then said, "Has Editor-in-Chief Wang of Tahai Daily been arrested?" Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then thought hard and said, "I don't remember this person. What's wrong?" "He is from the Huahan Group. He once helped the Huahan Group cover up the news and prevented us from passing the news to the outside world. He also tried to cooperate with the Huahan Group to imprison us and the villagers who knew the news. After we finally sent out the news in Xingfu village, the main person in charge of the Huahan Group had already escaped, and we have no news from him," I said angrily. If Editor-in-Chief Wang had not been a member of the Huahan Group for a long time, there would not be this situation now. It would be really unforgivable if one of the instigators ran away. Qingqing thought about it, turned back and whispered something, and soon someone started to make contact. Qingqing looked at us and said, "It's not advisable to stay here for long. Let's go back first. Captain Wang, is this car still drivable?" Wanda looked at the armored transport vehicle with some regret and said, I definitely can't go back by myself. Do you have the tools to tow the vehicle? Chin-Ching nodded and immediately arranged for someone to tow the transport truck with the tow rope. We all got on the front car. As I had expected, the zombies on the road ahead were lured away by the gunfire from our side and the road became much more spacious. The front car and the transport warehouse behind safely passed the area most severely blocked by zombies and successfully entered the refuge area. When I saw the refuge area, my mood suddenly became gloomy. The originally spacious and unobstructed streets are now blocked by layers of thick walls and barbed wire. There are many heavy objects supporting the walls behind them. A large number of zombies are wandering outside the walls. Fortunately, heavy machinery has been used to dig a wide trench near the barbed wire. The dead zombies are lying on the road in a mess to block more zombies from rushing over. Otherwise, the barbed wire will definitely not be able to withstand the squeeze. Many non-military personnel spontaneously stand in front of the barbed wire holding various weapons to help block the zombies' attacks. Their hands are steady and their expressions are firm. It seems that they have long accepted the existence of zombies and are no longer afraid. The car stopped at the military zone. After getting out, Chin-Ching looked at us and said, The entire western area of Tahai City is now under centralized control. All available housing has been allocated. You should just stay in the tent for a while and take a break. I will follow up on the matter of Editor-in-Chief Wang. I nodded and thanked him. Gu Shi and I both live in the north of the city, which has become a zombie base. There is nowhere to go. There are many families like ours. Fortunately, it seems relatively peaceful here. People are constantly driving to transport things. Our location is the front line fighting the zombies. Chin-Ching was pretty nice to us and arranged a relatively secluded tent for us. After we put away our belongings, a doctor came over to check our bodies. Because we were now considered outsiders and had fought zombies before, Chin-Ching wanted to make sure that we were not injured by the zombies. It seemed that they had learned a painful lesson. Gu Shi and I were very cooperative. We would have done the same if we were in their shoes. After the inspection, Gu Shi and I fell into a deep sleep. We hadn't slept so soundly in such a long time, even in Xingfu village. I don't know how long we slept when suddenly there was a noise outside, and then the zipper door of the tent was pulled open. I was dragged out roughly, and someone wanted to go in and catch Gu Shi, and she was so scared that she screamed. What are you doing? I angrily broke free from the restraints of the two people, and took out the pistol that I had not surrendered from my waist, and pointed it at them. When they saw me take out the gun, several people immediately retreated, but more people gathered around. The movement here alarmed Chin-Ching, who rushed over with his men from a distance. When he saw me holding a gun, he was stunned for a moment, and then said in a cold voice, What's going on? Who allowed you to come here to arrest people? These people were obviously very afraid of Chin-Ching. The leader bowed his head and whispered, We have received news that these two people are the key figures in the zombie outbreak and need to be taken away for evidence. Chin-Ching said without even raising his eyelids. Captain Wang brought these two back from the road. Without their help, Captain Wang would not have been able to transport the important ammunition and supplies. They have only been here for less than half a day, and I don't even know what they are doing. Where did you get this information? The men stammered, not knowing how to respond. Finally, one of them gritted his teeth and said, Captain Chin, we are just following orders. If you have any questions, please consult our superiors. We are only responsible for arresting people. Wang De also came at this time. Seeing this situation, he rushed over and stood in front of Gu Shi and me without saying a word. His action made me feel warm in my heart. After all, we had been through life and death together, and our feelings were extraordinary. Chin-Ching thought for a while and then said, You can take the person away. My heart sank after he said this. These people of unknown origin obviously have some kind of power in Tahai City. Even Chin-Ching has some reservations about them. Who exactly wants to arrest Gu Shi and me? However, Chin-Ching changed the subject. I must follow. Since you said he is the key figure in the zombie riot, I, as the current person in charge of prevention and control in Tahai City, must know more information. Those people wanted to refuse, but Chin-Ching waved his hand and shouted, Find a few brothers to go with me. Soon, a dozen soldiers with guns and cold faces came over and stood in a row behind Chin-Ching. Wang De gave me a comforting look. Chin-Ching's eyes met mine, but I couldn't see any emotion in his eyes. I calmed down and followed them out of the military area and took a car into the meeting hall in the residential area. The Tahai municipal government is now in name only. The temporary parliament is responsible for all government affairs in Tahai City. It is composed of popular officials and people with high reputation among the people. It is mainly responsible for arranging logistical works such as food and water distribution. However, the police force is still retained. They are responsible for patrolling, guarding and monitoring abnormal people on weekdays. One of Ching Cheng's subordinates revealed these things to me in the car. The car stopped not long after. Just as we got out of the car, Ching Cheng suddenly grabbed my arm and pulled me towards him. He said in a hurried tone, "I have checked out the editor-in-chief Wang you mentioned. He is now one of the advisors of the council. After the zombie incident broke out, he led all the reports about zombies in Tahai City. He is very popular. I didn't know he was the person you were looking for before. I hope you have evidence to prove it all." I couldn't help but stand there in a daze. Editor Wang didn't leave, but turned into an advisor to the Tahai City Council? He also led the zombie report? This guy is really a typical opportunist. It is estimated that Huahan Group gave up on him, so he simply disguised himself as an elite who cried out for the victims, just like when he risked his life to report the Xingfu village incident, and he gained huge benefits for himself. When I thought of this, I was furious, but I still patted Ching Cheng's shoulder gratefully, thanking him for believing in me. Now that I was here, Ching Cheng couldn't protect me too much. Those few people carried me directly into the parliament. This was actually the government office building of the former West District of Tahai City, which became a meeting hall after the zombie outbreak. I observed along the way and found that the media reports on Tahai City had not stopped. It was at a time like this that we had to maintain contact with the outside world to stabilize people's hearts, otherwise internal chaos was inevitable sooner or later. I felt a little uneasy, and tried to calm myself down. I followed the crowd into the meeting room, which was arranged a bit like a court, and I was taken directly to the high platform in the middle. "What? Are you going to interrogate me directly?" I asked the staff next to me, but unfortunately he ignored me. I stood on the stage for a while and she was also brought in. She was carrying our bags in her hands. I felt a little relieved. Soon people began to enter the conference hall. With my many years of connections in Tahai City, I quickly recognized most of them. They were basically officials and celebrities who once held some real power. I sneered at the latter. They might use various methods to win popularity, but in terms of actual governance ability, they are just a blank slate. Naturally, I saw Editor-in-Chief Wang. Unlike his usual low-key and solemn self, he was now in high spirits. He used to be just a pawn of the Huahan Group, but now he has transformed into one of the masters of this chaotic city. It was a bit ironic that he also saw me. There was a hint of hesitation and panic in his sharp eyes, but it soon turned into fierceness. I kept staring at him from the moment he came out until he sat down. The venue was gradually filled up, and it seemed that this kind of meeting was not the first time. Some people began to distribute information, probably about my crimes, or something like that. I knew the person who presided over the meeting. He was a very famous entrepreneur in Tahai City named Li Xing. I don't know why he was not able to leave early after the zombie rebellion broke out and was trapped here. Now it is obvious that he has become the nominal leader of these people. "Su Yang, you and your assistant Du Shi have been accused of falsely reporting and concealing information about the zombie incident, which has led to the current zombie chaos getting out of control. Do you plead guilty?" Chapter 15 Combat Team. I felt sick looking at the big-bellied man in front of the meeting room, pretending to be fair and just. As soon as he opened his mouth, he threw a big hat at me, which immediately caused a lot of discussion. Before I could say anything, he took the information and continued. "At the beginning at the Tahai Hotel, Su Yang and Du Shi were reporters sent by Tahai Daily to do on-site reporting. They witnessed the world's first zombie incident, but as reporters they did not abide by professional ethics, but were bribed by Huahan Group's public relations and forcibly suppressed the report of this incident. Under the instruction of Tahai Daily's then editor-in-chief Wang, they went to Xingfu village in Lishui town for a further investigation. As a result, the entire village of Xingfu village turned into zombies, which then led to the spread of zombies in surrounding villages and towns. Su Yang, you are guilty of a heinous crime." Although everyone else was looking at the information in their hands, The scene suddenly became noisy after Li Xing finished speaking. Many people even stood up and cursed at me. However, I was pleased to see that more people had doubts on their faces. There were still many rational people, which showed that Tahai City has not yet completely become a lawless place. Li Xing stretched his right hand into the air, and the noise immediately quieted down. Li Xing sighed and said, Su Yang, I can understand that young people are shaken by money, but the mistake you made this time is too big. If I don't punish you, I really can't explain to the people who survived in Tahai City and those who unfortunately turned into zombies. After Li Xing finished speaking, although many people in the meeting room looked unhappy, no one stood up to speak for me. Gu Shi nervously held my hand. I shook it back to reassure her, and laughed loudly. Mr. Li, I have a question for you. Li Xing's face changed and he said angrily, Don't call me Mr. Li. There is no Mr. Li here. I am just a representative elected by everyone to temporarily serve the survivors of Tahai City. I smiled apologetically and continued. Okay, representatively, I want to ask you, has our Huaxian nation been destroyed? What are you talking about? Li Xing was furious, and many people also shouted at me. I ignored them and continued. Since the country has not been destroyed, the law is still valid. You just fabricated so many charges against me. I want to ask, where is the evidence? Can your words, representatively, replace the law to judge me? That's a bit too exaggerated. Li Xing sneered and said, Did you and Gu Shi represent Tahai daily to participate in the activities of Huahan Group? Did you and Gu Shi experience the zombie incident in Xingfu village but did not report the news immediately? After you returned to Tahai City, did you suddenly disappear until now, waiting for the situation to get completely out of control before reappearing? Editor-in-Chief Wang of Tahai Daily, your old boss, was at the scene. What he did for the survivors of Tahai City is obvious to all. I believe his words are more convincing than yours, who has been missing for so long. Editor-in-Chief Wang also slowly stood up at this time, looking at me with an angry expression, and sighed. When you got too close to Huahan Group, I reminded you that as a reporter, professional ethics is the most important. I originally sent you to Xingfu village to temporarily stay away from the vortex of Huahan Group. I didn't expect that after the change there, you didn't tell me, but notified Huahan Group to seal off the scene. After the failure, it led to the situation today. I regret recruiting you into Tahai Daily. You are a sinner, and so am I. Editor-in-Chief Wang and Li Xing sang the same tune and basically labeled me a dirty journalist who was derelict in his duty, had no professional ethics, and sold out the interests of humanity for personal gain. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed that such a thing would happen to me. I have never seen such a shameless person. After all this talk, you only have so-called witnesses but no physical evidence, right? I said calmly. What kind of physical evidence is needed for such a thing? You didn't deny my question just now, and what Editor-in-Chief once said were all facts. Are you still trying to quibble? Unlike people like you, the reporters who actually broke the news are the real reporters. You are just a cowardly villain. I hate you. Li Xing continued with his disgusting face. I was the one who broke the news. The earliest videos circulating on the internet were all shot by us. I said calmly and firmly. The first video was shot by Gu Shi and I in Xingfu village. Unfortunately, we were really scared at the time. Our mobile phones were lost in the Wang family compound in Xingfu village. The first thing we did when we returned to Tahai City was to tell Editor-in-Chief Wang everything that happened. Unfortunately, he was a dog of the Huahan Group. He sent us to Xingfu village because that was where Huahan Group's X-drug was officially successful. Huahan Group was afraid that something would happen there. As a result, after I reported everything, he immediately contacted people from Huahan Group to arrest me at my home. If I hadn't discovered it early, I might be dead now. The second video is a precious video material shot when Gu Shi and I were about to return to Xingfu village to shoot more video materials and found that Qianjin township had completely fallen. The original version is still in my phone. After I finished speaking, there was a buzz of discussion at the scene. Li Xing and Editor-in-Chief Wang's faces changed drastically. They probably didn't expect that I still had the original evidence. The video stored in the phone had the recording time, which was irrefutable evidence. I glanced at Qin Cheng and Wang De not far away, and they immediately understood what I meant and walked over quickly. Gu Shi handed the phone in the bag to them, and they nodded to confirm what I said after careful examination. You are talking nonsense. The first person to release the news was a well-known netizen, and he filmed it himself. Li Xing argued loudly. He is my college classmate. Wait a moment, I will prove it to you. After saying that, I took the phone and sent a text message. There was a projector in the conference room, which could be connected through the Bluetooth function of the phone. After a while, everyone saw the video shot by Gu Xi and I, with the shooting time on it. Then Qin Qing opened my social software and refreshed it. The homepage suddenly showed the account of the college classmate who I commissioned to post the video. By posting this video, he has become a veritable big V, with tens of millions of fans, and the message he posted was very simple, just one sentence. The zombie video I posted was apparently filmed and sent to me by Su Yang and Gu Xi, and Li Xing and editor-in-chief Wang of Tahai Daily are idiots. The last sentence was not added by me. I just briefly talked about the situation on my side. His message was instantly forwarded by thousands of people, all asking who Li Xing and editor-in-chief Wang belonged to. The meeting room was in chaos. A former powerful official in Tahai City stood up and said, Li Xing, you and editor-in-chief Wang teamed up to frame and slander Su Yang. Your motives are very questionable. I would like to initiate a vote now to suspend the two of you from your posts and keep you under custody pending a thorough investigation before dealing with you. At the same time, Su Yang and Gu Xi are not guilty. Most of the people at the scene immediately agreed. Qin Qing and Wang De smiled and came over to pick up Gu Xi and me from the stage. Qin Qing's people had already taken Li Xing and editor-in-chief Wang away with the police. I looked over there with some worry. These two people have high reputation and strength in Tahai City. This detention may only be temporary, but at least they didn't convict me. The powerful official who had just initiated the vote walked up to me quickly, held my hand and said, I'm so sorry, I almost wronged the hero. My name is Ding Xiqing, and I used to be an official in the Tahai municipal government. Now I'm temporarily responsible for maintaining the rescue work for the survivors with others. I wonder if you are interested in helping. If it were in the past, I would definitely have disdained such an invitation, but I respect officials like Ding Xiqing who are still trying their best to do things for ordinary people, and I really want to do something. It's my duty, I said firmly. Maybe I know what's best for you. Qin Qing suddenly smiled. I took 2 days of rest. In addition to disclosing more about the relationship between editor-in-chief Wang and Huahan Group, I also cooperated with Ding Xiqing to do some publicity work, stabilize people's hearts, share techniques for killing zombies, and encourage more people to go to the front line, to help Qin Qing and others share the pressure. According to Qin Qing's suggestion, I now lead a team to check the loopholes in the defense line at the front line every day and kill zombies through the barbed wire. Gu Xi stayed in the rear to take care of the elderly and the weak. We still meet every day. Although there are tens of thousands of zombies surrounding us outside, we all feel unprecedented peace. There are 10 people in my team, including me. I am allowed to carry a gun, a rapid-fire pistol. The rest of us use extended sharp steel pipes. Our daily task is to clean up the area we are responsible for. They like to call me boss. It's the first time in my life that someone calls me that. It feels very interesting. Boss, you are so ruthless in killing zombies, one at a time. The person who spoke was called Su Chang, a college student. He was 20 years old, at the prime of his youth, but a little dull. He was also the most talkative one in the team. I really liked his optimistic personality. Our team was taking a break when he said this, so I called the others over and said, Your problem now is not efficiency, but psychological. Deep down you still see them as human beings, so sometimes you can't bring yourself to kill them. Remember this, killing one more zombie may save 10 more people, and our chances of leaving here alive will increase by a few tens of thousands of one. Don't think that these walls or barbed wire can stop the zombies. Captain Chen tried to fight his way out a few days ago, but he turned back halfway. There are too many zombies, and people here can't leave, and people outside can't get in. We can only rely on our own efforts. The team members nodded one after another. Su Chang said with some embarrassment, Boss, I'm really not used to it. You look only a few years older than me. How could you do that? Aren't you disgusted? Aren't you afraid? I patted his shoulder with amusement and said, Let me tell you something. In order to steal a car and escape from the zombie swarm, I smeared my whole body with the blood of these zombies. The smell. Since then, I feel that nothing in this world can disgust me. As for fear, of course I am afraid. I am afraid of death, but I know that if I don't muster up the courage, I might become like them and die in peace. There's a saying that goes, why sleep for a long time when you are alive? You will sleep forever after death. If I die and become a zombie wandering the streets, I might as well live a good life. My words made them laugh. Just as I was about to continue to show them how to kill zombies effectively, there was a sudden commotion in the distance. I leaned on the ground with my iron rod and looked over in confusion. The shelter was in good order now. Everyone had passed the initial panic period and actively cooperated with the work of the council. Where did this commotion come from? I couldn't help but worry about Gu Shi in the back. Fortunately, someone came to answer my question right away. Wang De ran over from the direction of the military zone, panting, and said, Su Yang, hurry up, take your team to the direction of Tahai Street. Someone has turned into a zombie. Several people have been injured in succession. If it's too late, it will get out of control. Chapter 16, Zombie Riot on Tahai Street. I immediately got in the car with Su Chang and the others and rushed towards Tahai Street. Wang De drove the car I was in. I asked in confusion, What's going on? Why are there zombies in the back? Remember Ching Ching told you a while ago that some people in the refugee area were injured by zombies when they were fleeing, but they concealed the fact and found a place to hide and recuperate. Some people may have special physiques and did not turn into zombies immediately, but had an incubation period. Now that the incubation period is over, they suddenly attack and hurt people. It is hard to guard against, and this kind of zombie is more troublesome. Wang De said, shuddering. What's the trouble? I asked. These people go through a frenzy when they turn into zombies. During this process, their minds are not completely zombie-like. They just instinctively attack the people around them. They will grab anything that can be used as a weapon, and this frenzy will last for at least half an hour. You can't beat them with bare hands. The place where they are is densely populated, and it's not convenient to shoot. You must be careful when it gets hot. Wang De said worriedly. There is actually this kind of zombie. I can't help but think of the little girl who changed after being scratched by a zombie in Xingfu village. She did rush into Gu Shi's arms and tried to push her down instead of directly opening her mouth to bite her. This kind of zombie is much more troublesome than ordinary zombies. Everyone in the team was silent. So far, they had only been killing zombies through the wire fence with long iron spikes, and they were not yet proficient. It was a bit dangerous for them to face such violent zombies. I thought about it and turned back and said, You will be in groups of 2. Don't deal with more than one zombie. Try to keep your distance. The groups should also keep a distance to facilitate mutual support. They nodded nervously. Wang De drove very fast. Traffic was restricted in the refuge area now. Private cars were not allowed to drive on the road except for public cars. So the journey was smooth. Tahai Street was at the innermost part of the refuge area in the west of the city. There was a Tahai City Park and a large number of residential areas nearby. The terrain was very complicated. We saw people running away from afar. Our group arrived the fastest. We saw that the police responsible for maintaining order in the nearby area were also retreating. It seemed that the situation was a bit serious. The car stopped at the side of the road. Wang De took out the extended military bayonet that he always carried with him, looked at me and said, Su Yang, don't be so stubborn. Ching Ching and the others will be here soon. Just control the situation. I nodded, holding my iron rod and with a rapid-fire pistol on my waist. I thought safety should be no problem. I looked at the other members of the group with some concern. Except for Su Chang, who looked excited, everyone else looked worried. The crowd surged past us, and there were 7 or 8 zombies chasing them from behind. Some of the zombies were holding iron rods, some were holding folding stools and wooden boards, and one was holding a kitchen knife. These zombies moved very fast, almost as fast as an ordinary person walking at a brisk pace, which was very different from ordinary zombies. Their eyes were bloodshot and their bodies were flexible without any stiffness, as if they were just ordinary people who had gone insane. Behind them, I could see people being bitten to death or injured, and I didn't know if they were infected with the virus. I waved my hand, and the other 9 people dispersed in groups of 2 or 3. We blocked this road directly. Wang De and I were in a group, so that we could maximize our efficiency. Su Chang rushed forward before our formation was stable. Young and energetic, he swung the iron rod and hit it hard, as if he was fighting with someone. I didn't have time to stop him, so I could only call on everyone to rush forward. Su Chang's iron rod hit the zombie's body, and the zombie's body paused for a brief moment. It seemed that he still retained the pain, but then he rushed towards Su Chang even more frantically. Su Chang was knocked down by the folding stool in the zombie's hand and lay on the ground in pain. The zombie was about to pounce on him and bite him. Wanda and I rushed over as fast as we could. While it was bending over, Wanda stabbed the zombie's neck with a long military spear, and I pierced its head head-on with the iron rod. Disgusting fluid spurted out and sprayed all over Su Chang. Su Chang, who was lying on the ground, probably experienced the greatest fear in his life. He actually peed his pants. He climbed up tremblingly and took several steps back, with fear and uneasiness still on his face. No one laughed at him because several other violent zombies had already rushed over, especially the one who was wielding a kitchen knife and slashing around. No one dared to approach him. "Give that to me, and you support me," Wanda said quickly. After saying that, Wanda rushed over at an accelerated speed, not afraid of the kitchen knife in the hand of the violent zombie. I waved my hand to signal the people in the team to keep a distance, and rushed over with the iron rod. Although the violent zombie moved very quickly, it swung the knife without any rules, just slashing around instinctively. Wanda rushed forward and stabbed its wrist with the bayonet. The kitchen knife in its hand fell to the ground with a clang. I saw the opportunity and rushed over directly, yelling, "Lower your head!" Wanda didn't hesitate at all. He bent down and pulled out the bayonet. I poked the iron rod into the zombie's mouth and pierced it directly. Before I could say anything after pulling out the iron rod, Wanda was targeting the next zombie. I secretly praised his concentration and rushed over immediately. Wanda and I were a team that could maximize efficiency. My group killed a total of 3 violent zombies over there, and the 2 of us dealt with 4 in a short time. There were still people in the shelter fleeing, and we didn't know how many violent zombies were in Tahai Street. Soon other teams arrived, and our number suddenly exceeded 50. We became more confident, and rushed directly into Tahai Street, killing more than a dozen violent zombies in a row and rescuing the residents trapped in shops and houses. According to the method I taught them, now 2 people in a group can deal with zombies very quickly, and the violent zombies basically pose no threat to them. 2 hours later, all the violent zombies in Tahai Street were cleared out by us. Everyone looked tired. Su Chang had wet his pants before, so he directly tore a new pair from a roadside clothing store and put them on, hiding behind the crowd in shame. Wanda and I chose to kill at close range, and a lot of dirty zombie blood splashed on our bodies. We looked at each other's clown faces and laughed. After laughing, I said with some concern, "Have Ching Ching's people controlled this area? Have any of the people who escaped just now been scratched by zombies? Don't let them enter the crowd again, they must be isolated." Wanda wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "I don't know. Guns are restricted in the refuge area. No one is allowed to use guns unless it is absolutely necessary. And now there is such a shortage of manpower. It will be difficult for Ching Ching and his men to control the escape. Let's go over and take a look, in case we can help." We made one last check around Tahai Street, and then checked on the rescued residents to make sure they were not scratched or bitten before letting them go. When we returned to the place where we first came from, we found that something had happened. Ching Ching and hundreds of soldiers had surrounded several hundred people, and the 2 sides were arguing fiercely about something. I asked Su Chang to lead the team to watch out for anyone sneaking away, and Wanda and I went over to listen. It didn't take long for us to understand what was going on. It turned out that there were quite a few people scratched by zombies, but most of them had very minor wounds. Ching Ching wanted to isolate them for safety reasons, but they thought that their wounds were not serious because they did not bleed, and isolation was discrimination. The 2 sides started arguing, and Ching Ching, in a rage, dispatched troops to surround them all. The one who was making the loudest noise had apparently become the leader of these people. He was a burly man with a rough comb over his hair, and wore a vest that revealed his muscular body. He was half a head taller than Ching Ching, and now he was looking down at them and yelling at them, as if they would start a fight if they disagreed with each other. If a fight really broke out, with these hundreds of people making a fuss, there would definitely be chaos. Although Ching Ching was the person in charge of the city defense, he was also really angry, and those soldiers were ready to take action at any time. I hurriedly walked forward and grabbed Qingqing, then turned back to look at the sturdy man and smiled. What's your name? Wang Lei, I know you. You are the reporter who first reported the zombie incident. Wang Lei's attitude softened a little after seeing me, but his tone was still aggressive. Why don't you accept quarantine? Quarantine is for your own good. I patiently comforted him. How is this good for us? Once we are quarantined, people in the whole city will be wary of us, and the daily supplies will definitely be downgraded. Isolation, isn't it just using barbed wire to build a temporary prison to round us up? We are human beings, not animals. Wang Lei shouted loudly, and his words resonated with many people. That's right. Besides, our injuries were only minor and we didn't bleed. It's impossible for us to transform into zombies. What if we're fine, but someone turns into a zombie and bites us to death? You are seeking revenge for your personal gain. When their voices quieted down, I said seriously. Discussing isolation methods and not wanting to be isolated are two different things. I can assure you that isolation is only a temporary measure. As long as the doctor confirms that you are fine, you can leave. We will also arrange patrols day and night to prevent zombie incidents. How do you think? Many people's voices suddenly disappeared. It seemed that many people were willing to accept this solution, but Wang Lei still stiffened his neck and shouted, Whoever wants to be quarantined can be quarantined. I won't go. Get out of here! After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pushed me hard on the chest. I moved to the side, raised my leg and kicked him on the head with a whip-like kick. This kick made him stagger. When he stood up, I had already pulled out the gun and pointed it at his forehead. If you resolutely refuse to accept isolation and inspection, I have reason to believe that you have serious wounds caused by zombies. Now I will give you another chance to accept isolation and inspection, or I will kill you directly. I said coldly. Chapter 17, A Request. The crowd suddenly quieted down. Qingqing and Wang Da wanted to come over to pull me, but I pushed them away. I stared into Wang Da's eyes and said seriously, I saw the first zombie appear in this world with my own eyes. I also saw people I knew turn into zombies and wanted to eat me. I smashed its head with a hammer. I was surrounded by dozens or hundreds of zombies. I killed hundreds of zombies with my own hands. I know how scary and disgusting this thing is. You saw the zombies that attacked you just now. They may be your usual drinking buddies, your former neighbors, or even the little girl you secretly love. In just a moment, they can become murderers. Do you think you are wrong for being isolated? Do you think they are wrong for turning into zombies and killing people unconsciously because they were not isolated? Wang Lei, I see that you are a man, so I will give you another chance, isolation or death. The muzzle of my gun was pointed at Wang Lei's forehead. He didn't dare to move while I was talking. After I finished speaking, the anger in his eyes subsided a lot, and he whispered, I accept the inspection and isolation. I slowly moved the gun away, my heart pounding wildly. I was taking a risk by doing this just now. What if Wang Lei refused to be isolated even if he died? Would I be able to shoot him? I dared not imagine the consequences. Fortunately, Wang Lei was still afraid of death, or maybe something in my words touched him. Qingqing and his men immediately organized these people to line up and leave for blood tests. Wang Lei suddenly turned around and looked at me and said, My girlfriend just went berserk all of a sudden. I couldn't bear to kill her, and I don't know if she hurt anyone later. If my test results are fine, can I join your team? I looked at him calmly, my nose suddenly felt a little sour, and I nodded and said, Now is the time to use people. You are welcome anytime. Wang Lei took the lead and the rest of the people followed him to the isolation area. Qingqing contacted the people in the conference room and began to study the isolation plan, how to effectively ensure that everyone can have a relatively independent space and not implicate more people because of the sudden outbreak of zombies. The medical team also arrived and began to examine them one after another. Wang Da pulled me aside and said, Brother Su Yang, you did a good job just now, but you were a little impulsive. Now you are a celebrity and a hero in the eyes of many people. I am afraid that you will be criticized for doing this. I think the people in Editor-in-Chief Wang's department have not been thoroughly investigated. Maybe they are waiting for you to make a mistake. I smiled calmly and said, It doesn't matter. I've seen life and death, so why should I be afraid of being criticized? Let's go. We still have work to do. After returning to the front line, The brothers in the military zone knew that we had dealt with the zombie incident on Tahai Street. 2 teams came forward and asked to help us clean up the zombies so that we could have some time to rest. I didn't make a fuss and took the brothers in the group to eat. Strictly speaking, this was their first time to kill zombies face to face, and everyone must have some thoughts in their minds. After we had eaten and drunk our fill, we sat in a circle. I looked at their silence and said, "Who will talk about their feelings today first?" No one spoke. Everyone looked up at each other. I waited for a while and said, "Then I'll call the names. The one who peed his pants, you go first." "Boss! Can you please stop mentioning the matter of wetting your pants?" Su Chang said with a depressed look on his face. The other people in the group laughed, and the atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. Su Chang looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him. He sighed and said, "Okay, let me start. In the past, I killed zombies through barbed wire. Although I was afraid, I was not terrified. Today, there is no obstacle between me and the zombies. I realized how terrifying it is to face the zombies directly. My mind was blank at the time. I guess I was not much smarter than the zombies. After being knocked down by the zombies, I wondered if I was going to die, and whether I would become a zombie after death, so..." His words resonated with the others. I looked at them and smiled. The first time I faced zombies, I wasn't much better than you guys. But I brought Gucci with me at the time, and a man has to save some face. You have iron picks and steel pipes now, but do you know what I used? A shovel. I just hit the zombies with the big shovel, but they couldn't kill them at all. Later, I accidentally smashed a zombie's head and realized that they are not immortal. Later, I thought I am more sensitive than you, stronger than you, smarter than you, and I can use tools. Why should I be afraid of you? It's much better to think this way. You can try it next time." With Su Chang and I speaking, the other people in the group immediately became active and talked about their feelings at the time. I listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting and commenting, sharing my experience. Wang De also joined in at the right time and taught everyone some military fighting skills. We talked for more than 2 hours, and when everyone had almost recovered, they took the initiative to replace our group. Su Chang and his men carried weapons like iron rods and steel pipes and viciously slaughtered the zombies through the barbed wire. Wang De and I stood behind and watched. Wang De said with some emotion, "Su Yang, you are a bit like my old political commissar. At that time, I was stubborn and obstinate, and he enlightened me like you. You have leadership qualities, and Qing Qing also told me that you are trustworthy." I didn't say anything about Wang Da's praise, but picked up the iron rod and joined the battle in the front. Later in the evening, Gucci came back. She is now working in the rear. We can only be together at night. Seeing her tired look, I couldn't help but feel distressed. "How are you? Are you tired?" I quickly poured her a cup of hot water and gently rubbed her shoulders. "Well, I'm a little uncomfortable. Today, someone from the conference hall came to me and said that they wanted me to continue working as a reporter, mainly to report on the current city defense and external rescue situation in Tahai City. I refused." Gucci said calmly. "Oh? Isn't it your long-cherished wish to be a good journalist?" I asked curiously. "It's all routine reporting. It's no big deal if I'm one less reporter at a time like this, but it would be much better if there was one more person to help," Gucci said with a smile. My heart moved, and I gently held her in my arms, feeling her steady breathing on my chest. After a long time, I separated from her. I looked into her eyes and said, "You have matured." She leaned gently on my shoulder and murmured, "You must be careful. If something happens to you, I won't be able to survive." Bah, don't talk nonsense. Don't worry, I will pay attention. But even if I have any problems, you have to live well. At least you have to see that the culprit pays the price," I said, gritting my teeth. "By the way, Editor-in-Chief Wang and Li Xing are very dishonest in the detention center. They are slandering you all day long and spreading negative rumors, saying that the government doesn't care about us and let us fend for ourselves," Gucci said worriedly. I snorted coldly. Editor-in-Chief Wang and his men were trying to stir up the psychological bottom line of the disaster victims in the evacuation area and make the situation chaotic. On the one hand, this would prove that the remaining people would not be able to govern without them, and on the other hand, they were also looking for an opportunity to escape. "I'll ask Xing Xing to send someone to teach them a lesson later. You can carry this gun for self-defense, but don't show it easily. I handed the rapid-fire pistol from my waist to Gu Shi. You should keep it. It's more dangerous for you on the front line, and I don't need it in the rear. We are all ordinary people. Gu Shi declined. Sometimes human hearts are scarier than zombies. I really hope you never have to understand this. Take it. I'll ask Qingcheng for another one. I insisted that Gu Shi put the gun away. It was already late at night. I had just fallen asleep after being intimate with Gu Shi when I heard someone outside the tent calling my name. I looked carefully, and it was Qingcheng. I put on my clothes and walked out of the tent, looking at him puzzledly. He looked a little tired, and there was a sense of vicissitudes in his eyes that was seriously inconsistent with his age. It was hard for him to take on such a big responsibility at such a young age. Captain Chen, what's wrong? I asked in a low voice and walked with him to a secluded place. The report of zombie attacks on Tahai Street during the day has come out. A total of 278 people are suspected to be injured, of which 220 are not seriously injured. Among the remaining 58 people, more than 20 have been confirmed to be infected with the zombie virus. The blood of these infected people has been preserved, and now needs to be sent immediately to the Qinlu City Center for Disease Control and Prevention to cooperate with the experts there to develop an antidote. We agreed to this half a month ago, but we have not collected suitable samples yet, Qingqing said in a heavy tone. So many? I thought there would be at most a dozen, I said in surprise. More than 20 out of the 58 people were confirmed to be infected, which means they are now on the verge of death, like more than 20 time bombs ready to explode at any time. The remaining ones who have not been confirmed to be infected are definitely high-risk groups. Perhaps they have special physiques. Such people will 100% turn into violent zombies and cause greater harm. Well, these people have been quarantined separately, and I can't make up my mind now, Qingqing said somewhat frustratedly. What determination? I understood what he meant as soon as I asked. Since it has been confirmed that they are infected, they are quasi-zombies. Logically, such people should be dealt with immediately to avoid any trouble. However, as long as they don't die completely and turn into zombies for 1 second, they are still living human beings. Qingqing couldn't do it. Not only did he feel it was difficult, but I didn't know what to do either. Has the meeting room been notified? I asked. Chairman Ding Xiqing wants to temporarily isolate and observe them, and try to treat them to delay their transformation, but others prefer to execute them immediately. Now the pressure is back on me, Qingqing said with some distress. Should I tell them? Don't do that, I blurted out, feeling a little ashamed after saying it, but I still gritted my teeth and said, if they knew they were going to die soon, they would definitely make a scene. They are going to die anyway, so they will definitely do something crazy, which might bring greater danger to the city. Let's handle it secretly and ask the hospital to prepare some euthanasia. At least let them die without pain. Qingqing thought for a while and nodded in agreement with my suggestion. He looked at me and said, Actually, I came here for another reason. What's the matter? I vaguely felt that Qingqing seemed to be embarrassed to speak. I want you to cross the zombie blockade and take people to Qinlu City for me to send the blood samples to the CDC there, Qingqing said, staring at me with burning eyes. Chapter 18, Hope of the CDC. My body froze, and I looked at Qingqing in disbelief, and asked, You trust me so much? What I considered was not how dangerous it was to cross the zombie blockade in Tahai City, nor how risky it was to travel such a long distance from Tahai City to Qinlu City. What I considered was that Qingqing actually trusted me to lead people to escort such an important thing. Most importantly, he would definitely equip me with the best weapons, manpower, and vehicles. As long as I left Tahai City, I could go anywhere I wanted. This was not just ordinary trust, it was almost blind trust. Qingqing looked up at the starry sky and said as if talking to himself, You have seen the current situation in Tahai City. If my brothers and I leave, this place will immediately be controlled by those politicians and orators, and then those innocent people will suffer. So I can't leave. Today we finally collected the freshest blood sample that is about to be transformed. If we can send it to the experts at the CDC, maybe we can develop an antidote or vaccine, and then the situation will be different. We are so short of manpower now. If you assign someone to me, will I be overwhelmed? I said with some concern. Qingqing turned around and stared into my eyes, saying seriously, The weapons and ammunition Wang De sent this time are actually for breaking out, but I haven't contacted the CDC in Chulu City for almost a week. The last time I contacted them, they said they would block the news and develop an antidote as soon as possible. Once I have qualified serum, I will send it directly to them. The CDC has a high level of protection and sufficient supplies. It should be no problem to hold out for a few months. Besides, the zombie riots in Chulu City are not as serious as those in Tahai City. I thought about it for a long time. It is very dangerous to leave Tahai City at this time. I may not be able to break out of the zombie encirclement of the city and die. But if I don't try, something will happen sooner or later if I just guard the city. If there are a few more emergencies like today's Tahai Street, people will panic. The refuge area is very large and there is simply not enough manpower to check the health of everyone. A few days ago, I heard from Gushi that the medicines in the city are almost used up. If the trip to Chulu City goes smoothly this time, I can get some emergency medicines from the CDC. Okay, I'll go. I finally made up my mind and said, but I can't take Gushi with me. It's too dangerous this time. It's inconvenient to take her with me. I hope you can help me take care of her. Of course, as long as I am here, I will treat everyone in this city equally, Chen Qing said seriously. Thank you, Su Yang. I know this is an unreasonable request, but now the army really can't dispatch manpower to support. I just got news that there are large-scale zombie incidents all over the country, and the manpower that was originally promised to support us has been temporarily withdrawn. The order I received is to stay and Tahai City must not fall. His tone was full of loss and worry. I could understand his feelings. It was amazing that he could still calmly deal with city defense matters every day. After all, he was a few years younger than me. I'll leave tomorrow, you prepare everything. After I said that, I patted his shoulder and turned to go into the tent. Unexpectedly, Gushi had already woken up and was looking at me with sleepy eyes. I sat beside her and hugged her gently, and told her everything that Qing and I had just said. After listening to her, she was shocked and didn't speak for a long time. Chulu City is not far away. Maybe I will be back in a few days. You don't have to worry too much. I comforted him. Can't, let someone else go. Gushi said in a low voice. I sighed and said helplessly, this time we are mainly transporting serum. You know the current situation. Apart from Wang De, we are the only two who left and came back on our own initiative. Qing is worried that others will not come back after leaving Tahai City. In fact, it's okay to leave. I'm just afraid that this batch of precious serum will be lost. This is the hope of mankind all over the world. Gushi nodded silently and stopped talking. He just held my arm tightly. I smelled the fragrance of Gushi's hair and my thoughts ran wild. The next morning, Gushi brought me a new set of clothes and checked me carefully. He even wanted to sharpen my iron rod again, but I stopped him and said with a smile, it's not like I won't come back. I'm just escorting the serum. Don't be so nervous. You stay here and carry your gun with you. If there is another zombie incident, don't be stubborn and move to a safe place immediately. I know, Gushi said obediently. When I came out of the tent, Wang De and Qing were already waiting for us. I frowned and said, Wang De is going too. What? You look down on me? Wang De said with a smile. I walked over and whispered, it's better for you to stay here. Qing doesn't have any capable people at hand. It doesn't matter, as long as you can come back safely. Qing smiled and said, when you were not here, Tahai City had not fallen, right? Besides, the people in your team are all good. Su Chang and others also came to see us off. I hurried over to give them a few words of advice. They had just overcome the psychological barrier of killing zombies and could easily be in danger due to a momentary impulse. After I gave them the instructions, I saw that our car this time was an armored off-road jeep, the only one in Tahai City. It was specially approved for him by his superior when Qing supported Tahai City. It can be said that among all the cars in Tahai City, this is the only one that can steadily break through the siege. Qing drove this car to support us that day. Don't break it, Qing said with a smile. I will return it to my leader after the zombies are extinct. After that, he pointed at the other three people and said, Wang Buxuan, Fu Yu, Zhang Qi, my three best soldiers are given to you. There are enough weapons and equipment for you in the back of the car. If the situation in Chulu City is okay, Remember to replenish the ammunition there. Wang Bushiyuan is very tall, with explosive muscles that seem to be about to burst through his clothes. He is a good fighter at first glance. Fu Yuan is thin, well-proportioned and agile. Zhang Qi is a military doctor, but he has a fierce look on his face. I suspect that if he encounters a zombie, he will take out his scalpel and stab it. The army is indeed full of hidden talents, and this military doctor should be no less capable than Wang Bushiyuan, the muscular man. Qin Qing carefully handed over a low-temperature refrigerator box, and then handed it to Zhang Qi, saying, "You can die, but this box cannot be damaged." I frowned. What Qin Qing said was a bit too much. But Zhang Qi didn't care at all. A trace of solemnity appeared on his fierce face. He saluted and then steadily put the refrigerator box into another box and put it into the car. The inner wall of the box has shock-absorbing properties to prevent the serum from being damaged by bumps on the road. After everything was ready, we checked the weapons and ammunition again. There were 2 boxes of weapons and ammunition, even grenades and time bombs. Qin Qing really spent a lot of money to deal with possible problems on the road. The code name of this operation is Hope. Su Yang is in full charge. If any problems arise on the road, his opinion will be the final one. Do you understand? Qin Qing asked seriously. Understood. Wang Bushiyuan, Fu Yu and Zhang Qi said in unison without a trace of doubt. My heart warmed up, and I shook hands with them one by one, then hugged Qin Qing, and finally walked to Gu Shi. Remember what I said, stay away from danger, wait for me to come back, and tell Qin Qing immediately if there is anything unusual. The signal is unstable along the way, and I may not be able to contact you all the time. I'll wait for you to come back, Gu Shi said firmly. We got on the Dongfeng armored off-road vehicle. Wang Bushiyuan opened the sunroof and mounted a machine gun. Fu Yu took the initiative to sit in the co-pilot seat, leaving the safest seat behind Wang De for me. Zhang Qi held the box steadily and sat next to me. Each of us was given a weapon to prevent emergencies. This time I got an assault rifle and a rapid-fire pistol. After checking that there was no problem, Wang De drove directly to the exit of the city. There were zombies everywhere outside the door, and they would rush in once the door was opened. Qin Qing and his men climbed up the high wall and fired at the front, clearing a space in an instant. The door opened, Wang De stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out, crushing the zombies on the ground and rushing directly into the zombie group. I sat in the middle seat so that I could observe the road conditions through the front glass. There were more zombies outside than when we came here a while ago, and there were also some violent zombies, waving their weapons and rushing towards us fiercely. Let's take the expressway, which is the most convenient way to get out of the city. Wang De goes at full speed and Wang Bushiyuan leads the way, I said calmly. Wang Bushiyuan pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the large-caliber machine gun immediately knocked down all the zombies in front. The car crushed them all the way out. Unlike the time we came, the body of this Dongfeng armored vehicle was more solid and much heavier than the transport vehicle. It had great impact force. In the hands of an experienced driver like Wang De, it was like a cannonball. Coupled with Wang Bushiyuan's firepower coverage, we successfully rushed onto the overpass. Damn, why are there so many? I took a look and cursed as we got on the expressway. The last time I came here, the expressway was relatively quiet, but now the car is almost moving forward against the zombies. Wang Bushiyuan has been providing fire cover all the way, but now his machine gun has overheated, so he has to pause and use an ordinary submachine gun to clear the way. The effect is greatly reduced, and as long as we don't hit them on the head, it doesn't make much sense, they will still pounce on us with their fangs and claws. Fortunately, Wang De was a skilled driver, and Fu Yu opened the passenger window and leaned half of his body out to fire wildly to reduce the pressure on Wang Bushiyuan's cover. Just when the car was about to rush out of the expressway, Wang De suddenly braked and almost threw Wang Bushiyuan out, but he did not curse, but got back into the car silently. I looked forward in confusion and broke out in a cold sweat. There was a van parked at the exit of the expressway, blocking it completely. Why is there a van here? Who drove it here? I said in shock and anger. There are more zombies ahead. This exit is our only chance, but now this chance is gone. Chapter 19, The Outer Periphery Falls. There were at least 100 zombies surrounding us in front, and the zombies that we had knocked down were also approaching from behind. If we hesitated any longer, we would be attacked from both sides. Everyone was looking at me, because Chin Ching had told us when we came here that my decision would be final in case of any problems on the road. I hesitated for only 2 seconds before I said, "Cover me!" After saying that, I opened the car door and jumped out. The iron rod in my hand directly pierced the head of the zombie closest to me. I turned around and pulled out the pistol at my waist. I emptied the magazine at the nearest zombies, and then rushed towards the van at a high speed. "Su Yang! What are you going to do?" Wang De shouted anxiously. "Cover me!" As soon as I finished speaking, the zombies around me fell down one by one. I looked back and saw Wang Buxuan and Fu Yu, who was in the passenger seat, holding guns to clear the way for me. They understood my intention faster than Wang De. Since the van was blocking the road, just drive it away. There was only this one way, and only I could do it. Chin Ching asked me to be the leader of this group, and I had to show an attitude. I didn't care about the zombies rushing towards me because they all fell down. I took the time to look back and saw that Wang De and Fu Yu had also got out of the car. They started to clear the zombies rushing towards them from the left and right. However, it seemed that they could only last for a while. Our target was Chilu City, and it was impossible for us to waste too much ammunition in Tahai City. There were 5 or 6 zombies surrounding the van. I quickly got rid of them and rushed to the front of the van panting. I swung the iron bar to smash the window, grabbed the door handle and prepared to open the door from the inside. As a result, as soon as I rushed up, a small hand slapped me on the forehead. I was so scared by this sudden change that I fell to the ground and my back hit the ground heavily. Fortunately, there was a zombie behind me that was killed by Wang Buxuan, otherwise I would have been injured. I struggled to stand up and saw a small zombie slowly crawling out of the broken car window. It looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. There were no signs of bites on its body, but some scars were vaguely visible on its arms. I could imagine that this must be a family of 3 who had been hiding somewhere before and later wanted to make a last-ditch effort to rush across the expressway into the shelter, but ended up being trapped here. Maybe the child's parents tried to take him out on foot, but when they found there was no hope, they left the child in the car and waited for a miracle. The child's body did not seem to have rotted, and it must have happened a few days ago. He climbed down from the car window and fell heavily to the ground, then slowly stood up and staggered towards me. The bloodshot eyes and strange movements of this child who was still so childish made me suddenly dazed, and my eyes couldn't help but turn red. I stepped back step by step and he moved forward step by step. I heard the roars of Wang De and the others behind me, urging me to kill it quickly. It stared at me straight, with only death and desire for flesh and blood in its eyes. I had retreated to the guardrail of the expressway and had nowhere to retreat. I had to grit my teeth and use the iron rod to directly pierce its head. This was my most efficient move. Without any delay, it slowly fell to the ground and no longer had the strength to stand up. I shook my head vigorously, forcing the shock behind me, and rushed directly into the van. Fortunately, the car keys were on the seat. I started the car quickly and backed up. Wang De and the others also got in the car and followed me closely as we rushed towards the expressway intersection. After the van made way, I got out decisively. Wang Buxuan had already opened the door. I used a bar to smash a zombie that tried to steal the car, then quickly jumped into the car. The car accelerated and rushed down the expressway and headed out of the city. "What are you doing?" Wang De yelled at me while driving. "You are in charge of the team, and you put yourself in such a dangerous situation. What should we do if something happens to you? Are you worthy of Chen Cheng's trust in you?" I smiled, knowing that Wang De was worried about me. The action just now was indeed dangerous, but I also showed them my attitude. Since we are a team, we have a life and death relationship. As the nominal leader, I can do anything to complete the task, and so can they. I found that Wang Buxuan, Fu Yu and Zhang Qi's attitude towards me had changed significantly. Zhang Qi even temporarily put down the precious serum safe and came over to examine my body carefully. Fortunately, the slap from the child on my face did not leave any skin injuries, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Wang De drove very fast and reasonably, trying his best to avoid head-on collisions with zombies along the way. In addition, I directed him to shuttle through various alleys, and successfully avoided a large number of zombies. The next breakthrough difficulty was leaving the city. There were a lot of cars jammed here, and with the zombies in the gaps, it was really difficult to shuttle through. "Here!" I was about to speak when Wang De accelerated and rushed directly into the wasteland next to him. Then he rushed out of Tahai City from the bumpy dirt road, completely bypassing the regular exit and knocking over the iron sheets surrounding the city. It felt like a Hollywood blockbuster. "We have the Dongfeng armored army, so we must not take the ordinary route," Wang De said proudly. The number of zombies on the highway was several times less than that in the city, but I still stared out the window with concern. It seemed that there was some attraction. These scattered zombies were moving towards the big city. I focused on observing a few zombies. Their shoes were worn out. Obviously, they had walked a long way, but it still couldn't stop them from instinctively moving towards the big city. Maybe these zombies' minds were not completely annihilated. They instinctively remembered where the most food was. Tahai City is hundreds of kilometers away from Chenlu City. We drove for a whole day before arriving at Tianmen County near Chenlu City for a short rest. Tianmen County is the gateway to Chenlu City. Wang De was already a little tired after traveling non-stop all the way. He also had to be careful to avoid zombies. I was afraid that something would happen if we continued traveling, so I decided to rest in Tianmen County. Although we were going to rest, we found a gas station outside the city to fill up the car with gas, dealt with a few zombies hovering in the gas station, and ate some food we brought with us. "It looks like Tianmen County has also fallen. Chenlu City is probably in danger," I said with some concern. "Fu Yu, what kind of news did you receive about Chenlu City earlier?" Fu Yu recalled the situation in Chenlu City before. His voice was a little shrill. "At that time, there were many zombie incidents in the counties and districts around Chenlu City, and a siege was formed in a short period of time. However, Chenlu City responded very quickly and blocked the external zombies as soon as possible. At the same time, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention developed a vaccine against the zombie virus as soon as possible. The armed police and garrison troops in Chenlu City also started to clean up the zombies as soon as possible. However, the situation was not very good. The zombie outbreak was irregular, and most of the troops were involved, making it difficult to effectively annihilate them." I nodded in agreement. It can be seen from Qingqing and Wang De that the troops must be at the forefront now, and it is the same in every country. However, this front line is too long, almost everywhere, and there is also the need to ensure border garrisons and so on. Qingqing said that there has been no news from Chenlu City for a week. Judging from the situation in Tianmen County, Chenlu City is probably close to falling or has already fallen. We must be careful. We have only one goal on this trip, the CDC. If the situation is critical, we will be responsible for cooperating with the people of Chenlu City to rescue the experts. They are hope," I said seriously. Everyone nodded in agreement, and after we recovered our strength, we set off in silence. The scenes we saw along the way were similar to those around Tahai City. The scattered zombies were moving aimlessly towards the direction of Chenlu City. Their steps were slow but extremely determined, which cast a shadow over my heart again. When we were still more than 10 kilometers away from Chenlu City, we stopped again at the highway rest area on the side of the road. There was no other reason, it was because it was getting dark and we didn't dare to go on. Our off-road vehicle had super strong lights, it was simply a mobile MT that attracted hatred. The rest area was already deserted, and even the basic goods had been moved out, but there was still some drinking water and the like left. We checked the doors and windows and parked the car not far from the door to prevent any danger in the middle of the night. I climbed onto the roof of the rest stop and looked in the direction of Chenlu City. It was pitch black. I have been to Chenlu City, which is most famous for the night view of urban construction. I didn't expect that the once bustling streets with lights and colorful trees would turn into a chaos. The 5 of us took turns to rest and remained vigilant at all times. The night finally passed safely, and the fatigue brought by our non-stop journey finally subsided. When we woke up the next morning, there were indeed many zombies who had arrived overnight gathered outside the door. I don't know if they smelled our scent, but they were blocking the door and lingering. We shot them all without hesitation. The gunshots alarmed more zombies, but we had successfully entered the car and rushed towards Chenlu City at dawn. Fu Yu and I switched seats. Now I was sitting in the co-pilot seat so that I could better observe the road conditions and give temporary command. Wang Buxuan was still sitting in the middle seat so that he could open the sunroof at any time and use a machine gun to clear the way for us. Fu Yu and Zhang Qi were protecting the serum box in the back. The car bypassed 2 winding mountain roads and officially entered the scope of Chulu City. The city was dead silent in the early morning. There were surprisingly no zombies on both sides of the winding mountain road. The guardrails on the side of the road were badly damaged. It was estimated that everyone fell down and died. Chulu City originally had a low terrain, but now it seems to have an advantage. We have not encountered large groups of zombies all the way into the city streets, but the closer to the city center, the more zombies there are. Chulu City itself is much smaller than Tahai City, but it has the best disease control center in the province, which is a department that our Huaxia country focuses on supporting, which is why we have come all the way to deliver serum. The zombies in the city were originally wandering around, but when they found us, they all seemed to wake up and gather towards us quickly. I turned on the navigation on my phone, looked up at the road from time to time, and said quickly, "Turn right from Ximin Street and enter a tunnel under the bridge. After going out, go up the overpass and get off the bridge at exit B7 to reach the CDC." Wanda drove steadily and rushed out of Ximin Street according to the route I provided before the zombies successfully surrounded us. However, when we rushed into the tunnel, the strong light revealed that the front of the tunnel was filled with a dark mass of zombies. Under the strong light, their eyes emitted a bloodthirsty red light. Chapter 20: The Last Hope. We can't rush through. There are too many of them. The space and the road are too narrow. There is no angle to move, Wanda said in a deep voice. Can we change the route? I looked at the navigation software in my hand and said unwillingly, "This road is the shortest. If we can go through the tunnel, we can reach the CDC in 20 minutes. If we change the route now, it will probably take at least an hour to get there." I hesitated for a few seconds, then sighed. "Change the route and go back. It will be troublesome if we are attacked from both sides." As we were talking, a lot of zombies had caught up with the car from behind and began to hit the body of our car frantically, making a hollow thumping sound. Wanda didn't hesitate at all. He reversed the car and knocked them away, then exited the tunnel and took another road to the CDC. The road we came from had been blocked by the pursuing zombies. This road went through the commercial street in the city center. From the time we entered Chulu City until now, I can basically confirm that Chulu City has completely fallen. Tahai City at least still has a refuge area, and at least half of the city is still under the control of humans. Qingqing has even led his troops and supporters to build a wall of life, temporarily providing a place for the survivors to stay, and there are enough food, clean water and other supplies to sustain them. There are no obstacles blocking the streets of Chulu City as far as the eye can see. It seems that either the government's rescue is ineffective, or the zombie tide is too fast and cannot be resisted at all. I prefer to believe the latter. If Qingqing hadn't lent us the only Dongfeng armored military off-road vehicle in Tahai City, we would have died several times by now. We had to fight zombies to make our way along the way. Wang Guixuan's machine gun overheated because it fired too many bullets in a short period of time. We even threw 2 grenades to block the zombies chasing us. Chulu City is much smaller than Tahai City, so its roads are relatively narrow and the building planning is not up to standard. In many places, it is impossible to pass through after being blocked by zombies. The zombies will even squeeze each other, but the strange thing is that there is no fight between zombies. We still know too little about zombies. We originally planned to reach the CDC in an hour, but it took us nearly 2 hours to finally see the round white building. However, there were many ownerless vehicles parked in front of the CDC, and the big trees on the roadside were all felled and lying across the road. Our car couldn't get into the CDC compound at all. From this angle, there were also a large number of zombies wandering around in the CDC compound. I felt uneasy again. The experts at the CDC are our hope. A week ago was the last time Qingqing contacted them. A week has passed. Do they still have a chance to survive? Su Yang, what should we do? Wanda asked anxiously. Bring guns and serum, let's break in. Oh, bring time bombs and grenades, I feel we will need them, I ordered quickly. Each of us took sufficient ammunition from the trunk of the car, took a few deep breaths, and rushed down from both sides of the car at the same time. Zhangqi was responsible for protecting the serum box and got off the car last. The 4 of us opened fire on both sides at the moment we got off the car, and instantly cleared all the zombies around the car body. Since we were rushing in with hot weapons, it was inconvenient for me to carry my iron rod. I was holding an assault rifle with sufficient magazines, and I also had a pistol and an extended military dagger on my waist. Wang Buixuan and the others were worried about me, so they hung a grenade on me. Zhang Qi was also fully armed, but his main task was to protect the serum box, which was also the biggest purpose of our trip. The four of us protected Zhang Qi in the middle. Originally, Zhang Qi wanted me to protect the box in the middle, but I refused. There were not too many zombies here and we could handle it. We formed a tactical team formation and rushed towards the gate of the CDC. For professionalism, Wang De and Wang Buixuan still rushed in the front, and Fu Yu and I protected Zhang Qi on the flanks. I knew my shooting skills were not good, so I would not shoot unless I was sure of the range, and tried to save bullets as much as possible, because I didn't know what was waiting for us in the CDC. We cleared out the zombies in the compound as quickly as possible, and then closed the door of the compound to temporarily block the zombies' pursuit. We quickly rushed to the door of the CDC, and as expected, the door was locked. Through the glass, we could see that the inside was blocked by various heavy objects, and there were no signs of damage on the outside. It seemed that the experts from the CDC had a very high chance of survival. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that my trip was not in vain. However, no matter how hard we knocked on the door, there was no response. According to the information we received, the 3 floors above ground were offices or wards, and the basement was the research center. Perhaps the people from the CDC hid in the basement. Wang Buixuan looked at me to ask for my opinion. I nodded. He immediately took out a time bomb and set the time. We quickly hid behind a stone pillar on the side. There was a loud bang, and after the thick smoke, the door of the CDC and the heavy objects blocking it were all blown open. We rushed in immediately. Chilu City is no longer suitable for staying here. Let's find the experts and take them away as soon as possible. We will go to the nearest place with research conditions. Problems may occur here at any time, I said hurriedly. The entire first floor of the CDC was empty. With such a loud noise, if there were people upstairs, they would have come over to check or contact us. It seemed that all the medical staff and experts were in the Underground Research Institute. We did not waste a second. Wang Buixuan and Wang De stayed on the ground. The door was blown open, which meant that zombies could also enter here. In order to avoid being blocked, they had to stay. Fu Yu and I led the way with guns in hand, while Zhang Qi followed behind holding the serum. The basement was still empty, but many rooms had lights on and the equipment was in sleep mode. I pushed open several doors but didn't see any figure. Something is wrong. Did the experts from the CDC retreat through other channels? I stopped and asked. Fu Yu didn't say much along the way. He took a few steps forward to distance himself from us, then made a gesture to keep quiet, and lay flat on the ground. After a while he said, "There's movement underground. There must be someone down there." I believed in his judgment, and walked to the end of the first underground floor, where I found the elevator leading to the second underground floor. I pressed a button, the light came on, and the elevator ran smoothly. However, when the elevator door opened, 6 or 7 zombies suddenly rushed out of the elevator and pounced directly on us. The distance was so close that I didn't even have time to react, and I poked the assault rifle in my hand directly into the head of a zombie. Fu Yu nimbly dodged the bites of the 2 zombies and pulled the trigger at the same time as I did. Fire snakes spewed out, and the zombies died instantly in front of us. I was scared and broke into a cold sweat, knowing that the CDC was in big trouble. There were no zombies upstairs or in the basement, but there were zombies in the elevator from the second basement to the first basement. This meant that there was a problem with the strongest part of the CDC. It is still unknown how many people had taken refuge on the second basement, and how many had turned into zombies. I looked at the corpses of zombies under my feet and couldn't help but hesitate. There are no zombies up there, but there are zombies down there. This situation is a bit strange, Fu Yu said worriedly. There are a lot of people at the CDC, but they shouldn't all be concentrated on the bottom floor. Also, the building of the CDC is not damaged, and the door is tightly blocked, so they shouldn't all retreat to the second underground floor. It doesn't make sense. Zhang Qi's face was also solemn. Unless the zombie incident happened suddenly after they took defensive measures, could it be that there were staff members at the CDC who had been injected with Agent X? I nodded. Zhang Qi's speculation was very likely. Maybe in the early stages of the zombie outbreak, the CDC could still cope with it, constantly contacting the outside world for help and developing a vaccine as soon as possible. As a result, the zombie tide came too quickly, and they had to close the CDC. As a result, the staff around them suddenly went crazy, and they could only hide in the deepest layers one by one. What should we do? Fu Yu and Zhang Qi looked at me, waiting for my order. I looked at the passage on the underground floor. There were definitely no zombies left here. It was very safe. I gritted my teeth and said, Zhang Qi, you stay here to protect the serum. Fu Yu and I will go check it out. If there is no problem, we will come to pick you up. Let Fu Yu and I go. You are the leader of our team and you are more important, Zhang Qi said. I turned around and looked at him and said, No one in the team is more important than anyone else. Even if there is, you are more important. If we find experts, I need you to work with them. I am just responsible for the deployment. Listen to me and protect the box. After saying that, Fu Yu and I kicked all the zombie corpses we had just dealt with aside. Fu Yu carefully took out a dagger and stabbed each zombie's head again to make sure they wouldn't suddenly attack and hurt Zhang Qi. Fu Yu and I walked into the elevator and pressed the down button. We both leaned against the inner wall of the elevator to stay as far away from the elevator entrance as possible so that we could be within shooting distance when the door opened. The elevator arrived quickly. My heart was pounding wildly. Fu Yu's usually calm face was also filled with nervousness. The elevator door opened, and more than a dozen zombies rushed over with their fangs and claws bared. Judging from their attire, they were all CDC staff. We opened fire without hesitation, and the zombies in front of the door were cleared. I quickly looked out and said, Get out. We will only be surrounded by more zombies here. We're doomed if we run out of bullets. Fu Yu rushed out with me without saying a word. I swung the butt of my gun and smashed a zombie's head directly, trying to save ammunition. Looking around, I saw many laboratories on the second underground floor. Some doors were closed, some were wide open, and through the glass I could see that there were zombies walking around in many closed rooms. It seemed that the chance of the CDC experts surviving was very small, but even if it was only 1 in 10,000, I would still give it a try. Without the blueprints of the CDC's underground chamber, I had no idea in which laboratory the possible surviving experts would be hiding. I could only look for them one by one. Logically speaking, with such a big commotion, the survivors should have given us some clues, but I didn't see any signals in the entire corridor except for the zombies walking around. We didn't dare to use grenades in the sealed space, so Fu Yu and I used guns to clear a path and killed our way in. Fortunately, there was only this long corridor, so we didn't have to worry about the zombies surrounding us from behind. We checked the laboratory along the way, but unfortunately we found nothing. In the end, Fu Yu and I ran out of bullets, so we had to switch to daggers and continue fighting the zombies while shouting. Just when we were about to stop killing, Zhang Qi, who was waiting upstairs in a hurry, came down, put the serum away, and then shot us to help us get rid of all the remaining zombies. There are more than 100 zombies found in the entire second underground floor, and they have all been killed by us. Most of the members of the CDC should be here, even some are wearing cleaning clothes. It can be seen how fast the zombie tide came, and they couldn't even try to leave here. At the end of the corridor is the largest laboratory, which is our last hope. Chapter 21, No Cure. The door of the laboratory was locked and there were not even any windows. This should be the highest level laboratory of the CDC. All the cutting-edge instruments were here. If there were any survivors, they should be in this room. I suddenly felt a little nervous. What if everyone was dead? Wouldn't it be a wasted trip? I approached the door nervously and knocked gently, but there was no response. Is anyone in there? We are here from Tahai City to deliver the serum, I shouted. The door slowly opened. It had an electronic lock, so we would definitely not be able to open it without someone opening it from the inside. I was delighted, but when we walked into the laboratory, my heart sank again. The laboratory was in a mess, with collapsed and broken instruments everywhere. All the computers had blue screens, and the ground was littered with zombie corpses, who looked like they had been dead for a while. Inside the laboratory, a female staff member in white protective clothing was looking at us calmly. When we walked over, she whispered, "You are late." After saying that, she took off her protective suit, revealing her naked body. She seemed not to mind exposing herself in front of us at all. We turned our heads away hurriedly. After she put on her clothes, she walked in front of us. I looked at her carefully. She was in her early 30s, with short hair, wearing gentle glasses, and had an ordinary appearance, but there was an unyielding stubbornness in her eyes. "They are all dead?" I said in a trembling voice. "Are you an expert from the CDC? Come with us quickly. We will send you to another CDC, which has the latest serum." She smiled calmly and said, "My name is Lu Qian, and I'm the director of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. I won't go with you, and I can't use your serum anymore." "Not leaving? We have cleared the zombies here, but the gate outside has been destroyed. It won't be long before the zombies come in, and then you won't be able to leave even if you want to," I said anxiously. Lu Qian didn't seem to be panicking at all. She sat on a chair by herself, took a half bottle of water from the table next to her, and drank it all in one gulp. She whispered, "What's the point of leaving? It's death anyway, so it doesn't matter where you die." I frowned and asked, "What's going on? Didn't you ask us to send you the serum before? We went through so much trouble to send you the serum, but now you say you don't need it, and you refuse to go with us. What does that mean?" Lu Qian calmly looked at the serum box in Zhang Qi's hand and said faintly, "We couldn't wait, so we made the zombie serum ourselves. We first selected volunteers and let them be scratched by the zombies outside. Before they transformed, we extracted the latest serum to develop antidotes and vaccines. It turned out that we couldn't deal with this virus at all. Not only us, but also the best virologists in the world couldn't find a way to deal with it. Do you know what the world outside of China is like? More than half of the world has fallen." I looked at her in shock, as if I was looking at a madman. They infected their own people and then extracted the serum to develop an antidote. Are they all crazy? I can imagine that those people turned into zombies one by one, and in the end only Lu Qian was left. They placed all their hopes on her, but in the end they were told that the virus was incurable. I was silent for a while, and then whispered, "Are you worthy of those who dedicated their lives to developing the vaccine? Did they sacrifice their lives just to let you give up like this?" Lu Qian suddenly became excited, stood up and said loudly, "What do you know? Are you a disease scientist? Are you a virologist? Are you a pharmacologist? Do you know how fast the virus divides? Do you know how many years this virus mutation will bring about the unknowns that exceed world medicine? Do you think I want to watch them inject the virus one by one and then commit suicide?" After a series of questions, Lu Qian squatted on the ground and burst into tears. It was obvious that she had a mental breakdown. I said softly, "No matter what, aren't they doing this just to keep hope? You are the most powerful one among them, so they are willing to let you stay until the end, right? Even if we can't develop an antidote now, the world still needs people like you to keep looking for opportunities." Lu Qian raised her head, her face ashen, and whispered, "It's too late. I've already injected myself with the virus. This world is doomed. You guys should leave now." Her eyes began to turn red, disgusting blisters began to appear on her skin, and her fingernails were visibly growing longer. Her movements became stiff, and her eyes gradually filled with death. It didn't take long before she completely lost her breath of life and turned into a zombie like the ones outside, pouncing at me viciously. Before I could react, Fuyu beside me stabbed Lu Qian's eye socket with a dagger, then kicked her down hard. She twisted on the ground for a few times before becoming motionless. "Let's go. Wang De and Wang Buxuan probably can't hold on any longer," Fuyu said anxiously. I nodded blankly and followed them out slowly. Zhang Qi thought for a while and threw the box in his hand aside. The validity period of this serum was almost expired, and it was meaningless to take it back. Chenlu Municipal Center for Disease Control and Prevention is the largest and best-equipped professional institution in our area. Without them, there would be no possibility of developing an antidote for the time being. The remaining question was how to survive. I came here with a deep sense of mission in my heart, and even a sense of pride that I might be saving the world. But now it's all gone, and all that's left is a feeling of confusion about the future. No matter what, the most important thing is to leave here as soon as possible. We rushed to the ground as fast as we could. Wang De and Wang Buxuan could hardly hold on any longer. Fu Yu and I had run out of bullets, so we had to fight hand to hand. Zhang Qi held a gun to clear the way for us. The gate of the CDC compound had been pushed open by groups of zombies, and it was no longer possible to get out. "I can't leave," Wang De said in a low voice. We are more than 100 meters away from the car. The possibility is very low. How about we retreat to the CDC and call for help? Fu Yu asked in a low voice. Absolutely not. This is a deadly place. I just noticed that the CDC's supplies have run out, and the communication equipment may be broken. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been out of news from them for so long. Qingqing has no one to pick us up, so we can only rely on ourselves, I said helplessly. They all fell silent, waiting for my decision. I stared at the wall outside the courtyard gate for a few seconds before making a decision. I said without question. You four are responsible for holding back the zombies. I'll climb over this wall and drive in to pick you up. You must keep a distance from the zombies and must not be surrounded or forced into the CDC by the zombies, otherwise you won't be able to get out. Let me go, after all, I'm the one driving, Wang De said. It would be better if you stay and lead them to control the pace. I shook my head and said, I'm not trying to be brave. You guys are better than me in combat, and we can work together better. Only when you hold the zombies back can I rush over without any worries. It's settled. Hurry up, there's no time. Wang De and Wang Buxuan had no choice but to follow my instructions. Now that they were outdoors, they didn't have to worry about so many things. I threw the only remaining grenade on me far into the zombie group, which immediately blew away a large number of zombies rushing over from the front row. Only Zhang Qi had bullets in his gun, and he moved in the opposite direction of me while shooting. As expected, the zombie group began to move following the gunshots. I looked at the wall of the CDC, which was about 2 meters high. If my running speed was fast enough, I could almost grab the top of the wall and climb over. As for whether there were zombies over there, I could only hope for the restraining power of Wang De and the other four. Zhang Qi has stopped shooting. Wang De and Wang Buxuan rushed to the zombies first and started close combat. When the humans and zombies get close to a certain distance, the zombies' movements will suddenly speed up by several percent, and correspondingly, the risk to Wang De and the others will also increase sharply. There is not much time left for me. I kept estimating the time, and when I felt it was about time, I used all my strength to rush out of the door of the CDC. My target was the wall on the left side of the CDC, which was the opposite direction of the zombies that were constantly pouring in. I kept accelerating, and when I rushed to the corner of the wall, I pushed the ground with my right foot and jumped up. Fortunately, I have played basketball for many years and I am very confident in my jumping ability. With this jump, I hung my arms on the wall, and my legs and arms exerted force at the same time, and my whole body straddled the wall. I looked outside the wall and almost fell off. There were at least 10 zombies looking up at me right below my feet, and 2 of them had already reached out to grab my legs. Fuck! Get out of my way! I raised my leg and kicked a zombie on the head, then stood up in a panic. The courtyard wall was very thin, and I moved forward quickly like walking on a tightrope. I found a place where there were no zombies and jumped down. I landed in a hurry and my calf was severely shaken. It took me a long time to recover. A zombie had already walked in front of me. I barely stood up, took out the long dagger I carried with me and stabbed it directly into a zombie's head. Following this fierceness, I didn't care about my still numb calves and rushed directly towards our Dongfeng armored vehicle. I tried my best to move agilely to avoid a head-on collision with the zombies. To be honest, I was not used to using this long dagger, and was always worried that it would break. I still missed my iron chisel. I rushed to the side of the car immediately, kicked down a zombie near the door, and did not have time to give him another knife in the head. I started the car directly. This Dongfeng armored vehicle is very powerful. It was my first time to use this kind of off-road vehicle. I was a little panicked. The car rushed directly through the gate of the CDC. I quickly backed up and drove into the compound. At this time, I could no longer see Wang De and the others. There were zombies in front of me. There were too many of them. And because of my arrival, zombies began to drag the cars in front and behind. I am not Wang De, and I don't have such superb driving skills. The car has been able to move a little. Chapter 22, Failed Foreign Aid. Wang De, Wang Buxuan, Fu Yu and Zhang Qi are all from the military and are very skilled. It was because of their desperate efforts to attract the zombies' attacks that I was able to drive the car over successfully. However, the situation in the compound made it really difficult to move forward. My car began to rush forward with difficulty, facing the zombies, but I still couldn't see Wang De and the others. I could only vaguely identify their positions based on the direction of the zombies' movement. I thought about it and stopped the car without turning off the engine. I loaded the machine gun bullets into the box at the back, opened the sunroof and started firing directly at the group of zombies in front of me. On the way, I carefully studied with Wang Bushuyuan how to use the skylight machine gun. Fearing this situation might happen, I deliberately lowered the muzzle of the machine gun for fear of accidentally hurting Wang De and the others in front of me. This machine gun was my first time actually operating it, and the output was a little too strong, but the effect was excellent. The zombies in front of me fell one after another like wheat being harvested in autumn, and I finally saw Wang De and the others. There was a hidden danger when I stopped the car. The zombies around me began to desperately climb onto the car. I didn't have time to take care of them. I got back into the car and took advantage of this rare opportunity to drive over. It turned out that Wang De and his men were hiding in a half-covered wall in the corner of the CDC building. No wonder the zombies couldn't get in. I opened the passenger door and yelled, "Get in the car!" Wang De and his men rushed over in formation and got into the car and sat down one by one. Wang De was the last one to get in. I immediately exchanged seats with him, opened the car window and started firing outside. The car was immediately different in Wang Da's hands. The car actually turned around successfully in the group of zombies, and then reached its maximum horsepower in an instant like an arrow, knocking away all the hundreds of zombies that were besieging it, and rushed directly out of the CDC compound. The explosions and gunshots we just made attracted more zombies to attack us. There was no way to turn back the way we came, so we could only keep moving forward. Time was running out, and we had no time to check the navigation. We just drove towards the place with the least zombies. After we broke out of the zombie encirclement, we finally breathed a sigh of relief. I opened the window, leaned my elbows on the window, and stared out the window in a daze. Chunlu City is not a prosperous city, but it is also a third-tier city. Even many units that are key supported by our China are located here. Now there is no trace of any living people along the way. I don't know how many of them left in time, and how many died in corners we can't see and turned into restless zombies. Lu Qian's emotional breakdown at the CDC seriously affected my mood. I dare not say anything else, but our China is definitely the world's top country in developing various antiviral vaccines. Lu Qian became the director of the CDC at such a young age, and her ability must be world-class. Even she said that there is no hope of fighting the virus in Agent X. Do others still have a chance? I shook my head with some disinterest. Wang De seemed to see that I was in a bad mood. He comforted me while driving. "Su Yang, don't be discouraged. The most important thing now is to control the scale of zombies. Developing a vaccine is not something that can be successfully developed overnight. If it doesn't work here, there will always be other places that can." I looked at him, smiled and nodded. There are many professional institutions larger than the Chunlu City Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and there are also more top medical teams. They must be working hard on research now. Perhaps it won't be long before they can develop an effective vaccine to prevent the crazy increase in the number of zombies. "What should we do now?" Fuyu asked behind me. "Go back to Tahai City?" I opened the navigation on my phone and said, "Let's not go back for now. Let's go to the police station or the armed police squadron in Chulu City to replenish our medicine. We are almost out of ammunition this time. Tahai City is short of ammunition to begin with, so we can't come here in vain." Following my instructions, Wang De began to take a detour and came to the armed police force and several police stations in Chulu City. It was a bit sad to see many zombies in police uniforms, who must have failed to evacuate in time. We found the key from a zombie. We cleared out as many weapons and ammunition as possible and filled the back seat of the car. After that, we rushed out of Chulu City with some effort. The power and water conservancy systems here have not been paralyzed yet, but they should be about to be. We deliberately took the risk to go to some residential areas, but all we saw were large numbers of zombies, but no survivors. "Let's go back to Tahai City. I always have a bad feeling," I said in a low voice. Ever since I left Tahai City in Gushi, I always felt a sense of unrest, as if something bad was going to happen. "You're overthinking it. Captain Chen will look favorably upon Tahai City. Besides, the zombies in Tahai City are widely distributed, and it's unlikely for them to overturn the walls and barbed wire and rush in. Don't think too much. Your girlfriend looks like she will live a long and blessed life. Zhangqi said with a smile. I thanked him for his words, but I still felt a little gloomy in my heart. Perhaps it was because I had never really calmed myself down and thought about some issues since the zombie incident broke out, so I was a little overly nervous. The return journey is much more convenient. The zombies from the surrounding counties and cities of Chunlu City have basically flocked to Chunlu City. It is still unknown where they will migrate to next. What is certain is that when there are no people and places that attract zombies in Chunlu City, they will move to the next target city. The current zombies are still regional. For example, the zombies surrounding Tahai City are all from the surrounding areas of Tahai City. No zombies from Chunlu City will travel a long distance to come here, so Tahai City can still be defended for the time being. If the zombies between big cities begin to gather, that will be the real doomsday. By then, both the number and the destructive power will double than now. After resting for a day in a relatively safe place, we returned to Tahai City and parked the car at the entrance of Tahai City. All of us looked ahead in disbelief. The originally intact street facilities were now beyond recognition. We could see a large number of craters left by the explosion and traces of burnt flames. The number of zombies at the entrance of Tahai City was obviously much less, and they were wandering around scatteredly. We entered the urban area of Tahai City with trepidation. After walking only a few kilometers, we rediscovered a large number of zombies. They were no longer wandering around blindly, but were moving closely together towards the refuge area in the west of the city. What happened here? I muttered. Could it be that support has arrived? The explosion in this direction could only mean that external support has arrived, but it looks like it was unsuccessful? Wang Buixuan analyzed, with his rich experience. There were indeed a lot of zombie corpses along the way, and the number was astonishing, but it was still far less than the total number of zombies in Tahai City. Only about 10,000 were eliminated, while Tahai City had nearly 200,000 zombies. This was calculated by Qing Cheng and his team using the image scale estimation method, and the scattered zombies hidden in those dark buildings or residences were not counted. We still chose to go back via the expressway, but soon discovered a problem. Because some of the zombies at the entrance had been eliminated, these zombies were alarmed and began to move forward. This not only increased the defense pressure in the West City refuge area, but also made the expressway overcrowded with corpses. It was impossible to drive as easily as when we came. Wang De and I discussed it for a while and agreed that it was too risky to rush back like this, so we had to choose another route. We don't have enough ammunition to fight our way out. There is very little machine gun ammunition left, which is reserved for saving lives at the most critical moment. Although there are plenty of other weapons and ammunition, none of them are suitable for clearing a path. Our only option now is to find another way out. Go out from under this bridge and turn into Sanha Street near Changjiu Road. If you can go there, then go into the Jinxiu Linyuan community. I remember there is a passage within the community that leads directly to Wanhe Road. We will go around from the north this time. I remember there aren't many zombies there, I said. Wanda looked at me in surprise and said, I'm not surprised that you are familiar with the roads in Tahai City. You even know which zombies are weak? I remember you were not there when Qingqing held a defense meeting last time. We can't just rely on Qingqing and you guys. Under the current circumstances, everyone has to contribute to have a chance to survive. My team and I have also done observations and analysis. Stop talking and just concentrate on driving, I said with a smile. Wang De drove around a relatively large group of zombies. The route I told him was indeed much easier to follow. Although we successfully passed through the zombie group, my worries deepened. The city is becoming more and more difficult to travel, and it will be even more difficult to get out in the future. Fortunately, we have external support, so let's see if there will be a large-scale operation to eliminate zombies. The car drove onto Wanhe Road. After rushing through the zombie horde for more than half an hour, we finally saw the refuge area in the west of the city. We all breathed a sigh of relief. The sentry on the wall must have spotted our car. Not long after, the gate of the refuge area was opened, and several cars rushed out. The soldiers got out and started shooting at the zombies to clear the way for us. We successfully rushed into the refuge area. The gate was closed again, and the zombies outside the gate attacked like crazy. After getting off the car, I looked at the barbed wire in the distance with some worry. Although it is inspected every day, who knows when it will be squeezed by zombies and rushed in. My team was working nearby, and Su Chang took the lead and ran over. I smiled and hugged him. To my surprise, I saw another acquaintance in my team. It was Wang Lei, who had a conflict with me that day and whom I pointed a gun at. He was the strong man who saw his girlfriend turn into a zombie but could not bear to do it. At that time, he said that if the examination was fine, he hoped to join my team. I didn't expect that he really joined. Seeing that he was still a little embarrassed, I took the initiative to nod to him. After greeting them, I saw Chinchung walking out of the military area. I walked towards him and went straight into his office. After sitting down, I told him in detail everything that happened in Chenlu City. When I talked about Lu Qian injecting herself with the virus to commit suicide, we both sighed for a long time. Let's not talk about this for now. Since Chenlu City has fallen, let's think of other ways. Now there is something we need your help to solve, Chinching said with a headache. Chapter 23 Internal Hidden Dangers. Chencheng is now in charge of most of Tianhai City's defense. There are many things that give him a headache. I really can't guess what they are. Fortunately, he continued, Editor-in-Chief Wang and Li Xing have been making trouble in the detention area for 2 days. I went there twice and there was no progress. I guess you have to go there in person. I didn't ask what it was, and said with a smile, You are the boss of this city now, can't you deal with 2 lackeys of Huahan Group? If not, just beat them up. Chencheng looked at me with amusement and said, If only it were that easy. I don't know who is helping them. Some news has leaked out. They found out that you went to Chenlu City to deliver the serum. Now they want to leave Tianhai City and say they can accept legal punishment, but not here. They say that what we did was illegal, and we have no right to detain them. This is indeed what Chief Editor Wang could say. After all, he was once the editor-in-chief of Tianhai Daily. He is well informed and knowledgeable. He knows what is good for him in this situation. He does not want to leave, but is hinting that we, privileged people, can leave the quagmire of Tianhai City at any time, while ordinary people can only be trapped here. Ordinary people have no idea how chaotic the outside world is. They always feel that there may be hope if they leave here. Now we can't log into social networks. It should be that some key signal has been destroyed. We are almost isolated from the outside world. Against this background, Chief Editor Wang and his groups fanning the flames can easily go wrong. Okay, I'll go take a look. I nodded. As we were talking, I saw Gu Shi running towards me. I couldn't help but smile and trotted over to meet her. Gu Shi threw herself into my arms. I held her slender waist, picked her up and spun her around twice, then kissed her deeply and didn't separate for a long time. You're finally back. I was so worried. Didn't you say I could call you? Gu Shi said with a look of anger and worry. There is no signal and I can't get in touch with you. I rushed back as soon as I finished dealing with the matter. Are you okay? Has anyone bullied you? I asked with concern. No, Gu Shi said with a smile. I just help out in the back. Everyone is very nice to me, but Editor-in-Chief Wang and the others. I nodded and said, I see. I'm just about to deal with this matter. You go ahead and do your work. I'll accompany you when I come back. Gu Shi nodded. Now is an extraordinary period, and we won't always stick together. After saying goodbye to Gu Shi, Wang De drove me to the place where Editor-in-Chief Wang and Li Xing were imprisoned. Their identities were relatively special, so they were held in solitary confinement. To be fair, their living conditions and food were even better than those of ordinary people. At that time, Qin Qing and I said that these 2 people must be tried, and it would be best if they could be imprisoned until the day of our victory, and then the people of the world would judge them together. Do you want me to accompany you in? Wanda said with some concern. Haha, no need. Can they be scarier than zombies? Just wait for me here and take a rest. I told you don't have to send me off. I smiled and patted Wang Da's shoulder, turned and walked into the place where the 2 people were imprisoned. I did not go directly to Editor-in-Chief Wang, but first went to Li Xing, a famous entrepreneur in Tianhai City. The house where Li Xing was imprisoned was a converted iron cage. It was funny to say that this was originally a livestock farm, and his iron cage was used to keep cattle and sheep. Later, nearly half of Tianhai City fell, and all habitable places were found for people to live in. There was no peculiar smell here, and hay and bedding were laid underneath. Anyway, it was much better than living in a tent. The residential buildings in the West District were allocated to the elderly, the weak, the sick, or patients who needed temporary isolation and observation, and there were not so many places to live. The guard next to me helped me open the cage, and I walked in with arrogance. The places where Li Xing and Editor-in-Chief Wang were imprisoned were far apart, so there was no need to worry about leaking out my words. After entering the cage, I looked around first, and then I saw Li Xing staring at me with resentful eyes. I pulled a small stool over and sat down casually, looking at Li Xing, and said with a smile, "Why does Mr. Li hate me so much? Wasn't it you who slandered and attacked me first? You got what you wanted, and what else are you dissatisfied with?" Li Xing seemed to want to say something, but he opened his mouth and probably didn't think of the words to refute me, so he fell silent again. I felt that the provocation was almost enough, so I put away my smile and said, "The Qinlu City Center for Disease Control has fallen. We risked our lives to deliver the serum, but it was in vain. Tahai City is currently isolated and helpless, and we have completely lost contact with the outside world." Li Xing's face was calm, and I couldn't tell what he was feeling. He looked up at me and said, "That's better than waiting to die here." I laughed, looked at him and asked, "Even if you stir up public opinion and Tahai City is in chaos, what good will it do you? Let me make it clear, Tahai City cannot be defended, and we will have to evacuate sooner or later. Even if we evacuate, you will not be ranked at the top of the list, and even whether we can let you go is a matter of our words. You and I have no grudges in the past or today. Although you attacked me, I know that it was Editor-in-Chief Wang who was instigating you and Huahan Group who was instructing you. I don't have any hatred towards you. As long as you cooperate, I can guarantee with my personality that I will never deliberately make things difficult for you. As long as the opportunity to leave is right, I will definitely arrange for you to leave. Anyway, the world is like this, and we will never meet in the future, right?" Li Xing finally showed a hint of hesitation on his face, and asked tentatively, "What if I don't cooperate?" "It's simple. As a lackey of the Huahan Group and one of the criminals of Tahai City, how can you deserve to live in such an independent space? There are so many elderly and weak people with children sleeping in tents or living in the open air. If you don't cooperate, I will put you in the isolation area. You can see the process of those patients who are scratched by zombies or injected with your X drug turning into zombies. I think they must want to eat something after they become zombies," I said coldly. "How dare you! You are violating human rights," Li Xing said excitedly. "Yes, what can you do to me? I can even do something more realistic, such as judging you on behalf of the people of Tahai City, letting you go to the scratched patient to confess your guilt, and then the patient will go crazy and bite you, and then see who dares to speak for you. I am so shameless, what can you do to me?" I said indifferently. "You!" Li Xing looked at me angrily, and finally he became exhausted and said, "What do you want?" Seeing Li Xing's mood change, I knew that today's mission was accomplished. I relaxed and said, "What I want is very simple. First, who is passing the message to you? Second, from today on, stop all acts of inciting public emotions. Third, I want to deal with Editor-in-Chief Wang and try not to get involved. This is my final advice." Li Xing nodded and sat down against the wall dejectedly. I didn't need to do anything else. I walked out of his cage and said to the guard in charge, "Go in. Remember to make a loud noise. Make sure to let Editor-in-Chief Wang know." Next, Li Xing gave out some people who had been working for him. Qingqing sent people to capture all these people and detain them, and even detained a few of them next to Editor-in-Chief Wang. However, I never met with Editor-in-Chief Wang from beginning to end. Instead, I told him through other people that Li Xing had been dealt with, and that a group of people who cooperated with them had also been arrested. The rest were left to frighten themselves. I also specifically asked someone to emphasize that I wanted to lock Li Xing up with the patient who was infected with corpse poison, so that Editor-in-Chief Wang would be more stimulated. It only took half a day to complete all this. Wang De and I returned to the military zone. Qingqing said to me with admiration, "You once said that professionals should do professional things. You are much better than us rough guys in this kind of thing." I laughed, waved my hand to stop the topic, and asked, "When I came back, I saw a large number of dead zombies at the entrance of Tahai City, and there were traces of explosions and burning. Did they come to support us?" Qingqing's face darkened and he nodded. "That's right. We finally managed to contact the organization through the radio. They also broke through many obstacles to rescue us. The plan at that time was to combine internal and external forces to create a life channel and then evacuate the refugees in batches. Unfortunately, there were too many zombies outside Tahai City. They couldn't get in at all and were almost counterattacked by the zombies. They could only retreat temporarily to gather more people. Now the various troops can't contact each other. There is no unified deployment. They are just desperately killing zombies and saving people everywhere. It is similar to what we thought before. The number of zombies in Tahai City should be the largest among all regions. We dare not use weapons of mass destruction. If we blow up the roads and bridges, we still won't be able to escape. It is a dead end now. It depends on when death will come. Some things still need to be done. We can't always stay inside the wall. Our current situation is like a spring. When we are weak, the zombies are strong. When we are strong, the zombies become weak. I said seriously. Do you have any suggestions? Chin-Ching asked me humbly. In addition to strengthening the city walls and increasing patrols, we must also train a group of people for actual combat training. It's far from enough to rely solely on you soldiers and police. I see you're stretched thin every day due to the shortage of manpower, I said worriedly. Chin-Ching sighed and said, In fact, I have wanted to do this for a long time, but the people in Tahai City have been scared. I have tried hard, but I can only gather some volunteers who dare to poke the zombies' heads with iron rods through the wall. If I go out for actual combat, I am afraid these people will not do it. I can understand his dilemma. If I hadn't killed so many zombies with my own hands and hadn't crawled through the pile of zombies, I probably wouldn't dare to rashly participate in this kind of actual combat training. But I have to do what I have to do, otherwise I will really be dead. I will do this, starting from the little things, and influencing ordinary people little by little. I hope you can trust me, I said sincerely. Of course, I trust you 100%. Whether you need people or weapons, you can choose. Chin-Ching agreed with just one sentence, and the matter was settled. The next morning, my team gathered in front of the barbed wire. As usual, they had to kill the nearest batch of zombies before replacing other teams. I arrived earlier than them. In front of me was a stack of simple protective clothing, which was similar to ordinary jumpsuits, but of better quality and thinner. Most importantly, it had strong protective capabilities and the scratches of ordinary zombies would not hurt the skin. Currently, Chin-Ching and his team have obtained more than 100 sets, most of which are worn by soldiers because cities need their protection more. Put them on and go out with me to kill zombies, I said without question. Chapter 24 Practical Training. Wear them? Kill zombies? The people in the group were immediately excited and talking about it. I waited until they finally calmed down and then said, You are different from the others. You fight on the front line every day and have killed many zombies. You even dealt with the Tahai Street zombie incident with me. You have actual combat experience. You also understand the current situation. Our ammunition resources can't be transported in. There will always be a day when they are exhausted. Although food and water are sufficient at present, they can't last long. Medicines are even more scarce, but the number of zombies is increasing. If we don't do anything, sooner or later we will be attacked by zombies. Do you expect those hundreds of soldiers and police to protect so many people? We have to rely on ourselves. If you don't dare to go, I can understand. I must go, and there will be a video, which will be shown to other people in Tahai City on the big screen to share zombie killing skills and recruit more volunteers. My words made them bow their heads and think deeply. Soon, the first person to speak was the new member Wang Lei. He and Su Chang were now the main force of the team. The others listened to them. Wang Lei stepped forward and said, I'll join. Wang Lei was tall and strong, with a solid body of muscles, and was a very good helper. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chang stood up and cursed. Damn, I've been fed up with these zombies for a long time. Now that I have a chance to go out and kill them, I'll definitely go. With two people taking the lead, the others hesitated for a moment, and then joined in. I watched with satisfaction as they put on their protective clothing. These people are brave enough. With a little training, they will become good zombie killers. I glanced at Gu Shi not far away. She was responsible for filming and taking pictures. There is also a huge LED screen in the shelter. I plan to show the content of the video there for everyone to see. Chin-Ching was worried that it would be too bloody and cause discomfort. I told him that this is the world now. The sooner they understand the reality, the better it will be for them. Don't indulge in self-comfort that you are still safe. They changed their clothes quickly, and I asked the soldiers to carry over a large box, which was filled with controlled knives obtained from the police station, including all kinds of machetes and daggers, and even meteor hammers. I guess it was a collection of some weapon enthusiasts that was confiscated by the police in the past, and now they can all be taken out and used. I said, "You are used to using long weapons through barbed wire, but in close combat, long weapons may not be able to take care of both sides, which can easily put you in danger. I suggest you choose one with a moderate length." After that, I picked up a machete and gestured with it, and explained that when it comes to close combat with zombies, I can be a master in front of these people, and I also have selfish motives for doing this. Long weapons are undoubtedly the most suitable for killing relatively slow zombies at a long distance, but they are not conducive to cultivating courage and exercising adaptability. On the contrary, shorter weapons will make them more cautious and improve their melee ability faster. Wang Lei chose a machete, which was very heavy and could exert amazing power with his physique. Su Chang was a little thin, so he chose a short axe, which was also okay. The others each got a weapon that suited them. I also put on protective clothing and held my beloved iron rod. This iron rod has been with me for a long time, and it has been with me since the Xingfu village. I have become familiar with using it. This actual combat will be on the big screen. My main task is to lead my team members to become familiar with how to fight zombies and spread it to other people. Otherwise, I really want to get a machete and kill them like chopping melons and vegetables. After getting ready, we drove to the northernmost part, where there were the least zombies. Qingqing never gave up the plan to break out. He led most of the zombies towards the main gate. This side was relatively weak, and it also gave us the opportunity to exercise. Although it is said to be weak, zombies can be seen everywhere, just not so densely. We built a ladder to climb over the wall. We first killed the nearest zombie through the barbed wire, and then I was the first to climb over, and the others followed. The people inside the wall then handed us the ladder to facilitate our return. There were 7 or 8 zombies slowly approaching. I walked forward and said, "The first difficulty in killing zombies is psychological. First of all, you have to understand that they are no longer human. They are murderous monsters. No matter whether the zombie in front of you is your former friend or even relative, you cannot hesitate at all, otherwise you will definitely die." After saying that, I rushed out and stabbed the iron rod into the eye socket of a zombie. The iron rod penetrated the bone, and when it was pulled out, a lot of disgusting juice came out. I didn't stop at all. I stepped forward and kicked it down, and then stabbed the second zombie to death without stopping. The second point you need to pay attention to is that there are plenty of zombies. Don't be complacent just because you successfully kill a zombie. There are countless zombies, but you only have one life, I said as I killed. The third zombie staggered towards me. This time I did not rush to attack. Instead, I waited for it to get close to me. When it suddenly accelerated and went crazy, I grabbed his arms and kicked him down with a hard kick. Then I pulled out a dagger, squatted down, and killed him. You must learn to adapt to circumstances, trust the weapons in your hands and trust your own body, so that you won't panic when you encounter a crisis. Do you understand? I turned around and asked the other members of the group. They all nodded, looking eager to try. Su Chang was the fastest. He rushed towards the nearest zombie with a hand axe and chopped the zombie's head fiercely. However, he used too much force and made the mistake that novices often make. The price he paid was that he couldn't pull out the hand axe at all. Seeing 2 other zombies rushing over, Wang Lei rushed over and chopped off their heads with a machete, freeing Su Chang. When the others saw the 2 men taking action, they also rushed forward, waving the tools in their hands and cooperating in killing the zombies. If there was one thing that the zombie incident on Tahai Street in the refuge area taught these people, it was teamwork. Except for the initial impatience, the people in the group quickly teamed up in pairs to kill the zombies. They trusted their backs to their teammates, and concentrated on fighting the zombies in front of them. I was quite relieved to see this scene. Over there, Gu Shi was sitting on the top of the ladder recording with a small camcorder, recording everything here clearly. This was considered a teaching video, for more people to understand the skills of fighting zombies. Wang De and I were not idle either. We ran to a place a little further away and started killing zombies. I hadn't used my iron rod for a long time, so I was not very comfortable with it at the beginning. Fortunately, we were able to escape danger. The north of the city is relatively remote and desolate, and with Qin Cheng's deliberate guidance, the number of casualties was not too large. After killing 10 zombies in a row, my physical strength was a little insufficient. Don't think that these zombies were killed before they could rush to me. In fact, this is really a physical job. The iron rod itself is very heavy, and it is a bit difficult to lift it, and then swing it up and poke it into the zombie's skull. If their bones were not very brittle after they became zombies, it would not be so easy to poke them in. Moreover, when killing zombies, you have to keep your eyes and ears open and pay attention to the movements around you at all times. We are not the martial arts masters in TV dramas, and we cannot identify the positions by sound. We can only stay away from some zombies. There was a problem with a guy named Li Feng in the group. He and his teammates cooperated very well, but he didn't pay attention to his position and stood far away from his teammates. When I heard his teammates calling him, I turned to see him and found that he had been surrounded by 3 zombies. The weapon Li Feng chose was an arm-length sword, which was very sharp. He pierced the zombie's head at the first time, but somehow he couldn't pull the sword out. It should have been stuck between the bones. As a result, Li Feng was knocked down by the other 2 zombies. His team member Wang Jia was the closest to the zombie, and he rushed over first, grabbing the clothes from a zombie and pulling them out. However, he was also dealing with another zombie, so his back was exposed, and he was also grabbed by the clothes around his waist and pulled down by the zombie. He fell to the ground and was besieged by 2 zombies. Because of the mistakes made by Li Feng and his teammates, everyone was in chaos and rushed to rescue people. Wang De and I remained calm and killed the zombies in front of us before rushing forward. After a chaos, Li Feng and his teammate Wang Jia were rescued. The others continued to fight the zombies that surrounded them. Wang De and I carefully examined the 2 people. Fortunately, they were wearing protective clothing, and the zombies did not scratch their skin. However, Li Feng and Wang Jia were still a little frightened, with dull eyes. I did not look down on them because anyone who has faced death would be like this. Because of this incident, we had to suspend today's operation. After climbing back up the ladder, we put it back. Li Feng and Wang Jia looked at me apologetically. I comforted them. You have done a good job. You didn't show mercy when killing zombies. It's just that you lack experience. You just need to pay more attention to this next time. Don't think that you don't need to be careful when wearing protective clothing. If you hurt your face or hands, you will be in big trouble. How are you? Are you afraid? Don't be afraid, Li Feng and Wang Jia said in unison. I patted their shoulders in appreciation and looked at Gu Shi, who was not far away. She playfully gave me a thumbs up, indicating that everything that had just happened had been recorded and would be played in the city from now on. Gu Shi went back to do the post-production of the video. The team members were very excited and insisted on killing some more zombies through the barbed wire. I knew they were venting their emotions in this way, which was a good thing. I did not stop them and went back to rest. I have been under too much mental pressure recently, and my body has been in a sub-healthy state. I found Gu Shi and said something to her, then went back to the tent and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, it was already daybreak. I don't know what Gu Shi was busy with, and he was not in the tent. I rubbed my head and thought about the nightmare I had last night. I dreamed that there was a problem with Tahai City's protective wall, and countless zombies rushed in all of a sudden. This dream represents what I have been worried about recently. After thinking about it, I decided to go to the front line to check it carefully. As a result, I found the problem as soon as I took a look. Chapter 25: Drug Shortage Crisis. Our team was not on duty this morning. People from the other 3 teams were quickly killing the zombies that were attacking the barbed wire. I ignored the roaring zombies outside the barbed wire and squatted down to check the interfaces embedded in the ground. I remember that when I first came here, these barbed wires were standing upright and looked very strong, but now the load-bearing part has tilted inward by about 15 degrees. Although it doesn't seem like a big deal at first glance, it means that the load-bearing part of the barbed wire has been damaged. It hasn't been long yet. If it continues like this, the wire fence will suddenly collapse in the near future, and tens of thousands of zombies will rush into Tahai City without any hindrance. Our military zone is the closest to here, and by then we may be swallowed up by the zombies without even time to resist. Thinking of this, my back felt cold, and I stood up and continued to move forward. Sure enough, the load-bearing parts under the barbed wire in many places had bent. I asked someone to call Chin over and told him the problems I had discovered. He listened to me with a serious expression, squatted down to check, and did not stand up for a long time. This is not a simple math problem. Don't think that just because it's bent 15% for a few months, it will only bend to 30% in a few months. The speed of bending and damage may be twice as fast. If we don't deal with it, we'll probably be finished, I said with some concern. Chin stood up and sighed. In fact, it's not just here. Even the gate is a little loose. We can only patch it up now. It's impossible to repair it effectively because the zombies are attacking it all the time. These are actually okay. They can always hold out for a while. The hospital just told me that the weather is hot recently, and the crowds are dense. The flu has begun to break out, and the key drugs for treating the flu are extremely scarce. The people in the hospital said that this is the flu, not the common cold. If it is not treated, it will kill people. This news really surprised me, and it was more urgent than the already bent barbed wire. I asked anxiously, "Are there no medicines in the hospitals and clinics in the shelter?" Chin shook his head helplessly. Even if the residents' homes are turned upside down, it's still not enough. If this continues, someone will die from the flu in less than a week, and then it will probably cause even greater trouble. What should we do then? I asked with concern. The good hospitals are all in the east and center of the city, including the disease control center which stocks emergency medicines. I plan to organize a surprise operation and bring back enough medicines. Otherwise, if people start dying, there will be chaos in the shelter, Chin said helplessly. The atmosphere in the shelter is pretty good now. Everyone is patiently sharing food and water every day. Fortunately, there is a large grain storage warehouse and water plant in the west of the city, otherwise problems would have occurred long ago. However, panic has been brewing among the people. Although the attempt by Editor-in-Chief Wang and Li Xing to sow discord a while ago did not succeed, it should have planted the seeds in the hearts of many people. We cannot give the people the opportunity to explode. Okay, I'll go with you, I said firmly. No need. You stay in the city for me. We have to leave someone to make decisions. Chin shook his head. With Ding Xiqing and others from the parliament, there won't be any big problems. The problem is that the car can't drive out now. Every time we go in and out, the zombies will surround us more tightly. How do you plan to carry the medicine back? I asked curiously. If we use a marching bag and the load does not exceed 20 kilograms, it will not affect the combat. Now that the flu is just showing signs of rising, it is still in the preventable stage. We only need to carry a few more preventive medicines, which do not take up space, and then carry some special medicines for those patients who are already ill. If everything goes well, it will probably only take 2 or 3 times to resolve this crisis, Chin said. 2 or 3 times? My voice suddenly rose. 1 time is fatal. Do you want 2 or 3 times? This city is already in such a state. Do you want to walk to the CDC? Chin looked at me expressionlessly and said, Do you have a better idea? I opened my mouth and said dejectedly, Indeed no, but the risk is too great. How many people are you going to send? There are about 7 fully armed people, including you, 8 of us. But can you carry 20 kilograms? I can see that you have good physical fitness, but you are still a lot worse than these soldiers, Chin said frankly. Of course I know, but when it comes to close combat capabilities with zombies, 2 or 3 of your soldiers may not be able to beat me. I have more experience, and the most important thing is that I am more familiar with the terrain than any of you, I said with a smile. Seeing that he couldn't stop me, Chin could only agree to take me there. The sooner this happened, the better. Through observation, Chin found that the zombies' emotions were not very high at dawn in the early morning. They basically leaned against each other lazily, and were unwilling to move. I asked some doctors in the shelter, but they didn't have a clear answer. They said that perhaps the human body still needed a period of rest. However, this short rest gave us the opportunity to attack. For safety reasons, Chin only equipped me with a 10-kilogram load-bearing marching bag. Carrying 20 kilograms of things on my back should not affect my movements too much, and it can also be used as a turtle shell on my back to protect myself. We all wore protective clothing and helmets, and brought enough weapons, ammunition and supplies. I don't know if I can come back safely this time. It will be troublesome if I don't bring enough food and clean water. The video made by Gucci has been successfully played on the large LED screen in the square, and it has caused a huge response. The number of people who have signed up to be volunteers has greatly increased in the past few days. Qingqing arranged for them to start by killing zombies through the barbed wire, which has greatly alleviated the pressure of insufficient manpower and slowed down the speed of damage to the protective net. It is with the addition of these new volunteers that Qingqing and I dare to leave temporarily with confidence. I asked Su Chang and Wang Lei to take over my team temporarily. Li Feng and Wang Jia have performed well recently, so maybe I will let them lead their own teams to hunt zombies in the future. After instructing them to kill the zombies while leading them towards the main gate, we set off in the early morning of the next day. Qingqing, Wang De, Wang Buxuan, Fu Yu, Zhang Qi and 2 other soldiers and I set off together. This team has experienced life and death together, has a tacit understanding, and trusts each other. We gently climbed over the wall from the place where we had rehearsed before. The zombies were indeed a little sluggish and numb in the early morning. After we landed, we tried to run to the north of the city, away from the large number of zombies, and tried not to get close to the zombies along the way. However, with the rise of the sun, the zombies gradually regained their vitality and began to move around restlessly. We were forced to hide in a car wash and make new plans. This won't work. You can't go far. I have a way, but it's a bit disgusting. Do you want to do it? I whispered. Tell me about it, Qingqing said. When I was in Xingfu village, I once smeared zombies' blood all over my body in order to rob the Huahan group's car, and successfully tricked the zombies. Although I failed in the end because of my mistake, it was still very effective. As long as we don't pass by the zombies, there shouldn't be any big problems, I said. Now I still feel embarrassed when I think of the fart that startled the zombies. Everyone looked at each other with disgusted expressions. I understood them. I was also trying hard to hold back my vomiting. But the roads in the city were too difficult to travel on now. There were zombies everywhere. It was impossible for us to kill our way through. The nearest hospital was still 5 or 6 kilometers away. We might be exhausted before we even got to the hospital. There must be a large number of zombies in the hospital that we needed to kill. We had to save our energy for that time. They thought about it for a long time, and finally Qingqing said, "Why don't you do it first and we'll see the effect?" I rolled my eyes. A lone zombie happened to pass by the car wash. I rushed over, opened the door, poked its head with a pickaxe, dragged its body into the car wash, and then took out a long dagger and said, "The following scene may make you uncomfortable. I don't recommend you watch it." Qingqing and the others seemed to sense something and turned their heads away collectively. Only Zhang Qi stared at my movements with interest. It wasn't long before I poked a dozen holes in the zombie's body, and then smeared all the liquid that came out of its body on its clothes, even on its face. Only after doing all this did I let them turn their heads around. The people headed by Qingqing had obvious expressions of disgust on their faces. Fu Yu and the others even covered their noses. Wang De stepped back slightly and said, "How did you do it? Zhang Qi, you watched the whole process, tell us." Zhang Qi stood up slowly with an expressionless face. Everyone stared at him. Then he slowly turned around and vomited up everything he had eaten yesterday. It took a long time for Zhang Qi to recover. He said with lingering fear, "I have studied medicine for many years. I have seen all kinds of injuries in the army. I have dissected countless corpses. But what Su Yang did just now was really disgusting. I can't tell you about it." I walked over slowly with the blood of zombies all over my body. Qingqing and the others avoided me. I said with a smile, "I've tried it, and it really works. How about this? I'll go out and try it, and you guys just watch from the side. This is the only way." After that, I opened the door of the car wash and walked onto the street. I didn't get too close to the zombies, but kept a relatively close distance. As expected, the zombies didn't react much, and my movement speed was not fast, so it wouldn't attract the attention of other zombies. When I came back, I killed a zombie and dragged it back to the car wash and threw it in front of them and said, "How is it? I said it worked, right? The sun is rising, and there are more and more zombies. If we don't make a decision, we won't have a chance. If everything goes well, it will be much safer for us to transport supplies in the future. Let's do it." With my encouragement, Qingqing took the lead and started to smear the juice on his body. I couldn't help laughing when I saw them trying to hold back vomiting. The army also had this kind of training, but it was just smearing mud or camouflage on the face, never this kind of thing. These people were mentally determined soldiers, but they still vomited several times before they smeared the juice evenly all over their bodies. In the end, there was nothing to vomit, and everyone was calm. When you go out later, don't move too fast, walk at a normal speed, try not to talk, and don't breathe too heavily. Stay away from the zombies as much as possible. Our goal is to transport supplies and retreat immediately after completing the mission. Do you understand? I ordered quickly. Everyone nodded in agreement. To be honest, I wasn't sure either. The last time I did this, I accidentally farted and almost got reincarnated. Now there are 8 of us walking together, and we'll be easily exposed if something unexpected happens. We walked out of the car wash. I led the way. Ching was at the back of the team, and we walked out in a long line. There were scattered zombies moving around, but there was a large wave of zombies spreading not far away. At this rate, we would run into this group of zombies. Chapter 26: Hospital Shock. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, Wang Buishuan behind me was the first to lose his temper. He lowered his voice to almost whisper and said behind me, "What should we do?" I stretched out my hand and clenched my fist to show that the plan remained unchanged, then pointed my finger ahead, signaling them to continue walking. Soon that wave of zombies collided with us. I held my breath and didn't dare to breathe. I believe the same was true for those behind me. We were not far from the nearest hospital. Under my leadership, we deliberately avoided contact with the zombies and walked like them. We finally deceived them temporarily and walked on a road where there were relatively fewer zombies. After we stopped in a relatively safe place, I looked back and saw that everyone's face was covered with smudges because the sweat had washed away the camouflage on their faces. Fortunately, we got away early, otherwise our scent would have been exposed. Once anyone was discovered, I'm afraid no one in our group would be able to return alive. Before, I was wondering if I could use this method to evacuate people in the shelter in batches. Now it seems like an impossible task. I was about to do it just now, Qingqing said with lingering fear. Me too. There are 2 zombies sticking to me. I really want to point a gun at their heads and shoot them hard to blow them up, Wang Buishuan said, panting. But don't do that. Just now I found that several zombies had suspected us, but they were pushed away by other zombies. Otherwise, we would have been exposed. However, this method does increase the safety factor a lot. Su Yang, you are really amazing, Fu Yu said with a smile. I smiled and nodded, saying, "You guys are amazing too. To be honest, my hands are shaking the whole time. After all, I've been through this once before, and this is your first time. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be disastrous. Okay, let's take a break and keep going. The hospital is not far away." We rested for 5 minutes and did not dare to stay too long, so we headed for the nearest hospital. This hospital was Tahai General Hospital, which was a good-sized hospital. At least it was state-owned, and both the equipment and medicines were good enough. The really good hospitals were farther away, so today we could only get emergency medicines first and try to go further later. The hospital has 3 floors and covers a large area. Fortunately, when we arrived, a doctor who used to work here drew a map for us. Behind a payment window on the 2nd floor is the pharmacy, which has everything we need. We squatted next to the fountain at the main entrance of the hospital. Qingqing said uneasily, "Why are there so many zombies?" I was also a little panicked. There were hundreds of zombies densely packed in front of the hospital gate. Many of them were wearing patient gowns. They seemed to be patients who had not been transferred in time. There was no way this number of zombies could get in. If I rushed in now and opened fire, I would probably be besieged by zombies rushing out of the hospital, and might also attract zombies wandering on the roadside. It would be absolutely difficult to get in if I relied on hand-to-hand combat alone. Our disguises have basically been used up, and we can't just walk in. It would take too much time to redecorate. We also have to consider how to carry the medicine back to those who have been infected with the flu as quickly as possible. Qingqing gritted his teeth and said, "Go straight in?" "I can't beat him," I said frankly. "If you can just shoot, I believe you have 100 ways to kill him, but that's too passive. Let me think about it." I took the map of the hospital from Qingqing and looked at it carefully. The main entrance of the hospital is the shortest way. There are 2 back doors and an underground parking lot behind the hospital that can lead directly to the upstairs. To get to the back door from here, you have to turn across a street, and there are quite a lot of zombies on that street. It seems that we can only go through the underground parking lot and then go upstairs through the fire escape. If all goes well, we can use this road as our fixed entrance and exit. After all, it is impossible for us to move all the medicines at once. After deciding on the route, we headed straight for the underground parking lot along the driveway. This kind of assault was of course given to the more professional Qingqing to command. He divided us into front and back in 2 wing combat formations. He and Wang Buxuan attacked in the front row, I supported in the middle, Wang De covered the rear, Zhang Qi and Fu Yu were on both sides, and the other 2 soldiers left the team and advanced at a parallel distance. In fact, Qingqing used this so-called tactical formation to protect me in the middle. I was moved and let him arrange it this way. There are fewer zombies near the parking lot, which is much easier than the front door. This is the first time I saw Qingqing take action. Unlike Wang Buxuan's ferocity, Fu Yu's agility, Zhang Qi's caution and Wang Dao's sophistication, Qingqing's attack is more efficient. If he can solve the problem in one go, he will never use a second strike, which saves a lot of energy. With them leading the way and supporting, I basically had nothing to do. I just concentrated on learning Qingqing's fighting style and gained a lot. There were about 30 zombies in the underground parking lot, all of whom were eliminated by us. The 2 soldiers who were isolated from the team were also extremely brave, and their cooperation was tacit, allowing Qingqing and the others to charge forward without any worries, and soon they reached the elevator entrance. We can't use the elevator, and we don't know what the situation is upstairs, so let's take the fire escape, I suggested. Okay, Qingqing answered briefly and then rushed to the fire escape first. I found that Qingqing was a little excited. It was probably because he had been locked in the shelter for too long. He finally came out to stretch his muscles and felt a little out of control. I hurriedly winked at Fu Yu, asking him to keep a close eye on Qingqing and not let anything unexpected happen. Fu Yu understood and moved closer to Qingqing. There were only 3 or 2 zombies wandering in the fire escape, and we easily took care of them. We stopped in front of the fire escape door and looked at each other. Qingqing nodded and opened the door directly. The 7 or 8 zombies wandering outside the door rushed over immediately. What was unexpected to us was that the space outside the fire door was extremely narrow. This was obviously a very irregular design. We could only go out 3 people abreast, but we had to face crowded zombies. Bang! Wang Buxuan decisively shot the nearest zombie in the head. After he started shooting, the rest of the people had nothing to worry about. After a burst of intensive gunfire, the zombies outside the fire door were cleared out, but more footsteps were heard. We've alarmed them. Let's fight quickly and decisively. Send 1 team each to the medicine storehouse on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Try to save bullets and don't shoot if you can avoid it. We'll go around to the 3rd floor from there, Qingqing said quickly. After saying that, he took Wang De and the 2 soldiers and left quickly, and also led away a lot of zombies. I took Wang Buxuan, Fu Yu and Zhang Qi to the 2nd floor. Qingqing and the others aimed at the escalator leading to the 3rd floor in the distance. It would be safer for us to choose the stairs. After a rough estimate, there were about 200 zombies in sight. The corridor we walked in was fine. Surprisingly, there was not a single zombie blocking the way. We quickly rushed to the 2nd floor, where there were a lot of zombies. We opened fire without hesitation to clear the obstacles in front of us, and quickly rushed to the medicine storehouse on the 2nd floor. The zombies in the lobby on the 1st floor began to crawl towards the 2nd floor. Qingqing and his team took some of them away, but as the gunshots rang out, more zombies came out of each department one after another. The situation was not optimistic. We rushed to the door of the medicine storehouse, and I quickly said to Zhang Qi, "You are responsible for filling up the several marching bags. Put the emergency items in your bag, and the prevention and control items in our bags. Fu Yu, you go too. Wang Buxuan and I will guard the door." "Are you two okay?" Zhang Qi asked worriedly. "No problem, go quickly, time is running out. I feel there are more zombies in the inpatient department. It will be troublesome if we are late. After getting the medicine, we will meet up with your company commander. Hurry up." As I said this, I poked the nearest zombie to death with an iron rod. Zhang Qi did not insist any longer, and he and Fu Yu quickly pushed open the door of the medicine storehouse. After killing the 3 zombies in nurse uniforms inside, they went in to load the medicine. Wang Bushiyuan and I started to deal with the zombies that kept rushing over from the left and right. This place was not far from the top of the hall, and we could see the situation in the hall. There were not many zombies in the hall, and they were all rushing to the 2nd and 3rd floors. There were at least 100 zombies approaching us on the 2nd floor. Wang Bushiyuan and I were both using assault rifles. I was not a good shooter, so I kept running and knocking down one zombie after another with the iron rod in my hand. Wang Bushiyuan stood firmly at the door of the medicine storehouse and took out each zombie with a steady shot. With him guarding the door, I felt very relieved and saved bullets. We couldn't see the situation on the 3rd floor from here, and we didn't bring any equipment like radios, for fear that speaking suddenly would alert the zombies. We also didn't know whether Ching Ching and the others were doing well. We had 4 backpacks on each side, and except for mine, which was 10 kilograms, theirs were 20 kilograms each. It would take some time to fill them all up. After a while, as I expected, all the zombies from the direction of the inpatient department came out, and the escalator was full of zombies, so densely packed that some were squeezed and fell. Gunshots were heard from the 3rd floor. It seemed that Ching Ching was also in trouble. With the skills of the 4 of them, they would never shoot until the critical moment. I was a little impatient, and the iron rod in my hand missed the target. The zombie pressed my hand on the chest and grabbed it hard. Fortunately, I was wearing protective clothing. I kicked the zombie in the abdomen, smashed its face with the butt of the gun, and then repaired it with the iron rod. As a result of this delay, I was surrounded by 3 zombies. I had no choice but to shoot and retreat. There is still no news about Fu Yu and Zhang Qi. They must be desperately looking for medicine and loading it. God knows if it will be so smooth next time we go out. Of course we have to load more this time. Wang Bushiyuan and I continued to deal with the zombies that were pouring in. It was already becoming a bit difficult. At this moment, 2 violent zombies suddenly rushed out from the zombie group, holding an infusion stand in their hands, and rushed over with a clanging sound. Wang Bushiyuan turned his gun and pointed it at the 2 zombies without hesitation. Perhaps the violent zombie moved too fast, and Wang Bushiyuan's shot missed and hit its shoulder. The violent zombie stumbled and crashed into the wall, and unfortunately hit the fire alarm button. The earth-shaking alarm sounded, which immediately attracted all the zombies outside the hospital lobby. Chapter 27: Sacrifice. Depend on! Wang Bushiyuan yelled, and his second shot missed due to his emotions. The 2 violent zombies were already rushing over, and Wang Bushiyuan's gun was out of bullets. He lowered his head to change the magazine, and I rushed over as fast as I could and pulled him aside. The 2 violent zombies were very strong, and they picked up the infusion stand and smashed it. Neither Wang Bushiyuan nor I could get close, and we were immediately in a dangerous situation. I no longer cared about saving bullets and directly shot and killed the 2 violent zombies. Then I fired at the group of zombies as if to vent my anger. If I hadn't been concerned about the impact, I would have thrown a grenade. Just when Wang Bushiyuan and I were surrounded by zombies, the door of the medicine storehouse finally opened. Zhang Qi and Fu Yu each carried a large marching bag on their backs, and one of them was holding another in his hand. After they rushed out, they put the bags on the ground and opened fire to help us eliminate the nearest zombies. Hurry, meet up with Ching Ching and the others, and then retreat. The alarm has sounded and the zombies outside will rush in, I said anxiously. When I put on the 10-kilogram backpack, my body sank and I stood up slowly with some embarrassment. In my impression, 10 kilograms was a piece of cake, but I didn't expect that it was a completely different matter when I carried it on my back. On the other hand, Wang Bushiyuan, Fu Yu and Zhang Qi carried 20-kilogram backpacks without changing their expressions. They rushed out first with guns in their hands. After I got used to the weight on my back, I followed them closely. I have to say that after carrying 20 kilograms on my back, my movements became much slower and I felt a little uncomfortable for a while. Hall, gather in the hall! Take some zombies away for us, there are too many! Ching Ching shouted, leaning his head out from the railing on the 3rd floor. The gunfire on the 3rd floor had become more frequent. It seemed that Ching Ching and his men had also begun to break out. I took advantage of the gap to look up. There were too many zombies crowding at the railing. Ching Ching and his men could no longer be seen. More than 100 zombies outside the hospital gate had already poured in through the revolving door. The escalators on the second and third floors were also crowded with zombies. I made a decision quickly. "Go get them, kill them, use grenades!" I shouted. In this situation, any hesitation for even a minute could mean that Chin Cheng and the others would never come back. As soon as I finished speaking, Wang Bushiyuan and Fu Yu, who were in the front, braked suddenly, took out grenades and threw them out in tacit understanding, aiming at the middle section of the zombie group. The huge impact force of the explosion directly shattered the railings, and a large number of zombies fell directly down. Wang Bushiyuan bravely put the 20-kilogram marching bag behind him on his chest, adjusted his helmet, and rushed forward like a bull. Fu Yu pushed his hands behind his back, and Zhang Qi followed suit. The three of them drove like a train and knocked down more zombies at once. Our vision in front of us suddenly became much clearer. Qin Cheng and his men rushed down from the third floor, and we rushed up from the second floor. After a lot of effort, we finally cleared the zombies on the escalator and successfully reunited on the second floor. Everyone was panting, especially Wang Bushiyuan, who was the most muscular and had the heaviest assault work. Now his face was covered in sweat, and his strength was a little overdrawn. He could no longer count how many zombies we had killed, but as far as his sight could be, there were still densely packed zombies. "All the zombies in the inpatient department have been dispatched, and the zombies outside the door have also come in. They can't get out," Qin Cheng said with a frown. "Are you stupid? It's good that they are all here. I just checked and the infrastructure of this hospital is still operational. Let's take the elevator and lure them all up first," I said with a smile. Not far from us was the elevator. I walked over and pressed the down button. It worked. The elevator was empty, with no signs of zombies. Chen Cheng asked, "Why don't we just go? If we leave now, they will chase us. We should wait until more zombies climb to the second floor before we leave. We will have to disguise ourselves and return to the refuge area once we go out. It will be very troublesome if zombies follow us. We should fight for a while and then retreat," I said firmly. The 8 of us lined up at the elevator entrance, and killed the zombies that attacked us one by one. After fighting for a while, I realized that I had overlooked a problem, so I hurriedly said, "Qin Cheng, take a few people and go first. I'm afraid the elevator can't bear the weight." The 8 of us were quite heavy, plus we were carrying backpacks. Fortunately, I thought of this problem in advance, otherwise it would be a big trouble if the zombies surrounded us and we couldn't get down the elevator. Qin Cheng's face changed, and he took the 2 soldiers downstairs to retreat without hesitation. Not long after, the elevator returned and we shot and cleared the nearest zombies and got into the elevator. After meeting Qin Cheng and the others on the first floor, we rushed to the passage leading to the underground garage without looking back. "Block the door!" Qin Cheng shouted breathlessly. We moved all the heavy objects we could find in the underground garage and blocked the only exit tightly to prevent the zombies from following us so quickly. There were a few more wandering zombies in the garage, who were dragged in and killed quickly by us, and then coated their bodies with the medicine as quickly as possible. This time no one hesitated, and everyone armed themselves as best as possible, because the return journey would be more difficult, and we did not have the energy to continue fighting. We have been in a state of high tension and fatigue from morning till now, and we hope that the return journey will be smoother. After walking out of the hospital, we returned to the street. The sun was high now, and it was the time when zombies were most active. Groups of zombies could be seen everywhere on the street. We formed 2 rows and walked slowly. Although our bodies were smeared with zombies' blood, we still attracted many zombies' prying eyes. Fortunately, we managed to escape safely in the end. We moved all the way to the refuge area. There were more and more zombies along the way, and we couldn't help but get closer. Now we were walking shoulder to shoulder with the zombie group. Zombies kept looking at us in confusion. We didn't even dare to look at them for a long time. We just kept moving forward at our own pace, hoping to be discovered later. The way back was much more difficult than the way here. These zombies were all moving towards the refuge area. The closer we got to the refuge area, the denser they were. We got scratched several times on our hands and arms. If it weren't for the protection of the protective clothing and gloves, it would have been a big deal. However, the closer we got to the refuge area, the more uneasy I became. The zombie makeup on our bodies, especially on our faces, had been smudged by sweat. More and more zombies began to search for us desperately, but we were still several hundred meters away from the barbed wire fence of the refuge area. The zombies were so crowded that we couldn't speed up and had no way to retreat. In 5 minutes at most, we would be discovered and then swallowed up by countless zombies. I racked my brains to think of a way to get out, but there was no place to hide around. Suddenly, I felt a pressure from the group of zombies, as if someone was pushing me from behind. A few roars were clearly heard. They were the howls of violent zombies. Their sense of smell was more sensitive, and I was afraid they had discovered us hiding in the group of zombies. What should I do? I gritted my teeth and my body began to tremble. This was a dead end. No one expected that the return journey would be so much more difficult than the way here. With our marching bags on our backs, our speed was getting slower and slower. I believed they would be under even greater psychological pressure. I had noticed that their hands were beginning to make small movements, and they might draw their guns at any time. "There's no way back," Chinching said in a mosquito-like voice. "Think of a solution quickly. We can only keep moving forward. Any slight movement now will alert the zombies. So we need to walk now and be ready to fight at any time," I whispered. Our conversation attracted the attention of many zombies. We hurriedly closed our mouths and walked forward. The violent zombies behind us were getting closer and closer, but I had searched all the places around me where I could hide, but there was still no place. The 8 of us had no chance of winning against so many zombies. It wouldn't matter if we died, but the flu that was about to spread in the shelter was the real problem. Moreover, without Chin-Cheng's protection, it was not certain whether the shelter could survive. Thinking of this, I made up my mind. I silently said sorry to Gu Shi and my family whom I had lost contact with, and was ready to sacrifice myself to lure away the zombies and give them a chance to survive. But a hand suddenly reached out to my waist and took away the only 2 grenades left on me. I looked back and saw Fuyu looking at me with a smile, and he had already taken off his marching bag and stuffed it into my hand. "My family has been killed by zombies. I am the only one left in this world. I can die, but you can't." After saying this, Fuyu pushed us hard. I was holding his backpack in my hand and had no time to stop him. I didn't dare to speak loudly in the zombie group. "Come back, we still have a chance," I said as low as possible. "Live well for me, all of you," Fuyu said to us with a smile, then turned around and suddenly accelerated and rushed in the opposite direction. His violent movement immediately alarmed the zombies, and the zombies around us immediately turned around to chase him. Gunshots rang out, and Fuyu's accurate shooting skills directly blew off the head of the nearest violent zombie. Then he raised his gun and fired wildly, running while shooting. The pressure around us suddenly dropped. I wanted to rush out to save him, but was stopped by Chin-Ching. "Suyang, go quickly, don't let Fuyu sacrifice in vain. Each of us is ready to sacrifice. When doomsday comes, anyone can die. Go quickly, don't waste my brother's life," Chin-Ching shouted with red eyes. My tears flowed uncontrollably. I tightly grasped the backpack that Fuyu handed to me, and was dragged back by Chin-Ching and the others. Fuyu's gunshots gradually became less frequent. We finally left the neighborhood with the most zombies and saw the barbed wire of the refuge area. I struggled to climb up to a high ground and looked in the direction where Fuyu left. Finally, I saw his figure. He had run very far, but he couldn't get rid of the zombies around him. Finally, his gunshots stopped, and countless zombies pounced on him and annihilated him. Then there was a loud bang, and a violent explosion sounded at his location. He chose to end his life in his own way, bringing hope of life to us and countless people in the refuge area. Chapter 28 Volunteer Development Plan. I don't know how I got back to the shelter. I only remember that my team members and many soldiers came to pick us up. I saw Wang Lei, Su Chang, Li Feng and Wang Jia, and then I passed out. I had many dreams. I dreamed that I attracted the attention of zombies and then died. I dreamed that all 8 of us were torn to pieces by zombies. But what I dreamed about the most was the relieved smile and determination on Fuyu's face before he left. My first impression of Fuyu was that he was a very cunning person. Not cunning in a derogatory sense, but he was always alert to his surroundings. Chin-Ching told me that he was a scout, and maybe that was his nature, but when it came to sacrificing himself to save teammates, he would not be the first person I thought of. If it was Wang Guixuan, Chin-Ching, or even me who made his decision, I could understand it. This is why Fuyu's death hit me so hard, making me so sad that I didn't want to wake up, and I would rather it was a dream. However, I finally opened my eyes and returned to reality. What caught my eye was Gu Shi's worried eyes. Seeing me wake up, she breathed a sigh of relief, hugged me and sobbed. "You finally woke up, you scared me to death." I wanted to speak, but found my throat was hoarse and made an unpleasant sound. Gu Shi immediately helped me sit up and handed me a glass of water. Only then did I realize that I was not in a tent, but in a house, which should be a residential house. I don't know how it was given to us. "You brought back important medicines, and you suddenly fainted, so someone took the initiative to give their house to you. Are you feeling better?" Gu Shi asked anxiously. After drinking a glass of water, the feeling of difficulty in swallowing finally subsided. I patted Gu Shi's head and said with some difficulty, "How long have I slept? Has the medicine been delivered safely?" Gu Shi nodded and said, "Don't worry, the condition of the patients with influenza has been controlled. The doctor said that it will not be contagious on a large scale. Don't worry, the extra medicine has been shared with many people, so there will be no problem. You have slept for 2 days and 1 night." I looked out the window and saw that the sun was setting. I remembered that it was almost evening when we came back. I didn't expect to sleep for so long. It seemed that the mental stress was too great, and I collapsed. My body, which had been holding on, finally couldn't hold on anymore. Fortunately, I felt much better after this sleep and the long-standing feeling of emptiness in my body was gone. I sat up and stretched my body. It was okay, just a little numb. I looked at Gu Shi and said, "I'm going to the military zone." Gu Shi seemed to be hesitant to talk, and I didn't think much about it. I put on my clothes and rushed to the military area. When I got here, I realized why Gu Shi looked so strange. A small-scale memorial service was being held here. There was no photo studio in the shelter, so they had to use mobile phone photos to make portraits. There was no decent food either, so they just put out some canned food and fruits, and got a bottle of wine. The soldiers gathered in a group and chanted something. Qin Cheng's eyes were red. Fu Yu was one of his best soldiers. I knew he must be sadder than me. I walked up to him and hugged him. I took a cigarette from a soldier, took a few puffs, put it next to Fu Yu's portrait, and said, "Fu Yu sacrificed himself for everyone in the refugee area. He was a true hero. I hope everyone will remember this." I was feeling very depressed. After I finished speaking, I shook hands with a few soldiers who had a good relationship with Fu Yu, left the house alone, found the iron rod that had been with me for a long time in my tent next to me, went to the barbed wire, and poked it hard at the zombies with their fangs and claws. 1, 2, 3. I slaughtered this group of zombies tirelessly. Soon, the corpses of zombies in front of me piled up like a mountain. I felt a little pain in my hands. I looked down and found that my palms were rubbed with several blisters. I calmly used a dagger to cut a long strip of cloth from my clothes to tie my palms, then held the iron bar tightly, and changed place to continue. Soon, there were a few more people around me. They were Wang Lei, Su Chang, Li Feng and Wang Jie from my team. They didn't say anything, each holding a weapon and accompanying me to kill zombies through the barbed wire. Gradually more and more people joined our ranks. Today there was no division of labor or rotation, only spontaneity. Even the volunteers who had just joined came to kill zombies with us. In a short period of time, the zombies outside the wall fell down one after another, and the rest of the zombies retreated temporarily. Qin Ching threw a simple incendiary bomb and burned all the zombies outside the barbed wire, with thick smoke billowing. After returning to the military zone, I looked at Qin Cheng and said, "We can't defend any longer. The assault team of volunteers must intensify their training. Before, when we were short of medicine, we could desperately run outside to get it. But what if we run out of water and food in a while? Even if each of us can carry 100 kilograms, it is not enough for so many people to eat in a day. Recruit people first, and if there is a shortage of people, we will use compulsory conscription." Qin Ching said with difficulty, "I am afraid that forcing people will cause resentment." I was furious and shouted, "Let the people complain. Do you still think this is a peaceful era? Why are the strong and healthy young men hiding in the back pretending to be refugees instead of going to the front lines to kill zombies? How many soldiers do you have? It's already difficult to maintain the city defense, and with the sacrifices." My breath hitched, and I took a breath before continuing. "We don't have that many brothers to sacrifice. Tell them that if they don't take the initiative to attack, they will die. The days of eating and waiting to die are over. In the next 3 days, with the promotion of the LED large screen video, we accepted more than 500 volunteers in total, including quite a few women. Originally, we did not plan to recruit female volunteers, but one of them said something that touched me. If the city is lost, I hope to take up arms and leave myself a glimmer of hope to survive, rather than praying for a man to jump out and protect me. Because of this sentence, we have more than 100 female volunteers. Most of them are young girls, energetic, bold, and courageous. I am the chief instructor of this volunteer team, and looking at the fearlessness and bravery in their eyes, I can't help but feel a little sad. Starting from today, you will train with me. Due to limited protective equipment, you can only train in protective clothing in batches. After your assessment, you will conduct drills without equipment. If you perform well, you will be assigned pistols or rifles. The equipment in the city is limited, and I hope you will seize the opportunity, I said seriously, looking at the people in the audience. This statement immediately caused a sensation. This was the result of a discussion between Chin Chin and I. Currently, there are only more than 100 pure soldiers. They all have fixed weapons. The police in the city are also equipped with police pistols. In addition to the large amount of fixed stockpiles of ammunition, there are also many spare guns. The maintenance of these guns is a big problem. It is better to distribute them to those who pass the assessment, and only to volunteers rather than those who will be forcibly requisitioned in the future. Fu Yu's death had a great impact on me, and it can even be said that it changed my 3 views. I think only those who dare to sacrifice and stand up under this situation are qualified to hold guns, because they have courage and responsibility, which are the most important qualities. I will personally supervise your training, but I can't guide you throughout the whole process. These people are the first to follow me. I pointed at Su Chang and Wang Lei and said, "You will be divided into small teams for training. They are your instructors. Remember, you are learning the skills to save your life. If there is anything you don't understand, please don't be embarrassed to ask." After that, I started to divide them into groups. Su Chang and Wang Lei each led a group. Qin Qing also assigned a few soldiers, such as Wang Guixuan, who also led a group. We rushed to make the training plan overnight, which included observing zombies at close range, killing zombies with long weapons through barbed wire, identifying zombie types, simulating team cooperation, and smearing zombie blood on the body, etc. I knew that the last item would definitely surprise all the volunteers. The reason why I didn't let them adapt to this item first was that I wanted them to initially master the instinct of survival before trying to take shortcuts. After all, personal ability is the most important. The volunteers were engaged in intensive training, and I also found a new job for myself, taking risks alone and looking for a route to break out. Zombies are instinctively afraid of fire, so we used simple incendiary bombs to burn a scorched earth in the north of the city to facilitate our entry and exit and activities in a small range. At present, there is about a 1-kilometer range in the north of the city that can be safely entered and exited. Any further away, there will be zombies pressing in. There is training in the refuge area, and there is a team hunting zombies nearby. I carried a gun and a pickaxe and went to explore farther. There were 2 zombies at the flower bed in front. I went around them from the side and poked one of them in the head. When the second zombie turned around, I swung the iron bar and knocked him down hard, then poked his head with force. After dealing with the 2 zombies, I set my sights on the surrounding buildings. This was a decent-sized restaurant with a locked door. It was so close to the shelter, so it should be a family that had successfully evacuated. I used the iron bar to open the door and got in. This was a hot pot restaurant, which was covered with dust. I began to check the sturdiness of the doors and windows, then took out a map from the bag behind me and drew a circle at the location of the hot pot restaurant. A line was drawn between this circle and the refuge area on the map. I was thinking of a bold plan. Since the ground of the city has been occupied by zombies, why not consider the underground? If we can use the buildings on the ground as a base and open a relatively spacious road underground, we will have a chance to leave Tahai City. However, this project is too huge. I am just thinking about it for the time being. Or we can try to dig first and make a shelter or something like that. I insisted that I could not hold on any longer and must find a way to survive. The best way was to leave here, reunite with the cities that had not yet fallen, and then look for the government's rescue team. After coming out of the hot pot restaurant, I locked onto a large supermarket on the map. These stores have one thing in common: their doors and windows have steel guardrails, which are extremely strong. Otherwise, if an accident occurs, they may not be able to withstand the impact of zombies and will collapse. Just as I was about to venture further, I heard a shout from behind. I turned around and saw that it was Su Chang. This guy had somehow escaped, and there were 5 or 6 zombies chasing him. I hurriedly met him and together we went around the lamppost to kill these zombies. He then said breathlessly, "Boss, let's go back. Something happened." Chapter 29, The Evil Ones in the Refuge. What happened? Why did you come out alone? Aren't you leading the team in training? I asked in some confusion. The city is in chaos now. Captain Chun and his men have led a team to arrest people and asked us to find a way to notify you. I was afraid that too many people would attract attention, so I came here by myself. I didn't know where you were, I only knew that you were in this area, so I accidentally attracted the zombies, Su Chang said with lingering fear. I hurried back with him, saying as we walked, "You haven't told me what the matter is." A rape and murder case has occurred in the city. The murderer has gathered many people to fight against the parliament. The city has become completely chaotic. There have also been incidents of smashing and looting, and many people have been injured, Su Chang said anxiously. My heart sank. This was one of the things I was most worried about. The governments of Tahai City and Huaxia Country had not been in contact for a long time. The order of the refuge area now mostly relied on self-consciousness. The parliament had only a few hundred policemen, and Chen Qing had only more than 200 brothers under him. It was too difficult to take care of so many refugees. Once something like this happened, it would easily turn into a riot, which would directly shake the foundation for maintaining the refuge area. I couldn't help but quicken my pace and hurried back to the refuge area with Su Chang. Outside the barbed wire, there was a team training. Wang Lei, Li Feng and the others were leading the team. Wang De was also giving instructions. I frowned and said, "Didn't you say there was a case? Why didn't you go with Chen Cheng?" Wang De pointed at the practical students and said, "We have to leave someone to take care of them and wait for you." I nodded, looked at the students and said, "That's all for today. Come with me to the city to see if there's anyone who needs help." Together with the trainees who were practicing killing zombies across the barbed wire, a total of more than 500 people rushed towards the parliament. With so many people helping, any problems could be solved. From afar I saw a large number of people surrounding the city hall, including policemen and soldiers, and more were onlookers. I climbed onto a car and looked inside. There were about 100 people confronting Chen Cheng and his men. I could vaguely hear them shouting loudly, with a lot of dirty words. The police and Chen Cheng soldiers had surrounded this place. I snorted coldly and rushed straight in with my men. When they saw it was me, the soldiers and the onlookers made way. After walking in, I found that the people who were confronting Chen Cheng were holding all kinds of weapons in their hands, including steel pipes, kitchen knives, wooden sticks, iron bars, etc. The leader was even stronger than Wang Lei, with a fierce look on his face, holding a long axe in his hand, as if he was going to chop people down if he disagreed with them. When I came over, he was threatening Chen Cheng viciously, and was stunned when he saw me. I am now a celebrity in Tahai City, and every day the big screen plays videos of me instructing volunteers to kill zombies. Chen Cheng was relieved to see me. He was not good at handling such things. We had been playing different roles. I saw a dead body lying at Chen Cheng's feet. Her face was covered with a white cloth. Her body was covered with wounds. It was horrible. Her clothes were torn to pieces, revealing bruises on her skin. Next to her sat a middle-aged woman with a sad face. She should be the mother of the girl. Chen Cheng wanted to speak, but I waved my hand to interrupt him. I squatted in front of the sad mother and said, "Auntie, tell me what happened." When the aunt saw me, her eyes lit up, and then she looked at the burly man with a long axe behind me with some fear. I comforted her. "Don't worry, we still have the final say here." After hearing my assurance, the aunt finally broke down and cried. "Xiao Jia went out to do volunteer work and didn't come back for a long time. When I went out to look for her, I found that they had raped her. They also beat her because she resisted. Xiao Jia died after I took her back." I gently patted Auntie's shoulder, turned around and asked Qin Qing, "What are you hesitating about? Arrest him." Qin Qing looked embarrassed and whispered, "This guy is called Lei Li. He is very famous in the refugee area and has always been a trouble. He gathered so many people to cause trouble and threatened to fight if he was caught. I dare not deal with this matter casually. Where is Ding Xiqing? Doesn't he have the final say in Parliament now? I asked with a frown. He was infected with the flu a few days ago. Although his condition improved after taking the medicine we brought back, he collapsed due to too much stress and is still recuperating at home, Qingqing said helplessly. I turned around and looked at Lei Li, who had a fierce look on his face. I walked a few steps in his direction. Su Chang, Wang Lei and the others immediately followed me forward with their weapons in hand. Lei Li's men also raised their weapons and looked ready to fight at any time. I waved my hand, and Su Chang and the others stayed where they were. I looked at Lei Li and asked, "Is there anything wrong with what this ant said? You and your brothers gang raped Xiao Jia and beat her to death?" Lei Li looked at me with a nonchalant look and said, "Mr. Su Yang, you have to provide evidence when you speak. This little girl might have been abandoned by some wild man and committed suicide. What does it have to do with us? This old woman came up and said that we raped her daughter. I don't admit it. You're talking nonsense. You were still beating her when I went there. I rescued Xiaojia from you, and several policemen also saw it," Xiaojia's mother cried. I looked at the policemen nearby. They hesitated for a moment, but nodded at me. A fierce look flashed in Lei Li's eyes, and he said nonchalantly, "The world is over. What's wrong with brothers playing with a woman? We will die sooner or later anyway, so it won't hurt to have some fun before we die." His words caused many of his companions behind him to laugh obscenely. I glanced at the reactions of the people around me. Most of them were indignant but dared not speak out. It was obvious that Lei Li was very influential in the refugee area. He was a gangster and would threaten people's lives at any time. The more than 100 people behind him were all very strong. This force should not be underestimated. No wonder Qingqing felt it was difficult to take action. The refugee zone is not a lawless place. Since you have done something so beastly, there will naturally be laws to punish you. Are you gathering so many people to fight against the law? I asked coldly. Lei Li took 2 steps forward with the long axe in hand, looked down at me and said, "Su Yang, watch your words. Some people in the refugee zone regard you as a hero, while others think you are nothing special. I did this, but I don't intend to take responsibility. If you say anything more, I will bring my brothers to make trouble, and then no one will look good." I laughed silently, looked up at him and said, "Do you think I'm a so-called gentleman who is unwilling to deal with a troublemaker like you for the sake of peace in the refuge? You may not believe it, but Qingqing behind me is a soldier, but he is a gentleman. As for me, I'm just a scoundrel who crawled among the dead. Since you don't respect the law, I think you should respect the rules." After saying that, I took out my gun and pointed it at him. I took 2 steps back vigorously, not knowing whether to raise or put down the long axe in my hand. As I raised my gun, the soldiers behind me also raised their guns and loaded them, making a soul-stirring sound. In an instant, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became solemn and murderous. Lei Li was indeed a tough guy who could be the leader of such a group of people. He was only slightly flustered before he calmed down and said, "You just rely on having a gun. How can you maintain your rules when you don't have a gun?" I thought about it, put down the gun and threw it to Su Chang, who was not far away. I stretched my shoulders and said, "You think you have a physical advantage, so you think you can get whatever you want in this chaotic world with your own abilities. I'll give you a chance. Let's fight. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, you'll accept the punishment. How about that?" Ha 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 ha. Lei Li and his men laughed wildly. I understood why they laughed. Lei Li was almost half a head taller than me and a lot stronger than me. I was like a little kid in front of him. It was no wonder that they laughed so hard when I proposed to fight him in a duel. Lei Li, who had laughed enough, straightened his face and said coldly, "You are courting death." After saying that, he handed the long axe in his hand to the younger brother behind him, and without saying anything more, he strode over and punched me in the face. This punch was so powerful and fierce that it seemed that he could knock me out with just one punch. I stood there without moving, and even heard the screams of my teammates behind me. It was not until Lei Li's fist was about to hit my face that I took a step to the right, created enough space for myself, and then kicked Lei Li hard in the ribs with a whip kick. With a crack sound, Lei Li covered his ribs with a muffled groan, and rushed over with a ferocious look on his face. I exerted force with my shoulders, held his 2 arms with both hands, raised my leg and kicked him again at the same place. After 2 consecutive heavy blows, Layli was obviously unable to bear it. He covered his ribs with a look of pain. I took advantage of the moment when his body stopped and punched him hard in the heart. This time he had no strength to resist at all. He knelt on the ground dejectedly, staring at me in disbelief. I started practicing karate at the age of 4 and continued until I graduated from college, just to reason with idiots like you. Are you willing to reason with me now? I asked through gritted teeth. The people behind Layli rushed forward and tried to snatch Layli back. Gunshots rang out, and the ground in front of them was covered with smoke. Stray bullets hit several people's legs. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Those people were cursing, but no one dared to move forward. I glanced at Chen Cheng and warned him with my eyes. The soldiers behind him immediately took a few steps forward and forced those people further away. Some police rushed over and began to disarm them, and snatched all the weapons from those people. Now there was some distance between them and Layli, and rescuing him was impossible. Layli knelt on the ground with a bruised face, covering his chest. The 2 kicks I had made before must have broken his ribs, and the punch to his heart had directly destroyed all his fighting power. He could only let me do whatever I wanted. I walked over and patted his head and said, "Even if I give you a chance, you can't do anything about it. Aren't you very crazy? Didn't you say that raping and killing Xiao Jie would be just a game and you wouldn't have to take any responsibility? Why aren't you crazy anymore? Come on, I'll give you another chance." I waved my hand, and a policeman handed over the long axe that Layli had taken earlier. Su Chang also took my iron rod. I threw the long axe in front of him and said, "Pick it up. I'll give you another chance." Chapter 30, Killing Alive. Layli stared at me fiercely, his eyes glancing at the long axe in front of him. He moved his fingers several times but still didn't have the courage to pick it up. Finally, he sat down on the ground dejectedly and said in a seemingly open manner, "I admit defeat. You win this time." I laughed and shook my head and said, "What? You want to do it again? That's how you beat Xiao Jie, is that right?" I raised my leg and slapped Layli in the face. This time I used all my strength and kicked all his teeth out. He fell to the ground with blood spurting from the corner of his mouth and howling miserably. I followed and kicked him in the stomach 7 or 8 times, shouting as I kicked him, "Is that so?" Layli rolled over on the ground and could no longer utter a complete sentence. I had no sympathy for his miserable plight, and kicked him madly until he was almost dying. Su Chang and Wang Lei came over and pulled me away. The onlookers cheered louder and louder. Layli's men were all trembling with fear and dared not look me in the eye. I walked up to Xiaojie's mother, squatted down and asked, "Auntie, who was there at the time?" Xiaojie's mother now had hope in her eyes again, and pointed firmly at several people in the crowd. Qingqing immediately led people to capture them all. This time the soldiers had no scruples, and they beat and kicked them all until they knelt in front of Xiaojie's mother. Seeing Layli's miserable appearance, they no longer dared to fight or argue, and began to apologize with tears and snot. Xiaojie's mother burst into tears. The dead cannot be resurrected. She didn't know how to express her sadness except in this way. I made a gesture and Qingqing looked at me in surprise. I nodded. He hesitated for a moment, and then led his men forward and shot all these people one by one. The scene became even quieter. It seemed that they didn't expect me to be so decisive. After the gunshots, there were several more bodies on the ground. Someone immediately dragged them away for disposal. The main culprit Layli was left lying on the ground, dying. "Throw him out of the shelter and feed him to the zombies," I said calmly. "Ah? This isn't good?" Not only did Qingqing think that I had gone too far, but even many onlookers were in an uproar, as if they thought I was a bit too cruel. I took a deep breath, pointed at Xiaojie's body on the ground and said, "This little girl volunteered every day for the peace of the refugee zone, but on her way back she was raped and beaten to death by these scumbags. These people, led by Layli, not only did not think they were wrong, but they felt that the law was no longer needed. Yes, maybe the law really can't restrict and protect us, but we still have rules and morals. If the world really ends, the only thing that can support us to rebuild and survive is a sense of morality. We can do without laws, but we can't throw away morality. The refugee zone protects refugees who want to work together to survive, not these scumbags who bully men and women by relying on their muscles. Today I'm putting my words here. If you want to survive, you must have basic moral values and a sense of right and wrong. Otherwise, the refugee zone does not welcome you and throw you out. I shouted my last words and the members of my team immediately rushed over, picked up Layli and dragged him away. Layli was almost fainting, but when he heard that he was going to be thrown out, he suddenly came to himself, struggled hard to break free from the restraints, loudly begged for mercy, confessed and apologized, and later he started swearing at me. I remained unmoved and followed them all the way to the military zone. Many people followed us just to witness this moment. I didn't deliberately create any dramatic effects. After arriving at the place, I asked several people to lift Layli's hands and feet and throw him directly out of the barbed wire. Layli was immediately overwhelmed by the zombies. Then the members of the team began to kill all the zombies nearby. The crowd slowly dispersed after a burst of cheers. These zombies had not eaten for a long time, and did not give Layli any chance to transform. They directly tore him apart. Chin walked up to me and whispered, "Aren't you afraid that too much is as bad as too little?" Without even turning my head, I said, "You and I have experienced the most horrific crisis together, and we have also seen our teammates die. Admit it, it is impossible for us to protect everyone. I am not a saint, and I have no tolerance for scum. What happened is over. Let me tell you the truth." Li Feng and Wang Jie took my bag. I opened the map and said, "This hot pot restaurant is very close to us, and it has enough space and reliable doors and windows. We can try to dig a tunnel from the refuge area to here first. There is still plenty of time to reinforce this place. If it is feasible, it will be much more convenient for us to go out and collect supplies in the future. The distance between the supermarket and the hot pot restaurant is also appropriate. There is also a hospital near the supermarket, and it is not far from the grain depot. A few days ago, I heard from Gu Shi that the food in the refuge area is not so abundant, right?" Ching took the map, looked at it, and said, "The distance is not bad, but digging a tunnel requires a lot of manpower. That's why we did this today. First, we want to send a signal that the refuge area doesn't support bad people. Then we will slowly convey that the refuge area doesn't support idle people. If you want to survive, everyone needs to contribute. We will recruit another group of volunteers to dig the tunnel. I believe many people are willing to help." Chin thought about it, nodded, and said, "Okay, then I will arrange for someone to prepare the tools right away, and also find some professionals to help with the design. Yes, I know there are several civil engineers in the shelter. Let them come up with a plan and we'll prepare to leave this place," I said. After dealing with all this, I saw that it was still early, so I left the shelter again and returned to the hot pot restaurant. I killed a few zombies along the way and redrawn the map of the surface, preparing to give it to the engineers for reference. In the next few days, many professionals were recruited in the shelter. When they heard that they were going to dig a tunnel to leave here, the enthusiasm for volunteering became even higher. Thousands of people signed up to help, and it also led to many people joining the ranks of killing zombies. Although there are still very few people who can actually fight, the problem of killing zombies through the wall has been solved, and it can almost cover the entire front line. Thousands of people continued to kill the zombies through the barbed wire, and the defensive pressure of the barbed wire dropped sharply. I especially went to observe the bottom, and there was no sign of further tilting, which bought us precious time. After half a month of unremitting efforts, the shelter has undergone tremendous changes. Half of the initial 500 volunteers have met the standards for carrying guns. I began to lead them across the shelter to kill zombies, and many zombies in the north of the city were eliminated. The excavated sand and soil were reprocessed to reinforce the tunnel. The passage from the shelter to the hot pot restaurant has been opened. We tried walking on it and there were no major problems, but the underground situation here is not complicated, and other places need to be re-explored. The first thing we did after the tunnel was opened. We transported all the food stored in the hot pot restaurant back to the refuge area. Unfortunately, we only found a few carts from the construction site, but it still saved a lot of manpower. Not only the hot pot restaurant, but also a lot of clothes and daily necessities from several surrounding shops were taken back, which temporarily relieved the pressure on the refuge area. With this passage, the hot pot restaurant can become our first base for exploration, and then there will be a second, a third. Initially, I made this plan in order to leave Tahai City. Now it seems that the benefits of collecting supplies outside Tianhai City in the short term are no less than leaving here. Because of the continuous supply of things shipped back in the past few days, the mood of the refugees in the refugee area has improved a lot. They are no longer so impetuous, and hope has risen again. Everything is moving in a good direction. It was another early morning and the volunteers were still training with high enthusiasm. Now a large number of zombies had accumulated outside the barbed wire, but they were too close to the fence, and they dared not set fire to it for fear of melting it. As a result, some zombies actually began to climb up by stepping on the corpses of their own kind. Fortunately, we discovered it early and mobilized manpower in time to beat these zombies down, otherwise it would have been a big accident. We sent more manpower and tried our best to clean up the zombies near the barbed wire. This problem had never occurred before because there were not many people killing zombies every day. Now that more than 1,000 people have opened up the front line to kill zombies, the problem of zombie corpses has been exposed. From the time the defense line was established to now, at least tens of thousands of zombies have died outside. The corpses of these zombies began to rot slowly in the hot summer, and the entire shelter was filled with a disgusting smell. It is not clear whether this smell has any direct harm to people, but more and more people have begun to report frequent symptoms of dizziness and general fatigue. The doctors in the shelter could not explain it either, as they had no experience or ability to study zombies. The Qinlu City Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the only center nearby that could study zombies, has completely collapsed, and the last expert, Lu Qian, also committed suicide. I was standing on the observation tower in the military zone, feeling anxious. The soldiers risked their lives to rush out and clean up some of the zombie corpses, but they still couldn't solve the crisis of the stench covering the shelter. Now we had to do something bolder. I walked down from the observation tower and saw Qingqing walking towards me with a worried look on his face. "What's wrong?" I asked. There was a flash of panic in Qingqing's eyes. He pulled me aside and whispered, "I just took some people to deal with a zombie incident." "Has there been another zombie transformation in the city? Haven't all the people who were scratched by zombies before passed the detection period? Is it serious?" I asked anxiously. Qingqing looked around, swallowed his saliva and said, "This incident is very strange. The person who was transformed had never been scratched by zombies before, nor had he been injected with X agent. He was just an ordinary person. According to his medical report, he reported that he couldn't stand the smell of rotting zombies a few days ago. He felt dizzy, nauseous, and coughed up blood. The doctor checked and said that he just coughed his throat, and it turned out that he was transformed without any signs." I immediately realized the seriousness of the incident and asked with a hopeful heart, "How many people saw it?" Fortunately, I was patrolling in the city. He seemed to sense something was wrong and came out to ask us for help, but he suddenly went crazy and was dealt with by us. No one else saw him. "Do you think this incident could be a signal?" Qingqing said hesitantly. I nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, the conditions for transforming into zombies have increased. If we don't deal with these zombie corpses as soon as possible, I'm afraid more people will suddenly become zombies." Chapter 31, Counterattack Against Zombies. So now the zombie poison can leave the host and spread? Doesn't that mean even breathing can transform you into a zombie? This is impossible to prevent, unless you wear a gas mask in the future, Qingqing said excitedly. This was the first time I saw Qingqing lose his composure. In fact, I was more panicked than he was. However, one of us had to stay calm, otherwise something serious would happen in the evacuation area. I suppressed my uneasiness and said, "Not necessarily. The person who transformed must have had internal bleeding in the respiratory tract and inhaled particulate poison gas, which caused him to transform due to physical problems. It was an accidental event. If it was inevitable, it would have been a mess a long time ago. The most urgent thing is how to deal with these bodies." After hearing what I said, Qingqing finally calmed down and analyzed with me. "Is it because of the weather that the corpse poison in the dead zombies has mutated? I remember you told me that Director Lu Qian of the Qinlu City Center for Disease Control and Prevention said before she died that this was the fastest mutating and most adaptable virus she had ever seen. In her understanding, this virus is invincible." I recalled Lu Qian's words, nodded helplessly and said, "It should be, but unfortunately we are not experts, so we can only think of other ways. How did you deal with zombies in the past? Burn them?" That's right. There is a trench we dug 100 meters away from the shelter wall. When we first evacuated to the shelter, the surroundings were still safe. We would go there regularly to burn the zombie corpses. Later, after the zombie army surrounded the shelter, we couldn't rush through, and that trench was filled with zombies that fell in. More and more zombies on this side of the wall died, and the ones at the bottom have begun to rot. I think this is the biggest problem, Qingqing said helplessly. The bottom line is that there are too many zombies and they surround us too tightly. If this continues, the refuge area will become a dead city. We will be suffocated by the stench before we finish digging the tunnel. We have found the cause temporarily, and the next step is to find a solution. I stared at Qingqing and said, "Why not organize an assault?" "You want to?" Qingqing asked tentatively. "Well, you lead the troops to attack, and I'll lead people to set fire. Burn them in batches. First, burn out that trench. This will separate the zombies and give us time to deal with the zombie corpses near the barbed wire. At the same time, reinforce the barbed wire. Only in this way can we cut off the source of the stench," I said firmly. Qingqing thought seriously for a while and nodded. "Okay, let's start planning today. Can you be responsible for burning the bodies? Can the volunteers under you handle such an important task?" "It's okay, I believe them. Go to the city and inform us that we are going to burn the zombie bodies. Ask everyone to prepare clean water, masks, towels, and the like. I'm afraid there will be too much dust by then," I suddenly remembered and said. Qingqing and I immediately split up and acted. Now the number of volunteers in the practical department has reached about 600 people, led by Su Chang and Wang Lei, who kills zombies in the north of the city every day. Now a considerable passage has been opened in the north of the city, and the streets are even empty enough to drive on. This is because the volunteers drove the corpses of the zombies and the vehicles originally parked in the north of the city to the intersection, blocking the road and making it difficult for the zombies over there to squeeze in. In disguised form, the scope of the refuge area has been expanded, and many buildings, facilities and supplies in the north of the city have been included in the name of the refuge area. This is the biggest progress we have made in all these years. Alcohol is prohibited in the refuge area. We have discussed this with Ding Xiqing, the head of the parliament. We don't want anyone to drown their sorrows in alcohol, or cause trouble after drinking in the city. All alcohol is under unified control and is now put to use. Gasoline and the like must be stored for vehicles first, and alcohol has become the best combustion aid. A large number of volunteers have begun moving the alcohol out of the city and arranging it at road hubs, as close to the trenches over there as possible, ready to attack as soon as Qingqing and others can lure away the large group of zombies and complete the task correctly in one go. Even veterans like Su Chang and Wang Lei, who have followed me for a long time, were extremely excited. This was our first large-scale counterattack against zombies. Although it had not been officially mentioned in the refugee zone, this was a grand event that everyone had secretly imagined. Even if we were only here to burn the corpses, it was the most important step. Everyone's enthusiasm was very high. Hundreds of boxes of alcohol and flammable materials arrived quickly. Everyone had excitement on their face, as if we were going to implement a scorched earth strategy. Qingqing led his men to count the equipment. Thanks to this group of volunteers, there has been no overconsumption of ammunition in the recent period of time, which is enough to cope with this large-scale assault. Qingqing's task is to go deep into the interior of the zombie army, and lead a large number of zombies away from the wall to create an opportunity for us to burn the trenches. For this operation, we specially got a car-mounted walkie-talkie from the shelter to facilitate us to communicate the situation at any time. This time he brought more than 80 soldiers and more than a dozen vehicles, which was a huge momentum. Wang De, Wang Buixuan and the others followed Qingqing. We have been through life and death together. Their martial arts and intelligence can greatly increase their chances of success. Gu Shi is responsible for urging everyone to prepare clean water, towels, masks, and other items. Recently, she has become one of the logistics managers of the shelter. I am so busy every day that I only see her a few times. However, whenever I have a mission to leave the shelter, she will always come and see me off. I know she is worried that I will never come back. I also want to see her, afraid that I will really never come back. That way, at least I can still think about leaving this world with her. We are both very afraid of losing each other, but no one said it out loud. Now I was leaving again. Gu Shi appeared in my sight again on time, with a smile that was trying to suppress worry on her face. I naturally walked over to hug and kiss her. I pinched her body dishonestly and whispered, "Wait for me to come back." "Yeah." Goo, she agreed with a red face. I took out the mask I specially prepared for her from my pocket and handed it to her, then I felt relieved to part with her. I looked at the 500 combat team members and the thousands of volunteers in training and shouted, "Today our main tasks are divided into two. First, the combat team is responsible for transporting the wine to the trench outside the wall as soon as Captain Shin and his men lead the zombie army away. Some team members are responsible for restraining the remaining zombies, and the rest must first complete the pouring and ignition of the wine, and then meet other team members to gather. Second, the reserve team members inside the wall must pay attention. When the fire starts, the zombies will frantically attack the walls of the refuge area to avoid the fire. At this time, I ask you to kill as many of them as possible through the wall. If the wall cannot withstand the impact of the zombies and collapses, I don't need to tell you the consequences. In addition, Captain Chin is leading more than 80 excellent soldiers to carry out a life-threatening mission. I don't want them to see that our mission has failed when they come back. Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone shouted with high morale. I nodded with satisfaction, waved my hand and said, "Rest where you are and wait for the signal." The time we chose to attack was still in the early morning. We had previously discovered that the zombies reacted the slowest and had the worst mobility before the sun rose. This way, Chen Qing could lead people and cars to rush out as far as possible, and we could set fire to the corpses more calmly. I did not return to the tent that night, and Gu Shi was also checking everyone's simple antivirus equipment in the rear. I slept near the front line with everyone else for a night. In the early morning of the next day, I naturally opened my eyes and stood up. Many people rubbed their red eyes and stood up at the same time as me. It seemed that no one slept well that night. I walked over, patted Wang Lei on the shoulder and said, "Hold on. If this mission is successful, we can get a lot of good sleep." Wang Lei nodded in agreement. This guy, who I once put a gun to his head because he didn't want to be tested and quarantined, has grown into one of my most powerful helpers. Relying on his excellent physical fitness, he enjoys killing zombies. I know that many girls like him secretly, but Wang Lei still can't forget the trauma of seeing his girlfriend turn into a zombie with his own eyes and not having the heart to kill her. He pretended not to understand those overt and covert expressions of love. I didn't want to be a nosy leader, so I let him go. It took us less than 10 minutes to get ready. This speed was a little beyond my expectation. It seems that the recent training has been effective. Qin Cheng's side was even faster. Everyone was ready to fight and set off. Before leaving, I met with Qing Cheng, Wang De, Wang Guixuan, Zhang Qi, and others. We were all excited. After hugging them, I said, "If this mission is successful, we will temporarily lift the alcohol ban and take out some wine to celebrate the success of our first step in the counterattack." When we were moving the wine, I saw a lot of good wine, so I asked them to keep it. It would be a pity to use it to burn the zombies, haha. "Okay, it's settled. Let's see if your alcohol tolerance is better than your fighting skills," Chen Qing said jokingly. Wang De, Wang Guixuan, and the others also laughed and said that they would not return until they were drunk. We used some deliberate laughter to dilute the tension. The watch on Chen Cheng's wrist made a beeping alarm sound. I knew the time was up. I hugged him solemnly again and patted his back hard. I respect him and his soldiers. I hope that every one of them will return safely, so I gave them the best protective clothing in the shelter. Our people just need simple protection. Intensive machine gun fire was heard from the best sentry post near the city wall. Bullets poured down like rain, instantly knocking down a large number of zombies outside the gate. Wang De drove the only Dongfeng armored vehicle in the shelter and rushed out first, followed by various military vehicles. The intensive gunfire and grenade explosions immediately awakened most of the zombies, and they began to move slowly to chase Qin Qing and the others. I knew this was our chance. Without any hesitation, I waved my hand and gave the order to attack. Dozens of newly built ladders were placed on the barbed wire. More than 500 volunteers, led by me, rushed out of the shelter and headed straight for the trenches. Chapter 32 Division of Labor and Cooperation. Qin Qing and I calculated countless times when we were finalizing this plan, and finally came up with a time limit of 30 minutes. Their firepower could only last for 30 minutes before they had to retreat, otherwise they would lose the best opportunity to return to the refuge area. They didn't have much ammunition, so if they really couldn't return, the refuge area could not be without armed forces to protect them. In order to maximize their safety, he and I agreed that as long as we could hold out for 30 minutes, we would retreat immediately without wasting a second, and he didn't need to worry about how we completed the mission. Intensive gunfire and shouts of assurances were heard all the time in that direction. The zombies that had just awakened had begun to move over there. It was quite spectacular to see a large number of zombies moving together, but the speed of movement was very slow. We could only wait for the main force of zombies to retreat across the gaps in the obstacles on this side of the street. Chincheng had half an hour, and we only had about 15 minutes. During this period, we had to contain the zombies that were clinging to the city wall and refused to move, and then complete the burning of the trenches and retreat. The time was short and the task was heavy, and I was afraid there would be no chance for a second try. Su Chang and Wang Lei were a little nervous and kept asking me when we could attack. I stared outside and ignored them. I knew many people were worried that there was not enough time, but if we rushed out too early, it would inevitably cause a large group of zombies to return, and then there would be no possibility of completing the mission. Finally, a large number of zombies moved away from the wall, and the gunshots of Chincheng and his men were fixed at one point. I knew this was our time to attack, so I shouted and rushed out to move the obstacles away. The volunteers were divided into two waves. One wave dealt directly with the zombies near the wall, and the other wave rushed over with drinks and began to pour the drinks in a row. I asked Su Chang to supervise the pouring of the drinks, and I led a few hundred other people and rushed directly towards the zombie group, determined not to let them get close to Su Chang's gang. We had practiced it many times, and the people led by Su Chang began to pour drinks very skillfully. Large amounts of wine were poured in the trenches. There were corpses of zombies and living zombies below, trying to climb up and attack them with their fangs and claws. There were about hundreds of zombies on the other side of the trench, but there were many zombie corpses under their feet blocking them. Many of them were tripped before they even ran to us. We killed them easily and also opened up the battle line with each group responsible for an area to prevent them from rushing across the trench and affecting the people on the other side. As soon as the battle line was opened, the battle became fierce. I asked everyone not to use guns. The gunshots would stimulate the nearby zombies to go crazy and would also attract zombies from far away to come back. We could only use hand-to-hand combat to solve the zombie opponents. Although everyone had teamed up to kill zombies, it was still a little stretched to face so many at once. Moreover, the zombies would not be evenly distributed in front of everyone. Some groups faced more, and some faced fewer, so problems were inevitable. I personally led a dozen people to solve this problem and balance the number of zombies each group faced, so as to prevent them from getting injured by the massive number of zombies that they could not bear. I ran very fast, and the team members around me were also very fast. We almost ran from one end to the other in a short time. I did not take the initiative too much unless I had to. I focused more on calculating the time and balancing the situation. The work of killing was left to these newcomers so that they could adapt and learn faster. After all, they are fresh blood and the hope of the future. I was very tired. I killed a zombie that was missed by the volunteers while panting. I looked back at the battle situation. Su Chang and the others had almost spilled all the wine. This was also a strenuous job. After completing their tasks, they joined us with flushed faces. With their help, we felt relieved immediately. More than 500 people worked together to kill all the zombies in front of the barbed wire, and then threw the zombie bodies into the vicinity of the trench as quickly as possible. The barbed wire cannot withstand fire at all, so we cannot burn the corpses near the barbed wire. After the recent crazy killing of zombies, a mountain of zombie corpses has piled up in front of the barbed wire. Even if we move faster, we can only move a small part of it. Everyone is almost exhausted. Time is passing quickly. The gunfire from Chincheng's side has begun to sparse, which means they are about to retreat. I asked them to throw all the remaining wine into the trenches and start retreating in batches. We have done enough today, and we can't be greedy. Once Chincheng gets rid of the zombie group, they will return here as soon as possible. After everyone retreated to a safe location, I looked at the time and saw that it was exactly 29 minutes. I picked up the intercom and shouted, "Chincheng, retreat quickly. Don't fight to the death. Our mission is complete." "Received, retreat immediately." Chincheng shouted through the walkie-talkie at the first time, and then the gunfire over there became dense again. I felt relieved knowing that they had broken through safely. I lit a fire at the edge of the trench. After the torch was thrown down, a dragon of fire quickly ignited. The crowd behind him burst into cheers, watching the dragon of fire spread rapidly. This fire will solve a lot of our troubles. The rotten zombie corpses in the trenches will turn into dust and float away, and the people in the shelter will no longer continue to get sick. I watched the fire dragon spread with some excitement, but the cheers behind me stopped abruptly. The fire dragon stopped halfway and did not connect with the wine and water in the trench on the other side. I quickly walked forward 2 steps and found that the spilled wine and water had broken off there, and the flames were reluctant to burn over. If the fire dragon did not spread immediately, it would lose its original effectiveness. Even if the remaining sparks ignited the wine and water over there, it would be much worse. I turned around and glared coldly at the crowd of volunteers. Such a low-level mistake would almost ruin all of our efforts today. The key is that no one knows who made the mistake. It is impossible to blame them now. In the distance, the gunfire from Chin-Chang and his men has gradually turned to the refuge area. A large number of zombies have begun to rush here. I gritted my teeth, snatched the torch from Su-Chang and shouted, "Retreat according to the plan. There must be no problems with the retreat. Boss, don't go. It's too dangerous. Let's think of a way next time," Su-Chang shouted. "There won't be so many next times. Retreat quickly and stop talking nonsense," I yelled angrily, and then ran wildly with the torch in my hand. Many zombies in front of me had already begun to turn around. Although their movements were very stiff in the early morning, there were a few violent zombies mixed in the zombie group. They were rushing over with various weapons in their hands. The light of the flames here was extremely attractive to them. I had already consumed a lot of physical strength, and now I was racing against death. The torch in my hand made a loud noise as I ran wildly. If I was a little faster, I could ignite the wine before those violent zombies rushed over. As long as the fire dragon was connected, it would have a great deterrent effect on the zombies, and I would have time to retreat calmly. If it was too late, I could only pray that I could escape unscathed from the siege of several violent zombies. My speed was getting slower and slower, but I was getting closer and closer to the fire. According to the distance, I should be in time. Just when I relaxed, I was tripped by something and flew out and fell heavily on the ground. The torch in my hand was also thrown far away. My arm seemed to be scratched, and it was burning. Fortunately, I was protected by protective clothing, otherwise the ground would be covered with blood and other things left by zombies, and I might be infected with zombie poison. My body took a long time to recover. When I finally struggled to sit up from the ground, the fastest violent zombie had already rushed in front of me with a piece of wood and pounced on me fiercely. I gritted my teeth, fell to the ground, rolled over, and picked up the iron rod nearest to me. When the violent zombie pounced on me for the second time, I raised the iron rod in my hand and pierced it directly through its jaw. Its blood splattered all over me. I gritted my teeth, got up from the ground and rushed to the torch. When I picked up the torch, the second violent zombie also arrived. I waved the torch in my hand, and the flame just burned its face. It howled and retreated, but instinct drove it to pounce on me again. I did not entangle with it on the spot, but accelerated to rush towards the fire point. This was my most important task. I was running wildly while dodging the attacks of the violent zombies behind me. 2 violent zombies were rushing over from the other direction, and a large group of zombies was approaching. If I ran over, I might not be able to come back. I made a quick decision and threw the torch in my hand with a roar. I watched the torch fall on the fire point. After a short delay, the flames rose, and my heart finally settled down. After the 2 flames grew stronger, they finally connected together. A spectacular fire dragon was formed, burning all the zombie corpses in and beside the trench. The zombies that had fallen into the trench before and were not dead also let out painful roars. I received a heavy blow on my back and used the momentum to roll over and stand up. My attention was focused on the flames just now, and the violent zombie behind me hit me hard with a wooden stake in his hand. It hurt so much that I grimaced. Mission accomplished. I also recovered some strength, swung the iron rod and smashed the wooden stake in its hand directly, and then used the iron rod to pierce its eye socket. There was no way I could deal with the remaining 2 violent zombies, so I ran without thinking to see if I could get rid of them. Although the violent zombies were fast, they were still slower than normal people. Gradually, I distanced myself from them and finally escaped. I heard gunshots behind me, and the two violent zombies were also knocked down. It should be that Ching and the others had returned to the shelter and supported me from a distance. Su Chang and his men successfully evacuated, but they were all standing near the obstacle, looking at me nervously. A female volunteer stood up with a shameful look on her face and whispered, "Boss, that's the area I'm responsible for. I must have made a mistake when I spilled the wine. I'm sorry." I no longer had the energy to criticize her, and waved my hand to show that I didn't mind. There was some remaining low-alcohol liquor next to me, so I took it and took a sip. The spicy liquor irritated my stomach, and I finally recovered after coughing violently for a while. Just as I was about to speak, I realized something was wrong. I stretched out my hand and felt it. The wind was blowing? The wind was blowing at this time? I stood up suddenly and looked towards the trench. The fire dragon was taking advantage of the wind and was already rolling back towards the wire fence of the refuge area. Chapter 33, Man Proposes, God Disposes. The fire was fueled by the wind, and the originally long fire dragon turned into a wall of fire in an instant, more like a demon crawling up from hell, opening its bloody mouth to devour all living things in sight. My whole body was cold as if I had fallen into an ice cellar. Man proposes, God disposes. Is God trying to kill us? I turned around and yelled, "What are you still standing there for? Go back and protect the barbed wire. Put out the fire if necessary, and never let the fire rush into the refuge area." My yell woke them all up. Everyone ran towards the shelter with their weapons in hand. Fortunately, Ching and the others had already gone back. I believed they would make the best decision. If the barbed wire was burned, today would be the day the shelter would fall. I raised my head and took another sip of wine, threw the bottle far away, and ran to the shelter with the large group. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and dark clouds were floating in the sky. It looked like it was going to rain. This was really bad luck. Whether the strong wind blew the fire into the shelter or a downpour was coming, it would be a devastating blow to our plan. There would never be such a good opportunity again. When we rushed to the refuge area, we found that it was in chaos. Many people came to watch the first step of our counterattack today. As a result, the strong wind blew sparks into the refuge area. Many people were burned to varying degrees, and there were screams and curses. Some dry places were ignited by sparks. The refuge area was full of people running around and cries for help. There were many stockpiled fire extinguishers in the military area. Ching was very foresight and had sent people to suppress the fire in the refuge area, but some tents and supplies were still lost. The rest of the people did not dare to move and were all staring at the fire on the other side of the barbed wire. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the flames turned from a wall of fire into a pillar of fire. These zombie bodies were so flammable that it was beyond our expectations. We had used simple incendiary bombs to burn some zombies before, but it didn't have the same effect as today. Maybe the accumulated zombie bodies produced corpse oil. In short, some reasons I didn't quite understand caused the current situation, and the pillar of fire was dancing wildly with the wind, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. Even if we wanted to put out the fire, we couldn't find a chance. Ching ran over with a nervous look on his face. He had led the team in a successful assault and attracted the attention of most of the zombies. After returning to the refuge area, he had no time to rest before leading people to deal with the fire. He was already exhausted. "What should we do, destroy it or not?" Ching asked for my opinion. I stared at the pillar of fire, wishing I had the ability to control fire. Now the pillar of fire changes with the wind, and it is impossible to predict. I said firmly. "We can't put out the fire. If the corpses of these zombies are not burned, a large number of people in the refuge area will get sick or even turn into zombies. This is the most important goal of our mission. Have people prepare obstacles. Once the barbed wire is burned, fill it with obstacles immediately. With the pillar of fire blocking it, the group of zombies can't get through." Ching nodded and immediately began to mobilize the people present to move supplies. Many people drove the vehicles parked nearby, ready to drive over to block the gap at any time. Now success or failure depends on whether God favors us. A feeling of powerlessness arose in my heart. This time I finally deeply understood the meaning of the saying, "Man proposes, God disposes." The strong wind died down slightly, a sign of approaching heavy rain. I stared at the sky nervously, praying for the wind direction to change, and even more praying that the heavy rain would fall later. I have never prayed so devoutly to God to give us another chance to survive in my life. I don't know if my prayers have finally reached the ears of God. Although the column of fire was scary, apart from sparks flying, the flames never rolled towards the shelter. The spreading fire swallowed up all the zombie corpses around, giving off a burnt smell. Fortunately, simple dust masks were prepared in the shelter, and the strong wind blew away most of the particulate matter. Apart from the burnt smell in the air, there was no large-scale pollution. The fire was extinguished, and the flames on the surface had gradually subsided. Only in the trenches could you occasionally see a few unwilling flames struggling to get out, but they were slowly disappearing. A drop of rain hit my face, and I looked up at the sky, calmly opening my hands. I saw many people doing the same thing as me out of the corner of my eye. The raindrops were getting bigger and bigger, crackling as if the pearl plate in the sky was broken. It hadn't rained for a long time. This was the first heavy rain after the zombie outbreak. It came so timely and so powerful. Most of the suspended particles in the air were carried away by the strong wind, and the rest were all carried into the soil by the rain. All the things we were worried about were solved at once, and we felt like we had survived a disaster. The wind stopped, and the rain came. The rainstorm washed away the dust between the sky and the earth, bringing a long-lost fresh smell, refreshing the mind and making people feel alive again. In this world full of zombies, sometimes you really forget that you are still a human being. I simply lay in the mud on the ground, not caring that it would get my body wet, rolling and laughing like a child. The zombies in front of the barbed wire in the refuge area were cleared out, and most of the corpses had been burned. The trenches were burned thoroughly. Those zombies who saw the fire was extinguished and walked over tentatively fell into the trenches one after another. As long as the weather clears up, we can drop incendiary bombs into the trenches to delay the time for the zombies to attack the barbed wire, and give us more time to prepare to leave. The heavy rain lasted for more than an hour before it gradually stopped. I was a little worried that water would accumulate in the trenches and wash the zombies up, but now it seems that this is completely unnecessary. There is a piece of land near the trenches, which has become muddy under the heavy rain. Suddenly, a bold plan came to my mind, but it was just an idea. I could try it when I had the chance. I came back from the rain a long time ago, changed my clothes, took a shower, and took 2 cold medicines as a precaution. Although I was very tired, I was in good spirits. I couldn't wait to rush to the watchtower to observe. After the attack by Chin Cheng and others, many zombies were taken away, and now they are in chaos. The previous impact force on the barbed wire no longer exists, and with the existence of the trenches, there will be no danger in the short term. I finally felt relieved. For convenience, I asked someone to check whether the barbed wire has any signs of damage by high temperature. Fortunately, there was no problem. It's a pity that there are no construction talents in the shelter, otherwise we can take this great opportunity to reinforce the protective net. A few days after the air was purified, the number of people who fell ill in the shelter dropped significantly, and there were no more incidents of ordinary people turning into zombies. However, some of the previously isolated patients could not hold back and went crazy, and were secretly dealt with by Qingqing and his men. This time, dozens of isolated patients went crazy at the same time. I don't know if it has a direct relationship with the previous deterioration in air quality, but this incident still makes me more vigilant. The ordinary person who was not infected with the corpse poison suddenly turned just because of coughing up blood. Maybe the virus has evolved again and can survive in the air for a certain period of time to find a suitable host. If this is the case, it is simply impossible to guard against. No one knows whether a cut on their body will turn into a bloody patch that takes their lives. I secretly contacted several doctors to inquire. There are not many doctors in the shelter, and none of them are experts. They do not have the ability to study viruses, but they do have a set of clinical observations. According to their understanding, Tahai City has a very good defense, and there has been no opportunity for viruses to attack humans for a long time. When the nutrients in the zombies' bodies are absorbed by them, it is very likely that they will evolve active consciousness and try to find new hosts by other methods. However, this search will not kill the original zombies completely, but will only separate some of the more powerful viruses, like a way of reproduction. In fact, they couldn't explain too much. They could only have a vague idea. I didn't blame them. Director Lu Qian of the Chenlu Center for Disease Control and Prevention was a world-class expert, but she couldn't do anything about the virus. We didn't know what was happening in other countries and regions in the world, whether there was a vaccine to prevent the virus, or whether they had already perished like several small African countries. At the beginning, we could still connect to social media, know the direction of rescue and support from the government's large forces, know the situation of zombies in various regions, and understand where to look for help. But now there is no one to maintain those facilities, and we have long lost contact with the rest of the world. The only thing we can use is radio. When I found Chinching, he was using the radio to find a band to contact the outside world. Since the last failure of friendly support outside the city, Tahai City has not received any support. Chinching has never given up contacting the outside world. In fact, he cannot give up. This is not just a rescue issue, but also the spiritual pillar of everyone. If one day he really gives up calling for help, that will be a truly desperate day. This is Chinching, the company commander of the 3rd Marine Company of the 67,656th Army. My team is currently fully configured and is responsible for the defense of Tahai City. According to the instructions from our superiors, we have established a refuge area in the western part of Tahai City. We are currently surrounded by zombies and have no chance of breaking out. I request help. Repeat, this is... Chinching said in a steady tone. To be honest, I admire this young man who is younger than me. He is very brave and responsible. If it weren't for his persistence, the shelter would have been in chaos or even captured. Even when he saw me coming, he still meticulously made 5 consecutive calls, but there was still the interference sound and no response from the other end. Chinching sighed, and I smiled and patted his shoulder. There are almost no zombies in front of the protective net. Most of them are struggling in the trenches. In the past few days, Chinching has been arranging people to make simple incendiary bombs and launch them, and the effect is very good. For a while, the volunteers even cancelled the training of killing zombies through the wall. Chinching and I had to arrange physical training for them temporarily. The tunnel digging project is still going on, and it has moved from the hot pot restaurant to the next supermarket. The volunteers are helping to build a circle of earth wall outside the supermarket with the excavated soil and rocks, which can also block the advance of the zombies. However, the large number of zombies in the north direction of the city is not large. Most of them are small groups of zombies wandering around, and they were killed by the volunteers of the actual combat team. Chinching and I were chatting casually when suddenly we heard a beep from the radio. Chinching and I froze and looked at the radio in disbelief. Chapter 34 New Survivors. The radio started to ring. This was the first time in the past few months. Chinching rushed over like a madman and answered the call, shouting, "This is Tahai City. Excuse me, who is calling?" The signal on the other end of the radio seemed to be not very good. A girl's voice came intermittently. "We are also in Tahai City, 17 people. Command center. Food cut off. This is easy." The signal stopped abruptly. Chinching and I looked at each other in astonishment. This was not a signal for reinforcements, but a distress signal. 17 people were trapped somewhere and were waiting for rescue. It seemed that they had not thought of radio synchronization before or had never been able to get in touch. Today, they accidentally heard Chinching's call and excitedly tried to connect. Unfortunately, the signal was really poor and the information obtained was limited. "Are there still people alive in Tahai City besides the evacuation area?" I asked in surprise. "I have never asked you what the evacuation was like." Chinching looked at me with a complicated expression and said, "I don't know the details. When we arrived, the residents of Tahai City were already fleeing in all directions. The local police were fighting zombies. At that time, some people automatically fled to the current refuge area, some ran out of the city, and I guess some people found a place to hide, stockpiled supplies and waited for rescue." "What did she say about the command center just now?" "I didn't hear it clearly." "I didn't hear it clearly either. The signal is too bad. There are many command centers in Tahai City, including the Traffic Command Center, the Public Security Command Center, the Water Conservancy Command Center." "Which command center are they in?" I said anxiously. 17 people are still alive. If we have a chance, we must save them. I'll keep calling." Chinching immediately turned around and started calling the radio station. I pulled out a map of Tahai City and started looking carefully. The Water Conservancy Command Center is located in the refuge area, next to the Tahai water plant. The Public Security Command Center is in the city center, and the traffic command center is in the southwest of the city. Both command centers are surrounded by a large number of zombies. It's not easy to rush over, and it's even more difficult to bring people out. But this is the first time we've received a call for help. If we don't save them, perhaps these trapped people have more information about the outside world. After all, the command center has information resources that are unmatched by other places. Even if they lose contact with the outside world a few days later, they will obtain much more information than us, and this information is vital to us. The Public Security Command Center is the most likely place. People will always subconsciously choose a safe place when they are in danger. If they did not choose to leave or go to the refuge area when Tahai City was in chaos, the most likely place is to hide in the Public Security Command Center. There are police equipment and gun depots, as well as a lot of ammunition. There are large supermarkets nearby that can provide supplies. It should be here. I stretched out my hand and said quietly on the map. Chinchin looked up at me and said, I also think this is the most likely place, but this is the city center. It's too difficult to rescue them. Not to mention that the car can't drive there. Even if it can drive there, it can't come back. The zombie swarm has finally calmed down a bit, and if there is another big move, it will probably cause chaos. We can't take a car, so we can only walk there. Take some necessary medicines and drinking water with you. We don't know what the situation is there yet, so don't bring too many people. First, go out of the tunnel, and then use zombie blood to disguise ourselves as we approach the city center. We have to be more cautious this time, and find a chance to replenish our zombie makeup along the way. We can't let what happened last time happen again, I suggested. Chinching thought about it and said, Okay, we have to give it a try. If it really doesn't work, don't force it. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. I nodded and continued. You can't go this time, I'll go, just give me a few more brothers. I've been having a bad feeling lately, so you stay at home and keep an eye on it. If anything happens, you can make the decision. Chin-Ching immediately frowned and said unhappily, How can I not go to such a thing? Don't forget that I am the person in charge of Tahai City's defense after all. I laughed, knowing that Chin-Ching was deliberately provoking me like this, wanting to take the initiative to take on the responsibility of saving people. I patted his shoulder and said, It's the same old thing. I know Tahai City better than any of you. I can try my best to bypass the zombies and get to the Public Security Command Center safely. Someone must be left at home. I always have a bad feeling recently. Don't think too much. All the crises have been resolved recently. If there is any problem, I'll listen to you. But you must pay attention to safety. If things are impossible, come back and we will find another way, Chenqing said worriedly. Okay, without further ado, I'll get ready right away and leave at 10 a.m., and help me make some noise then, I said with a smile. Not to mention 17 survivors, even one survivor is worth the risk. Anyone who can survive in such a dangerous environment must be a capable person and can definitely bring great help to the shelter. I couldn't help but feel a little excited. I had just solved the problem of zombie corpses hoarding outside the shelter and fired the first shot of the counterattack against zombies, and then I got news of survivors. Everything is really developing in a good direction. At dawn, I set out with Wang Guixuan, Wang De, Su Chang, Wang Lei and a total of 5 people. Su Chang and Wang Lei are now instructors of the actual combat volunteer teams, but they have never performed 2 difficult tasks, and they always lack a little courage and experience. So I specifically asked them to follow the rescue operation this time. Many people are very excited about rescuing the survivors. What they fear most now is not the zombies attacking, but the complete loss of contact with the outside world. Our armed level this time was very high. Not only did we carry enough ammunition, but we also wore thick protective clothing and carried medicines, food and clean water in our marching bags. We were worried that the survivors would get some disease due to the lack of supplies. I did not bring an iron spike this time. When we had to move among the zombies, the iron spike would sometimes be a hindrance, so I chose an extended military dagger and pinned it on my back. After we were fully prepared, we set off directly. Gu Shi and I were affectionate for a while when we said goodbye, which attracted a lot of friendly boos from people. I smiled and gave them the middle finger. While the zombies were moving slowly and their bodies were stiff in the early morning, the volunteers were reinforcing the city walls and barbed wire in full swing to prepare for the next zombie attack. Some new volunteers were exercising. Ching Ching personally taught them the military training methods to improve their physical fitness. Now the available force in the shelter is dozens of times more than when I just came back. These volunteers also began to patrol the shelter under the arrangement of Ching Ching, bringing warmth to the elderly, the weak, the sick and the disabled, and gradually replacing the previous police positions. After I gave some instructions, I set off with a few people. Su Chang was very excited and kept chattering, while Wang Lei was much more stable. The two people had completely different personalities. Su Chang was an optimist, and although Wang Lei had a strong personality, the fact that his girlfriend turned into a zombie was a big blow to him, making him more stable and mature than ordinary people. The two people's personalities complemented each other, and they worked very smoothly together, sharing a lot of work for Ching Ching and me. Now the tunnel has been built to the second base, the warehouse supermarket. A wall has been built outside the supermarket, and there are stairs that can be climbed over the wall from all directions at any time. It is also a precaution against being surrounded one day so that we can escape or defend. We stood on the wall and looked. There were several zombies standing stiffly not far away. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, the time when the zombies were the slowest. We climbed over the wall and easily killed these zombies, and then began to disguise ourselves with the blood of the zombies. This training has already started in the shelter. Almost all new volunteers vomited during this training, and some were directly scared to death. However, after our merciless intensive training, most of the volunteers can now kill zombies without changing their expressions and smear their blood and internal organs on their bodies. Su Chang and Wang Lei were the best among them, and their techniques were even more skilled than ours. We completed our disguise in the fastest time and started to move towards the Public Security Command Center in the city center. The road here is far away from the city center. According to our calculations, we need to replenish our disguise at least twice, otherwise it will be diluted by sweat, revealing our original smell and alerting the zombies. After the experience of Fu Yu's sacrifice, I was extremely cautious about this kind of thing. I carefully identified the direction of the street and began to calculate which road was more suitable for approaching the Public Security Command Center based on the distribution of zombies. After the calculation, I led them to move forward in silence. Our speed was very slow, only slightly faster than the movement of ordinary zombies. I was in the lead and they followed me in groups of 2, with guns loaded and ready to deal with emergencies at any time. We walked in silence for more than an hour, slowly shuttling through the zombie swarm. Su Chang and Wang Lei, who were on a mission for the first time, performed very well and did not make any mistakes, because I told them that if they made mistakes, there would be only one way to go, and there was no other outcome. After thrillingly passing through 2 large zombie gatherings, we encountered a group of more than a dozen wandering zombies behind a building. We were already sweating profusely when we were discovered. The zombies rushed over to fight us, roaring. There were more than hundreds of zombies nearby, and we didn't dare to shoot at will. We had to rely entirely on hand-to-hand combat to deal with them, which took a lot of effort. The noise here also alarmed the zombies in the distance. We completed our camouflage as quickly as possible, and when the group of zombies approached, they didn't notice us and slowly dispersed, which made us break out in a cold sweat. After going around 3 blocks, the Public Security Command Center was not far away. We did a final touch-up and finally saw the command center's office building after going around the landmark building in Tahai City. It was still a few hundred meters away from the target point. We climbed onto the roof of a nearby car to get a better view of the scene ahead. I frowned as soon as I took a look, and looked at the other people and found that they all had the same doubts as me. Chapter 35, The Unfathomable Fang Air. This is the center of Tianhai City. It should be the place where the zombies are most concentrated. However, when we approached here, we found that the zombies nearby were obviously thinner. Now standing on the roof and looking at it, there are not many zombies around the Public Security Command Center. However, we can also see with the naked eye that there is a circle of vehicles set up as a defense, and there are some abandoned tables and chairs, which is equivalent to surrounding the command center. The zombies around are sparse, but there are zombies surging in another street more than 200 meters away from the command center. The number is astonishing. Is there something that makes the zombies disgusted and drives them away? If there is such a good thing, the refuge area must get some on a large scale. With doubts about this matter, we got down from the roof of the car and began to slowly approach the command center. In order to prevent accidental injuries, we made a simple white flag with the white vests in the bag, and waved it while approaching the command center, carefully observing the situation of the zombies around. I had seen the figures in the cave from the window on the second floor of the command center, and I was sure that I had not found the wrong place, and my heart finally settled down. After bypassing the obstacles, we successfully approached the command center. The door was closed, and we could see a lot of obstacles blocking the way inside. However, these obstacles were placed in an orderly manner, and were obviously not done in a hurry. This small detail shows that the survivors trapped inside the Public Security Command Center should be in good condition. Coupled with the obstacles around them, these people should have begun to adapt to this chaotic world like the people in the shelter, and create their own little world. 17 survivors, this is also a very good force. I went forward and knocked on the door with some joy. The knock was not loud, but very rhythmic and polite, as if I was visiting an old friend. I knew that we looked scary in our zombie makeup, so I tried not to stimulate the emotions of the people inside. After knocking on the door for a while, 2 or 3 people finally appeared at the corner of the first floor and peered in. I waved my hand, took off my helmet, and put down my gun, indicating that I had no ill intentions. The people inside slowly walked over. They were a few very sturdy guys, staring at me with vigilance. This made me feel a little strange. As survivors, shouldn't we be excited to see each other? What does this vigilant expression mean? Maybe he had been frightened too many times and had learned not to trust anyone, or maybe he had been betrayed by his companions and had developed a habit of being cautious. Anyway, my first impression of him was not a good one. I was not expecting cheers or ceremonies, but at least I should not be met with hostility for coming here at the risk of my life. "Who are you?" the person in the door asked through the barrier. I saw that they all had guns in their hands, and they were pointing them at us. People kept appearing at the corner of the first floor and gradually surrounded us. "We are from the Tahai City Refuge. We received your distress signal and came here to pick you up. My name is Su Yang, and I am currently in charge of the management of volunteers in the refuge." I smiled and said, "Is it you who sent the distress message? There are still hundreds of thousands of people in the refuge waiting for you to return." I felt that what I said was sincere and heartfelt, but unfortunately, I was met with endless hostility. I had to step back a few steps. Wang De and Wang Guixuan looked at me speechlessly. Su Chang and Wang Lei had gloomy faces. Su Chang was impatient and said directly, "Are you going to open the door or not? We have come all the way here at the risk of our lives. If you don't open the door, we will leave." I glanced at Su Chang, and he muttered unconvincedly, "Well, I almost peed my pants again." We all smiled. Su Chang was so scared that he peed his pants during the zombie incident on Tahai Street. He must have used a lot of willpower to cross the zombie area today, but he still got hostility from these people. It's understandable that he felt aggrieved and dissatisfied. "Wait a minute." A clear female voice came from behind the crowd inside the door. The crowd parted and a girl walked towards us. When I saw this girl, my eyes lit up. Her heroic short hair and neat police uniform showed her whole temperament. She was of standard height, oval face, and a pair of big, expressive eyes that stared at me closely. Although there was vigilance in her eyes, there was also relief and excitement. Her small nose and cherry mouth formed an almost perfect face. And although she was obviously a girl, the people around her were very afraid of her. They lowered their heads and dared not look at her, like a queen. I looked at her with interest, and she stared at me fearlessly. If I guessed correctly, this girl was the one who used the radio to send a distress signal to the outside world and was intercepted by us. At that time, her voice sounded full of anxiety and despair, but now she didn't seem to be in any panic. This completely overturned my initial assumption. This group of people were not ordinary survivors, but a team with rich combat experience. How could such people ask for help? With their resources and capabilities, they should have left here long ago. The girl looked at me seriously for a long time, and finally showed a sunny smile. The originally tense atmosphere was instantly diluted by her smile. "My name is Fong Er, you can call me Fong Er, I am their boss." Fong Er actually showed a shy smile, making it impossible for me to tell which one of her was the real one. It was really surprising that a girl claimed to be the leader of a group of men, but it didn't seem so strange when it came from the mouth of a girl like Fong Er, especially when the people around her showed awe, which made me more interested in this girl. I looked carefully and saw that several girls walked out from behind them. I checked carefully and found that there were 11 men and 5 women in total, 16 in total. I asked curiously. Didn't they say there were 17 on the radio? Are there still people upstairs? Fang Er smiled and said, No, I was nervous and said it wrong. Your name is Su Yang? The Su Yang from Tahai Daily? You are the famous reporter who exposed the evil deeds of Huahan Group, right? Just as I guessed before, the signal in our shelter was interrupted more than a week after I came back. At that time, the report about me was posted online by my college classmates, telling everyone that I was the person investigating the whole thing. Fang Er must have seen the report to know me. I smiled and said, What big reporter? It's all a thing of the past. Now I am responsible for training volunteers to deal with zombies in the shelter. There are also soldiers, police and self-defense forces organized by volunteers in the shelter. The current supply of food, clean water and medicine is sufficient. If you want to go back with us, you are welcome at any time. Fang Er blinked his eyes and smiled. Why do you ask me if I want to go back with you? I used the radio to call for help because I hope to find a large group of people. Let's pack up and go back with you. I felt her words were a little strange, but I didn't think much about it and explained. We can't leave now. The zombies will be in a state of stagnation for a while at 10 a.m. It's best to leave at that time. This place is far from the refuge area. We need to rest and replenish our disguises. Oh, and if we want to go back safely, we must use zombie blood to disguise ourselves. We can use the rest of the day to get familiar with the situation. Many people will feel uncomfortable. Okay. Fang Er clapped her hands and laughed, like an innocent little girl, and then said apologetically, Oh, I haven't opened the door to let you in yet, come in quickly. Fang Er directed the others to open the door, and we finally succeeded in facing each other. Those people put down their guns under Fang Er's sharp eyes, and I also waved my hand to let Wang De, Wang Buixuan and others put down their guns. Until now, I still have a very strange feeling, but I can't explain it. Maybe I thought too much. The Public Security Command Center has 5 floors in total, and the space is very large. When I just graduated, I was responsible for reporting on urban security for a while, and I also tracked several major cases. I am not unfamiliar with this place. After looking around, I said, This is really a good place. How did you settle down here after the zombie rebellion broke out? Fang Er did not answer my question directly, but introduced the people around him to me first. Let me introduce you to everyone first. This is Liao Xiaobai, a retired soldier. This is Wei Xiao, a former auto mechanic. This is Chen Ran, a physical education teacher at No. 2 Middle School. Fang Er introduced them one by one. This Liao Xiaobai was obviously the strongest fighter in the group. At least Wang Buixuan and Wang De, 2 active-duty soldiers beside me, couldn't help but take a step forward. Liao Xiaobai's physique was similar to Wang Buixuan's. Both of them were the kind of characters who could burst out with powerful fighting power in an instant. Neither of them seemed to be convinced by the other, and hostility flashed in their eyes. I smiled and took a step forward to stop Wang Buixuan and said with a smile, Fang Er, your group of people are all strong. No wonder they can survive. These dozen or so people are either retired soldiers, mechanics, physical education teachers, etc. They are all strong and healthy, which is the most important factor for surviving in this chaotic world. The girls all have ordinary backgrounds. According to Fang Er, they are all girls from ordinary families. I see that they look nervous, maybe it's because they have been isolated for too long. After introducing the people, Fang Er slowly began to speak. After the Lost Rebellion broke out, we followed the police everywhere, and then we were temporarily placed here. Later, we heard that a refuge area was established, but we couldn't get out. The police who stayed here also left. There were only a group of us left. There were more than 17 people at that time, at least more than 100. Unfortunately, they all died. Aren't there 16? I asked in confusion. Just now you said there were only 16 people. Oh yes, look at me, I was accidentally led away by you. There was a trace of panic on Fang Er's face, but he concealed it immediately. I wanted to ask something else, but I felt it was inappropriate to question the survivors, so I smiled and changed the subject. Then let's practice using zombie blood for camouflage first. Time is actually a bit tight. Fang Er smiled and nodded. When he was about to speak, he heard a scream outside. It sounded like it was behind the command center building. A lot of glass inside was shattered. The sound came through clearly. My face changed and I was about to rush in with Wang Buxuan and the others, but Liao Xiaobai and his group immediately surrounded us. More than a dozen guns were pointed at us at the same time. Wang Buxuan and the others were not to be outdone. They loaded their submachine guns and were ready for a fight at any time. Chapter 36: A Strange Group of People. This time I did not stop Wang Buxuan and the others, and I even picked up my gun. The time I had contact with this group of people was not long, but I always felt that something was wrong. These people's hostility came inexplicably. Although we were few in number, our firepower was strong. Once we opened fire, I was confident that I could shoot them all to the ground. I stared at Feng Er with burning eyes. A trace of anger showed on her face, and she raised her hand and slapped Liao Xiaobai hard. "What are you doing? Su Yang and the others are here to rescue us. Why are you always pointing your guns at them? Put them down!" At Feng Er's shout, the dozen or so men put down their weapons and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Feng Er glanced around coldly, and when he looked at me, his eyes softened a lot. He apologized. "I'm sorry, we've been trapped here for too long, preparing for bloody battles every day. It's not so easy to let down our guard." I felt much more comfortable after hearing her say that. I waved my hand and asked my companion to put down his gun as well. I said with some understanding, "I see. We were too cautious. What was that scream about? Let's go check it out." "Okay, I'm wondering too," Feng Er said and walked forward first, with her people following closely behind. I discovered one thing: even though Feng Er had just slapped Liao Xiaobai hard, he, the most powerful one in the group, did not show the slightest dissatisfaction. Instead, he protected Feng Er even more closely and would never let us get close to her. Not to mention my understanding of Feng Er, this detail alone shows that she has a strong ability to control her subordinates, and she must have a special way of winning people's hearts. We quickly walked up the stairs to the second floor, and looking through the broken window, we found that a group of zombies were slowly approaching, and they seemed to be biting something, and formed a circle. I beckoned, and Su Chang immediately handed me the telescope. Looking through the eyepiece, I found that there was a living person in the middle of the group of zombies, a woman. Her hair was disheveled and her clothes were in disarray. At this moment, she was desperately waving her hands to resist the zombies' bites, but in just a few seconds she lost all her resistance, and was brutally eaten by the zombies. According to our previous experience, zombies usually stop biting after confirming that the prey is dead, and after a while the prey will turn into its own kind and stand up again. However, these zombies actually ate the woman alive, without giving her any chance to transform. The scene was bloody and cruel, and even though I had seen a lot of this kind of thing, I couldn't help but put down the telescope and shook my head slightly. "What's going on with that girl?" I turned around and looked at Feng Er and asked. My intuition told me that this matter had a lot to do with her. However, Feng Er looked confused and said in surprise, "I don't know either. I'm sure there are no other survivors around us. That girl should be trying to come here? Maybe she is also a survivor from somewhere else, risking her life to find the organization. As a result, she saw an obstacle blocking the command center and thought there should be companions here, so she rushed over, but she didn't get through the zombie swarm." Feng Er's explanation is reasonable, and judging from the girl's position and posture, she did want to run towards us before she died. This may not explain the truth, but it is the most reasonable explanation at present. I looked at the place where the girl disappeared with some reluctance, and shook off the uneasiness in my mind. "You came out in the early morning. You must be tired. Take a rest and eat something first. I'll ask someone to prepare it." Feng Er enthusiastically changed the subject. I glanced at Wang De, and the veteran driver immediately understood what I meant. He smiled and said, "Don't worry about us. Prepare the supplies you need to take away as soon as possible. We will also take a break. I will have to teach you how to camouflage later." Feng Er blinked, nodded and said, "Okay, let's get ready right away. We still have a lot of pistols, ammunition and the like. Try to take them all away. You can distribute them when the time comes." I smiled and nodded in thanks. After Feng Er and the others left, we opened our backpacks, took out the food and water we brought with us, and started to eat. From early morning till now, our spirits have been in a tense state. I glanced at my watch, and it was still a long time before the next early morning. I decided to let everyone take turns to rest. I don't know why, but I always felt that Fang Er and the others were not trustworthy. At least during the time when we just met, I would never let my brothers fall asleep without protection. You three go to sleep first. Wang Bushuyuan and I will be on duty. We will call you in 3 hours. If Fang Er and the others need someone to guide their disguise, at least 2 of you should go and 1 should stay behind. Do you understand? I whispered. Boss, do you also think Fang Er is weird? Then what are we going to do with them? Su Chang complained. After all, they are survivors, and they are just hostile and haven't done anything out of line. I made such arrangements just in case. Go to sleep quickly and I will wake you up in 3 hours. I urged. The 3 of us fell into a deep sleep very quickly. I was also very sleepy, but I could still hold on. Wang Bushuyuan pulled me to the side, leaned against the railing and looked out the window. I took 2 puffs of the cigarette Wang Bushuyuan handed over and said, "Just say whatever you want to say." Wang Bushuyuan and I are close friends who have been through thick and thin together. There is no need to hide anything from each other. He took a deep puff of cigarette and said, "I think these people have mental problems, or they are hiding something. Their attitude is not like that of ordinary survivors. It seems that they think we have invaded their territory. This feeling is not good." I agreed with what he said and nodded. I feel the same as you, but since they asked for help and we are here, we have to finish the job. When we leave, I would suggest that we go our separate ways and not get mixed up with them, so that if something goes wrong we can protect ourselves. Wang Bushuyuan and I started chatting casually while Fang Er's people kept packing things back and forth. A little girl walked by me and I couldn't help but grab her. She immediately looked at me with horror. This reaction caught me off guard. I hurriedly apologized and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Please tell Fang Er that we won't be moving too fast, so try not to bring too many things. Medicines, ammunition, and at most some clothes will be enough." The girl looked around, nodded and said, "Okay, I get it. My name is Zhang Ying. Don't tell Fang Er that I talked to you." After she finished speaking, she left in a hurry. I couldn't help but frown. Wang Bushuyuan sighed and said with some dissatisfaction, "I think Fang Er is the weirdest. She is obviously an ordinary-looking girl, but these people are afraid of her. Could she be a hidden martial arts master?" I laughed and whispered, "Okay, let's take it one step at a time. We don't know what happened to them, so we just need to do our job well." 3 hours passed quickly. I let Wang De, Su Chang and Wang Lei sleep for another half an hour before waking them up. After giving them some careful instructions, Wang Bushuyuan and I fell asleep against the wall with our guns in our arms. Suddenly, I felt a warning sign in my sleep. I opened my eyes without thinking and picked up the gun. As a result, the muzzle of the gun was pointed at Fang Er's forehead. Wang Bushuyuan was still sleeping, and Wang De, Su Chang and Wang Lei were not around. "Where are my people?" I asked coldly. Fang Er seemed to be shocked by my attitude, and said aggrievedly, "We caught a few zombies and were camouflaging them. Your brother was worried about you and asked me to come over to check on you, but you pointed a gun at me." I took a long breath, calmed down, and said, "I'm sorry, it was a subconscious reaction. Why are they all gone?" "Because my people can't figure it out, and someone needs help to catch the zombies, and we are a little short of manpower, so I asked them all to help," Fang Er said. As we were talking, Wang Bushuyuan also woke up and looked at me. He immediately understood what was going on. Wang Bushuyuan said, "I'll go and help too. They can't fix it either." "I'll go too," I stood up and said. Fang Er didn't say anything and took us all the way to the first floor. When we went down the stairs, I saw Wang De and the other 3 leisurely teaching those people how to spread the zombies' blood and body fluids more evenly. It was indeed quite busy, so I felt relieved. Fang Er went over to greet people, and I waved to Su Chang, and he immediately trotted over. "What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to let everyone go? If Fang Er had any ill intentions, Bushuyuan and I would be dead now," I whispered. Su Chang said helplessly, "Boss, we didn't want to leave. It was Fang Er who came to us again and again to ask for our help. Later, we couldn't stand it anymore and left. We had to go back every few minutes to check on you." I glared at him and asked, "What's the progress now? Does it take so long to teach camouflage?" Those girls simply didn't dare to apply the wipe. No matter how much Fang Er scolded them, they kept vomiting. 2 of them even fainted. There was really no way to speed up the process. The boys were a little better, but they were also slow. It seemed like they didn't want to leave at all. Su Chang complained. I thought about it, strode over, looked at Fang Er and said, It's getting late. If your people can't even pass the disguise test, we will have to leave first. You can continue to practice here. When there are no problems, we can agree on a time to come back and pick you up. There's no need to force it. It will be more troublesome if something goes wrong along the way. After hearing what I said, Fang Er's eyes suddenly turned red, and he said in a trembling voice, Su Yang, do you mean to give up on us? After she finished speaking, everyone stared at me. I coughed lightly and said, No, you misunderstood. The key is that we have to cross the zombie zone. At that time, we will move shoulder to shoulder with the zombies. This is not an easy task. My people also practiced for a long time before they dared to shuttle like this. If your people are able to control it in a short time, that's the best. If not, I will come to pick you up later. Fang Er nodded, turned around and looked at her men, her voice suddenly cold. We have been trapped here for several months. Today is our best chance to leave. From now until the time specified by Su Yang, if I see anyone vomiting or being coy and refusing to cooperate, then stay here and don't leave. Anyway, you will attract zombies to us if you go out. Chapter 37 Gunshots. After Fang Er's harsh words came out, everyone's actions immediately became quick. Those girls who had been hesitant before also rushed to smear the zombie juice on their bodies. Even though their expressions were still disgusting, they kept their mouths tightly shut and dared not say a word. Fang Er's words made me feel a little uncomfortable. In fact, from the time I came here until now, I always felt that there was something wrong with Fang Er, as if she was schizophrenic. Sometimes she was gentle and coquettish, and sometimes she was cold and ruthless. But the group of people under her all bought into this. I had no idea what kind of person Fang Er was, but her words helped us, and soon everyone got used to the smell and started moving around as usual. I even went out and caught a few zombies and put them in the hall, and let this group of armed newcomers approach the zombies and walk side by side. They were not allowed to make any noise, breathe heavily, or walk too fast. It took another 2 hours of training before they barely met my requirements. Time is too tight. I can't spare an extra day to train these people. It's not that I don't have love. The fact that I can bring people here proves that I am loving enough. There are more people in the shelter who need my care and help. It's just a simple math problem. We will lead the way when we leave. You guys keep a distance of 3 to 5 meters from us. We will need to replenish camouflage twice in between. Don't lose us. If you are too close, there will be problems, I said calmly. Fang Er nodded and said, No problem, I'll listen to you. After a brief rest and recamouflaging them, we left the command center. Each of them carried a package containing guns, ammunition, some medicines, clothes, and the like. I didn't let them take too much food because they couldn't eat anyway with their faces covered in zombie body fluids. We left the command center at the right time. The idle zombies wandering nearby had begun to stand still. We passed by them without causing any unusual movement, and I breathed a sigh of relief. If something happens, save them if you can, leave if you can't, as it won't involve too many people. I whispered to my people, and they all nodded in agreement. To be honest, these people behind me are like time bombs, without any experience at all. If something really goes wrong, I can only try my best to save people, but I will never sacrifice myself for them. It's cruel, but this is the reality. Crossing the street where the command center is located, there are more zombies in front of us. At first, there are only 3 or 5 groups standing on the street. Gradually, we need to brush past the zombies' bodies to move around. Our movements are relatively gentle, trying not to alarm the zombies, but the noise behind us is quite loud. The awakened zombies will let out terrifying roars. Fortunately, they don't attack their kind, otherwise the people behind would have died long ago. I took the time to look back at Fang Er and found that although she looked normal, there was panic in the depths of her eyes. Seeing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Er is not an omnipotent person and still has emotional fluctuations. This makes it easy to deal with. The first section of the journey was smooth, except for a lot of zombies that were awakened in the middle. We arrived at the first resting place without any danger. The number of zombies here was just right, and Wang De and I quickly took care of them, without letting Fang Er and his group, who were already exhausted, take action. They're still far from the shelter. I'm really worried they won't be able to hold on. Fang Er came over and said. Well, we didn't go that far during our first training, but something still went wrong and a good brother died, I said in a deep voice. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Fang Er gently put his hand on my arm. The action was simple and there might not be any extra emotion in it, but I sensitively noticed that Liao Xiaobai's eyes were full of hostility when he looked at me. I took a step back without any sense of worldly affairs and said with a smile, It's okay, it's all over, take a rest, the way back is even harder, the closer you get to the shelter, the more zombies there are. We only had 10 minutes to rest because the zombies could only stay in a state of paralysis for a limited time. They would regain their ability to move after the sun rose, so we were very pressed for time. The only good news was that there were zombies everywhere, so there was no shortage of camouflage materials. After we disguised ourselves and checked everything, we continued to advance according to the previous formation. The 5 of us led the way, and the dozen or so of them followed closely behind us. It took nearly 2 hours to reach the rest point. We could already see the wall of our second outer base, the large warehouse supermarket, from afar. It would take about another half an hour to successfully return to the refuge area. The rescue operation was over. The rest time was extended by 20 minutes because even Fang Er couldn't stand it anymore and leaned against the wall to gasp for breath. The girls who followed him were almost exhausted. We drank all the water we brought with us to replenish our energy. I looked at the base and said to Wang De, I haven't decided where to dig the tunnel next. There are residential houses nearby, and the road conditions are much more complicated than those in the west of the city. If there is a chance, I will bring those experts here for a field investigation. I think that place is good. Wang De pointed to an underground garage and said, If we open up that place and clear out the zombies in the garage in advance, we can also provide some transit supplies here, and even store some guns and ammunition as a combat base. If we come from there, we can cooperate with the second base to encircle it. I looked at the direction he pointed, and it was indeed in line with the design concept of circumventing the city, proposed by our experts. The closer to the edge of the city, the fewer zombies there are. However, Tahai City is a big city with a dense population. Even if a group of people who reacted quickly ran away, there was still a large base. Almost half of the remaining people turned into zombies, and the other half stayed in the refuge area. What excites me most is the concept of combat strongholds mentioned by Wang De. It is impossible to carry enough ammunition on a long journey. If there is a place to store ammunition, firepower can be used to attract zombies at 3 strongholds at the same time, which adds a lot of hope to rush out. Fang Er's people were resting over there, while our people were discussing the affairs of the stronghold here, without interfering with each other. We did see Fang Er trying to come over to listen, but he went back halfway. After resting for 20 minutes, we set off again. The distribution of zombies in this area of Tahai City was a bit strange. Although we were very close to the stronghold, the number of zombies was increasing. Only after passing the front street did the number of zombies drop sharply, and we entered the defense range of our stronghold. As I walked, I kept observing the situation around me and didn't dare to make a sound. We were familiar with this route, and the 5 of us who led the way tried our best to avoid collisions with zombies without any danger. We moved slowly and steadily towards the target point through the gaps. But there was a problem with the group of people behind us. I took the time to look back and found that more and more people had panic expressions on their faces because they were too close to the zombies. Especially every time they accidentally collided with the zombies and caused them to roar, these people's bodies would tremble violently, and then they would force themselves to hold back and persevere with perseverance. If this goes on, something bad might happen. There is no problem with disguise, as the fact that they have made it all the way here without being discovered is enough to prove it. However, the closer they get to the success stage, the greater the psychological pressure on these people. If something goes wrong here, I'm afraid the outcome will not be good. Just when I was worried about this, something strange happened. The car mechanic named Wei Xiao and a girl named Li Ying in Fang Er's team suddenly staggered. I happened to look back and saw that Li Ying's leg was tripped by a zombie and bumped into Wei Xiao in front of her. The 2 of them subconsciously screamed, "Ouch!" This cry made my heart sink to the bottom. The pores all over my body opened up and cold sweat covered my whole body. It was over. Countless zombies turned around and stared at the 2 of them. I didn't dare to move and kept staring at the 2 people in the same posture as the zombies. If the 2 of us stayed where we were and didn't move, there would still be a chance to deceive the zombies who had almost no IQ and only instincts. Bang! A gunshot rang out. My eyes went dark. It was over. Wei Xiao was so nervous that he shot and blew up the head of the zombie closest to him. The gunshot made the zombies that had hesitated before rush over like crazy, squeezing and biting each other. Fang Er's people were instantly overwhelmed by the zombies. We were some distance away from them, and the zombies around us had already started to pounce on us with their fangs and claws bared. Wang Buxuan looked at me for instructions, and I shook my head gently. We were being knocked all over the place by the zombies and dared not move. If we opened fire to save them at this time, we would immediately become prey. Fang Er took some people to separate himself from Wei Xiao and Li Ying in the zombie group, but a few people chose to shoot to protect themselves. About 4 or 5 people were surrounded by zombies at the same time and were annihilated in an instant. There was panic on Fang Er's face, and she looked at me trembling all over. I felt sorry for her, and used my eyes to prompt her to move slowly to the wing. She immediately understood what I meant, and started to move towards us against the zombie group with her men. I kept a close eye on her. If she made a desperate move to lead the zombies towards us, I would shoot without hesitation. Fortunately, Fang Er was very sensible and slowly distanced herself from Wei Xiao, Li Ying and others. We had all taken simple protective measures before coming here, and the zombies did not tear through the protective clothing so quickly. The screams of Wei Xiao and others came one after another, mixed with curses. It's not that I'm cruel, but I really can't save them. I began to retreat slowly. Wang De, Wang Buxuan and the others followed me and kept the same pace, moving away from the area where the zombies were most concentrated. However, Fang Er's people were frightened and couldn't help but start wiping their sweat. This simple action caused one of them to be discovered by the zombies again, and they were bitten again. 16 people followed us out, but now there are only 10 left. Fang Er's pace began to quicken. I wanted to remind her, but she was completely panicked. More and more zombies began to look at this side, ready to make a move. Chapter 38, Scheming Bitch. Fang Er didn't care about the reactions of the zombies around her. Her target was the direction of our second stronghold. The moment I hesitated, she started running. Her speed was beyond my imagination. I had no choice but to turn around and start running wildly. I knocked the zombies around me away. Wang Buxuan and the others followed me out. We automatically divided the work while running. Wang Buxuan and I were responsible for the zombies in front of us, while Wang De, Su Chang and Wang Lei were responsible for the zombies behind them. We used submachine guns to create a relatively safe circle. Gunshots rang out, and Fang Er followed suit. Fortunately, our distance and angle were maintained very well, so there would be no accidental injuries from stray bullets. At this life-threatening moment, another person next to Fang Er was caught by zombies, and only 9 of the 10 people were left. I saw Fang Er turn around without hesitation and shoot that person in the head. The speed was so fast that I was a little dumbfounded. From what I saw just now, that person was not injured, and there was a chance to save him. My feeling towards Fang Er started to get weird again, but now was not the time to dwell on it. Our gunshots attracted more zombies, but we were getting closer and closer to the outer wall of the stronghold. This operation was considered a failure. Almost half of the 16 people we rescued were gone, and the zombies that we had driven away with great difficulty were also brought back to the vicinity of the stronghold. It is conceivable that the tunnel construction near the second stronghold will have to be temporarily suspended for some time in the future. The primary task is to eliminate the zombies around, otherwise the noise of digging the tunnel will disturb them. Fang Er and his group finally caught up with us. Wang Buxuan looked at me for instructions and I nodded. They spread out and encircled Fang Er and the others who were about to collapse in a protective circle. The number of zombies here had decreased a lot, so we no longer had to stare at the zombies in front of us. We aimed 5 submachine guns at the zombies behind us at the same time and fired at them. I also threw a grenade and directly blew away the group of zombies chasing us. At this moment, gunshots rang out from behind, coming from the earth wall outside the second stronghold. It seemed that the movement on our side had alarmed the brothers stationed here. Soon, 7 or 8 ladders came down from the top of the earth wall, and 40 or 50 people climbed down one after another and rushed over to block us behind them. They were all members of the practical volunteer team I brought out. They tacitly did not use guns, but used the long weapons in their hands to clamp the necks of the zombies that rushed over first, and then the people behind them came over and easily pierced their heads. This was the simplest combined attack technique I taught them. The people behind could choose slightly shorter but sharp weapons, which were more efficient. With their help, our crisis was immediately resolved, and I breathed a sigh of relief. The character was completed. Even if it was not perfect, at least I came back alive. I took off my gun and threw it to my brother on the wall. I waved, and immediately a brother threw down the iron rod I had placed here in advance. I caught it and weighed it in my hand. I felt more at ease. This iron rod was still easy to use. The people brought by Fang Air all climbed back to the earth wall along the ladder in a hurry. The 5 of us followed the volunteers and went back to kill the zombies. Volunteers kept climbing out of the wall along the ladder, and gradually formed a solid line of defense. All the zombies that followed were killed. Soon, a large number of zombie corpses were piled up outside the city wall. The combination of long and short weapons made the zombies have no strength to resist, and they could only let us slaughter them. After killing the zombies, all the corpses were piled together. Other volunteers threw out ignition oil from the wall, dragged the zombie corpses away and then set them on fire. With the previous experience of corrosion and stench, we dealt with the zombies faster and more decisively. After returning to the wall and taking back the ladders, I saw Fang Air's people sitting in the supermarket eating and drinking. There were basins and clean water around them. Someone must have taken care of them. I was about to go over when Wang Buixuan pulled me and whispered, "There's something wrong with these people. Should we lock them up first when we get back?" "There's no reason to lock them up. They are survivors and we took the initiative to rescue them. Let's observe them for a while. But their guns have been confiscated, so send someone to keep an eye on them," I said helplessly. From the time I met Fang Air until now, my impression of her has been greatly reduced. I originally thought that she was a very capable leader, but it turned out that she was very scheming, hypocritical, and a little cold-hearted. She didn't seem to care at all about the death of those companions who had accompanied her through countless years of being besieged by zombies. In order not to be dragged down by her companion on the way here, she directly shot and killed him. This is very hard for me to accept. But it's too late to say anything now, the person has been rescued. I hope she can stay in the shelter obediently, and not cause any trouble. We simply washed the camouflage on our faces and drank some water. After we recovered our strength, I saw that Fang Air seemed to want to come over and say something to me, so I waved my hand and ordered everyone to return to the shelter. No one was allowed to stay in the second base except for sending some supplies for storage, and occasionally coming to explore the next base. Without people, there would be no sound or smell, and there would be no large number of zombies wandering outside. After leaving someone to check the follow-up work, we returned to the shelter in silence. Qin Qing and Gu Shi were waiting for us at the exit of the tunnel. We had agreed with them on the approximate date of our return. Seeing Gu Shi's exhausted face, I guess she hadn't had a good rest since I left. I went over to hug her and whispered a few words of comfort in her ear. When I looked up, I found that Fang Air was looking at me with a strange look. I ignored her, hugged Qin Qing and introduced him. "This is Fang Air, the leader of the survivors. This is Captain Qin Qing, the person in charge of Tahai city defense. When they came back, they alarmed the group of survivors and lost 7 people. Only 9 of them came back. Let's arrange for them to live in the back street first." I said these words calmly, but Qin Qing immediately understood what I meant. There were many detained and isolated people near the back street, such as Director Wang, who was detained there. Although there were many residents nearby, it was really not a good place and was far worse than the urban area. He looked at me as if to ask something, and I shook my head slightly and didn't intend to tell him in person. Fang Air walked over, looked at Qin Qing and said with a smile, "So it was you who had been protecting Tahai City?" Before she could finish her words, she suddenly fell limp in Qin Qing's arms and fainted. This sudden change made us all stand still. Qin Qing hurriedly picked up Fang Air and looked at me at a loss. I sighed. "Let her rest first. She must be exhausted." That being said, the timing of Fang Air's fainting was too coincidental. She suddenly fainted just when I decided to place them in the back street. Given Qin Qing's personality, he definitely couldn't send her away at this time. Sure enough, Qin Qing immediately arranged a tent nearby for Fang Air to live in. The others were still placed in the back street as we agreed. Wang Buixuan and the others were exhausted after running with me since early morning. I was also restless along the way, with my eyelids fighting. I had to suppress what was in my heart, and returned to my residence with Gu Shi. After Gu Shi helped me boil water for my feet and wash up, I fell asleep. I was really tired. When I woke up, it was already bright outside. It should be noon the next day. Gu Shi was not there, probably because he was busy with logistics work. I saw the somewhat cold breakfast by the bed, and I wolfed it down without any hesitation. After stretching my body, I walked out of the tent. The first batch of 500 volunteers I was in charge of are now veterans, and some of the outstanding ones have begun to continue to train newcomers. Since the recruitment began, a steady stream of young and middle-aged people have joined our team, and the shelter finally does not need to rely solely on the 100 or so soldiers and the former police to maintain order. At my instruction, Wang Lei and Su Chang led a team of 200 people to patrol the refugee area, strictly prohibiting all kinds of fights and uncivilized behavior. Now the refugee area can no longer be regulated by a complete set of laws. We use the most primitive right and wrong to judge things. At the beginning it was just an attempt, but the effect was unexpectedly good. Things with clear right and wrong can be resolved instantly, which reduces a lot of trouble. Now the work of volunteers is divided into several types. The first is to patrol the streets and solve problems encountered. The second is pure training, including physical fitness, coordination, and practical training. The third is to cooperate with several engineers to dig tunnels and prepare to leave the shelter. There were more and more people. As soon as I walked out of the tent, I saw everyone working in their respective positions. I was quite relieved. However, my good mood was immediately ruined. I saw Ching inspecting the barbed wire in the protection area and directing volunteers to kill some of the attacking zombies from afar. Just as I was about to go over to talk to him, I saw a pretty figure walking behind him. It was Fang Er. She was jumping up and down with excitement on her face, like a child who had never seen the world. She looked at Ching with admiration and muttered something. Ching's face was flushed, and he seemed a little overwhelmed. I sneered, walked over quickly and said, "Fang Er, are you okay?" When I saw her, I put on a natural and gentle smile, without any falsehood, and my tone was very concerned. I couldn't find any problems myself. Fang Er looked at me for a while, then smiled and said, "It's okay now. Thank you, Su Yang, for bringing people from so far away to rescue us. I just arrived and don't know much about the refuge area. Captain Chen took the initiative to introduce it to me. He is really amazing." I smiled without changing my expression and said, "Yes, Captain Chen is the backbone of the refugee zone. Thanks to him, these refugees can survive safely. How about this, Fang Er? You can lead people to build an impenetrable fortress in the command center. You must have some experience. Why don't you share it with the volunteers? What they lack most now is knowledge in this area." Fang Er hesitated for a moment and looked at Ching. Ching didn't react much, his face was still a little red. Fang Er nodded happily. I waved and called a volunteer over there, asking her to take Fang Er away from us. After Fang Er walked away, I looked at Ching and said, "Brother, I want to remind you that there is something wrong with this Fang Er." The blush on Ching's face faded quickly, and he looked at me with amusement and said, "I know. Why, are you afraid that I will be tempted by the beauty trap?" Chapter 39 Base Expansion. Ching's reaction was beyond my expectation. I looked at him in disbelief. "You know? How did you know? She has only been here for 1 day. Wang Buxuan, Wang De and the others told me, as well as Su Chang. They took turns coming to tell me what happened in the command center and on the road. I have to say, it's really great to have this group of guys here," Ching said with emotion. "Then why are you still so cooperative?" I said with a smile. "How can I know what she wants if she doesn't cooperate? It's not easy for a woman to build a fortress-like defense circle in the city center besieged by zombies and make a group of unruly people submit to her. Of course, their words are not the key to my judgment that there is something wrong with her. Do you remember the call for help on the radio that day? Fang Er claimed that she had been contacting the outside world, but I have an advantage, which is that my ears are very sensitive. Even after the loss of the radio sound waves, I can hear that she is obviously not the same girl who called for help that day." "Are you sure?" I asked hesitantly. "I'm 100% sure. She kept wanting to talk to me, so I took the bait by pretending to be infatuated. The more she talked, the more I was sure. I also tricked her into repeating what the girl on the radio said that day. It wasn't a complete repetition, but I tricked her into saying those words for comparison. Only then did I confirm that she was not that person at all, Chenqing said firmly. What if it was another girl using the radio to call for help? She just held it to herself? I proposed another hypothesis. It's impossible. I asked other girls among the survivors, and they all said that it was Fang Er who called for help. There is only one possibility. The girl who called for help was not among them. Fang Er was lying and forcing others to lie with her. But I don't know why exactly, Chenqing said, somewhat puzzled. I suddenly remembered something and said slowly. When we were in the command center, we saw a girl outside the window trying to run towards us, but she was torn to pieces and eaten alive by zombies. At that time, Fang Er said that she was probably a survivor wandering alone, and found the command center to be safer, so she rushed over. I didn't think too much about it at the time. Moreover, when we first received the call for help from the radio station, the girl said there were 17 people, but there were actually only 16. What if the girl bitten to death by the zombies was the 17th? She disobeyed some of Fang Er's orders, and was thrown out to disguise as a single survivor. Qin Cheng's face also became serious. He said, Then the problem is serious. Is she disobedient? Or does Fang Er simply not want to ask for help? I can see that Fang Er has always wanted to gain some real power. After all, she is the leader of the survivors. Her successful return to the refugee area has alarmed the parliament and many refugees. I guess she will be used as a model to publicize it and give more people hope. Under this background, I'm afraid it's unstoppable for her to want some real power. Delay it as long as you can and observe her for a while. You just pretend to be nice to her and try to get more evidence against her. I feel like I'm letting a wolf into the house. Separate the people who follow her and don't let them discuss things with each other at any time. You try to stay with her for a while and don't let her notice any clues. Important databases and armories must be guarded by people, and the refuge area must not be in chaos. If it's in chaos, something bad will happen, I warned seriously. Chenqing laughed and scolded me a few words, then nodded in agreement. With Chenqing's statement, I felt relieved. As long as the two of us are fine, there will be no major problems in Tahai City. Fang Er's methods are definitely not limited to this. In addition to reminding Chenqing, I also have to learn more and pay more attention. Now my mind is full of the girl who was thrown out by Fang Er to feed the zombies. Maybe she couldn't stand Fang Er's way of doing things. Maybe she was the one who really needed to be saved, but she died, and we brought back a guy who might be a female devil. I sighed, walked out of the tent and came to the front line to find Fang Er. Fang Er was observing the protective nets and walls under the guidance of some volunteers. It seemed that she liked the refuge area very much. She was asking questions with great interest. When she saw me coming, she ran over and said with a smile, Su Yan, you are amazing. You have trained such amazing volunteers. They are all so enthusiastic. How did you do it? If I hadn't seen Fang Er's character, I would probably be flattered by her compliment. Now I sneered in my heart and said with an embarrassed expression on my face, No, I just did some small things. I see that you adapt quickly. I'm from Tahai City too. I just moved from the command center to the refuge area. This is still my home, Fang Erjiao said with a smile. I understand the meaning of this sentence. Although we rescued her from the command center, she will not turn herself into an outsider. The fact that she started to take actions in such a short time after returning is enough to show her ambition. If we don't guard against her and give her time and resources, she might really be able to do something. Yes, this is your home too, so don't feel restrained. I'll arrange for volunteers to take you around these days. After all, a lot of things have changed now, and the shelter has a new set of rules. It's good for you to familiarize yourself with them first, as we may have to rely on you in the future, I said sincerely. After hearing this, Fang Er's smile became even brighter. He nodded and said, No problem. How about asking Captain Chen to take me around? I think he and I get along really well. Looking at the slightly shy expression on her face, I couldn't help feeling sick in my heart, but I definitely couldn't show it on my face. After teasing her for a few words, I left. I knew that Chenqing would definitely carry out our plan when he was ready, so now I could only stabilize Fang Er first. I left the tunnel and went directly to the second base. Yesterday, Wanda suggested placing the third base in the parking lot. I thought it was feasible. When I came back, I immediately notified the engineers and asked professionals to evaluate it. Digging a tunnel is a technical job. It requires surveying the terrain and avoiding underground pipes. It is not easy. Fortunately, I am not in a hurry for success. As long as there is progress, it is good. When I arrived at the second stronghold, I found that everyone was getting ready to set off. Huh! Where are you going? I asked curiously. Boss, you're here. Wang Lei happened to be here, walked over and said with a smile. Several experts said that it is not clear from here, and they need to walk around in person. It is best to go to the parking lot for an on-site inspection before making a decision. We plan to escort them. I looked at the experts, and they nodded with a smile. I climbed up the wall and looked in the direction of the parking lot. The distance was a bit far and there were quite a few zombies on the road. Yesterday, Fanier and his men's reckless breakout led to many zombies being led to the vicinity of the second stronghold. The simple outer defense we had arranged before has become ineffective, and it will still be a hidden danger in the long run. However, we do not have much energy to deal with this matter at the moment. We will wait until the location of the third stronghold is determined and then clear the zombies according to the route of the tunnel. Since we're in time, I'll go with you. I smiled and started looking for equipment. Boss, let us handle this matter. There are so many things to do in the shelter, Wang Lei advised. It's nothing. I have already explained everything that needs to be explained to Chen Chen. One more person can mean more strength. These experts are our hope, so they must be protected, I said jokingly with a smile. I have great respect for these technical talents. Without their expertise, there would not be smooth passage of the two tunnels now. The leading engineer is called Xingjie. He smiled and said, If Suyang can come, we will feel more confident. Okay, it's settled. I put on the protective suit with a smile. Unfortunately, the iron rod was not with me. I spent a long time choosing from the weapons storage area and picked up a thick-backed machete. The weight was just right and the strength was enough. After putting on the backpacks, we left the second stronghold. This time we have enough manpower, more than 30 people, to protect the 3 experts. There are still a few engineers in the shelter who have not come with us. Each expert is responsible for a different direction. Those who follow us today have a deep understanding of terrain exploration. As soon as I climbed out of the wall, I saw a lot of zombies rushing over. Although there were many zombies on this road, it was not exaggerated. After all, this is the north of the city, not as exaggerated as the city center. A few of us cleared the way and killed 5 or 6 zombies in an instant, protecting the heavily protected designer as we moved forward. This place is about 3 streets away from the target point. As far as I can see, there are about 200 wandering zombies, very scattered. I am still walking in the front, constantly changing direction to minimize collisions with zombies, and I arrived at the target point safely along the way. This place is actually some distance away from the parking lot, and the situation underground in the parking lot is especially unclear. Several experts have been busy along the way, constantly recording the street scenes and architectural styles with pens, and based on these they will go back to analyze the possible conditions underground, and then collectively judge where it is suitable to dig tunnels and finally determine a route. These experts were the kind of people who had nothing to do in the shelter before, and it may not be appropriate to say that they were just eating and waiting to die, but they had lost hope in life until they began to build tunnels. Their expertise has been put to good use, and now they are full of energy every day. They were quietly drawing maps and making records, and I was also looking around at the terrain in the north of the city. Tahai City is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and it is absolutely impossible to leave from the other 3 directions. We can only go back to the entrance of Tahai City in a roundabout way. I kept calculating in my mind how much ammunition we have, how many people need to be transferred, how long it will take to transfer these people, and how long it will take to transfer the zombies. All kinds of questions were circling in my head. This is not a simple task. We still don't have enough manpower now, and we must find a way to mobilize more people to participate. It's still a bit far. We need to understand the specific situation of the underground garage and take pictures before we can study it, an expert said helplessly. The terrain here is very complicated. We need to know the specific depth of the underground garage before we can make a judgment. Chapter 40. This place is a little far from the underground garage, and the road conditions are not so clear. We have never gone so far. In case there are a large number of zombies in the underground garage, we may be in danger. However, according to the experts, if we don't go to the underground garage for more precise measurements, we will not be able to obtain valid data. There is no way. If we don't go today, we will have to go sooner or later. The sooner we get the specific data, the sooner we can dig the tunnel, and the possibility of us leaving the refuge area will also increase. Wang Lei looked at me, and everyone was looking at me. Since I came along, of course the decision had to be made by me. I thought about it seriously and nodded. Okay, let's go and take a look, but if we encounter danger, we must retreat immediately. If we can't do it today, it's the same another day. I don't want any of you to get into trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement. I looked at the road conditions and chose a relatively quiet narrow street, preparing to pass through the small path corresponding to the residential area. Although there would be more zombies here, they were not conspicuous, and there were many obstructions, which made it convenient for us to maneuver. I had come here before to interview the lives of the relocated households, and had been here many times, so I was quite familiar with this place. They all knew that I was familiar with the road conditions, so they followed me without any objection. This place is quite far from the base. Except for going to the city center to rescue Fang Er, and the others the day before yesterday, this is the first time we have moved so far away from the base. Needless to say, the risk is high. We tried to move as fast as possible to avoid being targeted by the zombies. I led the way and Wang Lei stood beside me. He used a huge machete to kill zombies with great momentum, and each blow was very ferocious. With him and I sharing the responsibility of clearing the way, and with the help of other increasingly skilled volunteers, the journey was relatively smooth. There's an old road behind the community in front. When the urban area was divided, the road surface almost became a parking lot. There are relatively few people there. I remember there was a low wall that I could climb over directly after I passed it. I pointed to the road skillfully. Following the road I pointed, there were indeed almost no zombies. The zombies in this residential area should have all poured into the city center. It was unexpectedly very quiet. If all goes well, we can set aside another refuge area here, I thought silently. The prerequisite is that the tunnel must be dug and several material delivery points must be established on the road. Now the materials in the refuge area are allocated uniformly. Although the manpower consumption will be greater at that time, the refugees do not need to be so concentrated. As long as the command is proper, it can effectively contain the zombie army. It is a good idea. I led the way while thinking in my mind. We haven't walked so relaxedly in a long time. Although there are residential buildings on both sides, the narrow street in the middle is only filled with a number of long-parked cars, and we don't know if the owners are still alive. After walking for more than 10 minutes and passing through the community, we saw the shadows of several wandering zombies in front of us, and even saw signs of zombie activity on some floors with open-air balconies. I couldn't help but slow down my pace and said vigilantly, "There's something wrong with this neighborhood. Everyone, be careful. As long as you get through smoothly and turn the corner and climb over the wall, you will reach the west entrance of the parking lot. Spread out a little." My intuition was right. Just as the formation dispersed, 5 or 6 staggering zombies walked out from the corner ahead. Unlike ordinary zombies, these guys were holding weapons such as wooden sticks and iron bars in their hands, and they moved faster than ordinary zombies. I stopped immediately, somewhat unable to believe what I saw: violent zombies, and there were 5 or 6 of them moving together. Violent zombies are rare. There are often only 1 or 2 of them in a large zombie group. Even if there are only 1 or 2 violent zombies, it takes at least several people to deal with them. They are not only fast and powerful, but also very aggressive. It is usually difficult to hit them directly in the head. This is the first time I have seen 5 or 6 violent zombies acting together. The most important thing is that after seeing us, the violent zombies roared collectively. A large number of zombies began to appear in the surrounding corridors and alleys. Even the zombies on the balcony upstairs jumped down desperately. Some of them had broken legs and only the upper body was left, but they still struggled and crawled towards us. "Oh no!" I cried out. We didn't bring too few guns. Only a few volunteers had police pistols, and the rest of us were armed with blunt weapons. We had not originally planned to go so deep. It was a completely spur-of-the-moment decision. It would be difficult to run away now. More and more zombies would come under the call of the violent zombies. We could only get rid of them first before we could find a way to leave. Several experts who were being protected panicked and tried to run back. I quickly grabbed them and shouted, "Don't run around. You know how many zombies there are outside. Just follow us. Don't worry, you won't die as long as I'm alive. Don't cause more trouble." My tone was a bit stern. At this time, I was most afraid that running around would mess up the formation and make us focus on the front and not the back. I looked at the team. The strongest fighters were Wang Lei and I. Time was running out, so I hurriedly said, "Wang Lei, let's stand in an A-shaped formation, one on each side. Let one in, catch him from behind, and surround and kill him." What I said were all terminologies used in normal training, which were specially prepared to deal with various emergencies. After a brief panic, the volunteers in the team calmed down again, and formed a formation as I requested, protecting the experts firmly behind them. I was the first to face the violent zombie, running towards me. The machete in my hand collided fiercely with its wooden stick. I think my current strength is very good, but it still made my arms numb. However, I didn't do it to compete with it in strength. I held the thick wooden stick in its hand just to create opportunities for my companions behind me. An iron fork and an iron rod were stretched out at the right time. The former caught the zombie's neck, and the latter pierced its head. With the combined strength of the three of us, we got rid of a violent zombie in an instant. This is our way of fighting. Wang Lei's side was much simpler. He waved the huge machete and cut off the upper body of a violent zombie in an instant. Fortunately, his companions behind him blocked other zombies that attacked him, otherwise he would have put himself in danger. Wang Lei's fighting style has always been this crazy, so every time I have to arrange someone to protect him, but his combat effectiveness is really high. He has an excellent physique, and with the giant weapons in his hand, he is simply a harvester among the zombies. The disadvantage is that he can't protect himself. 2 violent zombies were knocked down instantly, but our pressure did not decrease. The other 4 rushed over at once. Our volunteers in the back row could only step forward to catch them. The iron fork could not lock the zombies' heads as they struggled fiercely, and the iron rod could not hit the vital parts after poking several times. The most terrifying thing was that other zombies had begun to approach. If this continued, we would be trapped. "Gun!" I shouted. We had to act decisively now. If we didn't shoot, we would be finished. Gunshots rang out, and 2 more violent zombies fell down. However, in order to save a team member, I was hit on the shoulder, and it hurt so much. The gunshots made the other zombies move faster, and they soon surrounded us. Behind us, many zombies also came out from the corners and cut off our retreat. "Rush forward, first climb over the wall to the parking lot, then think of a way out. We can't get stuck here," I said hurriedly. The formation changed again. Except for a few people who were stationed to protect the experts, everyone stood in a row. 2 or 3 people stood closely together and began to use the long weapons in their hands to isolate and advance. The remaining 2 violent zombies were spread away in this way, and they were stabbed to death with sticks after struggling for a while. Although the remaining ordinary zombies were numerous, their movements were relatively stiff. I let 5 people advance in a row, and soon we made a bloody path. "Hold on a little while." I patted a companion who was exhausted. This situation was really unexpected. Fortunately, my memory was not wrong. The low wall in front was still there. Wang Lei and I were the first to climb over and chop down the 2 zombies beside the wall, and then we quickly climbed over with the help of others. Because of the gunshots just now, we could see scattered zombies moving here. However, this is the north of the city after all, and the number of zombies is not as scary as in the city center. We went around to the KFC store next to the parking lot, cleared out the zombies inside, and hid under the table. We hid there for an hour. There were constant sounds of zombies passing by outside. We held our breath and dared not make any noise. After an hour, the sounds outside gradually disappeared. I quietly got up and looked through the window. Most of the zombies on the road had left, probably because they were taken away by the sounds from other places. I breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was over, and everyone was sweating. We looked at each other and laughed at ourselves. Leaving KFC, there was a guardrail next to us and an underground parking lot below. There were many cars parked outside the garage. They were probably those who abandoned their cars and fled after the zombie rebellion broke out. We did a rough inspection and found that there were more than a dozen cars with the keys still on and oil in the cars. I immediately arranged for people to drive or move these cars away. If the underground passage can really be connected to the second base, we can then allocate some vehicle resources in case of emergency. After lifting the guardrail, we began to carefully go deeper into the parking lot. Now more than half of Tahai City is paralyzed. The power plant and water plant in the refuge area can still be maintained, but other areas have no one to maintain them, so the water and electricity have been cut off long ago. The underground parking lot is pitch black, and we have to use the lighting equipment we carry with us to find the way. However, as long as the conditions are met, we can pull electricity over, so it won't be a big problem. Our steps were very slow. We could see clearly ahead with the help of outside light, but it was basically pitch black when we reached the corner. Wang Lei looked at me nervously, and I nodded. After lighting up a dozen fluorescent sticks, we threw them into the dark underground parking lot in no particular order, instantly illuminating the area in front of us. Then several strong flashlights were lit up, and everything in front of us could be seen clearly. Just when we had just adjusted to the dim lighting in the parking lot, a green light lit up in the parking lot. Those were the eyes of the zombies. Chapter 41 Defamation. What does it feel like to be targeted? It's the same feeling I have now, with my hair standing on end. There are so many zombies hiding in the underground parking lot. I feel cold all over and I stand there, dare not move. Everyone stops and observes the situation in the garage like me. I gritted my teeth and took a step forward, and the group of zombies flashing green light immediately walked towards us. Retreat and shoot to lure them out, I said decisively. This underground parking lot is very large, and it is one of the 3 best stronghold targets around us. Even if we run, we have to lure the zombies here outside as much as possible, so that at least we can keep our hope for this place. Otherwise, we will face the same dilemma whenever we come back. The gunshots spread far in the underground garage, and after the gunshots, there were countless hair-raising footsteps. It was unexpected that there were so many zombies in this underground garage. The only possibility was that there had been survivors here. Perhaps they drove in and attracted the zombies' pursuit. We turned around and ran, shining a strong flashlight on the wall as we ran. It has been proven that zombies react to light and sound. When the zombies in front move, the zombies behind will subconsciously move according to the sound. When we reached the exit, hundreds of zombies had already poured out. Fortunately, we didn't see any trace of the violent zombies. I will lead our men to lead the zombies to the south. Wang Lei, you take a few people to protect the experts. After we lead the zombies away, you should hurry to the underground parking lot to take measurements. Pay attention to safety, I said without allowing any room for refusal. Okay. Wang Lei didn't waste any words. He waved his hand and ordered a few people. He took the experts back to the KFC store and locked the door tightly. Don't fight, just lead them out. When we get to the low wall, you go and clean up the zombies near the wall first. I will lead them to continue walking south. After Wang Lei and the experts come out, you can pick me up. Be quick, otherwise I will be finished, I said jokingly with a smile. They all knew my character, so they didn't worry about it anymore. They quickly ran to the low wall to observe the situation, and then made a gesture to me, meaning that there were quite a few zombies chasing me outside the wall. I nodded and gave a thumbs up from a distance to let them deal with it with all their strength. I had already taken 2 guns from my companions in advance and started shooting continuously to attract their attention. Over there, Wang Lei seized the opportunity and led the experts into the underground garage from the side. Then I was blocked from view by the group of zombies. With him and a few companions around, it shouldn't be a problem. At present, I am leading about 200 zombies to move rhythmically in another direction. I must maintain a fixed angle with the position of the low wall so that I can observe when Wang Lei and others will come back at any time. According to my estimation, several experts are carrying infrared rangefinders, and the measurement can be completed in about 3 to 5 minutes. However, 10 minutes have passed, and I have been getting farther and farther away from the low wall, but I still haven't seen them return. Did something unexpected happen in the underground garage? I was getting impatient because I couldn't go any further. If I went any further, I wouldn't be able to see the signal they were sending me. Besides, this was an unexplored area with a lot of hidden zombies. I had already chopped down 4 or 5 zombies with my knife and my strength was decreasing. I had to sprint back with all my strength soon. Unknowingly, I had put myself in a dead end. But if I rushed back regardless of everything, the zombies that followed me might block Wang Lei and the experts who were returning, and the loss would be even greater. Just when I was extremely anxious, I finally saw the shadow of Wang Lei running with the experts. At the same time, I vaguely heard a whistle, reminding me to leave quickly. 2 zombies jumped out from behind the car next to me. I calmly chopped one of them to death with a knife, and then threw the machete in my hand and hit the other zombie in the face. After doing all this, I ran back. The machete was very heavy, and I couldn't run fast with it, because I walked too far and had to maintain the angle. This group of zombies was about to surround me, and when I sprinted out, many zombies' hands brushed against my protective clothing, which made me break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I escaped the encirclement before they formed a siege. Then I ran away from them and joined Wang Lei and his team as fast as I could. The experts had already climbed over the wall. Wang Lei came with a few people to meet me. When we met, he said, "There are still some zombies left in the underground garage. It will take some time to deal with them." "It's okay. Have you measured it?" "I am more concerned about this." "Well, they said it can definitely become our third base, but the specific route needs to be studied carefully before we can decide," Wang Lei said with a happy face. Only then did I feel relieved. There were corpses of zombies all over the low wall. The brothers who arrived earlier were not at an easy time either. I nodded to them. The zombies that I had led away before were slowly moving towards this direction. We didn't dare to stay and left this place directly. As long as the underground parking lot can serve as our base, we will come back sooner or later to kill all these zombies again. The way back was a little more difficult than the way here. We fired many times before and lured out many zombies wandering in the corridors and rooms. Fortunately, we had enough manpower this time, and we dealt with the zombies in batches to save energy. We returned to the second stronghold safely. When we climbed over the ladder and came back, everyone's face was covered with sweat and dust, and they leaned against the wall and laughed at each other. Everyone recovered a little after drinking a bottle of water. Several experts were exhausted. After all, they were not trained regularly and their physical strength could not keep up. But they were very excited. As long as this place was connected to the underground parking lot, we would have great hope of rushing out of Tahai City and avoiding the astonishing number of zombies in the city center. When I returned to the shelter, Chin Cheng was training with his men. When he saw me, he rushed over and asked, "How's it going?" "That's right, and there are a lot of idle cars over there. If the zombies are successfully diverted, we can even try to drive around the city and leave. In less than 2 months, we will have the opportunity to leave Tahai City," I said excitedly. Chin Cheng stretched out his hand and gave me a big high five. This was the best news since the fall of Tahai City. "How is Fong Air? Has he done anything weird?" I asked worriedly. "Not yet. She went to the parliament. She has acquaintances in the parliament. She said she wanted to carry out a large-scale propaganda campaign to convey the reality that the outside world is not a dead end, so that more people will have the desire to live," Chin Cheng said with a smile. I frowned and said somewhat dissatisfiedly, "Building refuge areas, risking one's life to grab supplies, digging tunnels, aren't all these helping people survive? Why do we have to choose Fang Er to do the publicity? We have been doing this all the time." "Forget it." Chin Cheng understood my feelings, patted my shoulder and said, "Those who are good at fighting don't have glorious achievements, and those who are good at talking don't have boastful words. We just need to have a clear conscience. I am a soldier, I have no problem, but you are the one who has been wronged. Hey, if I were a vain person, I wouldn't be standing here. I'm mainly a little unhappy with Fong Air. I always feel that she is going to do something. The situation is very good now, so I hope nothing goes wrong," I said worriedly. "Don't worry, I'll watch her. Besides, the people in the parliament are not stupid. It's just a gimmick. There won't be any big problem," Chen Cheng comforted me. I thought about it. We both had been keeping an eye on Fong Air. She shouldn't make any big noise. Now that the refuge area is like an iron wall, she shouldn't be able to start. This woman is a bit scary. She targeted me when we first met, and when she found out that I wasn't interested in her, she immediately hooked up with Chen Xing. Now Chen Xing seems to be distant, and she immediately contacted the parliament again. She changes her mind faster than turning the pages of a book. I guess her purpose is nothing more than to get some power in her hands. In the next few days, we focused on connecting the second and third strongholds. All the experts in the shelter worked tirelessly for 2 days to customize a new plan. Wang Lei and Su Chang led volunteers to start clearing the zombies outside, so as to prevent the sound of digging tunnels from attracting the scattered zombies around. Here we gathered more volunteers to start digging the third tunnel under the guidance of experts. At the same time, more soil and rocks were transported out to reinforce the wall to ensure that it could withstand greater impact. The construction started in full swing. During a break, I smiled and said to the volunteers who were also sweating profusely, "It won't be long before we can open a passage from the evacuation area to the outside of the city. By then, as long as we have news from the outside world, we can leave the evacuation area in batches to follow the government's troops, and everyone won't have to worry all day long." The recent increase in the number of volunteers is particularly gratifying, with 100 or 200 more people participating in actual combat training or labor almost every day. Many girls are unable to withstand this kind of physical labor, so they turn to logistics, responsible for transporting some supplies over for storage. In short, everyone does their job and it is very harmonious. 3 days passed like this. Our volunteer troops, armed with live ammunition, cleared most of the zombies around the underground parking lot. At the same time, we carried out another raid near the refuge area and killed many zombies. The center of gravity of the entire zombie group continued to shift towards the main gate and the city center, making it easier for us to complete the feat of detouring out of the city in the north. It seemed that everything was changing for the better. Until I saw Gu Shi running towards me with an anxious look on his face while I was working, I realized something had happened. "What's wrong?" I held Gu Shi and asked anxiously. She Fang Er slandered you," Gu Shi said breathlessly, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. "What have you slandered us about?" The hot-tempered Wang Bushuyuan happened to be next to me today, and he had always looked down on Fang Er, so he walked over angrily and shouted. But he was considerate, and handed Gu Shi a bottle of water. Gu Shi thanked Wang Bushuyuan, drank 2 sips of water, and said, "That Fang Er was giving a speech about how they survived the zombie outbreak and how they got back to the shelter. She said that many of her companions died on the way back because you didn't help them." Chapter 42, What the People Want. It has been about half a month since she rescued them. Recently, Fang Er finally discovered that Chen Cheng's attitude towards her was not as good as it seems. After realizing this, Fang Er's attitude towards Chen Cheng took a sharp turn for the worse. She no longer pestered him every day. After that, she flirted with Ding Xiqing and others in the parliament every day. In short, she would get close to whoever holds power, and once she found that there is no value in using him, she would leave without any reluctance. It can be said that she is the most efficient person I have ever met. But she actually chose to criticize us, which I had never expected. I thought she would just change a big tree to hug, but I didn't expect her to do it so hard. Gu Shi came to say this specially, proving that this matter is not simple. I looked at Wang Bushuyuan. The other people who went to rescue together that day were all in the refuge area and didn't come today. Now they probably know that Fang Er is slandering us, and there might be a conflict. I put down the work at hand and said, "Bushuyuan, let's go back and take a look." "Do you need to bring some more people?" Wang Bushuyuan asked with a murderous look on his face. "Haha, no need. We just want to listen to what she says and broaden our horizons. We are not going to fight a war." I smiled and shook my head. I followed the tunnel back to the refuge area. Wang De and Su Chang were running over here. When they saw me coming, Su Chang shouted anxiously, "Boss, hurry up! Wang Lei and that bitch Liao Xiaobai are fighting." We jumped into a car and headed straight for the central square of the refuge. I knew that Fang Er was going to give a speech here today, but I had no interest in it, so I took people to dig tunnels in the 3 strongholds. Qing Qing was not in the refuge either. Today he took people to the area around the underground parking lot to continue clearing out the zombies and clear the way for us. Only a few volunteers were left in the city to maintain order, so the force was a bit weak. When I arrived at the square, I found it was very chaotic. Wang Lei and Liao Xiaobai were still fighting on the podium. Although Wang Lei was strong, Liao Xiaobai was a retired soldier after all, and his skills were much better than his. Moreover, he was fighting with bare hands. Wang Lei was obviously at a disadvantage, with blood all over his face, but he gritted his teeth and wrestled with Liao Xiaobai. The onlookers were all noisy. I saw Fang Er on the edge of the podium. She had a triumphant smile on her face. Although I was not at the scene before, I could guess roughly that our main parties were not there. She slandered us in public, and Wang Lei must have been unable to resist, and would definitely want to go on stage to beat her up, thus highlighting our guilty conscience, and allowing the onlookers to confirm our guilt of not helping others in need, and then use this point to attack us, thereby snatching some real power from us. It was indeed a good plan. I waved my hand and Wang De rushed to the podium and kicked Liao Xiaobai hard in the waist. Liao Xiaobai was going to punch Wang Lei in the face, but when he saw the kick, he had to twist his body to dodge. His fist turned and hit Wang Da's fist hard. Although Wang De was from the transport team, he was also a military man after all, and he was very strong in short fighting. He and Liao Xiaobai took 2 steps back at the same time. Su Chang also took the opportunity to rush onto the stage and grab Wang Lei. Wang Lei was relentless and wanted to continue rushing forward. Su Chang hurriedly whispered a few words. Wang Lei looked towards me, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw me coming. He was still somewhat unwilling to be helped down by Su Chang. "Is the injury serious?" I asked worriedly. "It's not serious. I'm sorry, boss. I can't beat him," Wang Lei said with some guilt. I patted his shoulder and consoled him. "They just want you to go up and fight him. You're too honest. You've been with me for so long, haven't you learned anything from me about shamelessness? Sit down and take a rest." She took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped Wang Lei's face. Many residents in the surrounding evacuation areas also came to help. I nodded to thank them. Wang De and Liao Xiaobai exchanged blows and then separated. Fang Er held the microphone and shouted, "Su Yang, is this the quality of your men? They come up to fight when they disagree? I just said something about what happened that day and he insulted me. If Xiaobai hadn't blocked me, he would have hit me and a woman." Looking at the expressions of the people around me, I knew that what the woman said was probably the same. Wang Lei was indeed impulsive and was caught by someone. I walked up to the podium leisurely and the staff next to me immediately handed me a microphone. This was a very simple action, but Fang Er showed a trace of uneasiness on his face. I took the phone, lowered my head and smiled, and said, "I just got here. Miss Fanger, can you please tell me again how we looked at the victims and did not help? I led my brothers to the city center just because of a distress message on the radio. Along the way, I was covered in zombie fluid and passed through many zombie gathering places. I risked my life to bring you back. Now that you are out of danger, you accuse us of not looking at the victims and not helping? When my people were besieged by the enemy, didn't you and your people escape immediately?" Fang Er asked me loudly. "We were disguised as zombies and moved with them. Your people alarmed the zombies and forgot my previous warning. They opened fire without regard for the safety of all of us. Do you know the consequences of shooting in a group of zombies? I was lucky to come back, and you were lucky to come back too. I didn't blame your men for keeping giving orders and almost killing all of us. You blame us for not saving us. Do we have to die with your people before you can save them? I have a simple question for you to answer me. Why didn't you save them but we went separately? My people and I were responsible for leading the way, and the 16 of you gathered together. Your people died, so why did you come back safely?" I said calmly. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Fang Er's face turned red and black. He gritted his teeth and said, "We have never experienced this before. We instinctively stayed away from zombies. But you could have saved them, but you just ran away. Those brothers and sisters survived the Lost Rebellion, but died because of your rescue. Shouldn't I ask for an explanation? Or do you think there are no laws in the shelter anymore?" After she finished speaking, not only me, but everyone in the audience showed subtle smiles. One audience member couldn't stand it anymore and said loudly, "Sister, the refugee area now only deals with right and wrong, without any legal details. Right is rewarded, wrong is punished. What kind of world is this? You talk about law. Do you want to talk about evidence? We didn't see Su Yang not saving you, we only saw him bringing you back safely. You both stick to your own opinions. To be honest, I still believe Su Yang more." His words made Fang Er's face look even uglier. She seemed not to have expected this situation to happen. She argued, "What I said is the truth. Everyone who came back with me can prove it. Even if there is no law and only right and wrong, Su Yang is wrong. Why should a weak woman like me make up such a lie? I just feel sad for those brothers and sisters who died on the road. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning, I couldn't help laughing, and more people laughed along with me, and finally the whole room burst into laughter. Fong Er stood blankly on the stage, as if he had never expected the situation to turn out like this. When the onlookers finally calmed down, I said helplessly, "Fong Er, you have only been in the refuge for a few days. Do you think I am the more annoying one between me and Chen Cheng? I forcibly recruit volunteers, I make decisions without consulting the parliament, and I plan the refuge according to my own judgment. Everyone must hate me like this. So do you think that as long as you incite people a little, you can make many people dissatisfied with me and my people, so as to gain more power for yourself, and even become the new power holder in the refuge? Just like what you did in the command center?" Fong Er didn't say anything, but her expression betrayed her inner thoughts. I sneered and continued, "You have been here for a short time and don't even know me well enough. Do you know that I once rushed out of the refuge and ran to the CDC in the neighboring Chulu city when the zombies were surrounding me the most, just to send some serum there to develop an antidote for the corpse poison? Not only did I go there, but I also came back. Did you know that there was a flu in the city, and my brothers and I went to the general hospital to carry medicine back, and one of my brothers even sacrificed himself to save us? Did you know that I had a murderer killed because he felt that there was no need for rules in this chaotic world and he could insult women at will based on his own preferences? Do you know how much work we have done to solve the air quality problem in the refuge? How much did we pay?" Fong Er stared at me without saying anything. I continued, "You don't know that my heart is with the people in the refugee zone. This has been proven through countless things. Ding Xiqing is in the parliament, Chen Cheng is in the army, and I am the volunteer. The three of us are working hard for the people in the refugee zone to survive. But you chose the three of us to do public relations one by one. Don't you think you are stupid? Do you really think we can't see your little tricks?" These words finally left Fong Er speechless, and he dejectedly threw down the microphone in his hand. I waved my hand, and volunteers immediately came forward to surround Fong Er. Liao Xiaobai and others wanted to resist, but many audience members rushed to the stage to help, and they were firmly controlled. Then they looked at me, waiting for my orders. "They just want to seize power, they haven't done anything wrong. Let's lock them up first. I don't have time to deal with people like them, but I have to thank her for creating this opportunity. I haven't had the chance to share with you all, but the construction of the tunnel at our third base has officially begun. It won't be long before we can leave the refugee zone and leave Tahai City," I said loudly. Amid the cheers of everyone in the audience, Fong Er and the others were taken away. When she left, she looked at me with extremely vicious eyes. I knew that the method I used was simple and direct, and none of us had evidence to prove what we said, but I had enough popularity and I had a clear conscience. Her detention proved that she had lost everything. I couldn't help but feel a little alert in my heart, hoping that this crazy woman would not do anything extreme again. This little episode passed quickly, and even after Chin Chin came back and listened to it, he only said, "You are so impatient," and no longer expressed any opinions. Our current goal is the tunnel leading to the underground garage of the third stronghold. At the same time, we began to prepare cars near the underground garage and drove all the cars in the surrounding area that had car keys and could be started over, in case they might be used when the time comes. Another half a month passed, and the outline of the tunnel was finally completed. We accomplished the feat of going directly from the refuge area to the underground parking lot, but trouble also came. Chapter 43: Life-Threatening Alarm. The trouble came a little too quickly and caught me off guard. Fong Er and the others who were detained were not honest and kept making trouble and even went on a hunger strike in protest. Several people who came back from the command center went on a hunger strike together, and even the girls did the same. I didn't care at first and thought Fong Er was just trying to show off his presence, but 3 days passed and they hadn't eaten anything except some water. Fong Er was still holding on. Liao Xiaobai and the others were fine too, but the girls with them all fell down. The person in charge of guarding informed me of the matter, so I had to rush back from the front line. On the way, I passed by the room where Editor-in-Chief Wang was imprisoned. I hadn't seen him for a long time and he had lost a lot of weight, but he was in good spirits. I was relieved to see that I could still curse with full vigor. As expected of a veteran, Editor-in-Chief Wang would not use such a childish method as a hunger strike to challenge me. Space has been a bit scarce recently, so Fong Er and her group were all locked up together. Although they were called together, the men and women were separated and they were just kept next to each other. This was my mistake. I allowed them to stay consistent under such circumstances. Mainly, I didn't expect Fang Er to be so cruel as to let her people suffer such torture. I underestimated her. I stood in front of the door. Fang Er was very weak, and so was everyone. Wang Lei, Su Chang and the others followed me, as well as a dozen members of the volunteer patrol team. I waved my hand and asked them to open the door. I carried out all the girls except Fang Er as quickly as possible, leaving Fang Er staring at me in surprise. Food is in short supply in the shelter, and it has to be distributed according to demand every day. If you eat one less meal, some elderly people and children will be able to eat more. You can eat it if you want. If you want to die, remember to tell the guards outside to shoot you in the head again, so that you won't be restless after your death and turn into zombies wandering around, I said expressionlessly. The girls who were carried out were force-fed some rice porridge. She couldn't bear it when he came, so he secretly gave Su Chang some chocolate. I saw it but didn't stop him. Now Su Chang and others pried open the girls' mouths and fed them the chocolate. Not long after, their physical condition began to improve. They had only not eaten for 3 days and had drunk water. They just had some hypoglycemia. When I came back from the command center, I had carefully observed that some of them were really loyal to Fang Er, and some were forced to do so under her power. I brought out all those who had surrendered to Fang Er, and directly asked Su Chang to take people to lock them up in a distant place so that they would never have contact with Fang Er and other diehards again. Not long after, news came from there that the people who were taken away had started to eat, and their physical strength began to recover and they were no longer in danger. After doing all this, I looked at Fang Er with a smile and said in a soothing tone, I don't understand why you have such a strong desire to control, but this is a refuge area, not your small command center, so put away that thought. If you want to live, eat. Otherwise, I won't frown even if you starve to death. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Fang Er looked at me with a look full of resentment, and finally he sighed and said weakly, Okay, I won't go on a hunger strike anymore. Please bring me some food. Sorry, lunchtime has passed. If you want to eat, you'd better wait until dinner, I said with a smile and turned to leave. I heard Fang Er cursing and swearing behind me, but I ignored him and went straight back to the military area. The connection between the refuge area and the third base has been opened. At present, the refuge area, hot pot restaurant, warehouse supermarket, and underground parking lot are connected by a very long tunnel. However, this tunnel is not completely underground. In some places that are difficult to dig, we use the excavated soil to build a simple tunnel on the ground. While ensuring safety, we can also add several large ventilation vents to prevent lack of air below. Considering that once this passage is used, a large number of people will pass through it together, it will be troublesome if there is a lack of air. Everyone was very excited. No one paid attention to the little disturbance caused by Fang Er and her friend's hunger strike. I didn't take it seriously either. I went all the way from the refuge area to the third base with Qingqing. The volunteers have been working very hard recently, transporting a lot of earth and rocks to the third base with small carts. The underground parking lot itself is an excellent space building. We just opened up the connection and have no ability to change the structure of the underground parking lot, so we built walls with earth and rocks at the entrance and exit, just like the second base. The zombies outside the underground parking lot were cleared out several times by Qingqing and his men. It is basically safe now. It is some distance away from the large zombie groups and is considered the suburbs of Tahai City. I am responsible for improving the tunnel. Qingqing brought the soldiers and commandos to almost clear out the zombies in the first 2 streets, making the range of activities larger and the safety factor higher. There was no electricity supply in the underground parking lot before, so we pulled electric wires all the way from the refuge area and installed ceiling lights on the upper walls of the tunnel. The wattage of the bulbs was not high, but it was enough to illuminate the space in the tunnel and then illuminate the underground parking lot. There were hundreds of cars parked here, but unfortunately only a dozen of them had their car keys left. We checked the garage and around the door several times and picked up a lot of car keys. There were a total of 30 vehicles of different sizes in the garage that could be used, but unfortunately the number was still too few, and it was still a hassle when we really wanted to leave. For those cars that could not be moved, we found a way to get gasoline and fill it up in other cars. There were also more than 40 cars outside the parking lot that could be deployed at any time, which could probably transport several hundred people at a time. Compared with the hundreds of thousands of refugees in the shelter, it was just a drop in the bucket. But after all, there was still a little hope. I did not get discouraged and continued to direct the volunteers to start transporting more weapons and equipment here in case of emergency. In the afternoon, Chin-Ching brought his men back and looked better. I hurriedly asked him what had happened. Chin-Ching pulled me aside and whispered, "We thought it was too simple before." "What do you mean?" I asked puzzledly. "It's extremely difficult to get out of Tahai City from here. Didn't we think that most of the zombies gathered in the city center? Today we walked a little further and found that there are at least tens of thousands of zombies about 10 kilometers from here, which is the location around the exit of Tahai City. This is just the conclusion I came to after a hasty glance. In fact, there may be more. How many of us can fight? How can we deal with tens of thousands of zombies without walls and barbed wire? Even if we win, we don't know how many zombies will come here after hearing the sound. We can't dig tunnels for several years to get out of Tahai City," Chin-Ching said, a little frustrated. After listening to what he said, I also fell silent. I had expected that there might be only a few thousand zombies on the main street ahead, and with the firepower of our current volunteers and military and police, we could break through in a very short time. I didn't expect that there were tens of thousands of them, 10 times more than we could do. This is not a problem that can be solved by desperately. This is a crushing number. Unless everyone in the shelter is a soldier, it may still be possible. Unfortunately, most of the people in the shelter are elderly people, women and children. Most of the strong and healthy people either fled in the early stages of the zombie outbreak, or have already died. I patted Chin-Ching on the shoulder and said, "Even if we can't leave for the time being, our range of activities will be larger. If we really can't leave, we will try our best to retake more streets in Tahai City and restore more infrastructure, such as signal towers and more power stations. As long as we are making progress, it's always good." Chin-Ching took a deep breath, smiled with relief, and began to tell me about what he had seen and heard during the survey. The larger the space we had, the more supplies we had. The successful establishment of 3 strongholds allowed us to take in 2 hospitals, a grain storage warehouse, several supermarkets, and a vegetable greenhouse, which greatly made up for the shortage of medicines and supplies. When the news came back, the people in the shelter were excited for a long time. After a busy day, although I was physically tired, I was mentally excited. I did not go back to the tent in the military zone to rest, but went directly to the place where Fong Air and others were detained on North Street. After the farce of hunger strike in the past few days, I believed that she should have given up. I did not want to make things difficult for her, but just wanted to teach her a lesson so that she would stay in the shelter obediently and not cause trouble for me. As I walked, I thought that if Fong Air sincerely repented, I would let her out for observation for a while. It was already getting late. I walked to the North Street and found that the door to the yard where these people were imprisoned was open. The guards were not there. I was a little puzzled. There were at least 2 guards here, one guarding outside and one observing the situation at all times. It was impossible for both guards to be absent at the same time. There was no one around, so I didn't know who to ask. I walked into the yard and froze in place. Under the light of the yard lights, I saw 2 bodies lying in a pool of blood. They were the guards who were supposed to be guarding the door. The blood on their bodies had already coagulated, and they must have been dead for a while. All the guns they carried were gone, which must have been taken away by the murderer. I rushed over and found that the door of the room where Fong Air and the others were imprisoned was wide open. The people were gone. Even the door where Editor-in-Chief Wang was imprisoned was open. I suddenly had an ominous premonition and broke out in a cold sweat. I rushed out of the yard to sound the alarm, but there was no one around. The place where Fong Air and the others were imprisoned was originally an isolation area. Normally, people were unwilling to come here, and I couldn't find a car even if I wanted to. I could only run as fast as I did when I came here. I didn't dare shout loudly, for fear that they were still around. If they heard my voice, they would definitely turn around and kill me first. I regretted my decision to come alone. Just when I was about to reach the edge of my residence, a long, sharp, and death-filled alarm sounded throughout Tahai City. My whole body shook and I almost fell to the ground. This alarm has never sounded since I returned to Tahai City, because it only means one thing: the city has been broken. Chapter 44: Zombies Enter the City. The shrill and chilling alarm sounded throughout Tahai City, waking up all the people who had been sleeping in the residential area. There was no signal and they couldn't make phone calls. There were no walkie-talkies around. People began to walk out onto the streets and looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening. "Boss, what happened? Why did the alarm sound? Did someone press the wrong button?" A volunteer happened to be nearby and ran over to ask after seeing me. I shook my head, tried to calm myself down and said, "I don't know either. Immediately contact other volunteers to inform the refugees in the evacuation area to get ready, and then gather at the military area. I want to go over and take a look." There happened to be a motorcycle nearby. All the cars in the Tahai city evacuation area kept their keys on so that volunteers could call on them at any time. I got on the motorcycle and accelerated towards the front line. The sirens kept echoing in the sky, with no sign of stopping. If they had been accidentally touched, they should have stopped by now. I became more and more nervous, and the motorcycle under me kept accelerating. More and more people began to pour out of the street, running around in panic and shouting loudly. Many people saw me riding a motorcycle and shouted to me. I didn't have time to talk to them. I just accelerated and rushed to the front line. Soon I saw the military zone. I just breathed a sigh of relief when I heard gunshots. It was not a single gunshot, but intensive machine gun sounds. The sound came from the heavy machine gun at the city gate. Normally, it would only be used when there were too many zombies outside the gate, or when we needed to rush out of the gate, because the heavy machine gun bullets were very scarce and would never be used until the critical moment. There were more and more people around, all of whom were awakened and rushed to the street to find answers. Many people in the crowd were rushing in the opposite direction. They were all volunteers I was familiar with. They kept shouting something to the people around them, and when they saw me, they rushed over as fast as they could. "What happened?" I yelled. "The city has been breached. The barbed wire is broken and the zombies are starting to rush in. Captain Chin and his men are blocking the way and asked me to come find you," the volunteer said breathlessly. My heart skipped a beat. The city was breached. The city was actually breached. Since we cleared the zombies outside the city, the barbed wire has been repaired to a large extent. The zombies have not been active recently, and our manpower has increased by more than 10 times. How could it be breached suddenly? The only possibility is that someone deliberately sabotaged it. I couldn't help but think of the 2 guards who died tragically and Fong Air and Editor-in-Chief Wang who had disappeared. An uncontrollable anger rose up. I rushed to the front line of the military zone as fast as I could. It was already a mess here. Volunteers were running around transporting weapons. I saw Su Chang, Wang Lei, and countless familiar faces all looking uneasy. We had been training with the city falling as the worst outcome, but when that day really came, they were still not ready. "Don't mess around!" I yelled. "What did I teach you? Line up!" Hearing my voice, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Lei ran over to report the situation to me immediately. "Boss, the barbed wires were cut in all directions. By the time the sentries found out, it was too late. They ran to the north of the city, probably trying to leave through the tunnel." "Let's ignore them for now. What's the situation?" I asked, looking at the volunteers who were stuck in a traffic jam ahead. "Zombies are pouring in one after another, but there are very few of them now. We can still hold them off for now, but if it lasts for a long time..." Wang Lei couldn't continue. His voice was a little hoarse, and it was obvious that he was full of uncertainty. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down, and rushed to the front to observe the situation. The 4 places where the barbed wire was cut were connected, with a range of about 8 meters. The barbed wire was torn to the left and right, and dozens of zombie bodies had fallen on the ground. Other zombies kept climbing up from the trenches, stepping on the bodies of other zombies. After the accumulation of recent period of time, the trenches were full of zombies again. Some zombies even walked over directly on the heads of their companions. There were also a few violent zombies holding blunt weapons in the middle. Chin ran over from the side, panting, and cursed. "We didn't catch him. I don't know where he went to hide. He's not in the tunnel." "Did you see it clearly? Was it Fong Air and the others who did it?" I asked. Chin shook his head and said, "I don't know. The sentry brother took a look and saw that they were very quick. They cut the wire and tore it apart before running away. I led people to chase them but couldn't catch up. I was afraid something might happen here, so I hurried back. What's the situation? Is it serious? I sighed as I looked at the corpses of zombies that kept passing through the gaps in the barbed wire and were killed by the volunteers in the first place. The initial tension and despair had gradually subsided. If I showed panic at this time, it would definitely convey bad news to others. Let's turn off the alarm first. Such a loud noise will definitely alert the zombies. If all the zombies in the city come together, we will definitely not be able to stop them, I said, a little depressed. Chin-Ching immediately arranged for someone to turn off the alarm. At this time, She also ran over from the back, accompanied by some doctors and logistics personnel. After seeing me, she breathed a sigh of relief, and threw herself into my arms without paying attention to the eyes of the people around her. I hugged her tightly and comforted her for a few words, then said, "It's okay, the situation is not that bad. You take people to the back to appease the people, and at the same time let them prepare to evacuate. We will try our best to delay the zombies' attack in the front. If the next air defense alarm sounds, let everyone evacuate along the north of the city toward the passage. Remember to come back to find me. I will wait here until you come back before retreating." Guxi's eyes were red, and she seemed to want to say something. In the end, she hugged me tightly, touched her eyes, and called for others to rush to the rear. Since we came back, Guxi has gradually become one of the persons in charge of logistics. She has more contact with the refugees in the rear than any of us. Only logistics personnel like them who take care of the refugees on a daily basis can calm their emotions. I thought about it and felt a little worried. Chin-Ching immediately understood what I meant and sent several soldiers with live ammunition to leave with them. Watching Guxi's back disappear from sight, I took a deep breath, turned around and said firmly, "The broken barbed wire everywhere is not the end of the world. We can still hold on, but we must be prepared to evacuate at any time. Chin-Chun, let your brothers prepare vehicles and ammunition. Even if we evacuate, these things are the most important. Wang Lei, Su Chang, divide your people into 4 teams, each with 100 people, and then divide them into 2 teams. Take turns to be responsible for a broken barbed wire. Save your energy, we may have to deal with bigger troubles." I didn't blindly say that we will definitely survive, because the barbed wire is our biggest barrier. It is now the midnight and the zombies are attacking continuously. If it is daytime, the frequency of zombie attacks may be faster. However, we have limited manpower, and it is impossible to stop the zombie attacks forever. The bigger trouble I am talking about is that we have to give up resistance and evacuate the shelter. I hope that moment will come later. Under the command of Su Chang and Wang Lei, the volunteers were quickly divided into 4 teams according to my arrangement, and then divided into 2 teams respectively. At present, the number of volunteers who have arrived is only about half of our regular configuration. It seems that the alarm still scares many people and they dare not come to the front line. However, more people should join in as time goes by. Chin-Ching led his men to sort out the equipment. There were a lot of stockpiled weapons and ammunition. In addition to each soldier carrying sufficient ammunition, the rest were all loaded onto transport vehicles. The vehicles were parked next to the main entrance of the military zone, ready to rush out at any time. Everyone was on high alert. The first echelon of volunteers were already holding long weapons such as forks and iron bars to control the influx of zombies. The torn barbed wire was getting bigger and bigger, but it was no longer possible to repair it. The refuge area that had been held for months had officially been breached. Now it was a matter of time before it was completely lost. Chin-Ching arranged some soldiers to move to the rear. At this time, it was necessary to control the emotions of the people in the rear and also search for Fang Er and his party. They did not use the tunnel to leave, so they must have other plans. More than 100 soldiers were divided into 20 people to search for Fang Er and Editor-in-Chief Wang and his party. Chin-Cheng had already issued a death order that anyone who resisted would be killed without mercy. I took out the iron rod that has been with me for a long time from the tent. I asked a craftsman to polish it for me a while ago. The front end of the iron rod is sharper, and it is easier to poke into the zombie's skull. I polished a few water lines on the back end and tied a bandage on it so that I can hold it better, and it won't slip due to sweating. Now I am standing among the volunteers with the iron rod, watching the zombies continue to attack. The volunteers have a good sense of offense and defense, and have temporarily controlled the situation, but many people are already tired. We worked overtime together during the day to complete the final process of the tunnel. Everyone was exhausted, but the alarm sounded before we had slept for a few minutes. The double pressure of physical and mental pressure is not suitable for a protracted war at all. And there is one thing I didn't say clearly: if they really can't hold it, I don't have any right to ask them to die. The quality of these volunteers is beyond doubt, as they can still insist on fighting the zombies on the front line under such circumstances. I asked several soldiers to bring hundreds of homemade incendiary bombs and place them next to us. This is our last resort. If the time comes when we need to retreat, these incendiary bombs will be the last barrier to stop the zombie attack. The people in the first echelon held out for 20 minutes and were replaced. The second echelon took over seamlessly immediately. However, they were a little unskilled in the first rotation and missed a few zombies. I immediately went up with a pickaxe and killed them quickly. The volunteers were very nervous, and I could feel it. I was nervous too. There are still few zombies attacking the defense zone, and there will be more and more. At this rate of physical exhaustion, we can probably only hold on for a few hours at most. Just as we were nervously changing shifts to fight the zombies, there was suddenly a lot of noise and crying from the rear, and my heart couldn't help but sink again. Chapter 45, Hostage-Taking. We are fighting desperately to stop the zombies in the front, but the back is suddenly in chaos? I am not worried about zombies. After our isolation and secret cleanup, there are no hidden dangers of zombies in the back. What I am worried about is that Fang Er and others who are missing are stirring up trouble in the back. The noise is very loud, but we can't leave now. Although Ching Ching's troops are there, we have no confidence without them guarding us. What's going on? Ching Ching asked in a low voice. Is there chaos? Not sure yet. Let's wait for the report. I hope it's not a big problem, I said with a frown. Sure enough, not long after, volunteers came running in breathlessly. We had more than 1,000 volunteers in total, and about 100 of them were staying at the second and third strongholds, with about 300 to 400 people around them. The rest were in the rear. Some were too frightened by the air raid alarm to dare to come, but a considerable number of them should have been contacted by Gu Shi and the others and were maintaining order in the rear to prepare for evacuation. Those who came to deliver the letter should be volunteers nearby. Boss, it's bad. The news that the barbed wire is damaged and zombies are pouring in has spread like wildfire in the backyard. Many people are demanding to evacuate immediately, and we can't stop them. They are also spreading rumors that you all ran away and left them behind. Now Sister Gu Shi and the others can't control them anymore. The crowd is very excited, and several volunteers even explained that they were beaten, he said angrily. I sighed. It's not that these refugees are heartless, but the information transmission is too slow now and messages cannot be delivered instantly. Once there are similar rumors, the panic in many people's hearts will be infinitely magnified. If some people with ulterior motives incite it, it will become a serious mass incident. After the notice, the city was indeed breached. We are now doing our best to stop the zombie attack. There will be no problem with the shelter for the time being. Let them take some necessary things, and let the people in the parliament distribute food and clean water supplies at one time. Take as much as they can, and then move towards the tunnel entrance along the north of the city. Just tell them what I said, that the brothers in front are fighting for them. If anyone is found deliberately disrupting the order or making up rumors, kill them as soon as they are caught. If anyone is found inciting emotions, pay attention to whether they are Fang Er's people. Spread the news that Fang Er and Editor-in-Chief Wang escaped and cut the barbed wire to let the zombies in. Let everyone keep an eye on them, and immediately notify the volunteers and police nearby if you find them, I said in one breath. The volunteer nodded and walked away quickly. Ching Ching said with some concern. Is it so extreme? I said without any emotion. When disaster strikes, everyone flees. We are still here to help them block the zombies. We have done our best. If anyone takes this opportunity to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Take a rest. The people in the second echelon were under greater pressure than the first echelon, because more and more zombies poured in, and the pressure became greater as time went on. The people in the first echelon had just rested for a short time before they stood up again and entered the battlefield. I glanced at Ching Ching, and he immediately transferred the soldiers in charge of alert and support over, divided them into 4 groups to kill the zombies pouring in from the flanks, which reduced a lot of pressure on several echelons. I really had no choice, otherwise I would never let these soldiers join the battle. They had more important tasks waiting for them. After a while, I couldn't help but join the battle and try my best to help them reduce their burden. This high-intensity battle lasted for about an hour. The evacuated refugees were very close to us. It was a bit noisy at first, but finally quieted down after seeing us desperately killing zombies. Many people who were taken care of by us on weekdays specially brought us food and water. I asked them to take turns to rest and replenish. No one is an Iron Man, and I felt particularly sorry when I saw them drinking water in big gulps. I walked to the refugee area and shouted, "Fong Air and Editor-in-Chief Wang, let the zombies in to destroy the refugee area. We can probably hold out for a while. Line up and leave the tunnel. The elderly, the weak, the women and the children go first. Don't argue, or I will be rude to you. If you are a man with some backbone, please stay and help us deal with the zombies. If not for others, think about your wives and children. The later the zombies rush in, the safer your family will be. Also, please trust us and don't be fooled by those with ulterior motives. I don't want to say anything passionate, but the fact that you are retreating and we are fighting is the best explanation." After hearing what I said, many men hugged and talked with their families silently, then walked out of the line without hesitation and joined us. Our manpower suddenly increased, and as the refugees evacuated, our volunteers who were responsible for maintaining order in the rear also rejoined the team. The current crisis was alleviated, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. However, Gu Shi has not returned yet. The retreating team is very long, and Gu Shi will definitely be at the end to ensure that there are no problems. I saw that most of the people entering the tunnel were the elderly, the weak and women, and some men lowered their heads and did not dare to speak and left silently. I did not say anything to stop them. Everyone has his own choice. Not long after, the soldiers sent by Qinsheng reported that they had indeed found Fong Air and the others in the rear, but they failed to capture them. After the exchange of fire, the two sides killed 2 people from each other, and I don't know where the rest escaped to. Strictly check anyone who enters the tunnel and set up guards there. This is the only way they can leave. Since they don't want us to live, they can't leave. If we haven't seen them by the time we evacuate, seal the entrance," Qinsheng said, gritting his teeth. I completely agree with this decision. Fong Air and his men didn't leave the tunnel immediately because they probably guessed that we had people defending the 2nd and 3rd strongholds. They were worried that they would be blocked and fail if they went out rashly. So they chose to blend in with the rear and try to stir up trouble so that the refuge area would be in complete chaos so that they could fish in troubled waters. However, we handled it properly and there was no chaos. Instead, they lost the best opportunity to leave. Now they must be having a headache. The zombies in the distance began to surge. As the residents of the refuge area retreated, all kinds of noises and smells were heard. These zombies were stimulated and began to attack in large numbers. There were only 4 cracks in the barbed wire. Once the zombies in the back squeezed in, the zombies in the front rushed over uncontrollably. Our pressure doubled. Fortunately, we had more manpower and could still cope with it, but the speed at which the zombies poured in was twice as fast as before. We also felt a little flustered. There were too many residents in the refuge area, and even if we entered the tunnel to leave, there would be no better situation. There were also zombies at the 3rd stronghold. When these tens of thousands of people had all gone there, it would be extremely crowded. The conditions for a refuge area were not met there, and it was unknown where to go. But this is all we can do. Let them leave safely first, and we'll take things one step at a time in the future. I poked the iron rod into the skull of a zombie, took 2 steps back and looked behind with some worry. There is still no news about Gu Shi, and the volunteers who came to report just now haven't seen her either. The last time there was news about her was that she took a doctor to treat a resident who had a sudden heart attack. There was no news after that. I don't know if the rear was too busy. Don't worry. The people I sent over haven't come back yet, which means they are still following Gu Shi and the others. If something happened, they would have come to report long ago. Besides, Wang Buxuan and Wang De are also following behind. What are you worried about? Qinsheng comforted me. I nodded. Wang Buxuan, Wang De, Zhang Qi and other brothers who had been through life and death with me were not on the front line. They were sent to the rear in this difficult time. On the one hand, they were to protect Gu Shi and others, and on the other hand, they were to keep an eye on the whereabouts of Fong Air and others. These people are the most outstanding people under Qinsheng. With them in the rear, I can feel a little relieved. A volunteer suddenly fell to the bottom. He was in the first echelon at the moment. As soon as he fell, the people behind him did not catch up, and a zombie rushed over. Ching beside me shot the zombie in the head without thinking. The zombies around him roared as soon as the gunshot rang out. Some nearby volunteers hurriedly pulled the fallen volunteer out, and then more people rushed over to fill his position. Even though we had twice as many people, everyone's physical strength was still declining. I hurriedly took a bottle of water to the exhausted volunteer and whispered, "Thank you for your hard work. Drink some water." He nodded ashamedly. After he drank the water, I asked someone to drive him to the back to rest. Looking at more and more zombies, my mood became heavier. Only about half of the people in the shelter had retreated, and a large part of them were in the tunnel. If we give up now, we will definitely not be able to leave. The tunnel is narrow and can only accommodate 3 or 4 people side by side. Moreover, I just went over to take a look. These refugees took too many things. They wanted to move all the supplies in the shelter away. I really wanted to persuade them to discard some of them, but the words were swallowed back at the tip of my tongue. They would not listen. "Su Yang, throw some incendiary bombs to block them, or use the heavy machine guns to clear a path. Our brothers can't hold on." Ching walked over and said worriedly. I looked at the time, which was much shorter than we expected. Incendiary bombs and fire suppression are our last life-saving magic weapons. If we use them now, although we can resist for a while, it will not be good for the subsequent defense. We must use these 2 items thoroughly. We can't throw 1 or 2 incendiary bombs or shoot for a while, which will not help. I climbed onto the roof and looked at the slowly moving group of refugees in the distance. I gritted my teeth and said, "Let's use fire suppression. Anyway, it's impossible to take away all the ammunition. Go and urge the retreating people to speed up." Someone immediately ran towards the direction of the tunnel. At the same time, the remaining soldiers here all loaded their bullets, and the heavy machine guns on top of the sentry post were also set up. I took a few grenades and prepared to throw them out to cooperate with the fire suppression. Just as we were waiting for Ching to give orders, there was a sudden noise behind us. Many guns around me were pointed at my back in an instant. I looked back and saw a group of people led by Editor-in-Chief Fang Wang holding Gu Shi and some others hostage, and came to the front line leisurely under the guns of Wang Buixuan and others. Chapter 46 Life for a Life. Gu Shi was held hostage by Liao Xiaobai, with a black pistol pointed at his temple. Wang Buixuan and Wang De, with a dozen soldiers, surrounded them with guns and slowly came to the front line. Gu Shi's eyes were filled with panic, but after seeing me, he gradually calmed down and conveyed messages to me with his eyes. There were only 5 or 6 of them, and Editor-in-Chief Wang of Tahai Daily was among them. He was holding a police pistol, which he must have stolen, and was pointing it at Gu Shi's back. Fang Er had a vengeful smile on his face, and Editor-in-Chief Wang looked triumphant. Indeed, although they were heavily surrounded, they were invincible as they were holding Gu Shi hostage. I didn't show any expression and watched them calmly. Wang Buixuan quickly ran to my side. "My sister-in-law was captured when she went to get some medicine to treat influenza and malaria. We didn't follow her at the time. It was our mistake. I'm sorry," Wang Buixuan said with an apologetic look on his face. I nodded and whispered, "It's okay. It's already like this. There's no point in blaming yourself. Keep an eye on them. I'll go talk to them." I walked forward a few steps, holding nothing in my hands. Even the iron rod was thrown on the ground. I looked at the volunteers with nervous faces and said, "Do your job well and don't let the zombies rush over. The first echelon is taking a break. The second echelon will catch up, and the third echelon will provide support." Seeing how calm I was, Fang Er couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Don't pretend. Your girlfriend is in my hands now. I have a few requests." I waved my hand to interrupt Fang Er and asked, "Why do you want to cut the barbed wire? What good will it do you? We finally have a refuge area, and the evacuation work is in full swing. What can you gain by destroying it completely? The refuge area will definitely not be able to contain the zombies. Once a large number of zombies pour in, all the people who enjoy peace and tranquility, including you, will have to flee again. Do you think you can really survive?" Fang Er was stunned by my words and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Editor-in-Chief Wang. I understood the meaning of this action. I sneered and said, "I understand. It must be Editor-in-Chief Wang who bewitched you. Tell me, what did he use to convince you? Hatred towards me? Or Huahan Group? I saw the change in Fang Er's eyes and roughly understood the truth. I didn't give Fang Er a chance to speak, and said to myself, yes, Editor-in-Chief Wang is from Huahan Group, but he probably won't tell you that he was abandoned by Huahan Group. Now the whole world is occupied by zombies, and the initiator is the X-drug developed by Huahan Group. At the beginning, X-drug could not get professional certification from the International Medical Association because the virus used in the gene replacement therapy they adopted was of unknown harm to the human body. In order to help Huahan Group promote it, Editor-in-Chief Wang risked his life to expose the tragic situation of Xingfu Village in Lishui Town, which was the cancer village at the time. Then Huahan Group provided high-profile assistance and successfully injected X-drug for free. Maybe you hate me, I don't blame you, but you actually conspired with a pure evil person like Editor-in-Chief Wang. I thought you were a smart person at the beginning. Fang Er obviously didn't know all this. She should know that Huahan Group created zombies, but she didn't know that Editor-in-Chief Wang was abandoned. She probably had no concept of evil. I knew I couldn't convince her on this point, so I told her directly that this thigh was not thick, and she had hugged the wrong person. Fang Er's face showed a trace of panic. Editor-in-Chief Wang hurriedly said, don't listen to Su Yang's instigation. He knows nothing. When Huahan Group left, they deliberately arranged for me to stay behind to check on the situation at any time. Now they must have developed a vaccine. Is there anyone else in the world who knows more about zombies than Huahan Group? As long as we leave here, we can find a place to leave this country and reunite with Huahan Group. Believe me, someone as capable as you will definitely be reused, and then we won't have to worry about zombies anymore. Editor-in-Chief Wang's words calmed Fang Er's expression a little. I couldn't help but sigh for Fang Er in my heart. Although she was also keen on power struggles, she was still far inferior to a veteran like Editor-in-Chief Wang. I knew that if I said more, Fang Er would only be more convinced that I was lying. I simply didn't continue the topic and just planted a thorn in her heart. Let Gu Shi go. You have to realize your dreams and get out of here alive. If you dare to hurt her, all these guns will surely shoot you into sieves, I said calmly. Haha, do you think I'm stupid? If I let her go, she won't become a sieve? Fang Er mocked. I have a few conditions, listen carefully. First, you let us leave immediately, and you are not allowed to stop us. Second, give us enough weapons and supplies. Third, we need vehicles at the 3 strongholds. No matter how you arrange it, you must give us the first car. Once we are sure that we can leave safely, we will release Gu Shi. I will never break my promise. I clapped my hands and exclaimed, these requests are really reasonable and just right. Oh? You agree? Editor-in-Chief Wang couldn't help but say. I refuse all of them, I said with a smile. All reject? You don't want Gu Shi's life anymore? Liao Xiaobai couldn't help but hit Gu Shi's head with the gun. I stared at his hand coldly, thinking that I would chop it off with my own hands when it was over. Gu Shi uttered a low cry, but then forced herself to hold it back. I looked at her apologetically, signaled with a comforting look, and said loudly, yes, your conditions are all very reasonable, but I have decided to reject them all. Now let me tell you my conditions. First, release Gu Shi immediately. There is no room for negotiation on this. Secondly, I want Editor-in-Chief Wang to die. He deserved to die long ago for the evil he did. Finally, you can leave, but as for weapons, you can take whatever you have in your hands, and I won't give you the extra ones. In fact, to put it bluntly, your bottom line is that you can leave, right? I agree to this, and there is no room for negotiation on the rest. Fang Er looked at Chief Editor Wang, thought for a moment, shook his head and said, Chief Editor Wang cannot die. I promised him that we can discuss other things. I thought for a while and then said, okay, you can go, but you'd better go far away. If I see you again, I will definitely kill Editor-in-Chief Wang. How do I know you won't regret it? What if I let her go and you kill us all? Fang Er was somewhat tempted and started to negotiate with me. I pointed in the direction of the barbed wire and said angrily, thanks to you, the refugee zone is about to fall. My most important task now is to stop the zombies from attacking and let the refugees evacuate. I don't have the time or energy to deal with you. I even think it's a waste of time to talk to you for such a while. I'll give you one last chance. Let you go, then get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Fang Er struggled for a long time, and finally sighed and said, okay, you win, I hope you keep your promise. I was not surprised at this result. Feng Er only had Gu Shi as a bargaining chip in her hand. She knew that if she gave in, she would suffer heavy losses. After Gu Shi was released, she ran to my side. I pulled her and brought her behind me. Naturally, someone took over and protected her. Feng Er and his men left carefully. I waved my hand for everyone to put down their guns. Just when Feng Er and his men were about to go away, I suddenly snatched the gun from a soldier next to me, aimed and fired in the shortest time, and knocked down the tallest Liao Xiaobai with one shot. The bullet hit him in the back, and he fell to the ground and died without even a groan. Su Yang! You don't keep your word! Feng Er turned around and yelled. This shot was fired for the 2 dead guards. Do I need to say more? I shouted coldly. Feng Er stared at me angrily, but didn't dare to say anything more. He left in hatred. I handed the gun back to the soldier next to me. He took it and thanked me in a low voice. I patted him on the shoulder. The soldiers in the shelter were all from the same company and had deep feelings for each other. The 2 guards died unjustly, and I would never forget it. Feng Er and his men entered the tunnel among the refugees. I stared at the direction they left in silence for a while before turning back and saying, I have a feeling I will meet them again. Next time we meet, don't hesitate and kill them all. Chen Qing nodded silently. I felt a little angry. I took the water handed to me by Gu Shi and drank a few mouthfuls before I calmed down. I patted Gu Shi on the back and asked her to go back to the tent to pack her things. We can't hold out here for much longer, and we have to start retreating. I asked some people to hold on here and others to go to the military area to pack up everything they can and put it aside. When we retreat, they can just carry them on their backs and leave. There are less than 1/3 of the refugee evacuation team left. I don't know what happened to the people who have evacuated from the 3 strongholds. Are they waiting there or have they found a way to leave Tahai City? There are not many volunteers left there, and there is no backbone. I guess the situation will be hard to control. Now the rotation time of the 3 echelons is getting shorter and shorter, every few minutes. Everyone's physical strength is almost exhausted. We have put everything we have into blocking the zombies and have not even considered our own evacuation. Looking at the volunteers who are still persisting with sweat on their foreheads, I feel a little bit sorry. Prepare to evacuate, I said loudly. After hearing what I said, everyone's spirits were lifted up again, and they worked together to clear out all the zombies that had just poured in. Intensive gunfire rang out, and the soldiers who had been waiting for a long time instantly knocked down a large number of zombies in front of the barbed wire. Taking advantage of this rare gap, hundreds of incendiary bombs were ignited and thrown out, and in an instant a wall of fire was formed in front of the barbed wire. The zombies in the front were pushed by the zombies behind and couldn't stop, and were instantly ignited. Then the fire spread along the zombie group, and the roars of zombies were everywhere. I looked at the zombie swarm that had turned into a sea of fire, and silently carried the backpack beside me. I knew that from now on, life in the shelter was completely over, and what was waiting for us would be an even more dangerous and confusing future. Chapter 47: Sea of Corpses and Humans. The tunnel is prepared for the residents of the shelter. We have to rush out in a more extreme and tragic way. If the wall had not been destroyed by Feng Er and his men, we had planned to attack the zombie group a few more times, and guide the direction of the large zombie army little by little to change the pressure near the 3 strongholds. We have made a plan of at least several months, but it all went down the drain tonight. We can only gamble our lives once. Before leaving, I sent other volunteers into the tunnel and distributed weapons to them. Our next plan is the same as we said before. We will try our best to break out of the encirclement, and go back to the vicinity of the 3rd stronghold to meet up with you. Then we will rush out of Tahai City together, and go as far as we can. You have to maintain the order of the 3 strongholds. If you can't maintain it, just save your own life. We have done what we can, and the rest is up to God. If you can solve the problem with the weapons in your hands, don't use guns. At the same time, protect your guns and don't let some crazy people snatch them away. I reminded them in a nagging manner. I had been training with them for a long time and was afraid that I would not have the chance to meet again. Boss, don't worry. Wang Lei and I are watching. There won't be any chaos, Su Chang said with a smile. Hurry up. The incendiary bomb won't last too long. Take this opportunity to rush out. It's almost dawn. In the early hours of the morning, all the zombies will have a short period of stiffness. That is the best opportunity for the large group to leave Tahai City. I know that time waits for no one, so I hugged everyone and jumped directly into the car. She did not follow us. I asked her to go to the third stronghold through the tunnel with the volunteers, which also showed them my determination. They knew the relationship between she and me, and knew that I would never leave her alone, so they all felt at ease to enter the tunnel and leave. She turned around and looked at me with complicated eyes. I understood what she meant and shook my head firmly. Such a hasty action will definitely not produce the expected results, and there is a great possibility that we will fail. She's look seemed to be advising me to escape by myself if I had the chance, and not to come back for her, but I couldn't do it. After getting on the car, I sat in Qincheng's Dongfeng armored vehicle to direct the road conditions. Wang Buxuan was responsible for clearing the way with firepower, and Wang De was responsible for driving. Following behind were several transport vehicles, all of which had skylights that could be opened and were equipped with heavy machine guns and other weapons. This time we had to clear the way like crazy to have a chance to rush out. The impact force of the Dongfeng armored vehicle alone was definitely not enough. The incendiary bombs and previous fire suppression cleared a large area in front of the door. The door slowly opened, and everyone got on the car and rushed out. We had already set up radios between the cars for easy communication. After getting on the car, I said directly, "Let's go, the front car will rush out first. If it gets stuck, the two cars will immediately clear the fire. The rear car should keep a distance to increase the impact force. Don't stop." The Dongfeng armored vehicle rushed out first under the control of Wang De. The military transport vehicle next to it led the way with us. The two vehicles rushed into the zombie group with all their strength, and immediately knocked the zombies to the ground. The speed of the impact was strong in the early stage, but it might not be the case in the later stage. We seized the opportunity and charged desperately, and rushed out a passage in an instant. The impact force of the two vehicles in parallel made it much easier for the following vehicles to move. "Turn to Erdeo Street first, go north from there, bypass the Imperial Hotel. The road behind the building is very wide and suitable for acceleration," I said quickly. Speaking of the Imperial Hotel, I couldn't help but be in a trance for a moment. It was at the Imperial Hotel that Huahan Group held a press conference to celebrate the 30 millionth patient in the world injected with drug X. Now only about half a year has passed, and the world has changed beyond all recognition. Wang Da's driving skills were first-rate. He could maintain a good speed even after swerving left and right. Soon we successfully broke through the most difficult area, but it took 2 heavy fire clearings to complete the breakthrough. We had limited bullets for heavy weapons, but light weapons such as pistols had plenty of ammunition, but the effect was too poor. Judging from the remaining amount of ammunition, the heavy machine gun could only be used twice at most, so our situation was actually very dangerous. The straight line distance from here to the 3 strongholds is actually not far, but the unreasonableness of the various road planning and buildings in Tahai City can be seen at this moment. Adding the straight line distance of 2 kilometers, it takes at least 5 kilometers to get there. I didn't think it was a big deal before, but now I find it troublesome. We didn't rush towards the city center, so the resistance we encountered was not very great. If we chose to rush out of the city, the car would have been trapped by now, and even heavy machine guns would be useless. "Company Commander, the zombies are chasing us closely," the soldier in the rear vehicle shouted via the radio. "Send them a few grenades to try. It's best to find something that can be blown up to block the road. Don't throw them randomly." Qincheng, who was sitting behind me, took the intercom and shouted. Not long after, several explosions were heard from the back. It should be that the car behind had solved the problem. The density of zombies became lower as you go north of the city. There were often no zombies for a long distance, but once you encountered zombies, there would definitely be more than 1,000 of them. According to the investigation of Qincheng and his team, there were at least tens of thousands of zombies gathered near the 3 strongholds, and they occupied the main road. If you want to leave from the 3 strongholds, the tens of thousands of zombies near the main road are a barrier that cannot be avoided at all. This is also the biggest problem that bothers us. We have to leave Tahai City tonight, so we must find a way to get rid of these zombies, otherwise we will be unable to move forward. We bypassed Sanshui Street and entered the main territory where tens of thousands of zombies were lurking. On the way here, we had discussed that we would first rush in to cause chaos in the zombie group, and then force our way out with the refugees from Tahai City. As for how many people can survive, it is hard to say. We would do our best or think of other ways. However, when we turned to the main street, we found that it was empty and the tens of thousands of zombies were gone. "Are you sure it's here?" I asked Chin-Ching puzzledly. He was obviously also shocked. He scratched his head and said, "That's right. Wang Buishuan was there that day too. It must be here, right?" Wang Buishuan, who was observing the terrain from the skylight, retracted his head and nodded. If both of them confirmed that this was the right place, then it was right. But there were tens of thousands of zombies. Where could they go? I suddenly thought of a possibility, shuddered, and shouted, "Oh no! Speed up!" Chin-Ching and I thought of a possibility at the same time, and his face froze. Wang De stepped on the accelerator without hesitation and rushed forward. All the vehicles followed us madly. There was only one possibility for the movement of a large number of zombies. They discovered the refugees transferred from the shelter and were attracted over there. Although the defense forces near the 3 strongholds were not bad, they could definitely not withstand the impact of tens of thousands of zombies. I thought of Gu Shi, my eyes went dark and I almost fainted. I shook my head hard to get rid of this bad feeling. Wang De was driving very fast. When we turned the corner, we saw a terrifying scene. Countless refugees were rushing out, and zombies were everywhere in the crowd, biting each other madly. It was impossible to tell who were the zombies and who were the refugees. There was blood everywhere, and cries and shouts everywhere. The lights near the 3 strongholds were all on, illuminating the large open space as if it were daytime. There were huge crowds of people, refugees were rushing out, and zombies were rushing in. I couldn't see any familiar faces at all, and I didn't know why it turned out like this. I jumped out of the car desperately. Chin-Ching desperately grabbed me and shouted, "Su-Yang, don't go. You will die. Gu Shi is still in there. I want to save her. I promised to come and meet her," I murmured. Neither Chin-Ching nor Wang Buishuan could hold me back. I picked up the iron bar and slung my submachine gun over my shoulders. I got enough weapons, ammunition and supplies and rushed out without hesitation. Our car was not far from the crowd, and as soon as we got out of the car, we were attacked by many people. They shouted and rushed towards Chin-Ching and his car. There was no one else in my mind except Gu Shi. "Gu Shi! Where are you?" I shouted. A zombie pounced at me, and I used the iron rod to pierce its throat directly. I pulled it out, jumped up and smashed the head of another zombie simply and roughly. I reached out to catch a refugee from the shelter who was knocked down by a zombie, and killed the zombie that was chasing him. Su-Yang? "Thank you," she said tremblingly. I saw a lot of zombie scratches on her body. I guess she will transform soon. But she is awake now. I couldn't bear to kill her. I asked in a low voice, "What happened? Didn't you say you would wait for us here after leaving the tunnel? Why did you become like this? Have you seen Gu Shi?" She calmed herself down and said, "Some people couldn't wait and wanted to steal a car to leave. They clashed with the volunteers, and then the car robbers ran into zombies after they rushed out, and brought the zombies back. Everyone was scared, and I don't know who said that we had more people, so whoever rushed out would survive. As a result, there was chaos, and many people died." Her eyes suddenly began to blur, and her voice became weaker. I hurriedly asked, "Where's Gu Shi? Have you seen Gu Shi?" "Gu Shi, parking lot, volunteer." Her voice gradually became weaker, and then she was completely breathless. I laid her flat on the ground and began to look around. Not long after, she began to move again under my feet. She was moving so fast that she should have transformed into a violent zombie. People who were scratched to death by zombies have a certain chance of turning into violent zombies. There is not much data to refer to, so we can only judge based on the speed of transformation. She transformed so quickly, there is a high chance that she will turn into a violent zombie. I pulled out my gun, pointed it at her forehead, and shot her decisively. I believe that if she had time to explain her affairs, she would definitely not want to become a monster that harmed people unconsciously. From what she said just now, I can get some information. Gu Shi should be staying with the volunteers in the tunnel of the underground parking lot. But this place is at least 2 streets away from there, and there are people coming and going and zombies mixed together. Will Gu Shi stay where he is or try to come out to find me? I looked at the vast sea of people and was at a loss for a moment. Chapter 48, Retrograde. The chaotic scene of more than 100,000 people was so chaotic that you couldn't even see more than 10 meters away. There were people and zombies everywhere. All kinds of noisy screams and curses poured into my ears like waves, impacting my mind. I was a little dazed. When the decibel exceeded a certain value, I seemed to hear nothing. Those shouts seemed to be floating from a distant place. I felt like I was spinning, or the world was spinning. I wanted to squat down with my head in my hands and ignore all this. Just when I was about to collapse under the tremendous pressure, a hand hooked heavily on my arm and pulled me up, saving me from the state of being lost. I looked closely and found that it was Chin Chung, Wang Bushiyuan and others. I don't know when they abandoned the car and came to me. Hundreds of soldiers behind them began to slaughter the zombies around them and rescue as many people as possible. "Are you crazy? Standing here in a daze?" Chen Cheng shouted angrily. "Do whatever you want to do. Don't stop here. We are here. Go find Gu Shi." I finally came to my senses, patted Chen Cheng's shoulder gratefully, cheered myself up, and rushed into the deepest part of the crowd without hesitation. The ratio of refugees to zombies was about 10 to 1. At this ratio, the zombies were chasing people madly, which made them less scary. Although these refugees were in a panic and many were knocked down by zombies, those who had weapons in their hands were fighting with the zombies, which greatly reduced the pressure of going against the flow. I ran madly towards the underground garage with a pickaxe in my hand. As long as there were zombies around me, I would knock them down hard. As for saving people, I no longer had time to save people. There was only one direction in my eyes. I shouted Gu Shi's name as I ran, or stopped a running refugee to ask if they had seen Gu Shi, but they were all scared out of their wits. No one answered my questions. They just struggled to break free from my people and ran away. I gritted my teeth and moved forward, but I didn't expect that my straight charge would run directly into a circle of 5 or 6 zombies. It was too late for me to retreat. I took out my pistol and fired a whole magazine of bullets without thinking. I knew my shooting skills were not accurate, and I didn't have time to aim. I just wanted to get out of the encirclement as soon as possible. The 20-round rapid-fire pistol only blew up the heads of 4 zombies, and the others hit their bodies. I smashed the head of one of the remaining 2 with a pickaxe, threw the pistol to crush the nose of another zombie, and then poked it hard into its skull. The zombie's blood splattered all over me. After killing my way through, I was no longer recognizable as a human being, and was almost the same as a zombie. The power of 100,000 refugees rushing out together is amazing. When I first arrived here, it was still chaos, with zombies surrounding and biting people. Now many zombies have been knocked to the ground and then stepped on by countless people. Some zombies' heads were slowly crushed, and they became motionless after struggling for a while. The speed of going backwards was very slow. When I ran across 2 streets, I finally saw familiar faces. Several combat volunteers were rushing out together in an array of hungry people. Although the speed of a group of several people would be much slower, it was safer. I suddenly felt relieved to see them. At least what I taught them was put into use. If they were not surrounded by large numbers of zombies, they would have a great chance of getting out alive. "Boss!" they shouted when they saw me. "Come here!" I rushed over quickly. They just happened to kill the zombies around them. They looked at me excitedly and said, "I knew you would come back. Fong Air said you would never come back and instigated the refugees to escape on their own. We couldn't stop them, and we were afraid that we would have no chance to leave after they rushed out, so we could only run with them." There was guilt in their tone. I patted their shoulders and said, "Don't be like this. We trained you so that you could survive. You did a great job. If you meet other volunteers again, remember to stick together. It's impossible for one person to survive. I'm leaving now. Have you seen Gu Shi?" They nodded immediately, and one of the volunteers said, "Sister-in-law is still in the parking lot near the tunnel exit. Wang Lei and Su Chang are protecting her. They said they must wait for you." Some residents were also hesitant at first, but almost all of them left when we left. "Boss, let's go back with you to pick up sister-in-law." I looked at them gratefully and said, "No, it's enough for me to get the exact news about her from you. Go quickly and remember what I said. We will meet again if we are destined to. You must survive." After saying that, I hugged them one by one, and gave them 2 grenades from my waist, and continued to go backwards with the iron rod. The road ahead was still difficult to walk on, but this time I got the news from Gu Shi, and my heart was full of strength. I walked faster. The closer I went to the tunnel, the more zombies there were around me. Fortunately, my body was already stained with too much zombie blood. Many zombies I bumped into were killed by me with the iron rod before I could tell them apart. This killing lasted for nearly an hour. I finally saw the underground garage. There were more zombies here, and the ground was full of corpses. I couldn't tell which were zombies and which were humans. There was blood mixed with zombie body fluids everywhere, and it was extremely smelly. It stimulated me so much that I wanted to cry. Under my feet, I began to see human bodies that had been scratched or bitten to death by zombies. However, their bodies were already severely damaged, probably because they were trampled by the huge crowds of people. They could not get up from the ground and were roaring and threatening. I carefully stepped over them and finally found a relatively spacious road. I summoned up my last bit of strength and rushed into the underground garage. There were no people here anymore. The residents of the shelter had already rushed far away. The only ones left here were zombies, alive or dead. I rushed into the underground garage and looked around hastily. There were at least dozens of zombies in front of me, besieging something. My intuition told me that Gu Shi and the others must be there. I rushed over without thinking and attacked the zombies from behind. The zombies were too focused on the prey in front of them and didn't notice my arrival at all. After I killed 5 of them in one breath, they discovered me. However, the people they besieged also took the opportunity to rush out. It was Wang De, Su Chang and several volunteers. We worked together to kill all the zombies. Then I saw Gu Shi standing at the back of the crowd with a hand axe in his hand. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I saw she was safe and sound. I stumbled and fell to the ground. The running all the way and the mental worries almost crushed me. Su Chang and Wang Lei came over with smiles on their faces and pulled me up. "Thank you, really?" I thanked everyone sincerely, and then walked to Gu Shi's side. There were tears in her eyes and she was still holding the hand axe tightly in her hand. I recognized that the hand axe was the one I gave her in Xianjin Township, and she has kept it until now. "Do you think I won't come?" I asked in a low voice. "Never," Gu Shi said firmly, then threw himself into my arms. Unfortunately, now is not the time to be affectionate. I looked at the others and said, "Let's go. If we don't leave now, we will be stuck. The refugees are desperately rushing out. Countless people have been scratched and bitten by zombies and are mixed in with the main group. Something might happen at any time. We have to chase after them now and use their impact to leave. Take everything you can and don't waste it. There will be no such good opportunity to leave here again." Actually, there was nothing left in the third outpost as they were all looted by the refugees who arrived earlier. However, we could still find some leftover food and water in the corners. We quickly packed our bags and rushed out of the underground garage, running in the direction we came from. My strength had long been exhausted, and I was now moving forward entirely on my will. Su Chang and Wang Lei had already lost the best time to leave in order to protect Gu Shi, and I couldn't let them waste any more time for me. When we rushed out, many of the former refugees on the ground had turned into zombies and were staggering to their feet again. However, we found that these new zombies still needed some time to adapt to their bodies, which gave us a great opportunity. We rushed past them without hesitation, trying to save energy and not provoke them. Soon we caught up with the tail end of the refugee tide. They did not run fast, they were carrying too many things or were injured, there were too many people and the streets were too narrow, so they could not run fast at all. In addition, the zombies were wreaking havoc among them, and everyone was in a mess in order to avoid or kill them. It is both a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that we don't need just a few people to attack a swarm of tens of thousands of zombies. The bad thing is that after tonight, many of the refugees who have enjoyed half a year of peace and tranquility will stay here and will never be able to leave. I wiped the sweat off my forehead, drank the half bottle of water in my pocket in one gulp, and said to the people around me, "Line up and charge forward. Wang Lei and Su Chang, you two lead the way. I really can't charge anymore. The rest of you follow me and provide support from the flanks. Gu Shi, be careful." In fact, needless to say, everyone has been protecting Gu Shi in the middle along the way. After all, she is the only girl. However, Gu Shi also carried a large bag with various necessities such as medicines. If we can escape, these medicines will be very valuable. "We can't just follow them, we have to be faster than them," I said anxiously. "Boss, why? Isn't it safer to follow them?" A volunteer asked me, somewhat confused. When I came here, I saw many people who were scratched but were still running. It takes time for zombies to transform, some are fast and some are slow. If we run behind, we may catch up with them and transform into zombies. By then, we will have no chance at all. I know everyone is tired, and I am about to vomit, but we have to persevere even if we are tired. You have paid a lot for the shelter, and I hope you all survive. Come on, grit your teeth and run, I said loudly. The volunteers around me, including Su Chang and Wang Lei, were from the first group that followed me, otherwise they would not have risked their lives to protect Gu Shi until I arrived. In this chaotic situation now, I'm lucky to be able to survive. It's impossible for me to take care of other refugees. Moreover, I know that I can't save them. No one can say for sure how many of these hundreds of thousands of people will survive in the end. And don't forget that this is only a group of about 10,000 zombies. There are still many zombie groups of this size before leaving Tahai City. Run! Run desperately! Chapter 49. It seems like a world away. When we were about to charge into the large crowd, I suddenly waved my hand to ask them to stop. I poked a few zombies struggling on the ground with an iron rod, squatted down, and scooped up a handful of sticky juice and smeared it on my body. The others immediately understood what I meant and followed my example to quickly disguise themselves. These people around me were the first to follow me, and they were also the first group of people who vomited all over the place while learning camouflage. Now they are used to vomiting and are adept at smearing camouflage on their bodies. We made a rough disguise for ourselves as quickly as possible. I didn't dare to apply it all because I was afraid of being injured by mistake. The large group in front is now in chaos. People may kill each other, not to mention seeing a group of us with the foul smell on our bodies. Squatting down to rest for a while helped me recover some strength, but I'm still on the verge of collapse. Now is the time to rely on perseverance to survive. If I think about taking a rest, I may really fall into an eternal sleep. We rushed into the main group, and sure enough, the zombies around us didn't chase us right away. Looking at the ordinary people struggling, I couldn't help but shout, "Disguise! Disguise, what did I teach you?" After hearing my reminder and seeing our outfits, these people who were only concerned with running finally realized what was going on. Some of them immediately began to disguise themselves, but more people hesitated for a moment and still ran away. I couldn't help but feel helpless. They must be afraid that if they stopped, they would miss the best chance to escape. But haven't you heard the saying that sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood? I did what I could and continued to break through with Wang Lei and Su Chang. Now I can't contact Qingcheng, Wang De, Wang Buxuan and his group. They abandoned the car and slaughtered the zombies. I don't know if the transport vehicle and the strongest Oriental armored vehicle were taken away. If we can get back on the car, the possibility of our leaving will reach 80%. However, we are now in the center and rear of the main force. The refugees in front had already come into contact with Qingcheng and his team when I was going against the flow. I guess many of them had already set their sights on the Dongfeng armored vehicle and the transport vehicles behind at that time. Qingcheng is a soldier, and it is impossible for him to conflict with ordinary people because of this matter. Moreover, from the time he woke me up from my confused state, he had already given up the car and focused on killing zombies and rescuing more people. Almost 2 hours have passed since then. I don't know how Qingcheng and the others are doing now, and whether Wang De and Wang Buxuan are still alive. If we don't stick together in this national escape, we will definitely not survive. This is not a drama where a lone hero can save the world. If we want to survive, we need the cooperation of everyone. Fortunately, I have Su Chang and Wang Lei by my side, as well as the first few volunteers who followed me. In terms of combat power, we are strong enough. However, people are selfish. Of course, I hope that people like Qingcheng will join my team. We have been through life and death together many times, and we respect each other. With their joining, our chances of survival will be greater. I tried hard to identify the direction. It was almost dawn and the zombies would not be in a long time since they were in a state of stiffness. Although moving among the zombies would greatly affect their stiffness, this area was still some distance from the city exit. By the time we arrived, we might be able to catch up with the zombies there entering a state of stiffness. In this way, we might be able to rush out of Tahai City in one go. Our team was very close, and Su Chang and Wang Lei broke through the crowd like two sharp knives. We knocked away both people and zombies at an extremely fast speed. My legs were almost numb, and I was almost running forward by inertia. I bit my tongue hard and the severe pain made me shudder. My body was temporarily full of strength again. I protected Gushi with one hand and used the other hand to desperately knock down all the zombies that approached me. I was almost exhausted even though I had good physical strength. Along the way, I saw too many people falling to the ground and crying due to exhaustion. They used their hands and feet to crawl forward for fear of being left behind by the large group. Many of them were the elderly, the weak, women and children. They had many injuries on their bodies and had not yet been transformed into zombies. Many more had been surrounded and bitten by zombies, and would not die for a while. The despair mixed in their screams moved me. But I couldn't save them. They had all been scratched by zombies. If I saved them, it would only delay the best opportunity for us to escape. Even if I saved them, I would inevitably end up killing them with my own hands. Gushi turned her head away with some reluctance. I was not familiar with those refugees. Most of the time I was on the front line. Gushi was different. She had been in charge of logistics since the day we returned to Tahai City. She might have seen too many familiar faces falling to the ground along the way. I guess she was deeply touched. I couldn't help but pat her on the back with my hand. She looked at me with a miserable smile. There is strength in numbers. When we rushed to the middle of the large group, we were shocked to find that almost half of the tens of thousands of zombies at the beginning were dead. Although the refugees were eager to escape, many people also killed the zombies for self-protection. With hundreds of thousands of people attacking together, even if only 1/10 of them took action, it would be enough for the zombies to bear. The key is that many people died or were scratched and turned into new zombies. For the time being, the proportion is not very large. The further we go, more and more people will turn into zombies, and they will suddenly attack and injure people in the crowd. Just as I was looking around, I suddenly saw a few familiar figures not far away. Qin Cheng was slumped on the ground, motionless, and Wang Buxuan was waving a mace he had picked up from somewhere. This was an anti-theft weapon used by some residential buildings. This kind of thing was very popular in the early years, but later it was confiscated because of its great destructive power. When we were in the shelter, we took it out of the police station's warehouse and distributed it to some people. If it weren't for Wang Buxuan and Wang Lei's physique, the true power of this thing could not be brought into play. At this moment, Wang Buxuan was waving his mace like a god, smashing away all the zombies that were besieging him. The mace was so powerful that, although not as invulnerable as in martial arts novels, it also had the momentum of a single man blocking 1,000. Wang De was behind him to protect Qin Cheng, and the rest of the soldiers were scattered around, killing zombies frantically. When we came together, there were about 200 soldiers, but now there are only a dozen around. I don't know if they were sacrificed or got lost. I hope it's the latter. Wang Buxuan! Wang Lei shouted. Wang Buxuan and the others turned around and saw us, their faces showing joy. Several soldiers worked together to force back the zombies around them. Wang Lei and Su Chang rushed over first. With our participation, the zombies in this area were quickly cleared. I rushed over and looked at Qin Cheng, who was lying on the ground, and asked, "What happened?" "It's all right." Wang De breathed a sigh of relief. "Our team was dispersed, and then we were surrounded by dozens of zombies. Captain Chen fainted from exhaustion, but he was not injured." I breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Wang Dao's words. Qin Cheng contributed everything for Tahai City and the refuge area. If he was bitten by a zombie, it would be too unfair. Gushi hurriedly took out a packet of glucose powder from his bag, and then filled a kettle with mineral water. Taking advantage of the rare break opportunity, he gave each of us a cup. After giving Qin Cheng a drink, he pinched his philtrum for a while. He finally woke up faintly, and smiled with relief after seeing me. He reached out and shook hands with Wang Lei and the others. Tonight was really a long night. We faced the zombie siege and then forced a breakthrough. After we separated, I went back alone, and now we meet again. We look at each other as if we were in another world. "Where are your soldiers? Can you find them back?" I asked in a low voice. "It's difficult, but we agreed before that saving our lives is the priority. If we get separated, we should gather near Rainbow Square, which is not far from the exit of Tahai City and is also the next large zombie gathering point. We need to unite our forces and rush out," Qin Cheng said. I nodded and felt relieved. We were all exhausted and could not go far on our own. Qincheng's soldiers were undoubtedly the most powerful group. If we could act together, more refugees would have the opportunity to follow us out. I looked at the zombie corpses all over the ground. The battle here was the most intense. Qincheng had an excellent physique, but he was exhausted and fainted from fighting. It shows how difficult the previous battle here was. Refugees kept catching up with us and rushing forward. I looked at the terrain and said, "In about half an hour, the zombies will enter a state of stiffness. The zombies in this area have either been taken away or died. Let's take a break and replenish our energy. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Otherwise, we can't rush out even if we follow the large army." Qincheng and the others nodded in agreement, and we immediately went to rest. Wang Buishuan plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. It seemed that he paid a great price to stop the zombies' attack after Qincheng was exhausted. We hurriedly took out the food we brought from our backpacks, which were all biscuits, bread, instant noodles and the like, and forced them down with water. We were already starving, and did not care about the simplicity of the food. We ate it all in no time. "How's the car?" "This is the question I'm more concerned about." Qincheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Wang De helplessly continued, "After you left, we hesitated for a while and followed you. We happened to encounter the first wave of refugees. They were scrambling to get on the car, but there were too many people and we couldn't get on. Some people even scolded us for not taking them with us. In the end, all the tires were punctured." I was stunned to hear his words. I couldn't believe what he said. He couldn't leave and he wouldn't let us leave. Gu Shi couldn't help but said, "How can this be? Forget it, disaster is imminent and human nature is evil. Those cars were originally used to attack the lost groups and clear the way for the refugees. Now they can't be used. Let's just leave it to fate," I said speechlessly. "What if zombies attack the refugees? Should we still rescue them?" a soldier asked weakly. I looked at him with a big head and his clothes torn into several pieces. If he hadn't been wearing a protective suit, he would have been killed by the zombies. Looking at his confused expression, I couldn't help but say, "Save them as much as you can, and give up if it's beyond your ability." We rested there for half an hour. The water mixed with glucose powder and the food restored a lot of our strength. The army has its own set of massage techniques to relieve muscle pressure. After Qincheng taught everyone, we continued to massage our bodies, and when we stood up again, we were full of energy again. We began to count the weapons and ammunition, and were about to face a more difficult challenge of leaving the city. Chapter 50, Final Level. After I ran out of bullets in my pistol, I threw it out to hit the zombies. I was in a hurry to get on with my life and was surrounded by several zombies. The situation was critical and I didn't care about the value of the gun. I also had a submachine gun, 3 magazines, and 3 grenades on me. I originally brought 5 grenades, which I distributed to several volunteers to help them in the raid. Qincheng and his men had almost used up their weapons and ammunition. They still had some grenades, but all the bullets were gone. There were still some in the car. They punctured the tires, but the glass was bulletproof and they couldn't open it. I saw with my own eyes that they smashed it for a long time before they left cursing, said a soldier indignantly. I looked at him with a smile. This soldier was called Lin Yu. He was only 19 years old and had been in the army for only 2 years, but he was very skilled. He was one of the companions who followed Qincheng and me to Tahai City General Hospital to get medicine. He was very accurate with a gun and was very good with a dagger, but his personality was a bit like a child. He got angry when he encountered such things. I understood his feelings, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "It's human nature. It's understandable. They are all ordinary people with joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. They haven't received any professional training. It's normal for them to be furious, panicked, and resentful. Let's go and get the equipment." Our strength has recovered, except for Qincheng, who was too exhausted before, and now his steps are a little unsteady, but it's no big deal. The main force is nowhere to be seen. Judging from their marching speed, the first ones to be hit should have come into contact with the next wave of zombies. We found the car we took when we came here. I looked at everything in front of me with a bit of a laugh and tears. The tires of the large transport trucks behind were all flat. The Dongfeng armored vehicle was made of bulletproof material all over, but it couldn't be driven. The gaps between the tires were actually locked with chains. I don't know who did it. It's a typical case of harming others without benefiting oneself. Fortunately, they couldn't touch the things in the car, otherwise it would be like robbers leaving nothing behind. There were more than a dozen of us around us. Even if we could open the chain lock, we couldn't fit everything in. The rest of us were opening the doors to get supplies, ammunition, etc. I glanced at Ching, patting the Dongfeng armored car reluctantly and muttering something. I walked over, patted his shoulder and said, "Why, you're reluctant to leave?" "Well, this is a gift from our old leader. When we came to support Tahai City, he said the situation here was critical and asked me to drive a good car over. There were only a few cars in the regiment. I promised him at that time that I would drive it back safely. Now it seems that I can't do it." Chin Cheng's tone was very bleak, and he patted the hood hard, as if he was saying goodbye to an old friend. I understood his feelings, but couldn't think of any words to comfort him, so I could only squeeze his shoulders hard again to make him relax. We brought a lot of weapons and ammunition, but unfortunately we couldn't carry the heavy machine gun without a car. This time it was Wang Buxuan's turn to be reluctant to leave. Fortunately, there was no deep affection between him and the heavy machine gun, but it was a pity that such a useful weapon could not be carried with him all the time. A dozen of us updated the magazines and took all the weapons that could be loaded. Each person was given at least 2 guns, which was the basis for our survival. "If we meet our companions later, share some of our guns and ammunition with them," Chin Ching said as he desperately stuffed ammunition into his marching bag. However, there were not many grenades left, only about 10 in total, but there were still a few time detonators that could be used. After getting ready, we started to speed up. We encountered many refugees who turned into zombies wandering on the road. Except for 2 violent zombies that we killed, the other zombies didn't pay much attention to us. Lin Yu was angry. These 2 zombies were the last ones he dealt the final blow to. I don't know who he was venting his anger on these zombies. Anyway, this kid's skills are quite good, so Ching Ching and I let him vent his emotions. After all, such a long night was too difficult for him who was only 19 years old. The closer we got to the city center, the louder the noise became. After resting for half an hour, we finally caught up with the main group. Just as I had expected, their march was extremely slow. The distance from the 3rd stronghold to here had long exceeded the limit they could bear. But the people in front were running while those behind dared not rest. When we caught up with them, everyone was basically dragging their legs as they walked, but their gnashing teeth made them look like they were fleeing. Ever since I learned that they had punctured all their tires, my feeling towards them has changed. One should not ask for too much. Apart from our closest friends and family, we no longer owe these refugees anything. However, just when we were speeding up to rush into the main force, we were stopped and our way was blocked by hundreds of refugees. "Su Yang! Take us away now! Captain Chin, give me a gun! Is there any food left? Can you give me some?" The person who asked this question was clearly carrying a bulging bag on his back, but he greedily stared at the marching bag behind us. It turned out that some people are indeed greedy. Lin Yu was already angry with this group of people, so he stepped forward and shouted, "We have no more, we didn't even bring enough for ourselves, you guys figure it out. What's your attitude? Are you still a soldier of the people? Is this what the army taught you?" An old man immediately jumped out and pointed at Lin Yu and scolded him. Lin Yu's face flushed, but he couldn't say anything to refute. He probably established the concept of serving the people from the first day he joined the army. Now that this old man was using justice to pressure him, he definitely couldn't say anything excessive. I snorted coldly and stepped forward to answer. "If it weren't for them, you would have died in the shelter a long time ago. Stop pretending to be stupid and disrespectful. What kind of world has this become? Do you still expect everyone to do you a favor? Do you think everyone in the world is your mother?" The old man didn't expect my words to be so vicious. He coughed in anger. He pointed at me with trembling fingers and couldn't speak. I ignored him and looked at the hundreds of refugees blocking us and shouted, "How did I arrange the original plan? I asked you to stay at the 3rd stronghold and wait for me to meet up. We will concentrate our strength to take you out, but what about you? You listened to the instigation of the villain and left without permission, alarming the group. How many people died because of your impulse? Those military vehicles were originally used by us to clear the way for you. Tell me, are there any of you who gave up locking the tires and wheels? Now you feel desperate and come to ask us to take you out? Good luck, follow us if you are willing." If I hear anyone asking others to sacrifice for you unconditionally, you will find a way to leave. My words made many people lower their heads, probably those who participated in those events. I glanced at them coldly, and took the lead to clear the way with my gun. Everyone silently made way for us, and after we passed, they followed us quietly. Lin Yu trotted all the way to my side and whispered, "Brother Suyang, thank you." I patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Captain Chin, your mission ended the moment the refuge area was destroyed. From now on, you have to live for yourself and don't have to be manipulated by these people anymore." Lin Yu nodded heavily and ran over to whisper something to the other soldiers. We were in the middle of the main force. I guess my words had spread. Many refugees turned their heads away in shame when they saw us. I ignored them and kept moving forward faster. After thinking for a while, I said loudly, "The zombies will be stiff for a while before the sun rises in the early morning. That's our best chance to rush out of Tahai City. If you don't want to be left behind, just grit your teeth and move forward." After my words spread, the speed of the entire army increased slightly, but the team was large and their physical strength was overdrawn, so the speed increase was really limited. But as time went on, we finally broke through 2 waves of zombie blockades in succession, and we were not far from the exit of Tahai City. Many people died and turned into zombies. We were so tired of killing along the way, but the good news is that our team has expanded to 50 people. Soldiers joined in one after another after hearing the news from us, but they also brought a lot of bad news. Half of the 200 soldiers who came here have sacrificed their lives to protect the refugees. Qin Cheng's face looked very ugly when he heard the news. We stopped and observed a 3-minute silence on the spot. This time no one dared to object. I have been keeping an eye on Fang Er's movements, but unfortunately no one has seen her and Editor-in-Chief Wang. At that time, only Liao Xiaobai was killed to give her a warning and make her feel fearful. I didn't expect that she would immediately start to persuade the refugees to leave without permission after arriving at the 3rd stronghold. For her, this kind of chaos is her opportunity. I guess she has already camouflaged herself with zombie body fluids and is hiding in a corner to observe the movements of the large army. The terrain of Tahai City is not a plain. When the large army arrives here, they will face a wide downhill main road. After going down this slope, they will enter another small city center. This was the former center of Tahai City, but with the passage of time and the development of the city, it is no longer so important. However, there were still many people living here, and there were also a lot of zombies gathered here. As long as we rush through here successfully, we will not be far from the exit of Tahai City. We can bypass the largest city center, but we cannot escape this original city center, as if there is a will of heaven. Our team has grown from 50 people to hundreds, and former volunteers have joined us one after another. However, compared with the huge number of refugees, it is still too small and has no such great influence. Moreover, the refugees at the front are already furious. Seeing the exit right in front of them, they rush into the original city center like crazy. No matter how we shout and stop them from behind, it is useless. The people in the front are driving the people behind to rush out with their families. I looked up at the sky. In fact, if we wait another half an hour, the zombies will enter the state of stiffness, and we can find a way to bypass them or reduce the conflict with the zombies. But now, with the dim light of the sky, I find that those zombies that have not entered the state of stiffness have unexpectedly become violent. Chapter 51, No Return. Looking at the zombies that suddenly sped up, I felt a bit amused and helpless. How can I describe it? It was like when they were in a bad mood after waking up. The zombies that were supposed to go to bed were suddenly disturbed, and as a result, they erupted with anger and strength that were not normal for them. The first batch of refugees who rushed over pushed each other, trying to push others towards the zombies. As a result, after the chaos, no one was left behind. The refugees were entangled by the zombies and stopped, but the momentum of the refugees behind was too strong, and they were hit as soon as they stopped. In an instant, countless people were injured, and with the rampage of the zombies, it was obvious that they would not survive. More than 100 of us formed a circle, and the people on the periphery linked their arms to form a protective belt to resist the refugees who were desperately rushing down from all around. We were initially in the last row of the refugee team, but now we are in the middle front. However, I don't intend to race against time with these refugees. It's too chaotic now. If we rush forward blindly, we will get hurt by our own people. The people around me also understood what I meant, and they held each other tightly to resist the impact, waiting for a better opportunity. The number of zombies in this former city center cannot be underestimated. There are more zombies than the previous one, and the fighting power of the enraged zombies has increased sharply. They were originally numerous, and now their fighting power is even stronger. Most of the first batch of refugees who rushed down fell to the ground, and the impact force from behind made it impossible for them to retreat. They could only be pushed forward. I don't know how many people died at the hands of their own people. "Boss, when are we going to go up?" A volunteer couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling a little, obviously frightened by this crazy scene. "Wait a little longer," I said in a deep voice. "It's not the right time yet. I don't see any hope of getting out yet." This crazy attack lasted for about an hour. When there were fewer people around me, I asked everyone to sit on the ground and rest. I insisted on staring at the front. When the number of refugees rushed and reached a peak, the zombies and the crowd were completely entangled. The zombies' attack power was greatly reduced, and the numerical advantage of the crowd was also reflected. The original city center was occupied in an instant, and a large army began to rush forward in an orderly manner. I finally made a decision and waved my hand and said, "Forward attack formation." The so-called offensive formation is the formation we designed during training based on some training that Qingqing had when he was in the army. Wang Buixuan, Wang De, Qingqing and I led the way, followed by volunteers holding forks and sticks. They stretched out their long weapons from behind to stop the zombies from rushing forward. We took the lead in killing, because among all the people, we and the soldiers had the highest combat effectiveness and were the most efficient in killing zombies, which could save physical strength. If we were tired, the second group of people would take over and provide flank support. In general, it was a scientific and reasonable rotation lineup, which ensured that everyone could make sufficient contributions while saving physical strength to the greatest extent. Because the main force had left for a while, we rushed down very quickly and soon approached them. Just now when I was up there, I had been overlooking the terrain. I remembered in my mind where there were many zombies, where the roads were wide, and where the road surface was flat. When I approached them, I led my men to turn directly into a narrow street next to it. Unlike the main road, there were very few people here, just small groups of zombies. Now my biggest worry is not the zombies, but those crazy refugees. They have lost their minds. I am worried that my safety will not be guaranteed if I rush into them. I am already on the road to escape, and I choose to believe in myself instead of others. "Kill!" I shouted loudly, and several forks at my side rushed forward, directly clamping the neck of the zombie in front of me. The iron rod in my hand pierced the head of a zombie without hesitation, passing through its forehead and brain. I did not stop and kicked it over. I used the pulling force of its fall to pull out the iron rod and then stabbed it into the temple of another zombie. Qingqing, holding a bayonet in his hand, destroyed the zombies in front of him at lightning speed. He had a unique set of fighting skills. He would first make the zombies lose the ability to walk, and then kill them easily. This was the skill he had acquired during his years of military service. I couldn't reach his level yet. Of course, the bloodiest and most spectacular scene was that of Wang Buixuan and Wang Lei. Wang Buixuan looked like a god with a mace in his hand, and he didn't even need the people behind him to help him block the zombies with forks as long as they were not violent zombies. The mace rolled up countless flesh and blood and flew around him, and the zombies within 2 meters of him couldn't get close to him at all. Wang Lei held a huge machete in his hand, and with his strong body, he killed crazily among the zombies like chopping melons and vegetables. With the two of them clearing the way, the zombies in this narrow street were cleared out in a very short time. Across this narrow street is a street park, and the number of zombies here has dropped sharply. We have passed many refugees in a roundabout way and are getting closer and closer to the exit of Tahai City. The main force is still in an anxious state, but many people have rushed out. I don't know if they are injured or not. Unless they only have a scratch on their skin and have good resistance, they may survive. Otherwise, they will basically die if they see blood. We have isolated so many people who were scratched and bitten by zombies in the refugee area. As long as they see blood, no one can survive to the end. It is estimated that no more than half of the hundreds of thousands of refugees will actually survive in the end. I led the team to take a detour as hard as I could. Although it was a long way, the zombies we encountered under my command were all small groups, no more than a few dozen at most. In addition, A large number of refugees were making a lot of noise in the city center, and more zombies were attracted there by the sounds and smells. The pressure on our side was reduced suddenly. While we were running wildly, I suddenly saw a few familiar figures flash by on the street on the side, but they were gone when I looked for them again. I suspected it was Fong Air and Editor-in-Chief Wang and others, but without any definite evidence, I could only run for my life. This rush lasted for nearly 2 hours and we finally saw the exit of Tahai City. We had become a team relatively far ahead. Almost half of the refugee group was killed, but we still managed to break through to the exit. The number of zombies here was much less than when I first came back. Our movements in the city center several times made these zombies move forward. Now it was finally time to reap the rewards. This time, the large group rushed out of Tahai City at the same time as us, and cheers suddenly broke out in the crowd. I looked back at Tahai City. Although there were still many zombies chasing us, it was not a big problem anymore. The zombies on the road were almost negligible. Tahai City had completely become a thing of the past. I looked at this city where I had lived for many years, and I couldn't help but feel infinite emotion in my heart. From being admitted to Tahai City from college, interning at Tahai daily after graduation, and then becoming a qualified reporter, this city has left me with too many memories. If I could choose, I absolutely don't want to see her collapse like this, nor do I want to say goodbye to her in such a bleak way. However, the fact is that I must leave here to survive. According to the current situation, this may be the last time I see her when the sun rises in the early morning, and I should have no chance to come back. The vast majority of people share the same idea as me, especially the older people. Even after experiencing zombie riots and separations of life and death, they are still reluctant to leave their hometowns. Chinese people believe in returning to their roots, but now people have to leave their hometowns in their old age. I think they must feel very uncomfortable. Everyone looked in silence at Tahai City, which was gradually dyed a light golden color by the dawn, and sighed. When this emotion finally subsided, a new problem was placed before us: where to go. The refuge area fell, and Tahai City completely became the base camp of zombies. There was no turning back and they could only keep moving forward. However, Tahai City was connected in all directions, with as many as 7 or 8 roads leading in all directions, and there were branches in the middle. It could be said that those who had shared the joys and sorrows together in the refuge area would never meet again in this life if they chose different paths. Moreover, everyone relied on the numbers to force their way out, and now they would not feel safe if they separated, so there was a lot of discussion for a while. My team and I began to block the exit and kill the zombies that were chasing us. Although we said we didn't care, in order to give these people enough time to think, we still took over the defense. Although we may not be grateful to them, we just regarded it as a beginning and an end. Especially Lin Yu began to show a maturity beyond his age. He no longer complained about the refugees who had made him sad, and concentrated on killing zombies. The exit here is relatively narrow, so we can deal with it for a while longer. The large army quickly made a decision. The road to the east leads to Chenlu City, which is a place we have been to before. It fell earlier than Tianhai City and is no longer of any value. However, beyond Chenlu City is Fengyu City, which is much larger than Tianhai City. The chances of survival are higher if we move to a big city now. In fact, we can also move to a small village, such as the former Xingfu village, but it is more isolated from the world and the power supply should be completely cut off. The most important thing is that there are no basic supplies to support survival, and it is possible that a common cold can kill a person. Most people chose this road, and more people began to disperse and move to various roads. They all had their own goals. Seeing them leave, we also prepared to retreat. The first echelon of people had already withdrawn. We needed to discuss the results in a short time, and then leave. Many people came to us greedily to ask for supplies before leaving. Gu Shi protected the backpack tightly, but finally couldn't help but share some medicines with others. Our resources were also very limited, which was not enough compared to the huge refugee team. After almost everyone had left, we packed up and prepared to leave, but Wang lay next to me suddenly froze on the spot as if he had been electrocuted, staring in one direction and refusing to leave. Chapter 52, Suicide for Love. Wang Lei suddenly stood there motionless. Su Chong called him twice but he didn't respond. I looked in the direction he was looking out of curiosity, and saw a zombie slowly walking towards me from a distance. It had a slender figure and long hair. Its skin had begun to rot, indicating that it had been a zombie for a long time. At first glance, it seemed that it must have been a beauty when it was alive, but now it had turned into a walking corpse, and was walking towards this direction blankly but determinedly. Su Chang impatiently pulled out the iron rod and was ready to deal with the zombie directly. Unexpectedly, he was grabbed by Wang Lei and thrown backwards as soon as he made a move. The movement was so big that Su Chang had no time to react. He stepped back several steps and fell to the ground. Su Chang was also an impatient person. He was probably under a lot of pressure, so he started swearing. I was helping Du Shi pack up not far away. When I saw this, I ran over and asked, "What happened?" "He is sick. He just stood there in a daze and threw me down," Su Chang said angrily. Wang Lei slowly turned his head and looked at me. This look shocked me. He, who usually looked cold and strong, was actually in tears. Su Chang also saw it and stopped muttering. Qing Qing and the others also rushed over without knowing what had happened. "Wang Lei, you..." I couldn't help but speak, completely not understanding what was going on. "Boss, remember when we first met I told you about my girlfriend?" Wang Lei said in a low voice. I nodded. Of course I remembered. At that time, Wang Lei was suspected to be scratched by a zombie and refused to be isolated. We also had a conflict on Tahai Street in Tahai City. At that time, he told me that his girlfriend was transformed into a zombie, but he didn't have the heart to kill her and left. I don't know if she hurt anyone later. I have always regretted it. Wang Lei is very popular among volunteers because he is quiet and capable, strong and good-looking. Many female volunteers like him, but he rejected them with silence because he couldn't forget his ex-girlfriend. Thinking of this, my heart couldn't help but sink. Sure enough, Wang Lei pointed at the female zombie who was walking slowly and said, "That's her." Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. We all looked at Wang Lei, not knowing how to start. Finally, under everyone's gaze, I couldn't help but say, "Death is like the extinguishing of a light. She is a thing of the past. At least you saw her once before she left, although in this form. If she was conscious and knew that you were alive now, she would be happy for you." Wang Lei wiped the tears from his face and said sadly, "Boss, you don't understand us. We both have no parents. We only have each other in our lives. When she turned into a zombie, I couldn't bear to kill her and left. I still regret it now. I didn't expect that God would give me another chance." I had a bad feeling in my heart and shouted angrily, "Wang Lei, don't be impulsive in what you are going to do." At the same time, I winked at Qing Chang and the others, and Wang Buixuan immediately rushed over to capture Wang Lei. However, these two guys usually sparred with each other when they had nothing to do, and Wang Lei was already familiar with Wang Buixuan's tactics. He stretched out his hands, blocked and pushed, and rushed towards the zombie. There was already a hint of determination on Wang Lei's face. "Boss, I know you are good to me, thank you, but I can't let her be alone anymore. I want to stay with her. Please don't stop me," Wang Lei said firmly. I gritted my teeth, completely panicking. I never thought that such a situation would happen. Wang Lei, who usually kept quiet, was so stubborn. I tried to be calm and said, "Wang Lei, even if you want to take her with us, I agree. Don't do anything stupid." Wang Lei smiled miserably and stopped talking. He waited quietly for his girlfriend to approach. The zombie had already lost consciousness. I raised my gun and aimed at the zombie's head. Wang Lei stepped in my way. I shouted angrily, "Fuck! Wang Lei, get the hell out of here! Believe it or not, I'll kill you too! Get the hell out of here!" Wang Lei stood firmly in front of my gun, and Qing Qing and the others also raised their guns. Even if we would be beaten and scolded by Wang Lei in the future, we couldn't just watch him make this decision. However, Wang Lei's body was too strong, and the delicate zombie was completely blocked behind him without any angle. Even the most powerful sniper in the world would be helpless here. The zombie had already stretched out its hand to grab him, but Wang Lei couldn't do it for the time being because of the protective suit he was wearing. Wang Lei calmly threw the machete in his hand back to Su Chang. Wang Lei smiled and said, "Qiangzi, you have always liked this knife, right? I'll give it to you. Don't embarrass me." "Fuck! You lunatic, you are a fucking lunatic!" Su Chang cried loudly. They are my most capable assistants, and have the best personal relationship with each other. Although we often quarrel with each other, The love of living and dying together will never change. Wang Lei smiled freely while taking off his protective suit. It is better to die at the hands of the people I love than at the hands of those irrelevant zombies. I have made up my mind. Farewell, everyone. After I die, I hope the boss can shoot us both in the head. This is my last request. After taking off his protective suit, Wang Lei's body was already covered with scratches, but he did not frown. Instead, he turned his head to look lovingly at the zombies around him. The look in his eyes was creepy yet full of emotion. Gu Shi was already crying, desperately grabbing my sleeve and shouting, "Su Yang, save him, save him!" My eyes were hot and my nose was sore, but Wang Lei had been scratched, and there was no chance of survival. Although we had the angle to shoot now, it was too late. We could only watch the zombie tearing Wang Lei's flesh and blood. "I will never leave you this time," Wang Lei murmured, squatting down and hugging the zombie in his arms, with a look of relief and satisfaction on his face. Finally, he looked at me again and said in a trembling voice, "Boss, live well for me." After saying this, his girlfriend who had turned into a zombie bit off his neck. Blood gushed out, and soon Wang Lei was completely dead, lying in the arms of his zombie girlfriend. Everyone looked at them sadly, not knowing how to express their emotions. Su Chan had already collapsed to the ground crying, holding Wang Lei's knife tightly in both hands, and refused to let go no matter who persuaded him. Gu Shi let go of my sleeves and sat on the ground crying. I picked up the iron rod and slowly walked forward to them. Wang Lei's girlfriend was desperately sucking Wang Lei's flesh and blood at the moment. She had no time to care about me. She just looked at me with threatening teeth. I squatted in front of them, looking at Wang Lei who was already lifeless, and said softly, "I don't agree with your way, but I respect your decision. Since you want to be with her, never separate. Even if you die, you must reincarnate together, and be a happy couple in the next life." After hearing what I said, Wang Lei's zombie girlfriend suddenly stopped sucking flesh and blood, and looked at Wang Lei's body stiffly. After a long time, she suddenly raised her head and let out a shrill roar, and grabbed Wang Lei's arms tightly with both hands, as if she had regained her consciousness at this moment. I couldn't hold back my tears anymore, so I stood up and picked up the iron rod, and hesitated for a long time but still couldn't do it. "Tahai City is completely ruined. You won't hurt anyone anymore. Just stay together forever," I said in a voice that only I could hear, then turned and left. Su Chan took off a talisman necklace from his neck, warmed it in his hands, and tied it to Wang Lei's hand. During this period, the female zombie did not attack at all, which made us puzzled. Can zombies really retain a trace of consciousness besides instinct? Or is it just like Wang Lei said, he and his girlfriend were lonely and helpless since childhood, until they met each other and filled the emptiness in each other's hearts? When two people are together, they become a complete world, and even the vicious corpse poison cannot completely erase this feeling. I wiped away my tears, took one last look at Wang Lei's body, and left Tahai City with everyone. Wang Lei's suicide dealt us a heavy blow. No one spoke along the way. Su Chong was as thin as a monkey, but he insisted on carrying the machete tightly. I heard him talking to himself, as if he was talking to the dead Wang Lei. He said that he must swing the machete to prove it to him. Wang Lei chose to die, which gave me some new perspectives on this already chaotic world, especially the female zombie's final strange behavior, which clearly represented that humanity would not be completely wiped out by the zombie virus. In this case, the antidote must exist. Wang Lei's death gave me a glimmer of hope for this world. With this glimmer of hope, we chose a different path from most people. This road leads to Jiqiu City, a car city, but it is also the nearest military garrison. I made this decision after careful discussion with Qin Cheng. At this time, we must move in the direction of stronger military force so that we can find effective shelter, and then use the army's powerful transportation capabilities to find the refuge points set up by the government, so that we can truly escape the crisis. However, Jiqiu City is too far away from us, and our team of more than 100 people also separated here, because many people hope to go in the direction of their hometown to see if there is a chance to find their families. I had no objection to this decision and I generously shared weapons, ammunition, food, medicine and the like with everyone. Before parting I hugged each of them one by one. From strangers to acquaintances and then to life and death together, although the time we spent together was not long, it will be unforgettable. "Alive!" I said my farewell words concisely. "Alive!" they shouted loudly. Chapter 53, Journey. The strongest survival team was reduced from more than 100 people to 30 people. I did not feel any dissatisfaction because of the reduced safety factor, nor did I exaggerate how dangerous it was to act alone to retain those who wanted to leave. I just hugged them and said take care of each other. It was my honor to fight against zombies in the refugee area with such a group of enthusiastic and capable people. As we were about to part, everyone had tears in their eyes. There was no wine, so we each held a bottle of water to say goodbye. As a reporter who often travels abroad, my biggest advantage is that I am very familiar with the terrain. After telling them how to go to avoid encountering large groups of zombies, we finally parted ways. Chin Ching brought the remaining dozen soldiers to follow us. Many soldiers also chose to leave the team and return to their hometowns to find their relatives. They were all born to their fathers and mothers. After the information was interrupted, everyone was extremely worried about their relatives in their hometowns. Before Gu Shi and I lost contact with the outside world, we called our families and asked them to leave the city immediately and seek refuge in our hometowns, stay away from people who had been injected with Agent X, and try to stockpile supplies to survive. I believe they should listen to me. Naturally, Chen Chum would go with me to Jiqiu City, where the nearest military district is located. Although he was not sent by the Jiqiu military district, he was strictly speaking under its management. Now the army must be protecting the transfer of a large number of humans. They might form a defense at the military district's garrison or at least leave some information so that we don't have to wander blindly. The distance along the way is very long, and we don't have a car yet, so we can only move forward on foot. After counting the equipment and supplies, we started on our journey. Among the more than 30 people, there were 5 female volunteers, plus Gu Shi, a total of 6, which was a good ratio to the men. Moreover, these female volunteers were all strong-willed and good at it, and they were among the best volunteers. Because of the conflicts and unpleasantness with the large group of refugees in the final stage, no one came to rely on us, and our relationship with them ended completely after we left Tahai City. Currently we have a force of more than 30 rifles and pistols, and each person has 1 or 2 cold weapons. However, the biggest problem is food. When distributing supplies before, we tried to give more supplies to those teams that are alone or in groups of 2 or 3. After all, their strength is weak, and their ability to find food will be reduced. Therefore, we must find a place to replenish the supplies before they are exhausted. After leaving the city, there are highways, but the nearest town is not far away, and we should be able to arrive before sunset. Although it is almost autumn and the weather is getting cooler, the scorching sun is still a demon looming over our heads. We moved very fast and were soon sweating profusely. Our water consumption was also a little more than we expected, but there was no way. The electricity supply was cut off almost everywhere. If we did not reach the next supply point before dark, we would most likely be attacked by zombies in the dark. There were also many wandering zombies on the highway, and we were constantly expending our energy to deal with them. Su Chang insisted on carrying the machete that Wang Lei had entrusted to him. He was originally in poor health, and he had to carry the machete, the iron pick, the gun, and the backpack, which weighed dozens of kilograms in total. Gradually, he could not bear it anymore. I walked over, took off his gun, and put it on my back. Wang Buxuan went over and took off his iron rod. Gu Shi also distributed some of the things in Su Chang's marching bag, and the situation finally got better. I shook the last 1/3 of water left in the kettle, and Gu Shi and I each took a sip to relieve the feeling of smoking in our throats. Now we didn't dare to drink water in big gulps. There was wilderness beside the highway all the way, and there were no rivers or any places to get water. After walking for more than half an hour, we finally couldn't walk anymore. The road was so hot under the scorching sun that it was hot enough to burn our feet. The surface temperature was estimated to be almost 50 degrees. The good news was that we finally arrived at a small rest stop. As a temporary stop, at least there was a house to provide shade. We quickened our pace and rushed in. As expected, there were 3 or 5 wandering zombies inside. We quickly dealt with them and threw the bodies out. The first thing we did when we went in was to rummage through the drawers for water. Fortunately, we successfully found a few boxes of abandoned mineral water in the corner of the warehouse in the inner room. Although they had expired for a long time, they were more precious than treasures in our eyes. We quickly distributed them and everyone drank them happily. We filled the remaining water into kettles, and those who had the energy to carry them put them in their bags. It would be a long time before we would come to a rest stop again, and we didn't know if we could find water again. Lin Yu approached us mysteriously and handed me something quietly. I took it and saw that it was actually a bag of beef strips. I didn't know where he got it from. I smiled and waved my hand to refuse, but he insisted on stuffing it into my mouth, so I had to take it and share it with Gu Shi. For the time being, we still have enough food, but it's basically just biscuits and the like. We haven't had food with oil in it for a long time. Not long after, Chen Qin came over and said excitedly, "Hey Su Yang, I think I saw some rabbits in the field over there. Do you want to go and catch some?" I looked out the window. There were forests and farmland near the rest stop. It was not surprising to see rabbits, but there was no running water. I couldn't catch a rabbit and take it with me on the road, so I shook my head and said, "It's too troublesome. I can't wash it. If I don't eat it right away in such a hot day, it will go bad. Let's find out if there are other supplies in the rest area that I can take with me." Suddenly, there was a sound of glass breaking outside. It turned out that Su Chang and his team started to smash the ownerless vehicles with blunt objects. Unfortunately, domestic cars can't be started by pulling out two wires and connecting them together like in the movies, so we are helpless in the face of the rows of cars on the highway. We can only gamble that we will encounter a vehicle with the keys still in the car. After resting for more than half an hour, it was almost afternoon. A few clouds floated in the sky and blocked the scorching sun. We seized this rare opportunity to continue moving forward. After replenishing, our speed increased a lot. If we can maintain this speed, we still have a chance to reach the next town. Then we can find a vehicle and don't have to continue walking. But the heavens seemed to be against us. The clouds in the sky gradually gathered together, a few loud thunders were heard, and big raindrops fell. In a short period of time, it rained heavily. We had to find some vehicles nearby, smash the windows, open the doors and go in to avoid the rain. One volunteer was nearly injured by the zombies that jumped out of the car after smashing the glass. Fortunately, other people came over and killed the zombies and rescued him. The heavy rain accompanied by thunder made us who were hiding in the car look particularly small, and the rain seemed to be endless. As the sky turned dark, our itinerary for today was forced to be terminated. Gu Shi and I hid in a car. There were many empty cars around us. We were basically 3 or 2 people in a car, so it didn't seem crowded. Gu Shi leaned against me and whispered, "This rain comes at a really bad time." "Well, I don't know what happened to the others," I said a little worriedly. "I don't know if those people who left alone are also encountering thunderstorms and have places to hide. As for the large group, we have basically parted ways with them, but some of them are heading towards Jiqiu City. We haven't caught up with them yet, and I don't know what will happen after we catch up. There are also Editor-in-Chief Fang Erwang and others who have disappeared. I always feel that they are a hidden danger, although the sky is high and the sea is vast now and the chance of us meeting again is slim." For a moment, I couldn't help but think about the future of our group. Gu Shi rubbed his head in my arms and said gently, "Everything will be fine." "Yeah," I responded in a low voice and kissed her forehead. At this moment, I suddenly heard something wrong outside. The dark clouds were hanging low, and the sky and the earth were already pitch black. Visibility was not high. I seemed to hear some wrong sounds and could not help but crawl from the front to the back seat to observe. A bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the sky and the earth, and also scared me and made me break out in a cold sweat. A large group of zombies are advancing silently, slowly coming from the front of the highway, and are approaching the convoy where we are hiding. There are quite a lot of zombies, at least several times more than us. They should be the former owners of the cars who turned into zombies on the highway and are now looking for a new base. Gu Shi wanted to speak, and I quickly covered her mouth with my hand and asked her to squat under the back seat. Outside, the only sound was the rain and the occasional roar of the zombies. It seemed that the people in other cars had also discovered this group of zombies and chose to remain silent, hoping not to be discovered by this group of zombies. I had the same idea. In such weather and terrain, we had no advantage at all, not to mention that the number of zombies far exceeded ours. There would be no good outcome if we fought head-on. I hugged Gu Shi and hid in the car, but I still glanced outside to see if the zombies were about to just walk over. Another flash of lightning was accompanied by a loud thunder. The huge noise caused a little commotion among the zombies. One of them suddenly roared to the sky, which drew a series of responses. The huge roar seemed to be telling God about their anxiety and anger, and it unexpectedly drew a response from God. A bolt of lightning struck the zombie swarm and directly turned the zombie with the loudest roar into charcoal. Then this zombie leaned against the car. Our volunteer was in the car. The lightning struck the car at the same time. I clearly heard 2 screams coming from the car. It should be the people who were watching who were electrocuted at the same time. The chance of surviving being struck by natural lightning is very low. The key is that the screams of 2 people immediately alarmed the zombies. The zombie swarm immediately rushed to the car, began to drag and bite through the window, and discovered the people in the car and also discovered where we were. In an instant, all the zombies pounced on us. "Get down and don't show your head!" I hurriedly told Gu. She picked up the iron bar, opened the car door, and rushed out. This weather gun is definitely ineffective. We can only rely on our own abilities to deal with it. Chapter 54: Heavy Losses. In a violent storm, guns will certainly be submerged in water and will not be able to play their due role. The car that was first hit by lightning has been overturned by zombies. The 2 companions inside were probably electrocuted to death long ago. Now the zombies have smashed the glass and dragged them out, tearing them apart and eating them. The moment the lightning illuminated the earth, it also exposed us who were spying on the zombies in the car. Whether we like it or not, we have been exposed. Now we are besieged by hundreds of zombies. We can only stand a chance if we try our best. I rushed out of the car holding a bar and slammed the door shut. Gu Shi had a gun in his hand, so as long as he didn't run out of the car blindly, there should be no problem. Then, in the flash of lightning, I saw Chen Cheng and others jumping out of other cars. They all made the same judgment as me. If we hid in the car, we would only be eliminated little by little. We might as well try our best to gamble on the chance of winning. It was dark and raining heavily, so there might be a chance. Gu Shi's and my car was a little distance away from them, so we didn't attract too much attention from the zombies when we rushed out. I rushed over from behind and killed 2 zombies as quickly as possible, then shouted loudly to attract their attention, because many people were trapped in the car and couldn't get out, and now the first priority was to release all the fighting power. Following my demonstration, Qin Cheng and the others also began to fight and move around, and at the same time used the iron tools in their hands to hit the cars around them to make noise, causing the zombies to split up and chase us. More than 100 zombies could not form a threatening encirclement to us due to the barrier of the cars. I killed 3 zombies in a row and moved more than 10 meters, using various cars as barriers, and fighting with the zombies at the moment when the lightning illuminated the earth. There is a thunderstorm tonight, and electric dragons are running rampant between heaven and earth. The thunder and lightning that initially troubled us have now become a guiding light in our battle. If it weren't for these lightnings, we would have been torn to pieces by the zombies in the dark. After the battle lasted for 5 minutes, all the fighters in the cars rushed out successfully. I could only hear their roars but could not see their position clearly. There were too many zombies around. I lost my vision several times at the moment of attack and didn't know where to poke in the dark. Anyway, as long as I couldn't see, I would wave the iron rod in my hand desperately. No matter what I hit, I would not let any zombies get close to me. We have also done this kind of night training before, but because this kind of actual combat training is too dangerous, I just roughly talked about some ideas. The heavy rain soaked me the moment I came out. The rain was heavier than I had ever seen before. Even now, even with the lightning in the sky, my vision could not penetrate the rain. I could only see 1 or 2 meters in front of me. I could no longer hear the shouts of Ching Ching and the others. From the beginning, we consciously wanted to cooperate, but now we have become a complete single-handed fighter. I gradually felt panic in my heart, and began to move closer to them based on my intuition, hoping to meet up with them before making plans. The lightning suddenly disappeared, and the earth was pitch black. We seemed to be covered in a pot. The sound of the violent rain made other sounds vague and distant, and it was impossible to distinguish the direction. I don't remember how many zombies I killed, but there were at least 10. Just now, I seemed to see a zombie in front of me. I swung an iron rod with all my strength and smashed it down, but it hit a car, and the iron rod flew out of my hand. I don't know where it fell. I fumbled to pull out the bayonet from my waist, stood in a defensive posture, and listened desperately for any noise around me. The rain was getting heavier, as if someone had smashed the guardrails of the Milky Way and was unscrupulously leading the water to the human world, as if to wash away the sins of the human world in this way. I gritted my teeth and even closed my eyes at certain times, letting my hearing solve the problem for me. The sound of the rain was urgent but simple. What was not simple was the sound of death footsteps mixed in the rain. I suddenly opened my eyes, staring in one direction, and with the extremely faint light brought by the lightning in the distance, I saw a zombie that had pounced in front of me. The bayonet in my hand has been ready for a long time, and I stabbed it into its eye socket without any fancy moves, then slashed it to the left. The back of my bayonet has a barb, which can bring out a lot of flesh and blood while stabbing. This directly killed the zombie. If I could see it, I really wanted to squat down and give it another stab. What if I failed to kill it, and it crawled to my feet? It would be too late. I moved my slightly numb legs and began to move forward subconsciously. I bumped into someone in the dark. I immediately took 2 steps back and shouted, "Who?" I had to ask clearly to avoid accidentally hurting my companions. Fortunately, someone immediately responded loudly, "It's me, Zhang-Chi." It turned out to be our Dr. Zhang-Chi. I didn't expect that he would be the first person I met. He and I held each other's arms and I shouted, "Where are they? How are they?" Zhang-Chi shook his head desperately and answered me by shouting, "The rain is too heavy, I can't see anyone, I rushed out by myself, let's not get separated." Although we couldn't see each other clearly, we finally felt a little safe by relying on each other. We slipped under our feet and moved by feeling. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the dark night that had not seen light for a long time. The rain subsided, and I used this rare moment to see the situation around me. Most of the zombies had fallen, and a small number of zombies were besieging our companions over there. However, it seemed that some of us were injured or dead. Judging from the range of the zombie battle, we had lost at least 7 or 8 people. I was in a bad mood, and I tried my best to rush over there with the rare light. The rainstorm finally stopped and visibility improved. I saw Ching leaning against a car and fighting a zombie with a bayonet in his hand. Not far away, Su-chang came over with a big knife and chopped the zombie's head in half. However, Su-chang was so tired that he fell to the ground. It seemed that he was about to overdraw his strength. I looked at the sky anxiously, and together with Zhang-Chi, we killed the 2 zombies around us and rushed over before the light ended. We were not very far away to begin with, and now that the rain had abated, we rushed over in a few steps. Just as we were preparing to rush over together to finish off the remaining zombies, the lightning disappeared again, and the world turned into a terrifying darkness again. I thought of Su-chang who had just fallen, and I gritted my teeth and rushed over in the dark. At this moment, 2 strong beams of light penetrated the drizzling rain and hit the position next to Su-chang, just illuminating a zombie that was about to pounce. Su-chang rolled on the spot following the light, and Ching next to him gritted his teeth, stabbed the zombie to death with a knife, and fell to the ground, motionless. I turned around suddenly and saw a strong light coming from the previous position of my vehicle. It turned out that Gu-shi took out a searchlight from his bag and gave us guidance in the critical moment. There were too many zombies before, and using a strong flashlight would be tantamount to seeking death. Now it came in handy. Gu-shi controlled the flashlight to illuminate us, and those of us who were still able to move killed all the remaining zombies together. After doing all this, everyone collapsed on the ground, and Gu-shi also ran over with his backpack. I don't know if it was God playing a joke on us, but after killing all the zombies, the rain stopped, and even a large area of the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The starlight poured down, allowing us to see each other clearly without the help of a flashlight. I started shouting their names, and I would breathe a sigh of relief every time someone answered. When no one answered, everyone was silent. After the roll call, we knew the losses: 9 people, 1/3 of them were directly lost this time. 3 of them were women. The car they were hiding in was overturned. 4 of the remaining 6 were Ching-cheng's soldiers, and they died unclearly on such a rainy night. Wang Guishuan was injured, not by scratches but by being hit. There was a violent zombie in the team, which hit him on the shoulder and ribs with an iron rod. Gu-shi had already run over to treat him. After resting for a while, we got up to clean up the battlefield, moved the zombies' bodies away, and carried out the bodies of our companions. 2 of them were electrocuted and their bodies were stiff. The rest turned their heads silently. Ching and I used a knife to give each of them a blow on the head. On the way here, we agreed that if anyone couldn't hold on to the end and died on the road, we must find a way to give us a blow, and we would never become wandering zombies. Of course, these things can only be done by Chin-Chung and I. We are the most ruthless among all people. It's not that we want to do this, but someone has to do it. Chin-Chung and I whispered goodbye to them, especially Chin-Chung. These soldiers were all trained by him, and the relationship is so deep that I dare not imagine how sad he must be at this moment. More than 30 people walked for just one day and only about 20 were left. I couldn't help but feel depressed at this loss rate. After burying those companions on the side of the road, the rest of us gathered together. Everyone was obviously in a low mood, and almost everyone was injured in the darkness and heavy rain. Fortunately, they were not scratched or bitten by zombies. Now I think it's a blessing to be able to survive in that situation. Let's speed up tomorrow and start looking for a car after we get to the next town and try to avoid walking. Just now I saw a lot of new zombies in the zombie pile. They should be refugees who escaped from Tahai City. The wave walking in front of us should have also been attacked by zombies. It seems that even if there are others to lead the way for us, it will not be peaceful. I know everyone is sad, and I am sad too, but this is the real world. You should have understood it a long time ago. My words are a bit cruel, but this is the fact. Cheer up, we will set off at dawn, I said in a deep voice. Chin-Chung nodded and continued. Today's situation was an accident. God wants to take us away. The heavy rain and the dark night made our firepower useless. In order to avoid this from happening again, we must pay more attention to weather changes from now on. We will never travel at night unless there are special circumstances. Everyone's mood was still not very high. After all, 9 people had just died. I didn't want to say anything more. Time would dilute everything. Just when I was about to go back to rest, I suddenly felt that there was a new zombie in the zombie pile that looked very familiar. I took the strong light flashlight from Gu Shi and took a closer look. I remembered, isn't this Fang Er's subordinate? The one who escaped from Tahai City with her turned into a zombie and walked back here. Doesn't that mean Fang Er and Editor-in-Chief Wang are ahead of us? Chapter 55, Meeting Fang Er again. I found Fang Er's former subordinates among the zombies, and I informed everyone else of the news as quickly as possible. Fang Er is a person who is keen on power and is very good at controlling other people's thoughts. When the city was broken, it was she who tricked all the refugees into rushing forward, which resulted in massive casualties. She used these people's deaths in exchange for her own safe escape. I just didn't expect that she chose the same direction as us. Her final destination may not be Jichio City like ours, but if we continue like this, we might have a chance to meet again. Since they are enemies rather than friends, we have to fight when we meet. Fang Er and Editor-in-Chief Wang broke through the defense network of Tahai City and led the zombies into the city, which directly destroyed the good situation of the refuge area. They are our mortal enemies. We must get rid of them if we have a chance. There is no possibility of resolving this hatred for the time being. After hearing her news, the people who had been silent became angry again and embarked on the road to move forward. We were lucky this time and the weather was good. Although there were a few thick dark clouds in the distance, it was still sunny above our heads. Our next target was Luoshui Town, which was the first real town outside Tahai City. Both its industrialization and its original wealth ranked among the top towns in Tahai City. Of course, it once had a large population. Many of the refugees in Tahai City at that time were residents of Luoshui Town. According to them, Luoshui Town fell very quickly. Based on this information, we inferred that there must be supplies and vehicles there that meet our needs. However, the problem is that a large number of refugees arrived ahead of us. We don't know if they will snatch all the supplies and stockpile first, or if they will re-establish a refugee area in Luoshui Town. Everything will only be revealed after we arrive. Fortunately, we found a van on the road with the keys still in place. Although it couldn't accommodate more than 20 of us, we could put our backpacks on the back of the van to reduce the pressure. We also used hoses to bring out enough gasoline from other cars to ensure the power of the car. Then we took turns to get in the car to rest, and the speed of travel was much faster than before. Maybe because the refugees ahead had already swept through, this car was the only usable one we found. The windows of other vehicles we saw along the way were basically smashed, and the contents were looted. With a slightly nervous mood, we finally approached Luoshui Town and saw the long-missed skyscrapers and city streets. There were not too many zombies wandering on the streets of Luoshui Town. It was easy to understand. After the outbreak of the Lost Rebellion, a large number of zombies subconsciously gathered in big cities. Almost half of the zombies in Roadside town were gone. The refugees in front arrived earlier than us, and they would definitely clean up the zombies along the way. Not long after entering the city, we saw the refugee settlement. Many beds were built near the city center square. When we appeared in their sight, many people showed surprise and even vigilance. This reaction made me very uncomfortable, and I secretly guessed something in my heart. We had no intention of staying here, but more and more refugees stood up to block the street, and it seemed that they didn't want to let us leave. In order to deal with this problem, we took a short rest outside the city before entering the city. Now we have enough energy to deal with any problems. None of the refugees came up to talk to us, they just blocked the road, as if they were waiting for someone. Soon Fang Er's figure appeared in front of us. Compared with the shelter, she was much more energetic and her whole temperament had changed. She and I looked at each other across the street. The people around me raised their guns at the first moment. As long as I gave the order, Fang Er would definitely be shot to pieces. However, many people rushed out to her side immediately. Some were her former subordinates, and some were guards reselected from the refugees. They had the same feature, they all had guns in their hands. Those are police firearms. After spending a long time with Chen Cheng and the others, I can recognize quite a few guns. It seems that the first thing Fang Er did after entering the city was to clear out all the guns in the police armory and distribute them to those who were willing to be loyal to her. She was obviously the culprit who had brought everyone to this point. I couldn't understand how she convinced so many people. It seems that they have not been here long. There are so many empty houses in Roadside town, but they are sleeping on the floor outside. They are probably afraid of encountering zombies after they disperse. Roadside town is such a big town, and a group of zombies might jump out from somewhere and hurt people. We were facing each other. I tried to search the crowd, but I couldn't find Editor-in-Chief Wang. Editor-in-Chief Wang had persuaded Fang Er to flee abroad to join Huahan Group. Could it be that he slipped away after leaving the city? If that was the case, it would be extremely difficult to find him again. At the most tense moment, Fang Er suddenly smiled. Her smile was pure, like the sun shining through the dark clouds, without any ulterior motives or schemes. If I hadn't known her well, I might have been deceived by her smile. Fang Er said with a smile. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Yeah, I didn't expect it. I responded with a smile, but I didn't let the people around me put down their guns. The people around Fang Er continued to confront us cautiously. I could see that they were very nervous. After all, in the shelter, we were the symbol of strength and protection, and they were just a group of cowards who were unwilling to sign up as volunteers. Fang Erxian, on the other hand, generously waved his hand to let his men put down their guns, looked at me calmly and said, Su Yang, can I have a word with you? Just you and me. I hesitated for a moment. Roadside town now belongs to Fang Er, and the number of people supporting her is many times more than mine. Talking to her alone might lead to falling into a trap. However, I really want to know what she is up to. After thinking about it, I nodded and accepted her invitation. We didn't walk very far, and were still within sight of each other's companions, but they couldn't hear what we said. I said sarcastically, Why can't you see Editor-in-Chief Wang? Did he run away after fooling you? You deserve it. He is that kind of person, and you actually believed his deception. Fang Er turned his head and said calmly, No, I killed him. Killed him? I was stunned. I had never expected this result. I asked in confusion, Aren't you going to flee abroad together? How are you going to leave after you kill him? Fang Er smiled coldly and said, Escape abroad? How can foreign countries be better than China? I have never been interested in unrealistic things. Editor Wang thinks he is using me, so I am also using him. Now that my goal has been achieved, he is useless. If I don't kill him, should I take him with me? Su Yan, don't forget that I am also from Tahai City. I am also a victim. I couldn't refute Fang Er's words, but I still couldn't forgive her and Editor-in-Chief Wang for letting the zombies into the city. After a moment of silence, I said, What do you want? Fang Er looked up at the sky, his eyes revealing a trace of sadness, and he whispered, What do I want? I want power, I want strength, I want to be able to live without having to depend on others. You succeeded, I said indifferently. Then why did you want to talk to me alone? Don't tell me how many hardships and difficulties you have, I won't believe it. You use violence and cruelty to control those who depend on you, and then use gentleness and vulnerability to try to influence those who hold power. To be honest, I don't understand you. Sometimes I don't understand myself. I like to grab something and then destroy it. This idea used to exist only in my mind. Later, the world collapsed, and I found that people are actually very easy to control. Gradually, I couldn't stop. Fang Er said with some emotion. I glanced at her coldly and asked, "Are you planning to take this group of people to rule Luoshui town?" They? Fang Er showed his undisguised contempt. They are just tools and springboards. I will still leave, but I haven't figured out the next step yet. Where are you going to go? I'm sorry, I said without hesitation. Fang Er chuckled, and after a while he said, "If we clash today, no one will benefit. You want to get to your destination quickly, and I want to settle here as soon as possible to develop my power. How about we each make concessions today? I'll give you the car, and you can leave without looking back. How about that?" At the end of her words, her tone became sinister again. From her words, I could tell that the collapse of this world had directly released the darkness in her heart. In time, she might become a female devil, especially now that she finally commanded a considerable number of refugees. Maybe she could really do something. It's not that I don't want to break up with her, the point is that I will definitely have to pay a certain price. Who will die? Chen Cheng? Wang Wishyuan? Gu Shi? There are fewer and fewer people left, and I don't want to lose anyone. Leaving now is the safest and most in line with our interests. Besides, Fang Er now controls Luoshui town. Without her approval, it will be difficult for us to get the car. I weighed the pros and cons again and again, and finally nodded with difficulty and said, "Okay, but I won't be so polite next time we meet." "Whatever you say, the world is so big, it's hard to see each other again." Fang Er showed his signature sunny smile again, and the matter was settled. Under Fang Er's coordination, we got a total of 5 vehicles, with an average of 4 people in each vehicle. Together with the van we found on the road carrying our supplies, it was enough for us to leave Luoshui town and head to Jiqiu City. Even though we were leaving, we did not dare to be careless. We kept pointing guns at them until we could no longer see them, and then we breathed a sigh of relief. We checked these vehicles and found no problems. The fuel tanks were full, and now the weather was just right for traveling. Is Fang Er so kind? He lets us go without a fight, and their weapons and equipment won't be at a disadvantage, Qingqing said, somewhat confused. We were in a car together to study this matter. I didn't say anything until we left Luoshui town. Then I slapped my thigh and cursed. Damn! I got fooled! What's wrong? The others in the car asked nervously. She knew we were going to move on, so she pretended to do us a favor and sent us a car. She actually wanted us to lead away the zombies on the road to Luoshui town so that she would have time to set up defenses. I said speechlessly. What a scheming bitch. Chapter 56, Shock in the Factory Area. Regardless of how we evaluate Fang Er's trick on us before leaving, since we left Luoshui town, we realized that Fang Er's decision was priceless. There may not be too many zombies staying in Luoshui town, but groups of 3 or 5 or even dozens of zombies gathered together can be seen everywhere on the road. They moved slowly and steadily towards Luoshui town, but after our car whizzed past, they immediately turned around and chased us. It is estimated that they will not give up until we have chased us for a long distance, or they will keep chasing us without changing direction. We were driving very fast, with Wangde driving in the lead and the cars behind closely following. We drove for 2 hours straight and dodged many zombies, big and small. Although we didn't suffer any damage and didn't waste any bullets, there were more and more zombies chasing us. Fortunately, they were very slow and wouldn't join the zombies in front to block us in a short time. We were still a long way from Jiqiu City, and there were many abandoned vehicles parked on the road. We could only stop and try to move the car before moving forward. The further we went, the more we stopped. In the end, it was almost dark and we hadn't gone very far. After the lesson from last time, we didn't dare to lie down in the car to rest anymore. There were so many zombies chasing us, and we didn't know who would catch up with us at any time. We couldn't explore the road ahead from a distance, so we could only take one step at a time. We originally planned to find a rest area, but it was too difficult to travel quickly, so we had to make do with it for the time being. Drag those cars over, and then stop our car at the intersection, as well as the ones behind, to form an encirclement. Qingqing was directing the troops there. He was much more professional than I was when it came to setting up camp. The others and I set up the cars according to his instructions, and then used cables to tow some of the cars to the designated location, which was a certain distance away from where we were resting, so that if anything happened we could react immediately. "Wouldn't it be better to get an alarm system?" I suggested. "There are a lot of mineral water bottles in the car," she suddenly said. This suggestion immediately enlightened us. We immediately took out a large number of discarded bottles, pierced them with sharp weapons, and then passed ropes through them, making them into a long strip with jingling sounds. Then we picked up 2 iron bars from the surroundings and placed the pierced water bottles a little further away, making them like wind chimes. In this way, as long as there are zombies approaching, we can react immediately. After doing all this, we were still a little worried, so we prepared weapons and ammunition and placed them around us in the van, and finally had a simple dinner before it got dark. "You guys go to sleep, I'll be on duty every 4 hours," Wang Bushiyuan said. "I slept in the car for a long time during the day, I'm not sleepy now." "Me too. I'll accompany you on the first shift," Lin Yu stood up and said. "Then I'll take the second shift," I stood up and said. Wang De immediately stood up and expressed that he would work the second shift with me. After the assignment, everyone took the time to rest. After a day of running around, almost no one had insomnia. After a while, heavy breathing sounds could be heard one after another. The watch on my wrist vibrated. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. I got up under the starlight and coughed gently. Wang Bushiyuan and Lin Yu responded immediately. Wang De also woke up and took shifts with Wang Bushiyuan and Lin Yu. "I'll be in front, and you'll be behind. Expand the alert range a little bit. If you find any scattered zombies, kill them quietly and don't let them touch the bottles," I whispered to Wang De. "Let me go to the front," Wang De said a little worriedly. It doesn't matter who goes, let's go." I patted Wang Da's shoulder, and he and I left the temporary camp in 2 different directions. The bright stars illuminate the earth tonight, and the vision is very good. There is no need to worry about what happened on the day of the heavy rain. I vaguely heard noises in the wasteland below the road. It should be a zombie passing by or some wild creature. I leaned against the guardrail and listened carefully with bated breath. I breathed a sigh of relief after the sound gradually faded away. It is almost dawn now, and the zombies are about to enter a state of stiffness. They should not move on a large scale. I am still a little angry when I think of Fang Er. Women's hearts are hard to predict. Fang Er's heart is simply an abyss. For a moment I thought she seemed to have her own difficulties, but when I turned around I was tricked. The best way at that time was to confront and wait, rest on the spot for a while and then find a way to leave via the main road, instead of rushing straight to the destination. I couldn't help but sigh. It's too late to say anything now. I can only take it one step at a time. Time passed little by little. It was exceptionally quiet tonight, without even a single harassing zombie. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and slept soundly. They were too tired, and I did not call them when it was daybreak. I let them sleep for 2 more hours until they woke up lazily when it was bright. After washing and eating, we set out on a new day's journey. After a difficult journey, there were fewer cars parked on the road, and our speed finally increased. In the evening, we arrived at Xinye town outside Jiqiu City. Jiqiu City is an automobile city, but Xinye town is the location of its important factories. We saw large automobile factories before entering the city. What we got from Fang Er were ordinary vans or cars, and they were all a bit shabby. We planned to find a better quality car in Xinye town before going to Jiqiu City, so that we can deal with more troubles. Xinye town has also fallen. The whole city is empty, and there is no sign of any living creature. Instead, zombies can be seen wandering everywhere on the streets. We are not familiar with the road conditions here, so we can only rely on our sense of direction to head west to the automobile industrial zone. Our goal is to get a few sturdy cars. We can't guarantee what the situation is in Jiqiu City. If we encounter an attack by zombies, the few broken cars we have now will definitely be unable to move. Wang De kept complaining all the way about how convenient it would be if the Dongfeng armored vehicle was still there. He was used to driving military vehicles, and now he has no passion to drive this kind of car. Xinye town is very large, but there are few residential areas, most of which are dormitories. After all, this place is mainly a factory area, so it looks unusually empty. With a clear view, we drove to avoid most of the zombies and entered the car factory area in the west of the city safely. However, seeing the situation here, we also became worried about the situation in Jichio City. We originally thought that the situation in a big city like Jichio City with a military station there would be much better than Tahai City, but the surrounding areas have completely fallen, so how could the city be much better? We got out of the car in silence and entered the factory, where there were a lot of idle vehicles parked, but these were all model cars. There should be keys specifically for test drives in the factory, and we would definitely find them if we looked patiently, but this factory was so large that we couldn't see the edge at a glance, and we didn't know where the things we needed were. Let's split up and look for supplies we need, I suggested. 1 hour is the limit. When the time is up, regardless of whether we have found anything or not, we will all gather here. If there is any problem, fire a gun. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. For safety reasons, the only 3 girls left in the team stayed in the car. This kind of search work still had great risks, and we also needed people to guard the supplies. No one knew what would happen. My team of Linyu, Wang De, Zhang Qi, Su Chang and I mainly searched for car keys. Chen Qing and Wang Buxuan split into 2 teams to search for supplies and explore the factory area. Our 3 teams left in 3 directions and even checked our watches before leaving to avoid missing the time. Do you really have to carry this big knife? I asked Su Chang helplessly as we walked. Su Chang moved his shoulders, but held the handle of the machete more firmly, and nodded. From now on, this is my weapon. I have to prove to Wang Lei that I am worthy of this knife. Recently, Su Chang has been exercising his arm strength whenever he has time. He is more diligent than all of us combined. Seeing his persistence, I can't say anything. After all, this is a kind of spiritual inheritance. Although Su Chang's mood has stabilized a lot in the past few days, I know that he has not been able to get out of the shadow of Wang Lei's suicide. Su Chang is a very affectionate person, which is particularly rare in this collapsing world. The direction we chose led to the factory office. There were 2 3-storied buildings about 200 meters apart. One was the factory leadership office, and the other was the middle-level leadership office. However, there were only 5 of us, so we couldn't continue to divide into groups. Seeing their inquiring eyes, I pointed to the middle-level leadership office and said with a smile, "Do you think car keys are placed in the office of a big leader? Let's go here first and spread out a little." We haven't encountered any zombies since entering the factory, which is a bit unreasonable. When we came, the factory gate had been completely destroyed, which means that this place had been attacked by zombies. However, these zombies were not wandering outside. It is very likely that they were gathering inside various factories. We moved very slowly, fearing that something we could not deal with would happen. When we approached the office building, we crouched and hid under the window. I gestured to them to be careful, then carefully put my ear to the door and listened. Soon I heard a slight noise in the house. I took 2 deep breaths to calm myself down, then gently opened the door. Zombies immediately rushed out. We jumped away immediately. Su Chang swung the machete and chopped at them fiercely. This time, the impact of the machete instantly killed 2 zombies, but more zombies were alarmed and rushed out, so we had to choose to retreat temporarily. As the noise started here, zombies began to pour out of other doors of the office building. The number far exceeded our expectations, almost hundreds of them. Fortunately, they were far away from each other, and we were not surrounded. "Get them all out, then go find the keys, and be careful," I shouted. Lin Yu immediately went around to the doors and windows and smashed several windows with the butt of the gun in his hand. We saw zombies coming down from the 2nd floor through the window, and there were quite a few of them. My scalp tingled when I thought about the 5 of us having to face so many zombies.